Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the forest, Guan sat in meditation under a tree, leaning against its trunk while playing with the seven-star mirror. The mirror, which radiated a presence comparable to that of a free-soaring immortal, now appeared delicate and refined in his hands, nothing like an immortal Deo supreme treasure at all. Snowflakes drifted through the gaps between the leaves, falling onto him before melting into mist. 7 celestial ascension cultivators had fallen in a single moment. The heavens and earth mourned their passing, and the snow continued to fall endlessly. While holding the seven-star mirror, Guan used his divine sense to track the innate Deo sigil. He was deeply curious about Jisuanyu's origins and divine abilities. When the innate Deo sigil had fled, he had deliberately followed it with his divine sense. Though the sigil transcended the laws of the world and concealed itself in places beyond the reach of living beings, he was still able to trace it. He noticed that the innate Deo sigil had not left the continent but had instead returned to the Ji family, not the branch where Jisuanyu was born, but another branch located within the Great Zhang Empire. Thinking of Jisuanyu's resolute demeanor earlier, Guan felt a twinge of emotion. He hadn't expected Jisuanyu to unleash her full power like that. That mysterious ethereal shadow must have been her past life. It seemed that she was cultivating in a manner similar to the innate reincarnation technique. However, unlike that technique, which accumulated luck and talent through reincarnation, Jisuanyu already possessed immense power, so much so that she could directly summon it across the river of lunar years and even across reincarnation itself. What would Jisuanyu's peak cultivation look like? He had no way of knowing. It was simply a pity that she had perished in this lifetime. Third young miss, I hope that in your next life, you will have a better fate and no longer be shackled by your family. Guan thought to himself. Seeing that the innate Deo sigil remained within the Ji family, he felt puzzled. What exactly was Jisuanyu's connection to them? If it was only a bond from this lifetime, why hadn't she chosen to reincarnate into a different family? Perhaps he could ask the soul of Jijan from the branch family, but after considering it, he dismissed the thought. That was Jisuanyu's fate, intertwined with the Ji family. Why should he interfere? What reason did he have to investigate? Guan had always been this way with those around him, never prying into their pasts, only cherishing their presence in the moment. After this battle, he found himself looking forward to meeting Jisuanyu again in the future. By then, would she be someone new, or still the third young miss of this lifetime? The reflection in the seven-star mirror revealed Guan's handsome face, his eyes seeming to pierce through the vast seas of time, reaching the far shore of destiny. Shifting his attention back to the seven-star mirror, he reminded himself that this was a perfectly intact immortal Deo supreme treasure, far stronger than even divine anomaly city. Even after enduring his magical attacks, the seven-star mirror remained unscathed. His instincts told him that the mirror had even greater potential, though its previous wielders such as the master of the Tianyi realm had only been able to unleash a fraction of its true power. Focusing his mind, he connected with the spirit of the seven-star mirror. Instantly, the mirror began to shift its edges, transforming from the shape of a divine beast to intricate floral patterns, while its overall color darkened. At first glance, it now appeared to be nothing more than an ancient, unremarkable mirror, far from a supreme treasure. Satisfied, Guan smiled and tucked the seven-star mirror into his robe. He stood up, gazing at the endless snowfall around him. Yet, to him, the sky now felt brighter than before. Time to go home. The summer snowfall continued for 7 days. By the time the celestial phenomenon faded, word of the seven-star spirit realm had yet to spread, but the Taixuan Sect had already been alerted. To be precise, the entire 3 dynasties cultivation world had dispatched people to investigate, with countless overseas cultivators also flocking to the seven-star spirit realm. However, this time, not a single Grand Master dared to fly over the skies of the Taixuan Sect. A great storm was brewing. Returning to the Taixuan Sect, Guan acted as though nothing had happened. Occasionally, he would check on the innate Deo sigil to see if Jisuanyu had reincarnated. His days remained peaceful. In fact, he felt more at ease than ever before. At least the seven-star spirit realm was gone. That's right, gone. Using his divine sense to scan the seas, he saw cultivators from the Starseed Sect relentlessly hunting down those from the seven-star spirit realm. And it wasn't just the Starseed Sect, other major forces had joined in, carving up the realm's territory and seizing its fate. A clear display of survival of the fittest. One day, a visitor came to see Guan. It was none other than the nine-fingered Divine Lord, who served as a guest elder of the Taixuan Sect. Though only at the second level of the free-soaring immortal stage, his lifespan limit reached an astonishing 80 million years, with his current lifespan at 180,000 years. Guan suspected that the nine-fingered Divine Lord had once fallen from a higher realm. Back when he first arrived at the Taixuan Sect, it was Guan who had guided him. The two had since become close friends, and Chu Jingfeng now trained under him as well. Under the tree, Guan and the nine-fingered Divine Lord sat facing each other, while an Xian poured tea for them. The nine-fingered Divine Lord smiled and nodded at an Xian before exchanging pleasantries with Guan, praising his continued management of Medicine Valley. Ever since meeting Guan, he had felt at peace. In the overseas world, everywhere he went was filled with scheming and power struggles. But Medicine Valley was different. It exuded a tranquil atmosphere, as if time itself had stilled. And he knew this was because of Guan. He had even asked Chu Jingfeng about Guan, only to receive a similar impression. He would never guess that I'm at the 9th level of the free-soaring immortal stage. Then again, in his brief life, he may never even hear of the term free-soaring. The nine-fingered Divine Lord lifted his teacup and looked at Guan, smiling. Guan mirrored the gesture, raising his cup and meeting his gaze. If this old fellow knew I was a 9th level free-soaring immortal, would he still be this calm? Guan found the thought amusing. Suddenly, the nine-fingered Divine Lord spoke. The world has been restless lately. You should be careful and try not to leave the valley too often. Guan frowned. Senior, has something major happened? After a moment of hesitation, the nine-fingered Divine Lord lowered his voice. To be frank, the 7-star spirit realm, the holy land of this continent, is on the verge of collapse. This will inevitably reshape the power dynamics of both the continent and the oceans. Without the 7-star spirit realm to suppress them, more Grand Masters will flood into this land. Guan raised an eyebrow. How is that possible? That was a holy land. He had considered the consequences of its destruction. But everything had pros and cons. Even if the 7-star spirit realm had survived, who knew what catastrophe it would have caused next? Without his intervention, the 3 dynasties' cultivation world and all its people would have already perished in the demonic cataclysm. He had no regrets. Protecting himself came first, only then did he even consider playing the savior. He never saw it as his duty to shoulder the burdens of the world. He was a man first, an immortal second. The nine-fingered Divine Lord sighed. Indeed, it's hard to believe. That was a colossal force that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years. No one knows who was behind it. Guan pondered for a moment before asking, since the world is on the brink of chaos, why not stay in the Taixuan Sect, Senior? Surely the oceans will be even more dangerous than the continent, won't they? He was hoping to pull the nine-fingered Divine Lord fully into the Taixuan Sect's camp. That way, he wouldn't have to deal with troublesome small fry himself. To be honest, power and status didn't interest him much. He found the stability granted by medicinal herbs and longevity far more appealing. The nine-fingered Divine Lord nodded. I do plan to stay for a while, because I have a theory. Guan's eyes narrowed. What theory? Haha, that I can't tell you. I wouldn't want to drag you into any karmic trouble. Oh, then please don't say another word. I may not know your cultivation level, but the world you move in is surely beyond my reach, Guan replied with a smirk. The nine-fingered Divine Lord burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Throughout his long life, he had met countless people, but very few had Guan's composed and clear-eyed perspective. Even though he concealed his true cultivation, his outwardly displayed realm was still enough to make most core formation cultivators grovel before him. But Guan was different. Their bond was one of genuine camaraderie, untainted by self-interest. And that, to the nine-fingered Divine Lord, was refreshing. Guan didn't pry further. Instead, he casually brought up various anecdotes from Medicine Valley, trivial, everyday matters that held a certain charm. To the nine-fingered Divine Lord, who had spent so much time atop the clouds, getting a glimpse of mundane life was a rare pleasure. After a while, Guan invited him to a game of Go. The nine-fingered Divine Lord only needed to hear the rules once before grasping them. At first, his moves were scattered and disorganized. But after 40 moves, he had already developed his own strategy, transitioning from blind defense to calculated setups. Guan grew interested and began taking the match seriously. In the end, he won. But instead of being frustrated, the nine-fingered Divine Lord examined the board with great interest, retracing Guan's moves. Fascinating. Let's go again, he said, eyes gleaming. Guan waved over Xiaochuan, who was passing by. You play instead. He's better than I am. Hearing this, Xiaochuan lifted his chin with pride. The nine-fingered Divine Lord didn't care who his opponent was. As long as they could play, that was enough. Thus, the game began again. Soon, other disciples gathered to watch. Yang stood beside Guan, observing the board. He wasn't interested in Go. He preferred chess, where the battles were direct and decisive. But he could sense that the nine-fingered Divine Lord's aura was unfathomably deep, which meant he must be incredibly powerful. That alone made Yang want to watch. The game continued until dusk. By the end, Xiaochuan looked dazed, exhausted from thinking too hard. The nine-fingered Divine Lord, satisfied, rose to his feet and turned to Guan. All right, I need to head to the sect's main city. I'll find you for another match later. Go is quite intriguing. It seems to contain deep Dao principles. Good game. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze landed on Yang. Oh. His expression shifted instantly. Even though Yang had concealed his cultivation, the nine-fingered Divine Lord immediately saw that his physique was extraordinary. Before he could speak, Guan cut in with a grin. You already took Chu Jingfeng under your wing. Don't even think about taking my disciple. He's with me for life. The surrounding disciples turned to look at Yang, their eyes filled with curiosity. Is Yang really a genius? Yang, completely unbothered by the attention, declared, That's right. I will serve my master for this lifetime and never acknowledge a second teacher. Nearby, an Xian gazed at Guan with admiration. She recalled her own master from her youth. If I had been extraordinarily talented, would master have kept me by his side? But the thought quickly passed. After all, even in how her monstrously gifted senior brother had not been able to stay with master. The nine-fingered divine lord gave Yang a deep look before shifting his gaze back to Guan. Your disciple is remarkable. Keep him in Medicine Valley. Don't let him leave the mountain, he'll only bring you trouble. With that, he leapt into the air like a white crane, soaring toward the horizon. His words made the surrounding disciples stare at Yang with even more amazement. Yang, however, remained indifferent. Cause trouble for my master? Anyone who dares to provoke him, now that's real trouble. For the third Medicine Valley, the presence of the nine-fingered divine lord was merely a minor episode, having no impact on its daily affairs. On the other hand, Yang's status continued to rise, and the other disciples began showing him respect. If Yang's apprenticeship under Guan was initially thought to be due to Guan's favoritism, then the fact that even the nine-fingered divine lord favored him proved that Yang was a true genius, one whose brilliance was simply imperceptible to the eyes of ordinary mortals. The next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Sage toward Horizon Valley. In the coming month, all the Medicine Valleys would be entering harvest season, something he was eagerly anticipating. Time swiftly passed, and summer neared its end. Suddenly, a piece of news shook the entire cultivation world, sweeping through the Taixuan Sect like a violent storm. It was abrupt and unexpected. Guan had just returned to Xian Valley when he overheard disciples discussing it. Early that morning, a cultivator had flown over Xian Valley, announcing a shocking event that had shaken the world. The demonic cataclysm originated from the Holy Land, the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path descended upon the realm, slaying demons and cleansing evil, restoring the sanctity of the Holy Land. The implications of this were massive. Even errand disciples at the lowest levels of the cultivation world were passionately discussing it. Seeing Guan return, Lu Jujia immediately approached him to relay the news. I knew it. So the demonic cataclysm was actually orchestrated by the Holy Land in secret? That explains why they never intervened before, Lu Jujia said angrily. The scandal of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm reminded him of the injustices he had once suffered in the Taixuan Sect. Was there no truly pure and righteous path in this world? Guan listened attentively. When Lu Jujia began praising the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path as an unrivaled force, he finally smiled and joined in agreement, appearing as if he, too, was an admirer. After chatting for a while, Guan made his way to the outer sect city. Having visited Nianshu cave dwelling the previous night, he hadn't brought the Blood Prison Great Sage along. As he flew toward the city, he noticed numerous disciples along the way. 100 years ago, it was rare to see disciples outside the outer sect. This alone was proof of the Taixuan Sect's growing strength. Upon arriving at the outer sect city, Guan was met with a deafening uproar. The entire city was abuzz with excitement, with almost every conversation revolving around one name, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Guan made his way to the heavenly mending platform, where an even larger crowd had gathered. However, this time, disciples from the law enforcement hall were stationed at the platform's perimeter, forbidding anyone from stepping onto it. Even Disya had been forced to leave. Looking toward the heaven-splitting axe, Guan saw it surrounded by layers upon layers of people. Ji Hantian and members of the Guzong were present as well, while Zhou Yujian, the axe's guardian, had been pushed to the edge, looking visibly displeased. Among the gathered figures, Guan sensed several familiar auras, talents he had previously saved from the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. They were kneeling before the heaven-splitting axe, accompanied by scattered immortals, fervently presenting their proposals to reshape the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Their sincerity was undeniable. Although the Seven-Star Spirit Realm held deep foundations, merely eradicating its higher UPS wasn't enough to dissolve it completely. However, if the remaining individuals could rebuild it into something beneficial for all beings, it would be a worthy cause. Guan's gaze shifted toward Disya. The son of the Demon Emperor had now fully integrated into the Taixuan Sect, even rising to its upper ranks. Sensing Guan's stare, Disya turned to meet his gaze, nodding in acknowledgement, a simple gesture of greeting. Guan nodded back, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of sentiment. The two of them had grown distant. But he wasn't upset or disappointed. Some people simply drift apart not out of disdain, but because time and distance had made conversations harder to start. Guan didn't bother approaching. Instead, he turned and left. Besides Disya, he had many other friends in the outer sect city. Most of them were drinking buddies, but drinking buddies were still friends. What better company to chat, drink, and enjoy an afternoon together? More than just the Taixuan Sect, the entire cultivation world was raving about this. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path single-handedly stormed the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, slaying its immortals with a single sword strike. What unparalleled might! This battle had cemented the Sword Sovereign's status beyond question. His sheer strength overshadowed even discussions about the crimes of the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. Hearing of their atrocities, most cultivators would simply curse in anger but remain largely unaffected. Such events were nothing new in the cultivation world. The only difference was that the Seven-Star Spirit Realm's crimes were on a grander scale. But the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was different. Every move he made sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. Just when people thought they had overestimated him, he would accomplish something even more earth-shattering. One man wiping out an entire holy land, how absurd was that? Cultivation was not mere martial arts. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to face multiple opponents of the same level, let alone single-handedly challenge an entire holy land harboring immortals. Over the next few days, Yelan, Zhenxin, Shenzhen, Guyu, Zolin, Wuju, and others visited Guan to discuss the event. Everyone was thrilled. Shenzhen was even tempted to write a book about the sword sovereign of the righteous path, though Guan quickly stopped her. He feared she might inadvertently offend him. Despite hearing countless praises about the sword sovereign, Guan never tired of it. As the initial excitement settled, discussions shifted to the sword sovereign's character. Despite eradicating the 7-star spirit realm's upper echelons, he still gave the realm a chance to reform. This was the true embodiment of an immortal. To be powerful yet reckless, that is demonic. To be powerful yet remain righteous, to care for all beings, that is divine. With the cultivation world idolizing him, countless imitators emerged, some adopting his name, others mimicking his methods. One thing was certain, the sword sovereign of the righteous path was shaping the future of the cultivation world through his actions. That day, Guan arrived at the mountain god Dao temple in the northern sea mountain range. Inside, Xianmiao Zhenren was chatting with 3 other cultivators who had stopped by for rest. As the 4 discussed the sword sovereign, Xianmiao Zhenren, who rarely left the temple, was utterly stunned. The 7-star spirit realm. That colossal entity, one even the ancestors of the 3 pure mountains dared not provoke, was nearly wiped out by the sword sovereign. As the story came from the mouths of surviving 7-star spirit realm cultivators, even intricate details were revealed, further proving the sword sovereign's strength. It was said that he had slain 7 immortals with a single sword strike without even using spells or divine abilities. Not even the 7-star mirror, an immortal Dao supreme treasure, could withstand his sword. To Xianmiao Zhenren, it felt like listening to a mythical tale. Could the sword sovereign be even stronger than the mountain god? No, both were unfathomably powerful. Perhaps they even knew each other. With this thought lingering, Guan stepped away and wandered to the northern sea's edge. Beneath the vast lake, an immortal king's crown lay buried untouched by anyone. At the time, he had deemed it too dangerous and left it there. But now, after handling Divine Anomaly City and the 7-star mirror, he felt confident in uncovering its secrets. Raising his hand, he summoned it. The lake rippled as the immortal king's crown and a short flute capable of summoning the 13 fiends of the 9 nether path flew into his grasp. Just as he began examining the crown, a cultivator descended beside him. Daoist friend, may I ask which sect you hail from? Guan cast lifespan perception on him. Guo Guhong, core formation stage, level 8373/500/950. A fairly average cultivator. But if this were 130 years ago, such a figure would have been an untouchable powerhouse in Guan's eyes. I am from Guhao sect. What does fellow Daoist need? Before he could answer, Guo Guhong suddenly lunged at him, claws aiming straight for his heart. Guo Guhong harbors hostility toward you and has murderous intent. Would you like to use lifespan perception on him? Seeing Guo Guhong attack him, Guan couldn't help but laugh. This guy was truly ruthless, acting on his killing intent the moment it surfaced. Clearly, he had done this kind of thing many times before. Too bad. This time, he picked the wrong opponent. Boom! The moment Guo Guhong's claw touched Guan's chest, an immense force erupted. The ground beneath Guan's feet cracked, sending sand and stones flying, while the lake's surface rippled violently. In an instant, Guo Guhong was reduced to ashes. Guan raised a hand and casually patted his temple before continuing forward, dispersing the remnants of Guo Guhong with a single step. A system notification about acquiring lifespan appeared before him, but he ignored it. The lifespan was too little to be worth his attention. The waters of the northern sea shimmered, and at the far end of the lake, a massive fish leaped into the air, its curved body resembling a crescent moon. Sunset fades, moonlight rises. 2 days later, Guan, in the guise of the mountain god, arrived at the mountain god Dao temple. The small figure of his divine form leaped down from the eaves. Hearing the noise, Xianmiao Zhenren opened his eyes. Upon seeing Guan, he immediately stood up and saluted. How's the herb cultivation going? I need more for alchemy. Guan landed on the ground, walked toward the temple gate, and asked casually. Standing behind him like a towering mountain, Xianmiao Zhenren maintained a respectful posture. It's going well. I just need to know how much you require, he replied. The two then left the mountain god Dao temple to harvest herbs. As they walked, Xianmiao Zhenren recounted everything that had happened recently, including details about those who had passed by the temple. He spoke truthfully, but that was pointless. Guan, as a free-soaring immortal, could see the past events of this place. There was no room for deception. Guan wasn't particularly interested in the stories but was satisfied with Xianmiao Zhenren's attitude. For decades, the man had dutifully guarded this place, never wavering in his reverence. Guan felt that such devotion deserved a reward. After gathering the herbs, the two arrived at an open space. Guan left half of the collected herbs for Xianmiao Zhenren. Xianmiao Zhenren wanted to ask about the sword sovereign of the righteous path, but he didn't know how to start, leaving him momentarily silent. These years, your diligence has been commendable. I'm very pleased. Would you like to learn a sword technique from me? Guan stood atop a rock, looking down at Xianmiao Zhenren with a faint smile. Xianmiao Zhenren was momentarily stunned before instinctively replying, of course, I would. Guan raised his hand and pointed a finger at him. In an instant, Xianmiao Zhenren fell into a trance. No one knew how much time passed before he gradually woke up. When he opened his eyes, the mountain god was already gone. The golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the forest, casting dappled shadows on his face. Celestial star suppressing infinite sword. Xianmiao Zhenren was utterly shocked. A sword technique of such profound depth actually existed in this world? More importantly, why did this sword technique feel somewhat similar to the Li family's sword arts? Though he had trained at Three Pure Mountains since childhood and shared blood ties with the Taixuan Empire's royal family, he had never studied the Li family's inheritance in depth. Even the mountain god knows swordsmanship. How does his compare to the sword sovereign of the righteous path? Xian Miao Zhenren couldn't help but ponder. He had always been intrigued by the sword sovereign's power, constantly trying to imagine his level of cultivation. He had to admit the sword sovereign's charisma was overwhelming, making people admire him instinctively. Sinful? This is sinful? How could I waver in my loyalty to the mountain god? Xian Miao Zhenren tried to suppress his inner turmoil, but a bold thought surfaced in his mind, one even he found difficult to believe. Could the mountain god and the sword sovereign of the righteous path be the same person? Before the invasion of the overseas cultivators, how could two beings both transcending the seven-star spirit realm exist on the same continent at the same time? Meanwhile, news of the sword sovereign's massacre of the seven-star spirit realm immortals continued to spread. In the days that followed, Taixuan Sect and the seven-star spirit realm announced their alliance, vowing to protect the continent's mortals together. This established Taixuan Sect as the leading sect in the Three Dynasties cultivation world. With its influence skyrocketing, more and more people sought to join Taixuan Sect. Autumn winds swept through the sect, but no sense of desolation lingered, only prosperity. In the mountain forest, Guan sat atop the blood prison Great Saint, gazing at a group of young boys and girls they had just passed by. The group was led by two adult men, one a village chief, the other a teacher, escorting them to Taixuan Sect in pursuit of the immortal path. It was a rare sight, especially in the mountains between Xianrong and Tianyang. Guan turned his gaze forward and asked lazily, "What do you think of Taixuan Sect these days?" The blood prison Great Saint pondered for a moment and said, "Not bad. It seems to be improving. I'd say it qualifies as a righteous sect. Both Medicine Valley and the outer sect city have a good atmosphere." He knew that everything Taixuan Sect had today was due to the person sitting on his back. If Taixuan Sect ever displeased Guan, all its prosperity could vanish like an illusion. After spending so much time as Guan's mount, the blood prison Great Saint had developed some attachment to Taixuan Sect. Though there were some despicable people in Medicine Valley, the sect as a whole wasn't bad. Compared to the lower realm sects he had once belonged to, Taixuan Sect was far more harmonious. It wasn't powerful yet, but it embodied his ideal vision of an immortal sanctuary. He could even sense that Taixuan Sect's fortune was on the rise. Perhaps in 1,000 years, it would be unimaginably strong. If it qualifies as a righteous sect, then that's good enough. Guan chuckled softly. One man and one beast disappeared into the depths of the forest. 1 hour later, Horizon Valley. Guan rode the blood prison Great Saint leisurely into the valley, sensing the presence of others inside. Li Sundao is here. Unbothered, Guan continued forward at a relaxed pace. Inside a courtyard, Li Sundao was sipping tea while watching a young boy no older than 7 or 8 practice swordsmanship. The boy's movements were fluid and lively. Luo Hun stood nearby, watching the child cautiously, as if afraid he might get injured. Seeing Guan from afar, Li Sundao smiled. "That kid has become quite flamboyant," he chuckled. Guan rode in majestically on a powerful demonic beast, draped in elegant blue robes and wearing a dark gold crown, exuding the aura of a celestial noble. Even Lu Xian, who was meditating atop the mountain, was stunned by Guan's appearance. For some reason, Guan's presence unsettled him, a vague, inexplicable feeling of unease, like a primal instinct. Meeting Li Sundao's gaze, Guan patted the beast's back, signaling it to speed up. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard. Guan dismounted and walked in briskly. "Uncle, long time no see." Guan saluted. Habitually, he used lifespan perception on the young boy. Li Lingtian, Qi refining stage, 4th level 8/110/8999. 8,999 years of maximum lifespan? Interesting. Guan's mind stirred, but his expression remained calm. Li Sundao chuckled, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, it has been a while. I've been here for 2 days, specifically waiting to see you before leaving." Right now, he was in high spirits. The Three Dynasties War was still ongoing, but everyone could feel the overwhelming dominance of the Taixuan Empire, poised to unify the world within the next few years, something that hadn't happened in thousands of years. Li Sundao's own cultivation was advancing rapidly, already approaching the 9th level of the integration stage. In less than a century, he had nearly caught up with Liu Badian, an achievement few could fathom. The two exchanged pleasantries. When Li Sundao inquired about Guan's recent activities, Guan simply spoke about Medicine Valley, sharing mundane details. But Li Sundao listened attentively. Putting aside Guan's relationship with Li Yat, his management of Horizon Valley over the years had been impeccable, something Li Sundao was deeply satisfied with. As the conversation flowed, Li Sundao playfully teased Guan's transformation. "You've changed so much, completely different from before," he said, amusement in his voice. Guan smiled and adjusted the Immortal Lord's crown on his head. "A man should enjoy life when he's at his peak. Unlike you and senior brother Li, I don't meddle in world affairs. But in my own little world, I can still live grandly, don't you think?" Li Sundao laughed. "That crown of yours seems to be missing a gemstone. Need my help? Or shall I gift you a better one?" "A better one? You probably can't afford it." Guan shook his head, politely declining. Li Sundao didn't press the matter. Instead, he gestured for Li Lingtian to come over. The young boy immediately ran up, staring curiously at Guan. Looking at his youthful face, Guan couldn't help but think of Li Ya at 15. The two shared a certain resemblance in their brows. This is your senior brother Gu, Li Sundao introduced. He has the closest relationship with your brother, Li Ya. Hearing this, Li Lingtian respectfully saluted Guan, his demeanor serious yet adorable. Guan considered what he should give as a greeting gift, but before he could decide, Li Lingtian suddenly blurted out, "Senior brother Gu, I heard that you wrote Journey to the West. Have you met Sun Wukong?" Guan froze, then instinctively glanced at Luo Han, who quickly turned his head away. Li Sundao, still smiling, clearly knew about this long ago. Thinking back, Guan wondered had Li Sundao already guessed that he was Panan back when he asked about Romance of the Gods? Had he been testing him? But it didn't matter anymore. "I've met him, in my dreams," Guan replied with a laugh. "But in reality, I took a disciple named Yangji." Li Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Yangji? Like Erlang Shen Yangjian? Is he strong? Can I spar with him?" Guan chuckled. "Of course, but you'll have to grow up a bit first." Li Lingtian nodded obediently, then acting like a little adult said, "Senior brother Gu, you have to make sure your disciple trains hard. My uncle says I have the greatest fate in the world. I wouldn't want your disciple to be too weak to fight me." Li Sundao shot him a sharp look. "What has your father always taught you? Stay humble." Li Lingtian pouted. "But uncle said it. Even mother says that everything in this world exists for me. She told me I should be confident." Li Sundao's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Guan was thoroughly amused. He patted Li Lingtian's head and said with a grin, "All right, senior brother Gu will make sure my disciple trains hard. But in return, you have to promise me something before you spar with him. You must train diligently and not recklessly challenge others. Can you do that?" Hearing Guan's words, Li Lingtian didn't think too much and agreed immediately. Li Sundao, however, was displeased and scolded Li Lingtian. As he kept speaking, Li Lingtian became angry and started talking back. What followed was a lesson taught with a firm hand. Li Sundao picked Li Lingtian up, slung him over his leg, and started spanking him while scolding him sternly. This scene reminded Guan of his childhood in his previous life. His past memories were becoming blurry, feeling like distant recollections. Guan hadn't expected Li Sundao to have such a side. He also wondered whether Li Ya had been disciplined in the same way when he was a child. However, he could tell that Li Lingtian's mother was no ordinary woman. Even Li Sundao's words carried a tone of helplessness when speaking about her. Guan turned his gaze toward Li Lingtian's karma, peering into his past. Soon, he gained some insight. Li Lingtian's mother came from the ocean and bore the surname Yang, belonging to a prestigious family. For her sake, Li Sundao had abolished his former empress and made her the new empress, even going as far as grooming Li Lingtian as the crown prince. After looking into Li Lingtian's past, Guan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such a powerful mother, it was no wonder he could act so recklessly. But Li Lingtian's fate was indeed extraordinary. He was born overseas, and the moment he was born, the skies roared with thunder, forcing the grand masters of his clan to step in and protect him. Only after his birth did Li Sundao officially marry Empress Yang, and the Yang family even assigned specialists to guard Li Lingtian as he grew up. Even now, there were 2 Grand Ascension stage cultivators stationed in the distance, watching over him. In the past, Grand Ascension cultivators were incredibly rare, but now they kept appearing within the 3 dynasties' cultivation world. Perhaps the Yang family had also recognized this continent's potential and placed their bet in advance. And Li Sundao, the man about to unify the 3 dynasties, was certainly a promising candidate. Li Lingtian was indeed remarkable. No matter how much Li Sundao hit him, he refused to cry. Instead, he glared at his father stubbornly. This brat was like a little devil. In the future, both Li Sundao and Li Ya were bound to have their hands full with him. "Uncle, that's enough. The child can be taught slowly in the future. He didn't actually do anything wrong. His way of speaking was just a bit impolite, but I didn't find it offensive," Guan spoke up, offering Li Sundao a way out. Hearing this, Li Sundao looked somewhat ashamed. He glanced at Guan and said, "This brat was born with unnatural strength, and he holds grudges. Don't let him spar with your disciple, or he might fixate on him." Li Lingtian slipped down from his father's lap and ran to Guan's side, clutching his arm and sticking out his tongue at Li Sundao. Guan could feel the strength in his grip. This kid was only 8 years old but seemed strong enough to crush a rock effortlessly. "No worries, my disciple is strong too," Guan said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Sundao could only shake his head and stop trying to dissuade him. In his mind, only An Hao could be compared to his youngest son. Even Lu Xian was no match for Li Lingtian in terms of talent. The conversation then shifted to the sword sovereign of the righteous path. At the mention of this topic, Guan immediately perked up and enthusiastically joined the discussion. Li Sundao assumed he was also a fan of the sword sovereign, which was understandable. Even as the emperor of Taixuan, he felt his blood boil whenever he heard tales of the sword sovereign. It was only natural for ordinary cultivators to admire him. After talking for an hour, Li Sundao left with Li Lingtian. Before leaving, Li Lingtian waved at Guan and said, "Senior brother Gu, don't let Yang forget about this. Once I'm grown up, I'll come challenge him." Guan nodded with a smile, secretly looking forward to seeing Li Lingtian take a loss. When it came to lifespan limits, Yang had the upper hand. When it came to age, Yang was older. And when it came to mentors, did Li Lingtian think he could find a free-soaring immortal as his master? Since Li Sundao had treated him well, Guan figured he should properly educate Li Lingtian to keep him from straying down the wrong path. After finishing his herb gathering, Guan rode away on the Blood Prison Great Saint. 100 miles beyond Horizon Valley, the Blood Prison Great Saint spoke up. Master, that kid's blood and vitality are extraordinary. With a single glance, he could tell that Li Lingtian had exceptional physique and a unique fate. He's indeed impressive, but do you think he can compare to Xi'er? Guan asked casually. Of course not. There's no one more monstrous than that boy. Mentioning Yang, the Blood Prison Great Saint was filled with emotion. He had witnessed Yang's transformation from a mortal, which made him respect Guan even more. If not for Guan discovering Yang, he might have remained an ordinary disciple in the valley, living a mundane life. I've passed on cultivation techniques to you, so you'd better train well. In 1,000 years, the world might change entirely. Even if Grand Ascension cultivators remain powerful, their status won't be what it is now. Master, don't worry, I won't let you down. This isn't about me, you cultivate for yourself. Heh, I plan to follow you for a lifetime. You bull-headed fool, are you trying to latch on to me forever? Master, please have mercy. The collapse of the 7-star spirit realm had stirred even greater turmoil across the ocean. When Guan visited Seeker's Island, many cultivators there were discussing it. At a private gathering hosted by deist Tang Hai, the attendees were in awe of the Sword Sovereign's strength. After this battle, the Sword Sovereign's name spread across the sea, even more renowned than on the continent. While the chaos at sea didn't affect the mainland, major powers like the Starsea Sect Alliance dared not interfere in the Sword Sovereign's domain. Instead, many cultivators flocked to the continent, seeking opportunities. Under these circumstances, peace came to the land. Guan's days became more settled as he focused on cultivating herbs, waiting for his hidden realm's harvest. As he waited, he continued expanding his realm and planting more herbs. Now that he could relocate the hidden realm, he felt even more at ease. Tianqing and Tianbei helped Tian Yaoer manage affairs, and both the hidden realm and Nianzhou cave dwelling remained trouble-free. In the blink of an eye, a decade passed. This year, Xiao Chuan activated his innate reincarnation technique and broke through to the foundation establishment stage, reaching a lifespan limit of 286 years, far less than Ye Yin's. It was due to his cultivation attitude. He wasn't as diligent as Ye Lan. Still, Xiao Chuan could live for at least another century. After breaking through, Xiao Chuan bid farewell to Guan, planning to return to his hometown and experience a mortal's life. If possible, he even wanted to start a family. Though Guan didn't personally escort him, he used his divine sense to watch over Xiao Chuan the entire way, ensuring his safety. Half a month later, after Xiao Chuan safely arrived home, Guan finally withdrew his attention. During midsummer, the Third Medicine Valley welcomed visitors. Guan personally greeted them, watching as a man and a woman approached the valley entrance. Yang Ni, Transformation Stage, 5th Level 318/1200/1360. Li Lingtian, Foundation Establishment Stage, 9th Level 18/350/8999. Guan's gaze landed on Yang Ni. She was Li Ye's mother's biological sister. Back when the Nightshade Sect caused chaos, she was drawn into it. After protecting Guan for a while, she had left. Over the years, Guan had occasionally sensed her through his divine sense. She wandered from place to place, training in various locations. She encountered trouble now and then, but overall, she lived well. Dressed in red with a sword at her waist, she still looked as beautiful as ever. Seeing Guan from afar, she seemed a little dazed. The boy she once protected had now become a core formation cultivator, his entire demeanor transformed. Yang Ni studied Guan and said, "It's been years, and you've changed a lot. You finally look like a real cultivator." Guan chuckled. "I suppose so." Then, he looked at Li Lingtian, deliberately feigning hesitation. "And you are?" Li Lingtian had also been sizing up Guan. Hearing this, he grinned and said, "Senior brother Gu, it's me, Li Lingtian. I'm here for our duel." As he spoke, his gaze wandered, searching for Yingxi. Guan shook his head with a smirk, then invited Yang Ni and Li Lingtian to sit down and chat. However, Li Lingtian wasn't having it. He insisted on fighting first. Guan had no choice but to summon Yang and lead them out of the valley to find a secluded place for their duel. Li Lingtian assumed that Guan was only agreeing to avoid embarrassment and didn't refuse. The entire way, Li Lingtian kept staring at Yang with intense curiosity, making Yingxi visibly uncomfortable. A decade had passed, and Yang had already reached the 8th level of core formation. His outward cultivation level had been suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Guan walked ahead, chatting casually with Yang Ni as they reminisced. Yang Ni also had a lot to say upon seeing Guan again. However, she hadn't come here to accompany Li Lingtian. He had overheard Li Sundao arranging for her to visit Taixuan Sect and had stubbornly insisted on coming along. Empress Yang's surname is also Yang. I wonder. Guan suddenly asked. Yang Ni shot him a glare. Don't ask. Our Yang family could never compare to hers. Clearly, despite sharing the same surname, there was no connection between them. Li Ye's mother, Lady Yang, was once Li Sundao's greatest love, so much so that he had even gifted her the Tiangzhu sword. Now, Li Lingtian's mother was also named Yang, which inevitably led Guan to overthink things. Could it be that Li Sundao chose Empress Yang not just for her background but simply because she shared the same surname? By the way, Li Lingtian doesn't hold back in a fight. If he injures your disciple, don't take offense. But don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on them and step in before he suffers any serious harm, Yang and I reminded him. Guan smiled. It's fine. They're both in the foundation establishment stage. A fight at the same level shouldn't be an issue. If Li Lingtian ended up getting beaten to death, he would step in to save him. Behind them, Li Lingtian continued sizing up Yang before finally speaking. Your name is Yang? Why did you pick that name? Yang replied, because I liked Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West as a child. What a coincidence? I love those two. But I like Sun Wukong the most. So today, is this a battle between Yangshi and Sun Wukong? Let's see if you're the real Yangshi. Li Lingtian grinned mischievously. Yang glanced at him, unimpressed. I like Sun Wukong too. Whether I'm the real Yangshi or not, this fake Sun Wukong will find out soon enough. Guan and Yang and I, walking ahead, could hear the tension in Yangshi and Li Lingtian's voices. Guan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was Li Lingtian who provoked Yangshi first. While Guan had always taught Yangshi to be humble, that didn't mean he should let himself be bullied. Yang and I, on the other hand, was surprised by how unyielding Guan's disciple was. In her impression, Guan himself was a rather soft-hearted person. However, being too headstrong wasn't necessarily a good thing when facing Li Lingtian. Even though Yang and I didn't like Li Lingtian, she had to admit that his talent was outrageously strong, almost like an immortal descending to the mortal world. A while later, the four of them arrived in the forest. Before Guan or Yang and I could say anything, Yangshi and Li Lingtian had already squared off against each other. Li Lingtian asked, what rules do you want to set? He could tell that Yangshi's cultivation level was lower than his own, so he wanted to let Yangshi decide the terms. After all, Li Lingtian had never liked bullying others. Yangshi looked at him calmly and said, let's just fight. I'll go easy on you. He wasn't sure of Li Lingtian's exact status, but since Yang and I and Guan seemed to be chatting so casually with him, he figured he should show Guan some respect. Li Lingtian was momentarily stunned. This guy really wouldn't back down? But he didn't overthink it. This was, after all, the first real battle of his cultivation journey, something he had been anticipating for 10 years. Then let's fight. With a hearty laugh, Li Lingtian stepped forward, sending out a powerful gust that scattered the leaves around them. In a flash, he shot toward Yangshi like a bolt of lightning, swinging a fierce kick that lashed out like a whip. Yangshi reacted just as quickly, raising his knee in an instant to block Li Lingtian's kick. Li Lingtian's eyes widened in shock, and his grin twisted into something more strained. Yangshi's strength sent a surge of excitement through him. What fast reflexes! Yang and I, standing beside Guan, commented in surprise. She hadn't expected this. Both Li Lingtian and Yangshi were moving at speeds far beyond what a foundation establishment cultivator should be capable of. Yang and I even felt that she hadn't been this strong back when she first reached core formation. So Guan really did have confidence in his disciple? Li Lingtian used the momentum to flip back, his body stretching midair. As he steadied himself, he struck out with a fist, sending a golden dragon-shaped energy blast roaring toward Yangshi. The dragon's roar echoed through the forest. But Yangshi didn't retreat, he advanced instead. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the golden dragon illusion and closed the gap between them in a single step. Li Lingtian's pupils shrank. Boom! Yangshi's elbow struck his abdomen, causing his eyes to widen in shock. His mouth opened involuntarily, blood spraying out. Before he could recover, Yangshi launched a relentless flurry of punches and kicks, battering him like a sandbag, not even letting him touch the ground. How is this possible? Yang and I's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She knew how strong Li Lingtian was. While he hadn't fought many real opponents, Li Sundao had prepared countless puppets for him to train against. In her eyes, Li Lingtian had already surpassed foundation establishment. If not for splitting his focus between spells and divine abilities, his cultivation would have long since reached core formation. Yet this prodigy who should have been untouchable was now being beaten without even being able to fight back? Yangshi's movements were so fast that even she, a transformation stage cultivator, found them unnerving. As the fight continued, she even sensed an incredibly dangerous aura from Yangshi, something she had never felt before. Even though his cultivation wasn't high enough to threaten her, she still felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Just as it seemed Li Lingtian was about to be beaten to death, Yang and I was about to step in. But Guan stopped her. Relax. Jier knows his limits. This is a good opportunity to temper that prince's arrogance. If he keeps acting like he's above everyone else in the cultivation world, he's bound to make too many enemies. Guan smiled. Yang and I turned to look at him, taking in his calm expression. For a moment, she felt dazed. Why was he so composed? She suddenly realized that during all these years she had been away, Guan must have gone through many experiences. Most importantly, how did such an incredible genius end up taking Guan as his master? Yang and I shifted her gaze back to Yangshi. At this moment, he was the one who looked like a true genius, while Li Lingtian appeared utterly helpless before him, unable to display even a fraction of his talent. Soon, Yangshi landed, raising a foot to gently catch Li Lingtian's battered body. At this point, Li Lingtian's robes were in tatters, his hair disheveled, his face covered in blood, and his body utterly drained. Yangshi carefully set him down with one foot. From start to finish, his expression hadn't changed, as if this fight hadn't brought him any sense of accomplishment. Lying on the ground, Li Lingtian struggled to open his eyes. Yangshi stood over him, looking down. It was the first time Li Lingtian had ever seen someone from this angle, and it made him feel like his entire world was crumbling. He had never expected things to turn out this way. Yang Ji was faster than him. Yang Ji's attacks were heavier than his. And yet Yang Ji's cultivation level was lower than his. He could tell that Yang Ji hadn't even used spiritual energy, just pure speed and raw strength to crush him. Why? Am I not supposed to be the most gifted in the world? The light in Li Lingtian's eyes dimmed. He buried his face in the dirt, his shoulders trembling. He was crying. He couldn't accept this defeat. Guan walked over, and Yang Ji immediately bowed in greeting. Seeing Yang Ji's respect for Guan, Yang Ni's expression grew even more peculiar. Squatting down beside Li Lingtian, Guan spoke gently. Your talent is indeed rare, but you must always maintain a sense of humility toward the heavens and earth. There is always someone stronger out there. If your opponent today had been an enemy, you would already be dead. Li Lingtian clenched his fists, his body trembling even more violently. Yang Ni remained silent. After her initial shock, she even felt a little schadenfreude. Li Lingtian had been so arrogant along the way that he had annoyed her to no end. It was nice to see someone put him in his place. She had never liked Li Lingtian, nor did she like Empress Yang. Yang Ji said nothing. He didn't feel qualified to lecture Li Lingtian. The only reason he was stronger was because he had something Li Lingtian didn't, Guan as his master. Guan took out a pill and fed it to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian slowly got up, turning to Yang Ji. Despite his bloodied face, his expression remained stubborn. I refuse to accept this. One day, I'll win. He gritted his teeth. Yang Ji raised a hand, and Li Lingtian instinctively flinched, retreating behind Guan only to realize Yang Ji had simply been offering him a respectful salute. Realizing his mistake, Li Lingtian felt incredibly embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Yang Ni burst out laughing. With how you are now, you still dare challenge him. Focus on getting stronger first. Li Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to Guan. In a low voice, he asked, Senior Brother Gu, can I stay in Medicine Valley? He wanted to see how Yang Ji usually trained. Ever since he was young, he had never slacked off, not even for a day. He had no friends, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. And yet, he had suffered a crushing defeat. He couldn't accept it. No problem, Guan said with a smile. If you need anything while you're here, just ask Xi'er. Technically, he's still your junior. Hearing this, Li Lingtian's face immediately lit up with a grin. Meanwhile, Yang Ji felt a headache coming on. 10 years ago, Guan had mentioned Li Lingtian to him. Back then, he had felt immense pressure. But now, seeing Li Lingtian in person, he realized he wasn't much of a threat after all. His real rival was still that senior brother he had yet to meet. With that, the four of them left the forest and returned to the third Medicine Valley. The disciples in the valley were all shocked to see Li Lingtian, who had been so arrogant earlier, return looking utterly miserable. They were all curious about what had happened. Yang Ni didn't stay long. After chatting with Guan for a while, she flew off toward the inner sect, clearly here on some kind of mission. Guan handed Li Lingtian over to Yang Ji and then went upstairs to read. The day passed, and evening arrived. Li Lingtian, now wearing a clean set of clothes, stepped out of his courtyard. He didn't see Yang Ji anywhere, so he wandered around the valley. Before long, he was drawn to a group of disciples playing chess. However, whether it was Go or Chinese chess, neither interested him. Just then, a figure caught his eye, Blood Prison Great Saint, who was stomping down the path, grumbling angrily to himself. It turned out that he had gone after a white spirit mouse but had failed to catch it, leaving him in a foul mood. Li Lingtian walked up and asked, You've got quite the presence for a bull-headed guy. What's your name? Blood Prison Great Saint shot him a sideways glance and replied, Ever heard of the Ox Demon King? With that, he continued on his way, not bothering to entertain Li Lingtian any further. He still remembered Li Lingtian. 10 years ago, he had thought the kid might be someone extraordinary. But now, after watching him get utterly demolished by Yang Ji, he had changed his mind. What a weakling? Li Lingtian stood frozen for a moment, mumbling to himself, There's a Yang Ji, and now there's an Ox Demon King. Don't tell me there's a Grandmaster Bodhi here too. Otherwise, how could Yang Ji possibly be so strong? That said, he didn't consider Guan to be the Grandmaster Bodhi figure. Guan didn't seem that powerful. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Study, the scorching summer sun cast its light over the Imperial Palace. Inside the study, Li Sundeo sat at his desk, flipping through letters with a furrowed brow. After a while, a figure strode in quickly, stopping before the desk and bowing deeply. The man was clad in finely crafted armor, exuding an air of authority. His face was chiseled, his gaze sharp and filled with an undeniable intensity. This was Yayan Guan's disciple from the days of Xianrong. 100 years had passed, and Yayan was no longer the calm and disciplined young man he once was. Now, he carried the presence of a seasoned general, a warrior with the aura of a tiger. Li Sundeo looked up and asked, How much do you know about your master? Yayan frowned. My master? What happened to him? He didn't answer right away. Though he hadn't seen Guan in years, the gratitude he owed him had never faded. Even in front of Li Sundeo, he instinctively wanted to protect his master. Li Sundeo waved his hand, sending a letter floating toward Yayan. Yayan caught it and began reading carefully. As his eyes scanned the contents, his expression changed drastically, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? His Highness, the Crown Prince, is no ordinary talent. And yet, he was utterly crushed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Yan muttered. Yang, my master's disciple. He had met Li Lingtian before. In fact, he had even taught him spear techniques. Li Lingtian's talent had once made him feel that the heavens were unjust. He had even suspected that Li Lingtian was an immortal reincarnated. Just last year, when he had seen Li Lingtian, the prince had already displayed strength on par with a core formation cultivator. How could someone like that lose to a mere foundation establishment disciple? Li Sundeo's gaze was sharp. With Guan's ability, there's no way he could have trained such a disciple on his own. Do you think he has a powerful figure backing him? Though he often found Li Lingtian's arrogance frustrating, he had never expected the boy to suffer such a devastating loss. The thought left an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Imperial study. Hearing Li Sundeo's words, Ye Yan replied, I'm not sure either. When I left back then, my master hadn't befriended any grand cultivators. Even as he spoke, his mind was filled with doubts. He always felt that Xian Valley's fate was extraordinary. Decades ago, Sohan, who had caused chaos in Taixuan's cultivation world, was his senior brother. Even now, whenever he thought of Sohan, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back then, he, Zhen Qin, and Sohan had followed Guan to the third medicine valley for cultivation. At the time, who could have imagined that each of them would achieve what they had today? Although Sohan's fate was unknown, the waves he had made already proved his strength. None of them were nameless junior cultivators anymore. Li Sundeo fell silent at Ye Yan's words, lost in thought. For a moment, the imperial study was enveloped in silence. Both men harbored their own thoughts, contemplating whether Guan had a powerful figure backing him. A long time passed. Li Sundeo finally spoke, you may go now. The negotiations with the Great Zhong Empire are nearing completion. You need to start preparing to set sail. This concerns Taixuan's millennia-long grand plan. There's no room for carelessness. Yes. Ye Yan accepted the order, saluted, and left. Li Sundeo, meanwhile, turned his gaze outside the window, his expression drifting. I need to break through to the profound mind realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, many things cannot proceed, he thought to himself. Compared to Li Lingtian's achievements, he cared more about his own advancement. So far, only Lucien knew that he had been concealing his cultivation. And now, even Lucien no longer knew how high his true realm had reached. Li Sundeo's ambitions were grand. He wanted to be an eternal emperor, ruling forever. To achieve that, he needed the strength to protect himself. Li Lingtian's setback was actually a good thing. It would push him to cultivate even harder in the future, preventing him from becoming an obstacle to his imperial authority. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Li Sundeo's face. Yang Jian. Not bad. I look forward to seeing what you'll accomplish. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, amidst the mountain ranges, Li Ya sat cross-legged on the lake's surface, meditating. His upper body was bare, mist swirling around him, his long hair flowing endlessly. A powerful aura radiated from his entire being, making the lake's surface ripple with shimmering reflections, resembling flashes of sword light. A figure leaped over towering peaks, descending from the sky. As he landed, he stirred up ripples across the water, but his feet never touched the surface. It was Zhang Bukui. Dressed in a robe made of beast hide, with waist-length hair, his entire presence exuded a wild and untamed aura. Hands on his hips, he laughed. Li, my brother? And how has caused yet another major commotion? Want to hear about it? Li Ya didn't even open his eyes. Go on. What did he do this time? The two of them, along with Anhao, had joined the Taixuan Sect together. Although Li Ya, as the master of Divine Anomaly City, was a renowned figure within the sect, his growth rate simply couldn't compare to Anhao's. Anhao had been the greatest genius in Taixuan Sect's history. Even in the Taixuan Sect, he remained unmatched, making all other prodigies pale in comparison. He has successfully cultivated the fiery sun treasure body, Zhang Bukui said with emotion. They say this was a physique that once dominated the mortal world in ancient times. Although the Taixuan Sect possesses the cultivation method, he's the first to succeed in tens of thousands of years. Ever since consuming a spirit beast core, Zhang Bukui's own talents had transformed. He was now considered a genius. But compared to Anhao, he still fell far short. To be honest, he always felt uncomfortable around Anhao. Since they both hailed from Taixuan Sect, he had to be polite, but he really didn't like him. There was no real reason for it. He simply found Anhao's face annoying. For some inexplicable reason, he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Li Ya finally opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. He had always taken Anhao as his goal, but the harder he tried to catch up, the more powerless he felt. Anhao seemed to be the very protagonist of this world, making everyone around him dim in comparison. The fiery sun treasure body. Li Ya had heard of it before. Once fully cultivated, the body would radiate like the blazing sun, becoming invincible under the heavens. Zhang Bukui continued, the sect is planning to explore the Abyssal Sea Rift today. I've already signed up. Are you coming? Li Ya shook his head. I still need to improve my cultivation. I won't go. Unless, of course, you really want me to accompany you. Zhang Bukui snorted. Huh? I don't need you tagging along. Your bad luck? I mainly came to let you know so you won't come looking for me. Li Ya shot him a glare. Get lost. You're the unlucky one. The two started bickering again. But when Zhang Bukui mentioned Guan, Li Ya immediately lost the argument. Satisfied, Zhang Bukui left. Watching his departing figure, Li Ya cursed inwardly. When Zhang Bukui got back, he was definitely going to give him a good beating. The arrival of another spring festival. At the Third Medicine Valley, disciples were busy decorating with lanterns and streamers for the new year. Even Li Lingtian was among them, mostly because he was sticking close to Yangjian. Seeing Yangjian at work, he felt obliged to follow along. Inside a pavilion, Guan and Shenzhen were engrossed in a debate over a peculiar book. Each held their own views, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, Guan's expression shifted. Shenzhen noticed and waved a hand in front of his face. What? You mad? Guan shook his head. No, I just thought of something and got distracted. Thinking about something? You're disrespecting me. Shenzhen glared at him angrily. She stood up, stuffed the book into her storage pouch, and stormed off. Guan didn't stop her. He wasn't about to spoil her. Settling back into the treasured seat Shenzhen had been occupying, he turned his attention inward, conversing with the divine anomaly spirit. You're sure? He asked in his mind. The divine anomaly spirit's voice echoed in response. Certain. It's his aura. I've never seen him, but traces of his presence remain in the city. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. The former master of Divine Anomaly City is inside that abyss. The abyss it referred to was the great oceanic rift that had sparked widespread rumors of a world-ending tide. The Divine Anomaly Spirit had just sensed its former master's aura from within the rift. Guan wanted to ask about the former master's cultivation level, but unfortunately, the spirit didn't know. As it explained, Divine Anomaly City had only gained sentience after it had left its previous master's hands. The spirits of supreme immortal treasures could serve only one master. If their master perished, they would be extinguished as well. At this moment, Li Ya was still in the Starsea Sect, far from the oceanic rift. But the Divine Anomaly Spirit had already detected a presence there. Guan turned his gaze toward the rift, noticing many cultivators fleeing from it chased by some terrifying entity. When his divine sense approached, he felt a powerful presence that made him wary of probing deeper, to make even him cautious. Could there be a free-soaring immortal inside? Guan withdrew his divine sense. This world had far too many great forces and grand cultivators. As long as they didn't threaten him, he couldn't be bothered to care. Besides, the abyss was ridiculously far from the mainland, separated by 2 continents and countless islands. After confirming that the former master couldn't reclaim Divine Anomaly City, Guan relaxed. Smiling, he stepped out into the bustling Third Medicine Valley. Guan descended the stairs, stepping into the lively courtyard. He watched as the disciples bustled about, hanging decorations and preparing for the spring festival. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This world is in constant turmoil, but if calamity can be delayed by even a few decades, at least one generation can live in peace. With that thought in mind, he strode toward the largest gathering of disciples. Under an ancient tree, dozens of disciples had formed a circle, engaged in an animated discussion. At the center, 2 figures sat across from each other, playing a game of Go. One of them was Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. The other was an elder disciple of the valley, known as Old Lu. Having spent 100 years in the Third Medicine Valley, Old Lu had stayed from youth into old age. Due to his mediocre cultivation aptitude, he had never left the valley, but his skills in Go were unmatched among the disciples. Right now, Old Lu's brows were furrowed, his right hand trembling as he hesitated to place his next move. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Across from him, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord appeared composed, but inwardly, he was secretly relieved. This old man is too strong at Go? I almost lost. Ever since playing his first game of Go at the Third Medicine Valley, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord had become obsessed with it. He believed the game contained boundless mysteries, akin to the principles of the Dao. The more he played, the more he felt it resonated with the profound truths of cultivation. So, every so often, he would come to the valley just to play. Go was a game invented by Guan. Though it had yet to spread beyond the valley, it had gained popularity among its disciples. Guan had created the game out of sheer boredom. In his past life, he had only been an amateur Go enthusiast and had never intended to promote it widely. Just then, Guan pushed through the crowd and saw Old Lu sweating profusely over the board. He couldn't help but chuckle. Little Lu, how about I take over for you? Shameless wandering immortal, bullying our valley's ordinary disciples? Outrageous? Old Lu looked up and, upon seeing Guan, immediately stood up and stepped aside. The surrounding disciples erupted in excitement. To them, Guan was the ultimate Go player after all, he was the one who invented it. Watching Guan take a seat, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord smiled. My young friend, do you think there's still a way to turn this game around? Guan grinned. Had I arrived 3 moves later, there truly would have been no way. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's smile froze. The reason wandering immortals excelled at Go was their ability to instantaneously calculate countless possible moves, allowing them to always choose the most optimal one. From the moment Old Lu placed his first stone, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord had already foreseen the game's outcome. Once he understood the rules of the game, winning against mortals became effortless. However, precisely because of this, he had come to appreciate the profound nature of Go not as a competition, but as a means of contemplating the Dao through play. He hadn't expected Guan to see through his strategy at a glance. Under Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's gaze, Guan placed his first stone. In an instant, the game turned around, breathing new life into Old Lu's hopeless position. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's brows furrowed slightly. He immediately made his move. Guan followed. Unlike ordinary players who hesitated before each placement, the 2 of them moved with lightning speed. This was no longer just a game of Go, it was a contest of their predictive abilities. The surrounding disciples held their breath, their eyes glued to the board. Even Li Lingtian squeezed his way into the crowd, witnessing their intense match. For the first time, he found himself intrigued by the game. One stone after another landed on the board, the sounds of their placements forming a rhythmic melody, carrying an underlying air of sharpness. Suddenly, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's hand, hovering over the board, paused. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and placed the stone back into its container. With a deep sigh, he said, "I've lost?" The surrounding disciples burst into cheers. Old Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a hearty laugh. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord fixed his gaze on Guan, scrutinizing him carefully. At first glance, the young man's temperament was indeed somewhat ethereal, but his cultivation and physique were nothing extraordinary. How did he manage to defeat me? Nightfall in the Third Medicine Valley. As the night deepened, fireworks blossomed in the sky above the Third Medicine Valley, their brilliance painting a breathtaking spectacle. In the Pavilion District, long banquet tables stretched across the area. Over 1,000 cultivators gathered, toasting and celebrating, creating a grand and lively scene. Guan paid no mind to Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's lingering gaze. Instead, he casually chatted with Yu Yingying, using the opportunity to inquire about Lu Lingzhen's situation. He had been keeping tabs on Lu Lingzhen all along. Her Ascension Sect had already been established, and she had even allied with Taixuan Sect to take control of a sea island, where they were now busy mining spirit ores. Overall, things were progressing smoothly. Yu Yingying frequently exchanged letters with Lu Lingzhen. In the cultivation world, communication relied either on spells and magical artifacts or on messenger beasts. Coming from the Starsea Sect, Yu Yingying had access to unique means of communication through the ocean. After chatting for a while, Guan excused himself and set off for Xian Valley, intending to visit the disciples there. It wasn't until late at night, after the disciples had retired to their rooms, that he made his way to Niansha cave dwelling, where he spent the festival with Tian Yaoer and her two companions. Unlike others, the three of them had no families left. For the rest of their lives, they would follow him. Because of this, Guan never forgot to spend the holidays with them. As he enjoyed the feast, he casually inquired about Tian Yaoer's cultivation progress. Her current cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the transformation stage, a remarkable speed. With her naturally strong talent, combined with a constant supply of herbs and pills, her progress was only to be expected. However, Guan was more concerned about her mastery of the innate divine immortal art and infinite free step. Cultivation was the main trunk of a tree, but spells and divine abilities were the branches and leaves. Both were indispensable. Tian Yaoer was visibly proud of her progress, her delicate nose practically pointing skyward in arrogance. Seeing her complacency, Guan decided to humble her a bit. He spoke of Anhao and Yangjian's cultivation advancements, not revealing their names, only referring to them as two disciples. As he continued, Tian Yaoer's expression gradually darkened. Meanwhile, Tianqing and Tianbei, sitting on either side of Guan, listened intently like eager children hearing a grand tale. Their frequent exclamations only made Tian Yaoer feel worse. After Guan finished, Tian Yaoer pouted and muttered, "What's so impressive about that? I'll surpass them sooner or later." Guan chuckled. "You're technically my disciple too. Why not formally acknowledge me as your master?" "Absolutely not. Never." Tian Yaoer shot to her feet, her eyes widening in fierce resistance. At that moment, she even began to show signs of demonic transformation, her usual playful demeanor replaced with sharp defiance. Guan sighed helplessly. "Why are you getting so worked up? If you don't want to, fine. I wasn't that interested in taking you as a disciple anyway." Tian Yaoer huffed and sat back down, turning her head away. Tianqing giggled, covering her mouth. Miss doesn't want to be a disciple, she wants to be the head wife. At those words, Tian Yaoer's face instantly turned bright red. Though she pretended to be annoyed, Guan caught a subtle thumbs up she secretly gave Tianqing under the cover of her sleeve. Tianbei quickly joined in, playfully teasing Tian Yaoer. The more she tried to deny it, the worse it became. Watching their antics, Guan sighed inwardly. "Looks like I'll need to train their acting skills in the future. They're way too obvious, how can I rely on them for delicate matters?" That night, under their relentless persuasion, Guan agreed to stay. A quiet night under the ancient tree. Seated beneath the old tree, Guan leaned against the trunk, holding a book in his hands. Tian Yaoer sat nearby, supposedly reading Journey to the West, but her attention was entirely on him. Her gaze lingered on the mask covering Guan's face. She had long wanted to remove it, yet she feared angering him. Even though they had become incredibly close, she always remained cautious, worried that everything she had could suddenly disappear. She even measured her tone when acting spoiled just to ensure she never crossed the line with him. "You want to take off my mask?" Guan's sudden question startled her. Her first instinct was to deny it, but hearing the gentle tone in his voice, she hesitated, then finally nodded. To her surprise, Guan removed the mask himself and then pressed it against her face. Tian Yaoer quickly pulled it off, thinking he was teasing her. But when she looked up, she was momentarily stunned. Guan hadn't put on another mask. For the first time, she saw his true face. It was handsome, refined, and nothing like what she had imagined. She had always assumed that Guan must have some horrible scar or monstrous feature to warrant always wearing a mask. Never had she expected him to be so striking. Guan had chosen to reveal his face because, after years together, Tian Yaoer was now completely disconnected from the outside world. Even if she knew his true appearance, it no longer mattered. Of course, the most important reason was that he had grown strong enough. He wasn't invincible yet, but no force on this continent could truly threaten him anymore. I know you've always been curious about my face, Guan said. Consider this my gift to you tonight. But after this, you must focus more on your cultivation. Stop overthinking things. Since I've accepted you, I won't abandon you. You are destined to accompany me the longest, so think long term. One day, I'll take you out to see the world. He smiled. Just like in Journey to the West, even Tai's Hanglejun's Azure Ox Demon could trouble Sun Wukong. I hope that one day, you will be strong enough to stand on your own. Your strength will be my pride. His words were heartfelt. One day, An Hao and Yangjian would leave him. Even Yalan had her own cultivation path. Whether she lived for 10,000 years or not, she would eventually take a different road. But Tian Yaoer, with a lifespan of 18,000 years, she was the one destined to accompany him the longest. Hearing this, Tian Yaoer was deeply moved. She nodded firmly. Master, don't worry, I will never disappoint you. I'll also make sure to train Tianqing and Tianbei properly. If they become top-tier cultivators, your prestige will only grow. Guan laughed. What, like in Taixuan Immortal Venerable, where they provoke enemies, forcing you to step in, and then ultimately forcing me to take action? Tian Yaoer giggled. Exactly. First, the small ones get beaten, then the bigger ones show up, and finally, you the oldest step in. Nonsense. Your master will always be young. You do look young, though. As they talked, their conversation drifted toward visions of the future. Guan was genuinely happy. With anyone else, he couldn't discuss the future. No one else knew his true cultivation level. Even if they did, how could a mere mortal truly converse about the future with an immortal? It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was simply impossible for them to understand. The next morning a new challenge awaits. At dawn, Guan made his way back to the Third Medicine Valley. The moment he stepped down from the teleportation platform, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was already approaching him. The elder reached out as if to grab his arm, but Guan instinctively stepped back, his expression darkening. Senior, what do you think you're doing? Guan asked warily. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord withdrew his hand and coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. I want to play another game. No 3 games. Best of 3. He had spent the entire night reflecting on his loss. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't accept the outcome. Guan's reaction, however, made him frown. He wasn't trying to harm Guan, so why did the young man react so strongly? What Nine-Fingered Divine Lord didn't know was that Guan wasn't afraid of being attacked. Rather, he was afraid that, with his current Dao Gang Qi, a single careless movement could shatter the old man. To Guan, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Guo Guhong were no different in terms of fragility. Since the old man was so eager for another match. Fine, let's play. Guan sighed, pretending to be reluctant. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord didn't mind his attitude and immediately led the way. Today, I'll utterly destroy you. Guan smirked. Not if I obliterate you first. A one-sided battle. A single incense stick's worth of time later. Guan stretched lazily and got up from his seat. Around them, the gathered disciples had already dispersed, unwilling to linger in Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's defeated aura. Under the old tree, only Guan and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord remained. The elder stared blankly at the board, unable to accept reality. From a distance, Li Lingtian stood beside Yangjian, curiously watching the scene. Who is that deist? He seems rather mysterious. Li Lingtian mused. Yangjian answered indifferently, he's an elder of Taixuan Sect. What do you think? After speaking, he turned and resumed sweeping the courtyard. Li Lingtian narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. An elder of Taixuan Sect. That meant he had to be powerful, right? Perhaps he should challenge him to a duel. Right now, Li Lingtian desperately needed a victory to restore his confidence. The other disciples in the valley were too weak to be considered real opponents. As for challenging Guan, that was out of the question. Even if he bypassed Yangjian, there was no chance of winning against his senior brother. But Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. This old man seemed obsessed with playing Go against mortals. If he was willing to lower his cultivation to core formation stage, maybe they could have a fair duel. He needed to test himself to see if he could fight across realms. He had already suffered one major defeat against Yangjian, but he refused to believe that his talent was lacking. No, he simply challenged the wrong opponent. There was no way he'd make the same mistake twice. His expression brightened as he thought of the possibility. Yes, he would duel Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. A bitter defeat. Under the tree, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord finally looked up at Guan. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Impossible. I shouldn't have lost to you. Just who in the world are you? A wandering immortal, losing to a junior? Guan grinned and lifted his chin proudly. I am an immortal. What do you think? Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's expression darkened. An immortal. That's right. Guan smirked. You may call me Chess Immortal. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's face turned black. Scram. Tch Guan clicked his tongue and flicked his sleeve, walking away. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord shook his head, laughing bitterly as he watched Guan leave. No matter how he looked at the young man, he didn't seem like an old cultivator in disguise. His cultivation was indeed at the wandering immortal stage, yet his vision and comprehension far surpassed ordinary immortals. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sighed and turned his gaze back to the Go board. Perhaps, he had yet to fully grasp the essence of the game. Even if he could calculate infinite possibilities, what did it matter? The beauty of Go lay in its unpredictability. His brows furrowed as he fell deep into thought. The changing seasons, a journey begins. Spring gave way to summer. The air grew warmer, and the world's vitality surged once more. One day, Guan took Yangjian and Li Lingtian on a journey to Horizon Valley. He rode lazily on the back of Blood Prison Great Saint, a colossal ox demon. Li Lingtian trailed behind with a sulking expression. Why were they walking when they could fly? Guan was definitely doing this on purpose to torment him. Yet when he saw Yangjian walking without complaint, he had no choice but to endure it. He couldn't afford to lose to Yangjian in something as simple as walking. Suddenly, rumble! The distant sky trembled with thunder. Li Lingtian turned his head, watching as storm clouds surged from the horizon. Yangjian stopped in his tracks, gazing toward the sky with furrowed brows. Li Lingtian caught up to him. What's wrong? Yangjian ignored him. Instead, he quickened his pace and returned to Guan's side. Li Lingtian felt a stab of frustration. Yangjian always acted like he was too important to acknowledge him. But deep down, he understood. In Yangjian's eyes, he wasn't even worth talking to. If their roles were reversed, he probably wouldn't talk to someone so much weaker than himself either. Reaching Guan, Yangjian asked, Master, I have a bad feeling. It feels like something major is about to happen. Guan nodded. Perhaps a calamity truly is coming. Yangjian frowned. Is the 7-star spirit realm still unwilling to let things go? Guan didn't answer. Instead, he ordered, focus your senses. I want to know exactly what you're feeling. Upon hearing his master's instructions, Yangjian calmed his mind and focused carefully while keeping pace with the Blood Prison Great Saint. Li Lingtian followed behind, secretly curious. He kept glancing back at the thunderclouds in the sky, but he couldn't sense anything. This left him feeling frustrated. Could it be that even his comprehension was inferior to Yangjian's? The thunderclouds swept across the sky at an alarming speed. Before Guan and the others even reached Horizon Valley, the storm had already passed over their heads, and torrential rain was imminent. Yangjian looked up at Guan and said, Master, I can feel the aura of destruction. All things under heaven could be annihilated in an instant. Li Lingtian's expression turned odd at these words. Was it really that dramatic? He suddenly felt that Guan wasn't simple either, deep and unfathomable. Could he be hiding even greater secrets? Was that why his father and elder brother valued senior brother Gu so much? Did they know something he didn't? Li Lingtian was lost in thought. Guan didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he patted the Blood Prison Great Saint on the back and signaled him to charge forward. Let's see who gets to Horizon Valley first. As soon as Guan spoke, the Blood Prison Great Saint leaped into the air. His hooves kicked up gusts of wind as he charged out of the forest with an imposing presence. Yangjian and Li Lingtian hurried to catch up. Hearing that it was a race, Li Lingtian immediately became competitive. But to his horror, he quickly realized he really was the slowest. Yangjian was one thing, but what was with that rude bull-headed creature? Why was he so fast? Inside Horizon Valley, Guan dismounted from the Blood Prison Great Saint and led Yangjian toward the pavilion complex. Li Lingtian didn't follow immediately. Instead, he stared fixedly at the Blood Prison Great Saint, his eyes filled with frustration and resentment. The Blood Prison Great Saint raised his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at him before spitting out 2 words that nearly made Li Lingtian explode. Useless. Li Lingtian was so furious he nearly lost his mind. He glared at the Blood Prison Great Saint's retreating figure, wanting to shout back, but no words came out. For the first time, he started to doubt himself. Was he really useless? Yes, he was stronger than most, far beyond the disciples of Medicine Valley and the princes of the royal palace. But in the grand scheme of things, how big were those places, really? He recalled Guan's words, there is always someone stronger, the sky is limitless. The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more dazed he became, standing frozen in place. The reason Guan brought Yangjian along this time was because Li Sundao wanted to meet him. Guan wasn't worried about Li Sundao scheming against him. After knowing each other for so many years, he trusted Li Sundao's character. Besides, they were alike men who only believed in their own strength. The moment Li Sundao saw Yangjian, he was astonished. The more he looked, the more he liked him. He bombarded Yangjian with enthusiastic questions, showing more interest than he ever had in Guan. When Li Lingtian arrived and saw this scene, he felt even more uncomfortable. After chatting for over an hour, Li Sundao decided to give Yangjian a gift and asked what he wanted. Yangjian instinctively looked toward Guan, which made Li Sundao inwardly surprised. What kind of spell had Guan cast on Yangjian? He had always assumed that Guan had a powerful figure backing him and that the real person teaching Yangjian wasn't Guan himself. Guan was just a front. It wasn't that he hadn't considered Guan hiding his true strength, but he knew Guan too well. Guan had met Li Ya when he was 15. There was no way that was fake. Knowing Li Sundao's identity, Yangjian replied, I would like a weapon that suits me, something heavy but not too large. Li Sundao chuckled. Is that truly what you want, Yangjian? For the first time, Yangjian looked a little embarrassed, but he still nodded firmly. Li Sundao agreed immediately, promising that within 3 years, he would have the perfect weapon for him. In the end, Li Sundao didn't extend any invitations, nor did he try to recruit Yangjian. Guan had originally thought he might attempt to enlist Yangjian into the army, but it seemed he had overthought it. When Guan was about to leave, Li Sundao instructed Li Lingtian to continue following him. Guan didn't refuse. In the third Medicine Valley, another mouth to feed didn't matter. Besides, Li Sundao probably didn't expect Guan to mentor Li Lingtian. Rows of celestial cranes soared across the sky, and the sea breeze swept through Seeker's Island. Guan and Yangjian walked along the streets, with Hu Xiaojian leading the way. Today marked the first time Guan had brought Yangjian to Seeker's Island, and Yangjian looked around curiously, fascinated by everything. He was especially curious about how far the island was from Taixuan Sect. Guan had Hu Xiaojian introduce Seeker's Island to Yangjian. Hu Xiaojian was enthusiastic, which left a good impression on Yangjian. The more Yangjian learned about Seeker's Island, the more astonished he became. Compared to Taixuan Sect, this place truly felt like an immortal paradise, with countless celestial beings coming and going. As Hu Xiaojian explained the island's wonders, he also led Guan to purchase high-grade medicinal herb seeds. After 2 hours, Guan brought them to the residence of Master Tang Hai. After years of interaction, Hu Xiaojian had become one of Guan's people, and since Guan was often away, Master Tang Hai had taken good care of him. Because of this, Hu Xiaojian was quite familiar with the residence. Today, the residence was filled with immortal cultivators, more than 10 scattered immortals and at least 40 nirvana stage cultivators. These cultivators were all friends of Master Tang Hai and had met Guan before. Guan wasn't just a scattered immortal, his wealth was astonishing. On Seeker's Island, any mention of medicinal herb trading inevitably involved the name Meng Lang. Many suspected that he had a powerful force backing him, otherwise, why would he need such a vast amount of medicinal herbs? Faced with Guan's disciple, these Grand Masters were all extremely hospitable, offering generous gifts. Guan had Yangjian accept them one by one. After all, when these cultivators brought their disciples here, Guan had always been generous. This was simply a matter of reciprocity. Soon, Guan and his companions sat at their own table. Hu Xiaojian leaned in and whispered, "The deep-sea rift has become a disaster zone. Rumor has it that an unparalleled fiend is sealed within, and countless cultivators have perished trying to uncover its secrets." Guan asked, "Haven't the great sects taken action?" In reality, he could see the situation at the deep-sea rift. At this very moment, numerous cultivators and demons were heading there. The deep-sea rift was an infamous location at sea. While it was considered a harbinger of the world-ending tides, some believed it contained great opportunities. After all, countless civilizations had been swallowed by the ocean throughout history, each time submerging an entire era of cultivation beneath the waves. Of course, they have. Not just the Star Sea Sect Alliance, but other major sects as well. Unfortunately, they've found nothing so far. Instead, more and more people are dying, Hu Xiaojian continued. Yangjian sat quietly, listening intently. After a while, Hu Xiaojian changed the topic to recent events at sea. To Yangjian's surprise, he suddenly heard a familiar name, Anhao. Anhao? The name immediately caught Yangjian's attention. Hu Xiaojian spoke excitedly, Anhao, who has cultivated the fiery sun treasure body, has risen to great fame. Everyone who hears of him is astonished by his unbelievable talent. Yangjian had already heard that Anhao had gone to the Star Sea Sect Alliance to train, but he hadn't expected Anhao to make such a name for himself at sea. After all, Yangjian was just an errand disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. He didn't know much about Anhao, only that he was the most gifted cultivator in Taixuan Sect's history and the direct disciple of the sect master. To him, Anhao had always been a legendary figure. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of presence did Anhao have? Would his master, Guan, know Anhao? Anhao was so powerful that it was hard to believe Taixuan Sect alone could have nurtured him. Yangjian had studied Taixuan Sect's history. Before the emergence of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, the sect had barely even produced a single cultivator in the profound mind realm. There were even rumors that Anhao was the disciple of the Sword Sovereign himself. Though this was mere speculation, rumors of supposed Sword Sovereign successors were everywhere in the cultivation world. If Anhao really was his senior brother, Yangjian would have no complaints. After all, Anhao was the most dazzling genius he had ever heard of. Master must dote on senior brother, right? Yangjian turned to look at Guan, lost in thought. Although he had undergone a complete transformation, deep down, he still carried a lingering sense of inferiority. He hadn't been born a genius, his current talent was something his master had defied fate to grant him. Because of that, he always feared that everything he had now would one day disappear. His mindset was very similar to Tian Yao's. Guan noticed Yangjian's gaze but didn't acknowledge it. After a while, Master Tang Hai finally appeared. After greeting everyone, he got straight to the point. The matter concerned the deep-sea rift. The moment those 5 words were spoken, the cultivators in the hall began whispering among themselves. Master Tang Hai scanned the room and said in a low voice, "I've received some information. The bottom of the deep-sea rift contains a hidden world. It is incredibly dangerous, but an ancient immortal king's cave dwelling is rumored to be there. Someone from the deep-sea spirit palace has already obtained true blood from an immortal king. His body underwent a transformation, and he even comprehended a divine ability. It was thanks to that divine ability that he managed to fight his way out of that place." The room fell into stunned silence. No one knew exactly what realm an immortal king truly belonged to, but throughout history, immortal kings had always stood at the pinnacle of the immortal path. Only the greatest prodigies of each era had ever qualified to reach such heights. Such an opportunity, how could they not be tempted? The higher a cultivator's realm, the more they relied on fortune and opportunity. Even the scattered immortals in the room, though lofty figures on Seeker's Island, had no clear path to further breakthroughs. Forget advancing to the next major realm, just progressing a single minor level required immense luck and opportunity. I plan to venture inside myself, Master Tang Hai continued. If any of you wish to join, you may sign up. Once we set out, I will share all the information I have. However, this mission is extremely dangerous. I cannot guarantee anyone's safety. Think carefully before making your decision. There's no need to feel obligated because of personal ties. Master Tang Hai was being completely upfront. Over the years, he had not only held auctions but also organized expeditions like this from time to time. Though not every venture ended in success, at least his reputation remained untarnished. He was a man of integrity. The cultivators began discussing among themselves. Master Tang Hai had not specifically invited Guan because every person present had been personally invited. However, once inside the hall, no one was treated as more important than the others. In the end, Guan did not sign up. About a third of the cultivators present did, but many others, knowing they had long lifespans, chose to avoid unnecessary risks. After the gathering ended, Guan took Yangjian back. Upon returning to the third medicine valley, Yangjian still felt as if he were dreaming. This journey had been nothing short of surreal. It had broadened his horizons. This world was vast beyond imagination, and Taixuan Sect was but a tiny drop in the ocean. Guan, on the other hand, resumed his routine of patrolling Medicine Valley, harvesting the medicinal herbs that had ripened. I wonder if I can accumulate 100 million years of lifespan before the calamity arrives. For now, the deep-sea rift alone wasn't enough to shake the heavenly great realm. After all, this world was home to many hidden, terrifying forces. Guan's experiences on Seeker's Island were merely a microcosm of the larger power shifts across the sea. Although the abyssal sea rift had unleashed fearsome demons, the hidden opportunities within it had drawn countless cultivators and demons alike in pursuit. But as long as it didn't affect him, Guan couldn't be bothered to care. Even if people he knew were venturing into the rift, he wouldn't stop them. Everyone had their own path to follow. During the calamity that swept across the mainland, many acquaintances of his had been drawn into it as well. Opportunities were something to be fought for and seized. While the seas churned with conflict, Guan, now 155 years old, was still living a peaceful farming life. Occasionally, he would use his divine sense to glance at the abyssal sea rift and then at the heavens beyond. The influence of the rift was immense. He had noticed more and more cultivators returning from the heavens, celestial ascendants descending back to the mortal realm. The battles on the ocean had also intensified. Whenever someone retrieved a treasure from the rift, it inevitably led to bloodshed. There was also a peculiar situation unfolding, one that added more unpredictability to this catastrophe and made Guan even more wary of the abyssal sea rift. As autumn drew to an end, Guan was chatting with Yelan. The two stood by a wooden railing, watching disciples sweep away fallen leaves. Unifying the world is a good thing. As for whether you should head north with the empire, that's up to you, Guan said. The Taixuan Empire was on the verge of unifying the three dynasties. Li Suandao had invited the Taixuan Sect to accompany them north for talks with the Great Zhang Empire, partly as a show of support and partly to establish a foothold in the former demon-occupied lands. Before the Heavenly Rankings tournament, Taixuan Sect's plans to expand northward had been repeatedly delayed, sabotaged in secret by unknown forces. Some disciples had even been sacrificed in the process. But now, no one dared to oppose Taixuan Sect anymore, and preparations were well underway to establish a branch sect in the north. That was precisely what Yelan was considering. If she went, her status and influence would rise significantly, a very tempting prospect. If she chose to stay, with her current cultivation, the best she could hope for was to become an intersect elder, but with far less authority. Yelan hesitated. I do want to go, but I'm afraid we won't see each other as much. Guan chuckled. That's only in the beginning. Once the teleportation arrays are set up, you can visit whenever you want. Yelan had feelings for him, but her life didn't revolve solely around Guan. He also hoped she would carve out a more fulfilling life for herself. Romance was just one part of life. Especially in cultivation, love played an even smaller role. After all, love itself was born from desire. Cultivators tempered their hearts and mastered their physical desires, but their spiritual cravings only grew stronger. In her early years at the Outer Sect Affairs Hall, Yelan had thrived, driven by ambition. While her yearning for power had been overshadowed by her feelings for Guan, it still lingered, making her hesitant. Hearing Guan's words, Yelan found his reasoning sound and nodded. With a playful smirk, she teased, "So if I leave, will you feel even more at ease?" Guan rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? Whether you're here or not, I feel at ease either way." Yelan laughed and playfully punched his arm. Guan reminded her not to slack off in cultivation once she joined the branch sect. As they continued talking, they reminisced about the past. By dusk, Yelan departed. Guan had just sat down at his desk, reaching for a book, when he suddenly sensed something unusual. His divine sense swept toward the Great Zhang Empire. The dormant innate Dao sigil was finally making its move. It had fused into the abdomen of a woman from a branch family of the Ji clan, something that greatly intrigued Guan. Was this a form of reincarnation? Having reached the free-soaring immortal stage, Guan had already glimpsed the yin-yang rules governing the world. However, he still couldn't see where the cycle of reincarnation truly lay. Souls, within 7 days of death, would ascend into the sky, vanishing at a certain height. Those that failed to ascend in time would become vengeful spirits, repelled by the world's natural laws. To prolong their existence, they would prey upon the living, absorbing their life essence to strengthen their ghostly energy. Yet Ji Xuanyu's soul had remained hidden within the innate Dao sigil after death, rather than attacking the living like other ghosts. Under Guan's watchful gaze, the sigil fully merged with the woman's aura, disappearing as though it had never existed. Would the new Ji Xuanyu retain memories of her past life? Guan recalled that even as a child, Ji Xuanyu had seemed unnaturally mature. Perhaps she had always retained her past life's memories but simply hid them well. After observing for a while, Guan withdrew his gaze. The moonlight was cool. A night breeze drifted in through the window, tooling Guan's hair. And just like that, another 10 years passed. A decade later, the world had changed drastically. The three dynasties were unified, leaving only the Taixuan Empire to rule over the land. For the common people, this was finally a time of true peace. With stability secured, the empire focused on expansion, sailing across the seas to explore the world, heading north to mine resources. As materials became more abundant, various industries flourished, leading to prosperity across the empire. The cultivation world thrived as well, with new sects emerging. Among them, Gathering Flower Sect had risen at an astonishing pace and was now one of Taixuan's 9 great sects, second only to Taixuan Sect and King Heaven Sect. Taixuan Sect's northern branch had been established, and news of its expansion spread rapidly, filling its disciples with excitement. Disciples of Medicine Valley also saw improved treatment. The time required for errand disciples to reach foundation establishment shortened, reflecting the sect's growing investment in resources. A new trend in Taixuan Sect. One day, after returning from Xian Valley to the third Medicine Valley, Guan noticed a massive crowd gathered in front of a pavilion, all engrossed in a game of Go. Somewhere along the way, Go had become incredibly popular in Taixuan Sect largely thanks to Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, the game's most enthusiastic advocate. Given that his apparent cultivation had reached Grand Ascension stage, even the Elder Hall had to humor him. Just last month, Liu Baitian had asked Guan whether they should host a Go tournament, but he refused. It was too early. Besides, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord wanted the tournament to be held in Third Medicine Valley. Absolutely not. That would interfere with Guan's herb farming. After watching for a moment, Guan turned to leave. These days, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord no longer pestered him for matches, probably deep in self-reflection on his Go skills. At the board, an integration stage elder played against him, further proving that aging cultivators, once stuck at bottlenecks, became easily addicted to such distractions. Just then, Guan sensed something and suddenly grew interested. He called for Blood Prison Great Saint, mounted him, and soared toward the outer sect city. Master, why the sudden trip? Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously. Lu Lingjun is back. She's heading to the Heavenly Mending Platform, probably to test the Heaven-Splitting Axe. Guan replied casually. Blood Prison Great Saint's interest peaked. He knew that Lu Lingjun had founded Ascension Sect, and the people she brought were likely ascended ones. Curious about his peers, he sped toward the Heavenly Mending Platform. The Heavenly Mending Platform. Blood Prison Great Saint's speed was astonishing. In no time, they arrived at the Heavenly Mending Platform. Compared to 10 years ago, the platform was even more bustling. Cultivators of all levels gathered there, from Qi refining stage to scattered immortal stage. Yes, there were scattered immortals. And not just one. These were overseas cultivators. After paying their respects to Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, they ascended the platform to comprehend the remnants of his sword intent. Years ago, Guan had secretly strengthened the Righteous Path inscription on the platform, increasing the power contained within it. After dismounting, Guan stepped onto the platform. Ox Demon King remained behind, as mounts and demonic beasts were forbidden from setting foot on the platform to avoid disrespecting the Sword Sovereign. More and more cultivators gathered around the Heaven-Splitting Axe, eager to see what was about to unfold. Word had already spread an overseas scattered immortal had come to challenge the legendary axe. By now, scattered immortals were no longer a mystery in Taixuan Sect. Many understood that this realm signified true immortality, the highest level of cultivation known so far. So far being the key phrase. With the rapid advancement of the cultivation world, who knew if an even greater realm would emerge in another 10 years? For now, however, Grand Ascension stage cultivators still commanded deep reverence. Standing near the Heaven-Splitting Axe, Zhou Yujian held a copy of Romance of the Gods in his hands. Though his eyes skimmed the pages, it was clear that his mind was elsewhere. The overseas scattered immortal was the very person Lu Lingjun had brought her master from across the seas. Guan squeezed into the crowd and casually activated his lifespan insight ability. Western Spirit Mother, Scattered Immortal Stage, 8th Layer 18,907/24,000/150,000. A lifespan limit of 150,000 years? This meant she had the potential to reach the free-soaring immortal stage. Even in the Seeker's Island region, free-soaring immortals were extremely rare and revered. Western Spirit Mother wore a purple robe, her long white hair tied into an elaborate bun beneath a gold and jade-embellished crown. A blue silk scarf draped over her arm. Just standing there, she radiated an overwhelming presence that sent chills down people's spines. Despite her white hair, her face remained youthful and stunning. But her sheer aura of authority made it difficult to focus on her beauty. She stepped forward, stopping before the Heaven-Splitting Axe, her gaze scanning it carefully. It was no secret that her journey to this land was to seek out the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. That was also why she had taken Lu Lingjun as her disciple. Overseas grandmasters were far more informed about the fall of the seven-star spirit realm than local cultivators. To Western Spirit Mother, the Sword Sovereign was the greatest cultivator she had ever heard of. How could she not be intrigued? Yet as she hesitated, Zhou Yujian grew impatient. Hurry up. Others are waiting. Once time is up, even the master of a holy land won't get a turn. He didn't care whether the challenger was a scattered immortal or something even greater. In Taixuan Sect, everyone followed the rules. Western Spirit Mother didn't take offense. Instead, she extended her snow-white hand, grasping the heaven-splitting axe. The moment her fingers touched the handle, she felt the immense weight but not from the axe itself. The true burden lay within the boundless law power contained within the axe. After attempting to lift it twice, she released her grip and turned away. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. They hadn't expected her to succeed, of course. They just wanted to see an immortal figure struggle in vain, perhaps even show a bit of frustration. But Western Spirit Mother remained unfazed. Lu Lingjun spoke with her briefly, then turned to leave only to catch sight of Guan. Guan, what are you doing here? She called out, transmitting her voice directly to him while waving in greeting. Seeing Lu Lingjun beckoning him over, Guan had no choice but to step forward. He cupped his fists and saluted the Western Spirit Holy Mother. After all, she was a scattered immortal, and basic courtesy had to be observed. The Western Spirit Holy Mother nodded slightly without saying anything. Lu Lingjun, on the other hand, took Guan by the hand and walked away. After leaving the heavenly mending platform, she took out a storage pouch from her belt and handed it to him. I'm not going back to Medicine Valley. I brought this for you from overseas, Lu Lingjun said softly. Guan nodded and didn't ask what she planned to do next. He only told her that if she ever needed his help, she could come to the Third Medicine Valley at any time. Lu Lingjun smiled, then left with the Western Spirit Holy Mother. Watching her departing figure, Guan thought to himself Lu Lingjun was probably growing more distant from the Third Medicine Valley. And it made sense. She was now the leader of a sect. How could she stay in Medicine Valley for long? She certainly couldn't have her scattered immortal master living among errand disciples. The Blood Prison Great Saint walked over, secretly astonished. His master called himself a scattered immortal, yet a mere scattered immortal shouldn't have been able to lift the heaven-splitting axe. He didn't ask any questions. Guan being stronger was a good thing. It only meant that what he was experiencing now was a blessing rather than a curse. Guan turned and left, deciding to wander around the outer sect city for a while. He had a feeling that the Western Spirit Holy Mother had come looking for the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Earlier, when she tried to lift the heaven-splitting axe, it was likely to establish a connection with him. But Guan had no intention of meeting her. He didn't need to guess. She was probably here because of the Great Rift of Broken Seas. 10 years had passed, and the disasters caused by the Great Rift of Broken Seas had only worsened. Aside from the mysterious vicious fiends that had appeared before, a new type of entity had emerged in recent years: divine wraiths. Divine wraiths were immortal and could only be sealed away. Entire sects had already been wiped out because of them. What was most terrifying was that a roving immortal grandmaster from the Taixuan Sect had ventured into the Great Rift of Broken Seas, only to return as a divine wraith. Upon his return, he went on a rampage across the ocean, slaughtering countless lives, forcing the Taixuan Sect to use an immortal Deo Supreme treasure to suppress him. Rumors about the Great Rift of Broken Seas spread far and wide. Li Ya, who controlled Divine Anomaly City, was also facing immense pressure. Many sought to take advantage of the chaos to seize his city. Fortunately, the Taixuan Sect was strong enough to protect him, but as a result, he lost his freedom. He could no longer leave the sect at will. While the seas were in turmoil, the continent remained peaceful. Everything was harmonious, at least within Taixuan Sect. Guan met up with his friends from the outer sect for drinks. They chatted about upcoming events and gossiped about the scandals of the sect's powerful figures. Taixuan Sect was much more open-minded now, unlike in the past when fear stifled discussion. Low-ranking disciples could now speak freely about grandmasters without fear of retribution. The noble families cherished their reputations, fearing that any scandal might get them expelled from Taixuan Sect. As long as the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was in the sect, the rules of the Righteous Path had to be upheld. Of course, that only applied within Taixuan Sect. If someone offended a noble family's cultivator, they might be safe inside the sect, but outside, that was another matter. Guan drank until nightfall, then rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the valley. He held a wine gourd in his hand, reciting poetry as he went. The Blood Prison Great Saint, deeply impressed, praised every verse. Guan thought he had great taste, praising even the worst poetry. And wasn't that a kind of wisdom in itself? The arrival of the Western Spirit Holy Mother didn't cause much of a stir in Taixuan Sect. The sect's foundation was growing stronger by the day. If she wasn't here to formally join them, they had no reason to make a big deal out of it. Another summer came. Guan lay beneath the sevenfold purity tree, staring at his attribute panel. His lifespan had already reached 25 million years. It was still far from 100 million years, but this number already gave him a great sense of security. Not far away, the White Spirit Mouse and the Blood Prison Great Saint were roughhousing. Though the White Spirit Mouse still couldn't speak, its maximum lifespan kept increasing, and its reaction speed was already surpassing that of the Blood Prison Great Saint, who was at the Foundation establishment stage. Boom! A deafening noise erupted from the distance, startling everyone in Medicine Valley. The Blood Prison Great Saint and the White Spirit Mouse stopped playing and turned toward the horizon, their expressions tense. Nine-fingered Divine Lord, who had been playing chess, furrowed his brows and turned his gaze in the same direction. He sent his divine sense out, and his face immediately darkened. Guan, however, remained calm. He had been looking at his attribute panel precisely because he sensed that something major was about to happen. Moments before the deafening sound, an immense force had erupted from the depths of the great rift of broken seas, sending towering waves crashing against its shores. The waves were only growing larger, and the ones headed toward the continent were already 300 jong, approximately 1,000 feet, high and still rising. Large numbers of cultivators were rushing to the scene, attempting to prevent the disaster. Guan sensed an ominous energy emerging from the depths of the great rift divine wraiths. Unlike the spirit wraiths that resided in Divine Anomaly City, divine wraiths had sentience and retained the memories of their past lives, but their natures had become completely twisted. The moment they saw living beings, they killed on sight. This was why the seas had become so chaotic. Divine wraiths weren't terrifying because of their raw strength, but because they were intelligent and still retained their memories. An enemy with intelligence could create order, establish rules, and even overturn the human world. Guan stood up. He couldn't act too indifferent. Everyone in the valley was in shock, so he had to play along. Besides, he wasn't sure if slaying divine wraiths could extend his lifespan. If it could, then getting involved wouldn't be a bad idea. Just then, Yangjian rushed over and whispered, "Master, I just had a vision. I saw countless demons and ghosts pouncing toward me." His eyes flickered with fear. It wasn't just a vision. He had felt like he had truly died once. Somewhere in the unknown, an ominous presence was approaching him. Guan looked at Yangjian and suddenly noticed something strange. His karmic fate had become blurred. He could no longer peer into Yangjian's past through karma. "Don't worry. As long as you stay by my side, what could possibly happen to you? Just focus on your cultivation," Guan reassured him. But in truth, he wasn't entirely sure what was going on either. He was a free-soaring immortal, but he had only lived 166 years. His understanding of the world was still limited. He could perceive the laws of heaven and earth, but he was far from omniscient. He suspected that Yangjian's vision was related to his physique. After all, the seeker of immortality deist had once said that Yangjian possessed a certain ancient treasure body. Hearing his master's reassurance, Yangjian instantly felt at ease. That's right, with master here, how could anything happen to him? At high noon, on Seeker's Island. In a courtyard, the seeker of immortality deist looked at Guan with a strange expression. Pouring him a cup of wine, he asked, "Deist Meng, how did you know I was here?" Guan responded casually, "I knew the moment you returned. Plenty of people did. I only came today because my disciple has encountered a problem." Hearing that it was about Yangjian, the seeker of immortality deist lost interest in questioning further and instead asked what had happened. Guan explained everything. The deist's face darkened. An ancient treasure body, sensing danger. If it really is related to the Great Rift of Broken Seas, this could be a disaster. He shuddered. Maybe it was time to run. After returning from Seeker's Island, Guan didn't tell Yangjian about the mutual devouring ability of the ancient treasure bodies, to spare him any unnecessary worry. If there truly existed an ancient treasure body that had transformed into a divine wraith, it would be beyond Yangjian's ability to handle. As his master, Guan would naturally have to step in. Since he would be taking action anyway, why let his disciple be burdened with anxiety? Meanwhile, Taixuan Sect dispatched Grand Masters flying toward the Great Rift of the Broken Sea, and the news of an impending catastrophic tidal wave spread rapidly. Guan, however, continued his daily routine, feigning ignorance. While the disciples of Medicine Valley were busy with their tasks and cultivation, the ocean had already fallen into chaos. From a high vantage point, one could see countless cultivators rushing toward the massive tide from all directions, forming a truly spectacular sight. As Guan inspected the herb garden, he noticed multiple celestial ascension cultivators flying toward the ocean, not just one, but several. The tidal waves continued to surge higher. On the boundless sea, the waves swelled like a mountain range sweeping across the waters. Before this mountain-like tide, countless cultivators formed a defensive line, continuously casting spells in an attempt to halt it. Unfortunately, their divine arts could only stir up splashes, failing to break apart the waves. The number of cultivators kept increasing, yet no matter how many gathered, they could not shake the tide. Even Qi Juxiao of the Starseas Sect had arrived alongside his master, Qi Bei, to lend aid. He exerted himself to the utmost, yet he could not resist the force of the waves at all. "DMN it? Who the hell is behind this?" Qi Juxiao cursed in frustration, but none of the Starseas Sect cultivators around him answered. Everyone was tense. Only those directly casting spells against the waves could truly sense the terrifying power contained within them. From a distance, Qi Bei's voice rang out, "No matter who is behind this, we must stop it. There are countless low-level cultivators and mortals on the continent behind us. Starseas Sect must protect them." Qi Juxiao understood this reasoning. He was only venting his frustration. His hands never stopped casting spells. Suddenly, a vast and overwhelming aura surged from behind him, causing even his own spiritual power to momentarily stagnate. Whoosh! A violent wind roared through the sky, making countless cultivators instinctively turn to look. Qi Juxiao also turned his gaze, his eyes widening in shock. Thunderclouds churned above, revealing an enormous flag standing in the clouds towering over 10,000 feet high, as if its peak had touched the firmament itself. Before this flag, all living beings seemed insignificant. Qi Juxiao instantly recognized it. The Starseed Primordial Flag. A supreme treasure of the immortal Dao, the Starseed Primordial Flag was unfurled. Its black fabric seemed to contain an endless starry sea, each twinkling star mesmerizing and pulling in the viewer. Just one glance could cause a person to become lost in its boundless depths. With the emergence of this flag, the morale of the Taixuan Sect cultivators soared. Even cultivators from other sects began inquiring about its origins. Upon learning that it was the legendary Starseed Primordial Flag, excitement spread among them all. This changes everything? That's an immortal Dao treasure. The legendary Starseed Primordial Flag. Just looking at it sends chills down my spine. With an immortal Dao treasure in play, we're sure to stop the tide. Ever since the fall of the 7-star spirit realm, Taixuan Sect has been the true overlord of this sea. Their willingness to bring out an immortal Dao treasure proves their commitment to defending the ocean worthy of the righteous path's name. Discussions broke out among the cultivators as they gazed at the towering flag with eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the Starseed Primordial Flag unleashed a terrifying shockwave, sweeping across the sky. The vast starry sea within its flag began to glow, releasing a downpour of celestial light like a meteor shower cascading from the heavens striking the immense tide below. Far away, at the third Medicine Valley, Guan looked up. Brilliant rays of light filled the sky. He could tell at a glance that they were the result of an immortal Dao treasure's manifestation. No wonder this flag was considered on par with the 7-star mirror. Under Guan's watchful gaze, the unstoppable tidal wave was blasted apart by the Starseed Primordial Flag's power. Countless cultivators were sent flying by the impact, while towering waves crashed toward the sky, forming a massive depression in the ocean's surface, a breathtaking sight. But at that very moment, Guan sensed an eerie force surging from the depths of the great rift of the broken sea. It spread across the sea's surface, stirring up an even greater tidal surge, one that seemed poised to swallow even the Starseed Primordial Flag itself. The gathered cultivators were stunned. They hastily activated their spiritual power to defend themselves. Guan's divine sense extended further. Within the great rift of the broken sea, two tidal waves were rising in opposite directions. Just as one was met with fierce resistance, the other faced a similar struggle against countless cultivators. Yet despite their efforts, neither could be stopped. As the waves surged forward, their range continued to expand. At this rate, they could truly form a world-ending tidal catastrophe. Guan observed for a while before retracting his divine sense. More and more grandmasters were gathering to counter the waves. This was a perfect chance to assess the hidden depths of heavenly great realm's power. When he returned to his pavilion, he saw Nine-Fingered Divine Lord standing by the wooden railing, silently gazing northward. Guan approached and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," Nine-Fingered Divine Lord replied with a shake of his head. Naturally, his mind was occupied with the unfolding calamity at sea. Since he didn't wish to elaborate, Guan didn't press the matter. He simply nodded and walked away. But just as he turned, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord suddenly asked, "Valley Master, if your closest loved one became a monstrous threat to the world, what would you do?" Guan paused and turned back to look at him. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "If they were truly my dearest, I wouldn't shield them, but neither would I oppose them. If they tried to kill me, I would fight to the death." Hearing this, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord chuckled and said, "It's not that simple. Your answer lacks hesitation." Guan responded calmly, "Indeed, it's not simple, but why dwell on it? The only thing a person can truly control is themselves, don't you think?" Did Nine-Fingered Divine Lord have a loved one who had turned into a divine wraith? Judging by his long lifespan, there was undoubtedly a story behind him. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sighed. "You're right. Even cultivators can only control themselves. The more one seeks to control, the further they stray from the Dao." The two continued chatting idly, though Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's words carried a deep sorrow, yet he did not speak of his past. Soon, the conversation shifted to the game of Go. Meanwhile, in the sect's main city, within a secluded mansion, Lu Lingjun sat across from Western Spirit Mother in a quiet courtyard. At this moment, Western Spirit Mother was frowning at a copper mirror on the table. A hazy figure in the mirror seemed to be speaking. Once the figure vanished, Western Spirit Mother tucked the mirror into her sleeve. Lu Lingjun, though seated nearby, had not heard the words exchanged. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, who were you speaking with?" Western Spirit Mother took a deep breath and said, "An elder of mine. I asked about the course of this calamity, and he advised me to leave as soon as possible to avoid the coming disaster." Lu Lingjun frowned. Western Spirit Mother was already an extraordinary cultivator, perhaps not as powerful as the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, but still one of the strongest cultivators she had ever encountered. Yet even someone above her had warned them to flee. This meant that the calamity was far beyond ordinary. Western Spirit Mother sighed and said, "The cause and effect hidden within the great rift of the broken sea are beyond even the reach of my elders. Perhaps we truly should leave. The world is vast, there must be a place where we can avoid this catastrophe." Lu Lingjun hesitated before responding, "Taixuan Sect has the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. It may not be impossible to overcome this tribulation." Since joining Taixuan Sect, she had personally experienced the demonic calamity, and she had also heard how the 7-star spirit realm was wiped out by the Sword Sovereign alone. Her confidence in him was unwavering. However, Western Spirit Mother remained troubled. It's hard to say. She had come to Taixuan Sect in the first place to seek shelter under the Sword Sovereign's might. But now, after what she had just learned, she knew that the catastrophe had already changed. A greater variable had emerged. Even her own sect no longer dared to interfere. Not all sects in the world adhered to the righteous path. Most cared only about preserving their own legacies. At that moment, within Taixuan Sect, the Grand Masters from the oceanic regions were gathered, discussing the crisis. These foreign cultivators not only surpassed the local Taixuan disciples in cultivation but also had access to far more intelligence. They had already confirmed the tidal wave's trajectory heading straight for the continent. Naturally, they were deeply concerned. And the first person they thought of was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. If the oceanic cultivators failed to stop the waves, and they reached the continent, could the sword sovereign truly stand against them? Some cultivators were already choosing to flee, unwilling to gamble on the sword sovereign's strength. Boom! The heavens rumbled with thunder as dark storm clouds rolled across the sky. Under the relentless storm, a monstrous tidal wave over 1,500 feet high surged forward, carrying the terrifying momentum of swallowing all existence. From a distance, it seemed as though the entire ocean had risen into the sky, an unstoppable force of destruction. Underneath this immense wave, even powerful cultivators and fearsome demons appeared pitifully small. Qi Juxiao stood in the torrential rain, his armor drenched, stepping backward step by step with a grave expression. He turned his head instinctively and could already see the distant silhouette of the continent. At this rate, countless lives would be swallowed by the tide. And this was no ordinary sea water. Something eerie and immensely powerful lurked within it. Some cultivators had already been consumed by the waves and transformed into divine wraiths. Just imagining an entire continent turning into divine wraiths made Qi Juxiao's scalp go numb. His eyes turned forward again. 12 figures stood against the tide. The overwhelming pressure they exuded surpassed all the cultivators behind them. But even with their immense power, they could only slow down the tide. They had no means to suppress it. These 12 were all celestial ascension cultivators, either founding ancestors of great sects or elders of Starsea Sect. But at this moment, none of them could stop the impending disaster. The Starsea primordial flag had managed to disperse the first tidal wave, but before they could recover, another surge had risen, this time, even stronger. And worse, the Starsea primordial flag had been tainted by the eerie power hidden within the sea, forcing Starsea Sect to recall their treasured artifact. Just then, Qi Juxiao's pupils contracted. His face twisted in shock. In the darkened waves, a massive silhouette loomed. A figure over 1,000 feet tall. It only became visible in the flashes of lightning, an indistinct shadow hidden within the tides. He wasn't the only one to see it. More and more cultivators caught sight of it, and each one felt a suffocating weight settle upon their chests. By now, over 100,000 cultivators had gathered to stop the tide. Even the weakest among them was at the profound mind realm, and there were over 10,000 immortal Deo cultivators among them. Yet even with such overwhelming numbers, they could not move the tide. Despair spread like wildfire. More and more cultivators began to hesitate. Seeing that colossal shadow within the waves, many felt their courage waver. Some even considered fleeing on the spot. Their instinct screamed at them. This was not something mortals could contend with. As noon approached, Guan arrived at Xian Valley. It had been 2 days since the Great Rift of Broken Sea erupted with tidal waves. Now, it was the 3rd day. Just as he was about to gather herbs, he suddenly sensed something. Letting out a soft sigh, he continued picking. A powerful force was approaching from afar. Initially, Guan had no intention of concerning himself with the fate of the 2 distant continents. Before the waves could reach his own land, they would first have to traverse those continents, which were still quite far away. However, a dangerous presence had now emerged within the waves, forcing him to change his strategy. He couldn't wait until the force behind this catastrophe arrived near the mainland to act. That would leave too much room for unexpected developments. The farther the calamity remained from Taixuan Sect, the greater his range of action. He couldn't afford to start a battle on land. There were too many lives to consider. By now, the entire ocean had become aware of the existence of the divine wraiths. The Great Rift of Broken Sea was no natural disaster. Its depths likely harbored a force seeking to overturn the mortal world. Whether or not Guan took action, this was a calamity that all of the ocean would have to face together. While continuing to harvest herbs, he pondered how best to intervene. Just then, Lu Jujia, the senior disciple of Xian Valley, approached. Speaking softly, he asked, "Senior brother, I heard that a catastrophe is unfolding at sea, and it may affect our continent. Should Xian Valley be taking any action?" His words reflected the development of Taixuan Sect in recent years. The maritime disaster had only begun 3 days ago, yet news had already spread within the sect. In the past, even if such a catastrophe lasted a lifetime, disciples would remain oblivious as long as it didn't make landfall. Naturally, we should focus on our duties, cultivating and supplying more high-quality herbs. That's the greatest contribution we can make, Guan replied indifferently. Lu Jujia nodded. In truth, he was merely testing his senior brother's attitude. Given Guan's connections in the inner sect, he must have access to more information than most. Since Guan showed no concern, there was no reason for him to worry either. He could even reassure the other disciples in the valley. After Lu Jujia left, Guan resumed picking herbs. A stick of incense later, Guan arrived at a cliff on the eastern side of Xian Valley, followed closely by the Blood Prison Great Saint. "Master, what brings you here?" Blood Prison Great Saint asked curiously as he noticed Guan idly playing with a leaf. Standing at the cliff's edge, Guan gazed toward the horizon and said, to put an end to the catastrophe at sea. Hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes widened. He took a step forward and pressed. But the disaster, wasn't it still far away? Guan pinched the leaf in his left hand and pressed his right palm against the Great Saint's bull head. In an instant, Blood Prison Great Saint's expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened, and within his pupils, the terrifying waves of the heavens were reflected. He saw what Guan's divine sense had captured. Before the monstrous tidal waves, countless grand cultivators were besieging a terrifying, 1,000-jong-tall figure. It was a humanoid abomination, wearing only trousers, its upper body bare. Its skin was dark and covered in blood-red scars, as if its flesh could tear apart at any moment. With disheveled hair and a ferocious face resembling that of a wrathful ghost, its mouth was filled with sharp fangs. In its grip was a bone blade, and its stance exuded dominance and defiance. Despite the onslaught of spells and divine abilities cast by thousands of cultivators, none could shake its form. Its deafening roar drowned out even the rolling thunder in the sky, turning the heavens and the sea into a living hell. The sight of this 1,000-jong figure filled Blood Prison Great Saint with dread. Its overwhelming presence was enough to terrify him. The spells and divine abilities cast by the cultivators were unimaginably vast, reminiscent of celestial might, capable of overturning the ocean and illuminating the world like the sun and moon. But the stronger the cultivators' display, the more monstrous the 1,000-jong figure seemed. Guan lifted his right hand, and Blood Prison Great Saint's vision returned to normal. Instinctively, he turned to Guan, about to ask if he could look again. But before he could speak, he saw Guan raise his left hand and casually wave toward the horizon. The leaf in his hand shot out like a flying sword, gleaming with a cold light, vanishing beyond the limits of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Guan turned and walked away. Blood Prison Great Saint was momentarily stunned before hurriedly following. Master, is that all? What else? You just threw a leaf. You make such a fuss over nothing. But, this. Master, just what realm have you reached? Blood Prison Great Saint never doubted Guan's ability. He was simply in shock. To slay a terror that so many cultivators failed to harm, from such an unfathomable distance, with just a single leaf. What kind of cultivation did one need to achieve such a feat? Guan did not answer his question, leaving Blood Prison Great Saint to spiral into endless speculation. Meanwhile, over the distant ocean, the sky had turned dark, filled with thunder and lightning. Torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds raged in all directions. Qi Juxiao gripped his dragon-slaying spear, his entire body shrouded in flames. The rain evaporated into steam as soon as it neared him. Clenching his teeth, he stared at the monstrous figure ahead, his heart gripped by a mix of fear and rage. Just what is this thing? He thought bitterly. The grand cultivators battling ahead exuded an aura far beyond his reach. Among them, 12 bore a resemblance to the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Yet, even with so many grand cultivators gathered, they couldn't so much as scratch the 1,000-jong figure. How could he not be afraid? Some cultivators had already fled in terror, and he was hesitating should he retreat as well. If the grand cultivators ahead turned and fled, they would be faster than him. The slowest would be the first to die. Yet, what if they chose to fight to the end? If he fled now, how would he ever stand in the cultivation world again? At that moment, Qi Juxiao suddenly heard a piercing sound of something cutting through the air. He didn't even have time to react before his vision was engulfed in light. Time seemed to freeze. The world stood still. The cultivators casting spells remained motionless. The 1,000-jong figure, mid-roar, was locked in its grotesque stance. Raindrops hovered in the air, each refracting sword light. The surging waves momentarily resembled blooming white flowers, eerie yet beautiful. A streak of sword light flashed through this frozen world, slicing past the cultivators, cutting across the celestial ascension realm masters, charging straight toward the 1,000-jong figure. In its crimson eyes, the reflection of the sword light appeared. Boom! The figure's head exploded in an instant. Behind it, the towering tidal wave was torn apart, creating a massive gap, stunning all who witnessed it. Sunlight poured down. The storm clouds above had also been split in two. Looking carefully, the sea of thunderclouds ahead had been completely divided, extending into the horizon beyond sight. Everything happened too fast. Not only Qi Juxiao, but even the Celestial Ascension Realm Masters were caught off guard, still frozen in their spellcasting stances. Before their eyes, the 1,000-jong figure crumbled into ashes, dispersing with the wind. One of the Celestial Ascension Realm Masters reached out and caught a leaf in his hand. His expression turned complicated. The others turned their gazes toward him, sensing the residual sword intent on the leaf. Before anyone could speak, the leaf suddenly disintegrated, as if it had never existed. Back at the Third Medicine Valley, Guan wandered about, with Blood Prison Great Saint trailing behind, his mind still reeling. Strangely enough, there had been no lifespan to claim. Could it be that the Divine Wraith had no lifespan to take? Did its so-called immortality mean it never had a lifespan to begin with? Though Guan felt a bit disappointed, at least he had stopped the disaster. But he had a feeling, this was only the beginning. What else lurked in the depths of Broken Sea? Just then, Yu Yingying suddenly appeared in front of him. Guan, I'm planning to return to the Starseed Sect, she declared. Guan asked, why? A great catastrophe is coming, and it'll definitely be safer at the Starseed Sect. I find you quite pleasing to the eye. Why don't you come with me? But I can't take anyone else, Yu Yingying said, eyes wide as she stared at him. Guan shook his head. I'll pass. My cultivation is too low to survive in the Starseed Sect. If Taixuan Sect is doomed to fall tomorrow, I'd rather disappear along with it. Not far away, Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but roll his eyes. Master is deceiving another fool? Yu Yingying opened her mouth, hesitated, then simply patted Guan's shoulder before turning away to pack her things. Guan had no intention of stopping her. The sooner she left for the Star Sea Sect, the better it would keep her out of trouble. There was something strange about Yu Yingying. Some kind of karmic force was suppressing both her potential and lifespan, but Guan couldn't yet see through it. He didn't want to get too involved with her. If their bond deepened, he might feel compelled to help her, and that would be a hassle. Although Guan didn't exert his full strength, it was enough to disperse the power contained within the massive waves, restoring calm to the waters near the severed sea rift. As for the catastrophe unfolding on the other side of the ocean, Guan couldn't be bothered. He didn't believe that no one else could stop the waves over there. Even if he didn't act, he was sure that some powerful cultivator would step in, just that their timing was uncertain. Perhaps only after Taixuan Sect was submerged. And just as he expected, 2 days later, Guan saw a mysterious Grand Master cultivator use a spell to scatter the waves on the other side of the severed sea rift. Though the display of power wasn't enough to make him wary, he was certain the person was a free-soaring immortal. After dispersing the waves, the free-soaring immortal vanished. This world truly harbored many formidable figures. The stronger they were, the more mysterious they became. Either they concealed themselves in plain sight like Guan or secluded themselves in cave dwellings, indifferent to worldly affairs. Guan had explored this land before. There were many places even he couldn't see through at a glance. 3 more days passed, and news from the ocean reached Taixuan Sect. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had taken action, slaying a powerful divine anomaly wraith and dispelling the catastrophe. The entire sect was instantly in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire. Guan was still reading in his loft when he overheard disciples discussing the event. He didn't go downstairs and simply continued reading. This intervention didn't give him any sense of accomplishment. He figured he'd only feel relieved once the severed sea rift disappeared completely. However, as dusk approached, something happened that left Guan rather helpless. Yu Yingying, who had just left a few days ago, had returned. The moment she arrived, she sought out Guan, eager to share everything she had learned. Her excitement was palpable, and her words were filled with admiration and reverence for the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Her information was much clearer. She explained that the severed sea rift had unleashed waves capable of engulfing the heavens and earth, and hidden within them was a divine anomaly wraith that even the Star Sea Sect Alliance couldn't deal with. She even made a point of explaining what a divine anomaly wraith was, just in case Guan didn't grasp its terrifying nature. Guan played along. When the catastrophe and the divine anomaly wraith were mentioned, he tensed up. When she brought up the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, he became visibly excited, greatly satisfying her emotional needs. The impact of this event on Yu Yingying was enormous, and she desperately needed someone to talk to. Preferably, someone from Taixuan Sect. She wanted the disciples of Taixuan Sect to feel gratitude, to understand just how powerful the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was. To have such a figure show favor to Taixuan Sect, what a stroke of incredible fortune. If only someone like him lived in the Star Sea Sect Alliance, she sighed. At that moment, Guan felt something was off. Why was she telling him all this? Could she have guessed that he was the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? For a moment, Guan became wary of Yu Yingying. Yet, Yu Yingying was completely oblivious to his thoughts. She simply spoke her mind, without ever considering the possibility that Guan could be the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. After a long while, once she had fully vented her emotions, Yu Yingying left in a cheerful mood. Guan watched her departing figure and sighed internally. What a pity. He had failed to use this opportunity to shake her off. Still, considering how much she worshipped the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, he supposed he could tolerate her presence a little longer. In the following days, the entire Taixuan Sect was abuzz with discussions about the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Many of the sect's oceanic cultivators spread news about the divine anomaly wraith as well. Undying and indestructible, devouring living beings. A divine anomaly wraith is created from the transformation of a living soul. Just hearing about it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Notably, Yu Yingying made daily trips to the outer sect city, passionately extolling the power of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. She believed that only by making everything clear could Taixuan Sect truly revere him. Each time the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path took action, more and more cultivators gathered at the heavenly mending platform. This kept Zhou Yujian, who was guarding the heaven-splitting axe, busier than ever. But rather than feeling exhausted, he was more spirited than ever, walking around with an air of pride. After all, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had patted him on the shoulder. Who else had received such an honor? When Guan looked out over the severed sea rift, he saw various sects gathered, with the number of cultivators already exceeding 5 million and still growing. It seemed the rift had thoroughly instilled fear across the ocean. His gaze shifted upward. More and more celestial ascendants from the heavenly great realm were descending. It was clear that the great oceanic forces were rallying reinforcements. That was a good thing, but then a troubling thought occurred to him. Wouldn't sending more reinforcements also result in more divine anomaly wraiths? All he could do was hope these sects could resolve the crisis in the depths of the severed sea rift on their own. After all, he wasn't the chosen protagonist of this world. Surely, this whole catastrophe wouldn't have to be settled by him, right? He figured it wouldn't come to that. This world had an entire immortal dynasty filled with celestial beings, as well as a mysterious continent whose sheer fortune could block even his divine sense. Not to mention, Guan had previously encountered many transcendent sects, far beyond the level of the Taixuan Sect Alliance or the Seven-Star Spirit Realm. While the Taixuan Sect Alliance dominated the seas, it wasn't the only hegemon. With Guan's cultivation, he could already perceive the fortunes of different factions. In terms of sheer fortune, Taixuan Sect wasn't even a 10,000th of the Taixuan Sect Alliance, and the Taixuan Sect Alliance, in turn, wasn't even a 10,000th of that immortal dynasty. Guan speculated that the truly supreme factions had forces stationed beyond this world, giving them access to far greater resources than the Taixuan Sect Alliance could ever hope for. While the commotion surrounding the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path didn't affect Guan much, he did start dedicating more time to mentoring Yangjian. Ever since Guan dispersed the waves, Yangjian had been seeing illusions more frequently, severely hindering his cultivation. Once, while Guan was instructing him, Yangjian suddenly froze. When Guan shook him awake, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen himself being devoured, completely powerless to resist. The pain had felt unbearably real, as if it had truly happened to his body. Unfortunately, even Guan couldn't deduce the source of these visions through karmic divination. Time passed. As the year drew to a close, winter snow blanketed the mountains and rivers. 100 miles outside Xian Valley, in a snow-covered forest, Guan was guiding Yangjian in practicing the infinite free step. Yangjian had extraordinary talent and comprehension, but the infinite free step was profoundly intricate even for him. Mastering it was no easy feat. After one swift movement, Yangjian nearly crashed into a tree but managed to steady himself just in time. As he turned toward Guan, about to speak, his brows suddenly furrowed. Clutching his head, he fell to his knees in the snow. Sensing something amiss, Guan immediately sealed off the area with his spiritual power to prevent any disturbances from alarming Taixuan Sect. Approaching Yangjian, he placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his power to assist him. In an instant, Guan felt an unknown karmic force surging toward him. He could resist it, but after a brief hesitation, he decided to feign being affected. His consciousness was drawn into a mysterious illusion, with Yangjian's awareness present as well. Seeing his master beside him, Yangjian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. A dark shadow appeared ahead, emerging from the vast expanse of white snow. Judging by its silhouette, it seemed to be clad in armor. Xiangang Tyrant Body, a rarity unseen in a million years. A chilling voice came from the darkness, thick with greed. If one listened carefully, it even sounded as though the speaker was swallowing their saliva, sending shivers down the spine. This was the first time Guan had heard the name of Yangjian's physique, making him even more intrigued by the mysterious black shadow. This person must be the ancient supreme physique that the seeker of immortality deist mentioned? The illusion remained an icy world of snow and frost. Amidst the endless snowfall, the black shadow looked even more eerie and terrifying. Yangjian gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you keep haunting me?" Clearly, he had seen this figure before in his visions. Under normal circumstances, he would have been terrified, but with his master by his side, his courage soared. Now, all he felt was anger. The black shadow halted, slowly opening a pair of cold eyes that landed directly on Yangjian, making his heart clench. "You and I are both physiques of fortune, born from the very essence of heaven and earth. Your tyrant body is even stronger than ordinary supreme physiques, which makes me particularly fond of it. 1,000,000 years ago, I once devoured a Xiangang tyrant body, and my vitality surged tremendously. To this day, I still savor the taste." The black shadow sighed, as if reminiscing about the past. His words sent chills down Yangjian's spine. "This guy wants to eat me?" Guan took a step forward and said, "State your name. Let's see if your name has left any mark upon this world." The black shadow turned its gaze toward Guan and chuckled. "I am Tianvuchang. Have you heard of me?" Tianvuchang? Guan frowned in thought. He had never heard of this name before. Tianvuchang kept his eyes fixed on Yangjian and continued, "Soon, I shall descend upon this mortal realm. I'll save you for last. Once I've devoured all the other physiques of fortune, I'll come for you. You cannot escape. Even if you flee beyond the heavens, I will still find you. Your only chance is to train hard, unlock the profundities of your Xiangang tyrant body, and grow strong. Either you die, or I perish." Yangjian clenched his teeth. Though his heart pounded in fear, he refused to cower with his master present. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Then come. Let me see what you're capable of." Tianvuchang burst into laughter before turning away and vanishing into the endless snowfall. With his departure, the illusion formed by karmic power shattered. Yangjian opened his eyes and saw his master standing before him. Guan pulled him to his feet and said, "He has already declared war on you. He likely won't disturb you again. You can focus on your cultivation now." Within the illusion, Guan had been unable to use his lifespan perception on Tianvuchang. However, he did not feel an insurmountable force from the opponent's karmic energy, so he remained calm. Yangjian, still worried, asked hesitantly, "Master, should I leave Medicine Valley? Just in case." "Nonsense. Focus on your cultivation. If you speak such foolishness again, I'll cripple your Dao foundation." Guan rebuked sharply, cutting him off. Yangjian opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed back his words. He had felt Tianvuchang's overwhelming power more than anyone else. He couldn't describe it, but though he trusted his master, he dreaded the thought of Guan being injured or dragged into a larger calamity because of him. Guan, however, did not make any bold claims about easily defeating Tianvucheng. After all, he didn't truly know how strong the entity was. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity to pressure Yangjian into growing faster. He said he will hunt down other physiques of fortune first. Those people are surely under the protection of powerful factions. You have plenty of time to grow, Guan reassured him. Everyone has their tribulations and destiny to face. Only by constantly overcoming them can you break free from your shackles. The path of cultivation is one of defying the heavens. You must forge a heart that is unyielding and fearless. Yang Jian took a deep breath, his expression turning resolute. Yeah, what's the point of overthinking? If the enemy comes, then fight. If the waters rise, build a dam. As long as he gave it his all, even if he died, he would have no regrets. He then resumed practicing the infinite free step. Spring Festival and Taixuan Sect's upcoming tournament. As winter snow blanketed the world, turning heaven and earth into a seamless white, Guan and Yangjian stood like tiny specks amidst the vast forest. Just as Guan had predicted, Tianvucheng never returned. Yangjian was finally free from the torment of illusions. The New Year festival arrived, and Taixuan Sect remained as lively as ever, unaffected by the crisis in the ocean. That year, the sect began preparations for a new tournament. After the festival, Liu Baidian sought out Guan to discuss Taixuan Sect's upcoming event. This time, the sect was planning to host a body cultivation tournament, where participants were forbidden from using spiritual energy or magical artifacts. Only pure physical strength and martial techniques would be tested. After discussing the tournament, Liu Baidian began venting about the branch sects. Their growing influence had reached a point where he could no longer interfere. The Elder Hall and Venerable Pavilion had deliberately been shifting power away from him. Guan simply listened without offering an opinion. There was always internal strife within Taixuan Sect, just like in any faction or region. As long as the sect's overall stability wasn't threatened, Guan had no interest in getting involved. If Liu Baidian couldn't outmaneuver others within the rules, then it was simply a matter of strength. The conversation soon shifted to the Ji family. Since the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had ventured into the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, the realm still existed, but its dominance had declined. Consequently, it had forged friendly ties with Taixuan Sect, forcing the Ji family to re-establish its alliance with the sect. Though Liu Baidian remained indifferent to the Ji family, Ji Hantian, who was still the sect's vice master, had arranged for the family to settle in the branch sects to assist with their development. Thanks to their efforts, the branch sects had flourished rapidly. Then, Liu Baidian suddenly asked, "Do you still remember Ji Xiao, the Ji family's third young miss?" Guan nodded, but Liu Baidian's next words made his face darken. Ji Xiao died long ago inside the Seven-Star Spirit Realm on the very day the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path swept through the realm. Liu Baidian sighed, observing Guan's expression. Guan's face flickered with shock, sorrow, and fury before settling into a dull, somber look. He fell silent and poured himself a drink. Did this kid have feelings for Ji Xiao? It made sense. After all, it was Ji Xiao who had arranged for Guan to enter Taixuan Sect. And in terms of beauty, Ji Xiao was undoubtedly an exceptional woman. Liu Baidian pondered this as he observed Guan. Meanwhile, Guan secretly praised himself for his stellar acting. His ability to evoke emotions had clearly reached new heights. The room remained silent for a long time. Finally, Liu Baidian spoke again. "People come and go on the path of cultivation, but there is something else strange I wanted to mention." Guan lifted his eyes. "What is it?" Liu Baidian replied. "Another Ji Xiao has appeared. This new Ji Xiao, born in a different Ji family, was even more talented than the previous one. She had been given the same name to commemorate the original Ji Xiao because she, too, possessed an innate Dao sigil." Guan fell into deep thought. A new Ji Xiao? Could this be reincarnation? Or soul possession? Liu Baidian shook his head. Unlikely. The aura of their innate Dao sigils is different. It seems the Ji family didn't just inherit the Dao sigil. They were the ones who created it. His voice was filled with emotion, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Guan sighed but remained silent. Sensing that Guan had lost interest in the conversation, Liu Baidian left. As soon as he was gone, Guan chuckled, humming a tune as he flipped open a book. Adventures of the Green Hero was still being updated. A new Ji Xiao. As the seasons changed from spring to summer, the world once again brimmed with vitality. Under the sevenfold purity tree, Guan leaned lazily against the trunk, absently stroking a drowsy white spirit mouse by his side. Though his eyes were closed as if napping, his divine sense was focused elsewhere, watching over Xiaochuan's life. Xiaochuan had long since established himself in a prosperous city. Now a family man, he lived a stable and fulfilling life, his demeanor and stature starkly different from his time in Medicine Valley. He now carried the air of a true patriarch, with a wife, a son, and a daughter. His estate was well staffed with servants, and from what Guan could see, he was doing quite well. With that assurance, Guan shifted his attention elsewhere toward the severed sea rift. Stretching across the ocean like a scar on the world, the massive rift was constantly surrounded by cultivators and demonic beasts. Some ventured in, while others emerged, whether living beings or eerie divine anomaly wraiths. The scene was both grand and oppressive, carrying an unshakable sense of impending catastrophe. After watching for a while, Guan stood up. Someone was approaching. A figure soared through the clouds, descending swiftly into Medicine Valley. It was none other than Ji Hantian, the vice-master of Taixuan Sect. Beside him was a young girl dressed in lavish robes, her bearing refined and noble. Guan walked forward to greet them, casually activating lifespan perception on the girl. Ji Xiao, Qi refining stage, 9th layer 11/240/9999. 9,999 years of potential lifespan? Good heavens. The previous Ji Xiao had an upper lifespan of 8,900 years, but in this life, her limit had increased. Could it be that she was refining herself through reincarnation? Ji Hantian smiled as he saw Guan approach. When Guan got closer, he spoke directly. I need you to look after her for a while. This is Ji Xiao, from one of the Ji family's branch houses. Guan pretended to be caught off guard, his gaze shifting to the young girl. She was only 11 years old, barely reaching Ji Hantian's elbow. Her expression was composed, her eyes carrying an ancient weight, much like the previous Ji Xiao in her youth wise beyond her years. Seeing Guan's silence, Ji Hantian added, she just happens to share the same name. Liu Badian probably already told you about her. Let her train in your medicine valley for now, I'll come back for her later. Without waiting for a response, Ji Hantian turned and vanished into the sky. Guan and Ji Xiao stood on the grass, staring at each other in silence. The atmosphere was oddly tense. Then, suddenly, a figure materialized before Ji Xiao, squatting down to study her closely. It was Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. When I achieved sainthood, the immortal official actually called me to raise horses? This kind of innate talent is rare, truly rare. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord sized up Ji Xuanyu, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ji Xuanyu frowned slightly and bypassed Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, walking straight to Guan's side. She leaned against him, watching Nine-Fingered Divine Lord warily. Guan found this amusing and chuckled. Senior, don't scare the child. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord stood up and turned to look at Guan, sighing. Guan, this girl's talent is extraordinary. You should build a good relationship with her while she's still young. One day, she might save your life. Guan replied nonchalantly, I never leave Taixuan Sect. What danger could I possibly face? True enough. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord smiled, gave Ji Xuanyu another glance, then turned and left. Guan looked at Ji Xuanyu and smiled. My name is Guan. You can just call me Valley Master from now on. Ji Xuanyu gave a slight nod. Her gaze toward Guan remained calm, as if she truly didn't recognize him. This left Guan feeling a bit regretful. In the end, the Ji Xuanyu of this life was not the same as the one from his past. He took Ji Xuanyu's small hand and led her toward the cluster of pavilions. Ji Xuanyu's expression turned slightly unnatural, but she didn't pull away. Later, Guan arranged for Ji Xuanyu to live with an Xian and instructed an Xian to take care of her. Of course, he had his own motives. Ji Xuanyu was bound to soar to great heights sooner or later. If she could form a close bond with an Xian, she might become a powerful ally for her in the future. After all, an Xian was his disciple. Naturally, he had to look out for her. However, less than half an hour later, a knock sounded on Guan's door. A young voice came from outside. Valley Master, may I come in? Guan responded immediately, come in. The door creaked open, and the young Ji Xuanyu walked inside. She wore a white lotus-patterned dress, her neatly combed hair making her look like a little celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. She approached the table, fixed her gaze on Guan, and spoke. Valley Master, may I live alone? Though her voice was childlike, her tone and mannerisms were calm and composed, far beyond her years. Why? Guan asked with a smile. Ji Xuanyu replied, I prefer living alone, and I don't want to be disturbed while cultivating. Guan thought for a moment and said, how about you live downstairs in my pavilion? His residence had 2 floors. The first floor was meant for living quarters, but only he resided there. However, he spent most of his time in the study on the 2nd floor. Ji Xuanyu hesitated briefly before giving a slight nod. Guan smiled warmly. If you need anything, just let me know. Though my surname is Gu, I was born into the Ji family too. Ji Xuanyu's curiosity was piqued. You were born into the Ji family? Yes, I used to be a servant in the Ji family. Guan began recounting his past, explaining how he entered Taixuan Sect. However, he deliberately avoided mentioning Ji Xuanyu's name, referring only to the 3rd young miss of the family. He wanted to test her to see if she remembered anything. Ji Xuanyu listened attentively. When Guan finished, she asked, have you ever tried to find out who your parents were? The Ji family's servant records should have that information. Guan was stunned. In his past life, when he reached the free-soaring immortal stage, he returned to the Ji family, hoping to uncover the karmic ties of his past and see what his parents looked like. But he found nothing. Perhaps too much time had passed, or maybe there was another reason he simply couldn't trace his childhood karma. No, I haven't. No matter who they are, if they wanted to find me, they would have sought me out, wouldn't they? Guan replied. To say he never fantasized about his parents in this life would be a lie. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, he wouldn't let it weigh on him. Even though he had no parents in this life, he had them in his past life and had already experienced familial love. Ji Xuanyu pulled a chair to the table and sat down, resting her hands on the surface. She looked at Guan and said, it's strange. I have little emotional attachment to my parents. The other children in the family are very close to theirs, but whenever my mother comes near me, I feel uncomfortable. She started sharing her thoughts, and Guan listened intently. As a child, Guan had overheard other servants talking about this, how the third young miss was distant from her parents, causing her mother much heartache. But because of her unparalleled talent, everyone, including her parents, had to accommodate her. Guan speculated that while Ji Xuanyu lacked past life memories, her temperament remained. Her intelligence and mind needed no growth, only adaptation. As Ji Xuanyu spoke about her childhood and inner thoughts, Guan occasionally responded, offering insights from an outsider's perspective. Despite their age gap, their conversation flowed effortlessly. As they talked, a rare smile appeared on Ji Xuanyu's usually cold face. They continued chatting until dusk, when Ji Xuanyu finally stood up. It's getting dark. I should go cultivate. Guan nodded with a smile. This little girl was even chattier than in her past life. But occasionally chatting with a child wasn't bad either. Suddenly, Ji Xuanyu said, Valley Master, I don't know why, but when I see you, I feel a sense of familiarity like I've known you for a long time. Guan replied, that means we are fated to meet. Welcome to my medicine valley. Ji Xuanyu smiled and gave a polite bow like a little adult before leaving. After she closed the door, Guan finally picked up his book and continued reading. When night fell, he sensed Ji Xuanyu downstairs beginning her cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy. He could feel the presence of an innate Dao sigil. The sigil still contained an unfathomable amount of power, aiding Ji Xuanyu in her cultivation. Guan didn't continue observing and quickly refocused on his book. A vast blue sky stretched over a sea of floating islands, birds soaring freely as cultivators came and went. On one such floating island, a magnificent palace stood. Inside, the bright interior shimmered like the ocean's surface. An Hao sat cross-legged in a pool of water, mist swirling around him. His black hair floated slightly, and faint glimmers of light radiated from his skin, resembling flickering flames. A figure suddenly appeared beside the pool, a long-robed man with an immortal air. Holding a whisk, his white hair was coiled beneath a lotus crown, and 3 distinct flying swords hovered behind him. My disciple, for the foreseeable future, you are not allowed to leave the Star Sea Sect. I must journey to the Severed Sea Rift, and I do not know when I will return, the robed man said. This was Floating Dust Genren, an Hao's master in the Star Sea Sect. An Hao opened his eyes and frowned. Why can't I leave? I don't even have a divine anomaly city like Li Ya does. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Li Ya being confined. After all, they were both from Taixuan Sect hometown acquaintances. Seeing his fellow sect member suffer, how could he be happy? Floating Dust Genren shook his head. Your situation is different. Your troubles are far greater. A divine anomaly wraith with an ancient treasure body has appeared in the depths of the Severed Sea Rift. It was once a transcendent immortal capable of traveling beyond the heavens. Its name is Tianvuchang, and it plans to devour all treasure body cultivators. Sooner or later, it will target you. Its power surpasses even that of free-soaring immortals. And Hao's expression changed. To surpass the free-soaring immortal stage? He nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to challenge Tianvuchang's power head-on. Floating Dust Genren gave a few more instructions before leaving. And Hao raised his right hand. Flames gathered in his palm, forming a miniature sun. The firelight illuminated his calm, indifferent face. Tianvuchang, supreme treasure body. Why do I have the urge to consume you? Scorching summer heat. In the third medicine valley, Guan rode atop the Blood Prison Great Saint, stepping off the teleportation platform. Today, he had traveled to Horizon Valley, harvested a batch of medicinal herbs, and spent a short while in Xian Valley before returning. Lifting his gaze, Guan's eyes landed on the sevenfold purity tree in the distance. Beneath the tree, Ji Xuanyu stood staring at it in a daze, while Li Lingtian stood beside her, chattering away. Guan patted the Blood Prison Great Saint, signaling it to move toward the tree. Little girl, my sword technique is really powerful. Are you sure you don't want to learn it? Come on, I can tell you've got talent. You need a strong technique to protect yourself. Hey, why aren't you responding? I'm the crown prince, you know. No matter how hard Li Lingtian tried, Ji Xuanyu completely ignored him. This made him stump his foot in frustration. At that moment, Guan's voice drifted over. You should at least beat Jianer in a duel before trying to sell your swordsmanship. Li Lingtian turned around instantly, scratching his head awkwardly with a forced grin. Guan dismounted and approached Ji Xuanyu. Stop bothering her, or I'll have Jianer train with you instead. Li Lingtian's face turned pale, and he quickly fled. By the time Guan reached Ji Xuanyu's side, she was still staring at the sevenfold purity tree, lost in thought. Behind them, the Blood Prison Great Saint and Li Lingtian had already started bickering again, their voices carrying through the air. The Blood Prison Great Saint had a knack for riling people up, and Li Lingtian was no exception. Guan, however, was focused on Ji Xuanyu. Had she already started comprehending the Dao? It had only been a month since she entered the valley, and she was already reaching this stage. That's insane. Not wanting to interrupt her, Guan simply stood guard, ensuring that no other disciples would come by and disturb her. They remained that way until dusk, when Ji Xuanyu finally stirred from her trance. Guan suspected that her body had retained certain instincts from her past life, perhaps a compulsion to cultivate. As night fell, Ji Xuanyu turned her head and saw Guan, her lips curving into a rare smile. Valley Master, Brother Gu, when did you get here? Are you finished with your work for the day? Guan reached out and ruffled her hair. I've been done for a while. What were you thinking about just now? Ji Xuanyu called him Brother Gu at his request. She found it awkward at first, but after half a month, she had gotten used to it. Reflecting on her thoughts, she answered, I think I saw some memories that belong to me, but ones I've never actually experienced. Oh. Guan raised an eyebrow. What exactly did you see? Ji Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, then spoke, her voice uncertain. I saw myself standing high above the sky. Countless demons and humans were kneeling before me. As she spoke, a hint of unease flickered across her face. The scene she described felt almost dreamlike, yet she had clearly seen it. Guan asked, what else did you see? Seeing that Guan wasn't doubting her, Ji Xuanyu continued. She saw herself being hunted by many people, saw herself diving into the depths of the sea to discover a palace, and even saw herself soaring into the sky to pluck the stars, among other things. After listening, Guan said, feel free to come here more often if you have time. Unexpectedly, Ji Xuanyu shook her head and replied, forget it. My intuition tells me I shouldn't try to recall those memories. With that, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Guan suddenly felt that her reincarnation wasn't just about improving her innate talents. Thinking about it carefully, the power contained within Ji Xuanyu's innate Dao sigil was already incredibly strong. She didn't need to enhance her potential before reaching nirvana. Could there be another reason? Was her soul instinctively avoiding awakening her past life's memories? Guan shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. In any case, Ji Xuanyu wouldn't be staying in the Third Medicine Valley forever. By late summer, Guan arrived at Seeker's Island. Sweeping his divine sense across the area, he no longer sensed the presence of the Seeker of Immortality Deist. That guy really ran away? Guan shook his head, then wandered onto the streets. This time, he didn't call for Hu Xiaojian. Besides buying seeds, he also wanted to gather information on Tianvucheng. Right now, battles were raging all over the ocean. Even celestial ascendants were fighting, and more divine anomaly wraiths were escaping from the severed sea rift, some in hordes, others acting alone. The ones acting alone were all incredibly powerful. Since Guan hadn't been keeping a constant watch over the severed sea rift, he came to hear the latest news. As expected, the entire city was abuzz with discussions about the severed sea rift and the divine anomaly wraiths. Rumor had it that 9 divine anomaly wraith kings resided within the severed sea rift, each possessing the power to rival a grand sect. Some even wielded supreme treasures of the immortal Dao. The Star Sea Sect Alliance's main force had encountered one such divine anomaly wraith king, suffering heavy losses, and still failed to capture it. So far, 3 of the 9 kings had been identified: Tianvucheng, Ni Juyu, and Yinyang Luan. All 3 had 3 character names, and each wielded earth-shattering power. Tianvucheng stormed into a faction on Par with the Star Sea Sect Alliance, devoured a prodigy alive, and left without a care, earning instant infamy. Ni Juyo created the 9 Nether Sea Fog, which was now spreading across the ocean, reducing all life in its path both above and below the sea to nothing but bones. Yinyang Luan was even more terrifying, capable of seizing the souls of living beings and turning them into his ghostly soldiers. The 3 divine anomaly wraith kings weren't working together, yet each one brought catastrophic disaster to the seas. That was the bad news. The good news? An immortal Dao supreme treasure had appeared within the severed sea rift and was claimed by a divine monk from the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. The Bitter Sea Buddhist sect hailed from an extremely distant land, unfamiliar to the cultivators of Seeker's Island, but it was known to be incredibly powerful. Guan wandered around for about an hour before starting his herb purchases. However, before he could finish, ominous dark clouds rolled in, covering Seeker's Island in a suffocating darkness. Though he had already sensed the island's impending danger, Guan remained calm and continued buying herbs without panic. By the time he stepped out of the shop, Seeker's Island was already as dark as midnight. His gaze swept toward a nearby alley. A claw suddenly emerged from the pitch-black wall, followed by a sinister ghostly figure crawling out. Its entire body was jet black, covered in crimson cracks, and it bore a striking resemblance to the 1,000-foot-tall shadow from the terrifying ocean waves. After landing, the creature looked up. 6 eerie eyes lined its face, and in an instant, its gaze locked onto Guan. With a thunderous boom, an ear-piercing chorus of shrieks echoed throughout the city, tens of thousands of monsters howling in unison. The 6-eyed wraith let out its own screech and lunged at Guan like a bolt of lightning, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Boom! The wraith instantly exploded into ghostly mist. Guan stepped onto the street. All across the city, battles erupted. Cultivators and demons soared into the skies, while countless divine anomaly wraiths shot up like a rain of arrows, relentlessly hunting them down. He waited, but no lifespan prompt appeared, dashing his hopes of gaining lifespan from slaying the wraiths. If there was no profit to be made, then there was no reason to stay. Activating the infinite free step, Guan swiftly left Seeker's Island. Back at Taixuan Sect, he leisurely made his way into Xian Valley. The summer heat kept the disciples indoors, focused on their cultivation. Meanwhile, Guan climbed upstairs to rest. It wasn't until dusk that he strolled toward the Third Medicine Valley. Lately, he had been wandering around more often. He looked busy, but in reality, he wasn't doing much. He simply enjoyed this kind of life. As soon as he returned, Guan spotted the 9-fingered Divine Lord playing a game of Go. His opponent was no ordinary person. It was none other than Lu Lingjun's master, the Western Spirit Mother. Lu Lingjun stood nearby, watching. This piqued Guan's interest, and he walked over to join the fun. Just as he arrived, he heard the 9-fingered Divine Lord chuckle. I accept my win. The disciples around him praised his skill. The Western Spirit Mother, however, remained calm. She looked at the nine-fingered Divine Lord and asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name? Which sect do you hail from?" The nine-fingered Divine Lord waved his hand. "It's just a game of Go. No need for so many questions. Has the Bittersea Buddhist sect not taught you proper manners?" At his words, the Western Spirit Mother's expression darkened, but she said nothing more. Rising from her seat, she bowed slightly to the nine-fingered Divine Lord before turning to leave. Lu Lingjun didn't follow. Instead, she looked at Guan curiously and asked, "How did you manage to beat this senior?" The nine-fingered Divine Lord's face immediately turned grim. He started inviting others to play another round, eager to redeem himself. Guan grinned smugly. "I originally wanted to live as an ordinary mortal, but since you ask, I suppose I have no choice but to reveal the truth. I am a chess immortal, seeking the Dao through the black and white of Taiji, experiencing the trials of fate in the mortal world." Lu Lingjun rolled her eyes. Nearby, Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Valley Master, are you really a chess immortal?" The other disciples also stared at Guan excitedly. Whether it was true or not, their admiration greatly satisfied him. "Ah, what teachable young ones." Guan chuckled. "Just messing with you. If I were really a chess immortal, would I be stuck here running errands?" The disciples laughed along, continuing to flatter him. As Guan basked in their praise, Lu Lingjun shook her head with a smile. The nine-fingered Divine Lord found Guan contradictory, sometimes worldly and sometimes utterly detached. Perhaps it was this contradiction that made his playstyle so unpredictable. Afterward, Lu Lingjun pulled Guan aside to speak privately. "The girl staying below your loft, can you let me take her as my disciple?" she asked expectantly. Guan immediately shook his head. "She's the Ji family's prodigy. She's only temporarily staying with me. If you want to take her as a disciple, you'll have to ask the vice sect master." Lu Lingjun pouted. "Ji Hantian? He'd definitely refuse. He was already against me founding the Ascension sect, afraid I'd take away Taixuan Sect's talents." Guan smirked. "Then what are you doing now?" "I just can't stand to see good talent go to waste." "If you can't bear to see Taixuan Sect's talent go to waste, does that mean you plan to take all of them?" "You brat, is that how you see me?" As their playful banter continued, Guan suddenly asked, "Your master is from the Bittersea Buddhist sect? What kind of sect is that? Where is it located?" Lu Lingjun's face grew serious. "It's far from here. Even if Ji Hantian spent his whole life searching, he'd never find it." Guan joked, "That far? You're not planning to become a nun, are you? Stop talking nonsense. Let's change the subject." Lu Lingjun quickly diverted the conversation, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter further. After chatting for a while, Lu Lingjun finally left. Guan, on the other hand, made his way back to his loft. As he reached the entrance, Ji Xuanyu suddenly rushed out from inside, saying she had something important to tell him. The two of them went upstairs. After taking a seat, Guan looked at Ji Xuanyu sitting across from him and asked, "What is it?" Ji Xuanyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hold on, Valley Master brother, just read your book for a bit first." Seeing her acting all nervous and secretive, Guan found it amusing. He didn't press her and instead picked up Romance of the Gods and started reading. "Valley Master brother, why are you reading Romance of the Gods? Everyone says you like Adventures of the Green Hero," Ji Xuanyu asked curiously. Guan's expression immediately darkened. He set down his book and asked with a straight face, "Who said that?" "Tang Yu, Peng Chang, and Chen Ji. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. How dare they slander their elders like that?" "Slander? Isn't Adventures of the Green Hero a good book? Enough questions. Just read your book." Guan tossed a copy of Journey to the West over to Ji Xuanyu and then focused on reading his own book. Half an hour later, Ji Xuanyu finally put down Journey to the West and let out a sigh of relief. "They've finally left. 2 people came to the valley today, and they made me feel really uncomfortable. One of them even wanted to take me as a disciple, but I refused." Guan sensed that the Western Spirit Mother and Lu Lingjun had already flown away and was secretly surprised. Ji Xuanyu was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, yet she could already sense the Western Spirit Mother's presence. She even knew exactly when the Western Spirit Mother left? That wasn't simple at all. Guan asked, "Why did they make you feel uncomfortable? Have you seen them before?" Ji Xuanyu shook her head. "No, but when I was spacing out under the 7-fold purity tree before, I saw some visions. There were people with a similar aura to them in those visions. Those people wanted to capture me." Could Ji Xuanyu have had a past life grudge against the Bittersea Buddhist sect? It seemed he needed to keep an eye on the Western Spirit Mother. If she recognized Ji Xuanyu, things could get troublesome, and he didn't want the disciples of the valley to get caught up in any conflict. "Valley Master brother, you'd best keep your distance from them. I have a bad feeling that nothing good will come from getting too close," Ji Xuanyu said seriously. Guan nodded. "Don't mention this to anyone else. We don't want to stir up unnecessary trouble." Ji Xuanyu agreed readily. "Don't worry, I'm only telling you. Besides you, I feel like there's no one else in this world who wouldn't harm me. It's a strange feeling, but that's truly how I feel." Hearing Ji Xuanyu's words, Guan couldn't help but feel curious. Why would she have such thoughts? In her previous life, right before her death, Guan had indeed stepped in to help her, but that was as the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Could it be that Ji Xuanyu had already seen through his true identity back then? That was impossible. The 9 extremes yin-yang body could block all divination and karmic calculations. Seeing through his identity would require a cultivation level far beyond his own. Or was it because of Guan's identity? Guan suddenly recalled how Ji Xuanyu had spoken up to help him when they were young. Thinking back carefully, it seemed she had only ever saved him. She wasn't as kind to other servants, or rather, she didn't usually meddle in such affairs. Guan chuckled and said, "Since you trust me so much, I should treat you even better. As long as you stay in Medicine Valley, you can cultivate in peace, no one will harm you." Ji Xuanyu nodded, then brought up Journey to the West. Recently, besides cultivating, she had taken up reading like Guan. The more she read, the more fascinated she became with Journey to the West. The two of them chatted for half an hour before Ji Xuanyu finally left. Autumn arrives. Guan once again arrived at Seeker's Island. After experiencing an attack from the divine anomaly wraiths, the island had become noticeably quieter. But overall, it wasn't in decline. Seeker's Island was still powerful. Without divine anomaly wraiths beyond the scattered immortal stage attacking, it was hard to shake its foundation. Guan sent a voice transmission to Hu Xiaojian, and before long, Hu Xiaojian appeared before him. After paying his respects, Hu Xiaojian immediately began talking about the previous attack on Seeker's Island. When he mentioned the divine anomaly wraiths, his face was full of fear and lingering dread. Those creatures, even after being scattered, they reformed in less than 5 breaths. They were impossible to deal with. Thankfully, the island lord used a divine ability to send them all away. They couldn't break through and eventually had to retreat. As Hu Xiaojian spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. Guan reassured him, "It's over now, don't worry. Seeker's Island has stood for countless years, it won't fall so easily. I just fear a divine anomaly Wraith King might descend." Hu Xiaojian sighed. What would bring a Wraith King to Seeker's Island? True, Wraith Kings don't seek treasures, they only hunt powerful cultivators to absorb their strength. Hu Xiaojian nodded, his mood improving slightly. He then led Guan on a shopping trip, all the while discussing the severed sea rift and the growing presence of divine anomaly wraiths. Guan listened intently. Divine anomaly wraith attacks were increasing across the ocean, forcing even reclusive sects to take action. Many sects Hu Xiaojian had never even heard of before had stepped in, showcasing their incredible strength and broadening his horizons. Deep Sea Spirit Palace, Mortal Peak, Bitter Sea Buddhist Sect, Purple Pill Palace, Fallen Immortal Gorge, Hoki Deo Sect, Temple of Eternal Time. The vastness of this world left Hu Xiaojian deeply awed. But Guan wasn't as impressed. His divine sense had already probed the land. There were over 100 sects here stronger than the Starsea Sect Alliance. That alone spoke volumes about the strength of this world. Some sects had even developed the ability to ascend beyond the sky, yet they remained here. Perhaps, beyond the sky, there existed dangers mortals could never imagine. What intrigued Guan was the force shrouding the heavenly great realm, preventing anyone below the celestial ascension stage from leaving. Was it a law of this world? Or the work of an even greater power? Either way, Guan had no intention of venturing beyond carelessly. Since only celestial ascension cultivators could leave the heavenly great realm, he needed to surpass that level by at least 2 major realms before considering exploration. Otherwise, dying out there would be far too humiliating. His thoughts returned to the present when Hu Xiaojian mentioned medicinal herbs. Compared to the divine anomaly wraiths, Guan cared more about extending his own lifespan. Time passed, tribulations never ceased, but those who could live forever were few and far between. Eternal life, that was what mattered most to Guan. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guan's lifespan had already exceeded 28 million years, drawing close to 30 million. During those 5 years, disasters raged across the ocean. Seeker's Island endured 2 more attacks, but the continent where Taixuan Sect resided remained peaceful, untouched by the ocean's calamities. Deep in the forest, Guan sat atop the Blood Prison Great Saint, watching Yangjian and Li Lingtian spar. Li Lingtian, now at the core formation stage, second layer, was still being completely suppressed by Yangjian, who, outwardly, only appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage. In truth, Yangjian had already formed his nascent soul. Even though he suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, his physical strength alone was beyond what core formation cultivators could handle. Bang! Li Lingtian slammed into a tree trunk, causing the ancient 1,000-year-old tree to tremble violently as leaves scattered to the ground. 10 feet away, Yangjian withdrew his leg and dusted off his robe. His sharp, overwhelming presence faded instantly. Sitting on the ground, clutching his chest, Li Lingtian grimaced in pain. The Blood Prison Great Saint's voice boomed, "Li Lingtian, is this really all you've got? And you dare call yourself Lingtian?" Hearing that, Li Lingtian was furious, but with Guan and Yangjian present, he could only swallow his anger. D***mn. What kind of monster is this guy? Struggling to his feet, Li Lingtian looked at Yangjian, his gaze filled with fear. If this had been a life or death battle, he wouldn't have just died, he would have died in the most miserable way possible. He could sense the growing bloodthirst in Yangjian. Even he, who feared nothing, felt uneasy, worried about provoking him. "Jianer, you went too hard. Apologize," Guan's voice came. Yangjian glanced at Li Lingtian and noticed the severe internal injuries he had inflicted. Feeling guilty, he quickly stepped forward. "Apologies, I got distracted," Yangjian said sincerely. Seeing his remorse, Li Lingtian didn't feel any better. Instead, he felt even more defeated. Forcing a smile, he said, "No worries, I lost fair and square." A thought crossed his mind. He wanted to leave the Third Medicine Valley. He had hoped to learn from Yangjian by staying near him, but now he only felt the gap between them growing wider. He couldn't even remember what winning felt like. No, in truth, he had never won. As an adult, he only sparred with Yangjian and never bullied weaker disciples. Guan called them back to the valley while sweeping his divine sense across the ocean. 5 years had passed, and now, divine anomaly wraiths had started appearing near the continent's coastline. Their numbers were small, but it was still an ominous sign. When he had once wiped out a 1,000-foot-tall wraith and shattered the tidal waves, he must have drawn the attention of the mysterious presence within the severed sea rift. Yet, for years, there had been no retaliation. That wasn't luck. That mysterious being was plotting something. Guan's desire to break through grew stronger. At free-soaring immortal stage, 9th layer, he wouldn't fear calamities. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But he could escape. What about the people in Medicine Valley? Would he have to take them all and flee? That would expose his true cultivation. D*MN fate, is this blocking me from reaching 100 million years of life? Guan sighed. Meanwhile, the blood prison great saint couldn't read his thoughts. It was too busy mocking Li Lingtian, who was now red with embarrassment, ready to explode. As they arrived at the entrance of the third Medicine Valley, Guan spotted a familiar figure. He patted the blood prison great saint on the back, signaling it to speed up. But before they could get closer, Li Lingtian bolted ahead like a gust of wind. Xuanyu, what brings you here? Li Lingtian asked with an eager smile. Xuanyu, now 16, stood at the valley entrance. She was tall and slender, dressed in a form-fitting blue outfit with a cinched waist. Her delicate features were framed by her long hair, which was styled into a graceful updo beneath a violet crown. She looked like a celestial maiden from a painting. Even some passing disciples couldn't help but steal glances at her. Compared to her past life, she was even more beautiful now, and her presence no longer carried an icy distance. However, when Li Lingtian approached, her smile faded, and she took a small step to the side. That single step stung Li Lingtian more than any physical wound. As the blood prison great saint drew near, Xuanyu's expression brightened once more. Brother Valley Lord, are you done with your work? She asked cheerfully. Guan nodded. You need something. Let's talk inside. With that, Xuanyu turned and headed toward Guan's pavilion. Li Lingtian watched her retreating figure, hesitant to speak. Guan rode after her, following on the blood prison great saint, while Yangjian quietly left to resume his training. He knew he still wasn't not strong enough to face Tianvucheng. Soon, only Li Lingtian remained at the valley entrance. He looked left, then right, then sighed in frustration. They beat me up and just left like that? Seriously. Inside the pavilion, Guan and Xuanyu arrived at the second floor. He sat down, stretched lazily, and asked, so, what's up? Xuanyu took a seat, grabbed a brush and some paper from the side, and began writing. Guan, unfazed, picked up a book and started reading while he waited. His mind, however, wandered elsewhere. If he broke through early, should he enhance his physique and cultivation techniques as well? His profound saint body was already superior to most treasure bodies, having evolved from the 5 elements treasure body to the innate Dao body, before finally transforming into its current state. But, could it evolve further? The path to power was endless. After a while, Xuanyu finally stopped writing. She looked up at Guan and pouted. You're not even curious about what I'm writing. Guan set his book down and chuckled. I was waiting for you to finish. Besides, I'm over 150 years older than you. Do you really think I'm that easily intrigued? Xuanyu slid a stack of 10 or so pages toward him. I came up with a new cultivation technique last night. Take a look. Guan picked up the pages and began reading through them. When he finished, he looked up in surprise. This is a brilliant technique. You really came up with this. The technique was incredibly refined. While it wasn't nearly as advanced as his own cultivation methods, in the Taixuan Sect, it would be considered a highly valuable technique far beyond what ordinary inner sect disciples could afford to purchase. Xuanyu nodded. More or less, this technique can cleanse the meridians and refine the body. You always complain about talent limitations. Why not give it a try? It won't interfere with your energy absorption techniques, so it's completely safe to practice. Guan raised an eyebrow. Can I teach it to others? Xuanyu hesitated, frowning slightly. Seeing her reaction, Guan grinned. Forget it, then. Thanks anyway. You can pass it on to others if you like, but whether they can master it is another matter. This technique requires a vast amount of medicinal herbs for body tempering. I'm only giving it to you because you happen to own Medicine Valley. Xuanyu spoke calmly. After finishing, she stood up and turned to leave. Leaving just like that? Guan couldn't help but ask. I need to cultivate. Xuanyu replied without looking back. This time, after stepping out, she didn't bother closing the door. Guan chuckled to himself and muttered, she really still has a girl's mindset. He didn't dwell on it and simply stored away the technique Xuanyu had written down. In truth, he already possessed similar techniques. He had only asked out of curiosity. Cultivation methods that altered one's physique often required an abundance of natural treasures. Having the method alone was not enough. Guan began scanning the entire world with his divine sense, searching for a suitable place to break through. He couldn't predict how much commotion his next breakthrough would cause, so he wanted to pick a location far from any living beings. Judging by the disturbance caused by his last breakthrough, Guan found himself in a dilemma. It seemed that no matter where he chose, he would inevitably alert nearby forces and affect countless creatures. His gaze suddenly fell upon the severed sea rift. He could sense the vast and dense spiritual energy hidden within its depths. Maybe he should break through inside the severed sea rift? The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Once his lifespan reached 30 million years, he would attempt the breakthrough. Inside a grand hall, Anhao sat cross-legged in a spiritual pool, his brows tightly furrowed, unable to calm his mind. Suddenly, he snapped open his eyes, his gaze bloodshot. His entire vision swayed violently, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. Through the haze, he vaguely saw a mass of black energy surge into the hall, rapidly approaching him. The black mist landed at the edge of the pool and condensed into a human figure. Anhao tried to stand, but his body refused to move. The fiery sun treasure body. Though forged through cultivation, it surpasses innate physiques. Remarkable. A voice echoed through the hall. If Guan or Yangjian were here, they would immediately recognize it as Tianva Chang's voice. Anhao locked eyes with Tianva Chang. Though unable to move, there wasn't a trace of fear in him. The black mist roiled as Tianva Chang revealed a striking yet eerie face. He looked down at Anhao with a greedy smile. The supreme treasure body. You cultivated it as well. Anhao's tone was calm as he spoke. Tianva Chang's pupils shrank sharply, his gaze turning profound. Then, he sneered. It seems you're not ordinary. Perfect. After I devour you, I'll go find the Xiangang tyrant body next. Anhao remained seated in the pool, staring at him in silence. Tell the Starsea Sect Alliance to prepare. I want to see if the current Starsea Sect still possesses its former glory. Tianva Chang's voice lingered in the air before his figure dissipated into smoke. Anhao gasped for breath as his body regained sensation. Bracing himself against the pool's edge, his face was drenched in cold sweat. But his eyes burned with a feral intensity. The supreme treasure body, why? He muttered to himself, his voice resembling the low growl of a beast. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. After harvesting a batch of medicinal herbs, Guan returned to his study and checked his status panel. Seeing that he was only 100,000 years away from reaching 30 million years of lifespan, a smile spread across his face. Once he reached 30 million years, he would break through. Seated at his desk, Guan began speculating about the realm beyond the free-soaring immortal stage. What kind of power would that be? Before long, a swift figure stepped into the room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that pulled Guan's consciousness back. Shenzhen walked up to his desk, pulled out a book, and placed it in front of him with a smug smile. Take a look. Guan picked up the book and flipped through it. As he read, his brows furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Shenzhen grew nervous. Is it really bad? The book was a novel clearly inspired by Journey to the West. The protagonist was also a demon, though instead of retrieving scriptures, he embarked on an adventure to seek an immortal treasure that could fulfill his wish. Objectively speaking, it was well written. But Guan felt regretful. Shenzhen had actually gone straight. Strangely, he suddenly felt a bit pathetic. When she used to write, he found it annoying. Now that she had stopped, he felt disappointed. It's pretty good. Keep it up. Guan closed the book and handed it back to her, speaking offhandedly. Shenzhen clenched the book in her hands, her grip tightening at his perfunctory tone. Just then, footsteps approached. A young woman in white ascended the stairs. At 18, Ji Xuanyu's presence had become even more striking, her features fully matured, her brows captivating, and a faint red mark on her forehead adding to her allure. Shenzhen turned to look and was momentarily stunned by Ji Xuanyu's beauty. Despite having been in the Third Medicine Valley for years, the two had never met. Shenzhen hadn't visited during the Spring Festival for a long time. Ji Xuanyu's gaze fell on Shenzhen, carefully scrutinizing her. Shenzhen suddenly chuckled, then turned to Guan. Do you just not like this kind of book? Do you only read the secrets of Taixuan? Guan's expression changed drastically. He immediately retorted, how could that be? I love books like this. The secrets of Taixuan? Never heard of it. He shot her a pleading glance. Shenzhen smirked and placed the book back on the desk. Then you'd better read it properly. I'll test you next time I visit. Of course. I love it. I'll have it memorized backwards and forwards by then. Guan said solemnly. Shenzhen threw him a smart choice look before leaving. As she passed Ji Xuanyu, she nodded with a playful smile, making Ji Xuanyu frown slightly. Ji Xuanyu approached the desk and asked softly, was she threatening you? Tell me, and I'll settle the score for you. At 18, she had already reached the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage and had full confidence in her strength. Guan laughed. Not at all. We've known each other for over 100 years. She just likes to argue with me. Enough about her, why are you here? Ji Xuanyu looked at him and said, I'm leaving for a while. I need to return to the Ji family. Then go. Do you need me to take you to see the Vice Sect Master? Ji Xuanyu nodded, and Guan stood up immediately. He had been to the sect's main city before and knew where Ji Hantian resided. These days, he had free access to anywhere in Taixuan Sect, but he preferred wandering around the outer sect cities. The disciples there were easier to interact with. Inner sect disciples always maintained a certain distance, while those in the main city carried an air of arrogance. As a core formation stage cultivator, he often received strange looks when entering the main city. On their way, Guan and Ji Xuanyu exchanged light conversation. Their words weren't many, but neither felt uncomfortable with the silence. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gates of the Ji residence. Go on. Guan stopped and gestured. Ji Xuanyu nodded and walked toward the entrance. She suddenly halted, turning back to watch him leave. A slight frown formed on her forehead, as if lost in thought. Guan could feel her gaze but dared not look back, afraid she'd ask about the secrets of Taixuan. This life's Ji Xuanyu was far more inquisitive than in his past. Once she got curious, she would find out the answer. Using the teleportation platform from the sect's main city, Guan arrived at the inner sect city. Suddenly, he sensed an intense battle aura from the south. One of the auras had already surpassed most celestial ascension level cultivators, almost reaching free-soaring immortal, but just a step short. His divine sense extended in that direction, and his expression turned strange. It's him. A realization struck Guan, and his face shifted to one of understanding. Without stopping, he continued moving forward. Walking along the bustling streets, he observed the passing disciples. Years had gone by, and many inner sect disciples were now demons, marking the beginning of true integration between humans and demons. As he strolled, Guan casually activated his lifespan perception, occasionally examining the karma of disciples along the way. This was his habit and also his entertainment. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed outside the great hall wherein Hao sat meditating. His brows knitted tightly. Inside the hall, over 10 Grand Masters, both male and female, stood in dignified silence. Among them were Qi Bei and Qi Juxiao, who had once led Hao to the Star Sea Sect alliance. How is he this powerful? Could he really break into our Star Sea Sect? He is the Ghost King of Divine Anomalies. If he didn't have real power, he would have been eliminated long ago. This is outrageous. How dare he storm into our sect just to take someone? Fortunately, the sect master is here. We have nothing to fear. That may be true, but his aura is overwhelmingly oppressive. The murmurs of the elders filled the hall, but Hao's face remained dark. He never expected Tian Vucheng to be this bold to actually storm into the Star Sea Sect. Hao could feel Tian Vucheng's oppressive presence growing stronger, a clear indication that he was drawing closer, and that he had locked onto him. Outside the palace, the azure sky churned with violent winds, stirring the clouds into a massive vortex above. Below, floating islands that once stood proud now seemed as insignificant as specks of dust. Cultivators from all corners of the Star Sea Sect flew out one after another, brandishing their magical artifacts, preparing for battle. The palace doors swung open. Hao and the other Grand Masters stepped outside. The sect master is here, a female cultivator exclaimed excitedly. The other elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. From within the swirling clouds, a shadowy figure descended like a meteor, landing before the palace, right at the edge of the cliff. As the glow faded, a man dressed in flowing white robes came into view. His long scarf drifted around him like mist, and his jade-adorned belt jingled softly in the wind. His back was broad and straight, exuding an unshakable presence. Even though he stood with his back to Hao and the others, his aura alone made their hearts tremble. Great Nether Heaven, sect master of the Star Sea Sect, Celestial Ascension Realm? His expression was stern, his long beard fluttering, and his sharp eyes radiated an intense authority. His long hair was tied in a high crown, adorned with multiple small banners swaying in the wind. Raising his right hand, one of the banners detached, expanded rapidly, and landed in his palm. This was none other than the Starsea Primordial Flag, an immortal Deo Supreme treasure. The banner shimmered with countless stars, its immense power shaking the heavens and the earth. Starsea Primordial Flag, it's been a long time. A cold chuckle echoed through the skies. As the words fell, the distant firmament suddenly split open. A massive black rift, stretching hundreds of miles, tore across the heavens, as if the sky itself had been cleaved by a single sword strike. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. All the cultivators within the minor world turned their gaze toward the black rift hanging in the sky, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy. This was the hidden domain deep within the Star Sea Sect, and the fact that Tian Vucheng had fought his way in meant that many Star Sea Sect cultivators had already perished at his hands. A figure flew out from the black rift. It was Tian Vucheng. He was bare-chested, his hair disheveled, with a massive python coiled around his waist. The serpent's body was covered in black scales, its head slithering behind his back, emerging over his left shoulder, flicking its tongue as it surveyed the surroundings. Dark, eerie patterns covered Tian Vucheng's upper body, forming a strange design that made him look even more terrifying. His gaze locked onto Hao from afar. Hao frowned. Tian Vucheng's lips curled into an arrogant grin. Hurry up and form your battle formation. Let me see if the Starsea Primordial Flag is as formidable as it was in the past. His voice echoed, followed by a sweeping motion of his palm. A terrifying storm erupted, raging across millions of miles. The floating islands around them activated their protective formations, forming shimmering barriers of light. But despite that, every single floating island trembled violently. On the edge of a cliff, De Mingtian stood, gripping the Starsea Primordial Flag with one hand, his stance unyielding in the howling wind. With a cold snort, he raised the Starsea Primordial Flag high. The black banner soared into the sky, expanding rapidly until it was 10,000 feet tall, casting the entire floating island into darkness. Not just that, the small banners atop De Mingtian's headpiece also shot into the air, aligning with the colossal black flag, swelling in size. There were actually 12 Starsea Primordial Flags? 12 banners? Not bad. But it's far from enough. Tian Vucheng sneered. With another wave of his hand, a bloodstorm surged from the black rift, a torrential force that seemed unstoppable. In an instant, the bloodstorm crashed against the 12 starseed primordial flags. The massive banners trembled, countless stars upon their surfaces erupting with blinding light. Below, the vast ocean churned, forming a colossal hand that reached for Tian Wuchang. But as Tian Wuchang took a step forward, his right foot stomped down and the giant hand of the ocean shattered instantly. De Mingtian's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with caution. 8th level of the Celestial Ascension stage. Your cultivation is high, but it seems you've spent too much time on cultivation itself. Your mana is a little weak. Tian Wuchang's laughter thundered through the heavens, making all the Taixuan Sect cultivators turn pale. Could this divine anomaly Wraith King be even stronger than their sect master? Humph. Defeat me first before you start lecturing. De Mingtian shot into the air, arms outstretched, casting spells at lightning speed. The 12 starseed primordial flags whipped up fierce gales, their surfaces flaring as countless meteors rained down, vast and endless, all aimed at Tian Wuchang. In an instant, the entire ocean dimmed, the sky covered by a sea of meteors, some crashing directly at Tian Wuchang, others orbiting him, forming a strategic array. Tian Wuchang advanced, his mere presence shattering the incoming meteors. With each step he took, his aura surged, visible shockwaves spiraling around him. His gaze locked onto Anhao once again, his voice carrying through a secret transmission. Fiery Sun Treasure Body, are you ready to be eaten by me? You'd better resist. The stronger you are, the more excited I get. And when I'm happy, I'll let you suffer a little less. Hearing his words, Anhao clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't afraid of Tian Wuchang, but he knew he wasn't his match. What terrified him was dragging the Taixuan Sect into this. Ever since stepping onto the path of cultivation, everyone had acknowledged his talent, yet he had always needed others to help him. It had been this way in the Taixuan Sect, and now in the Taixuan Sect, it was the same. His heart was filled with frustration. Why wouldn't the heavens give him more time? If he had 1,000 years, no, just 500, he was confident he could ascend to immortality. At that time, he wouldn't need anyone's protection. To have unparalleled talent but still rely on others, what a cruel joke. Boom! A fierce gust of wind blasted toward Anhao. In his eyes, a blinding light flickered. The sect master, De Mingtian, and Tian Wuchang had already clashed, their divine spells and mystical arts shaking the entire floating island. Tian Wuchang wielded no treasures, he fought with pure physical strength, using sheer force to break through the Starseed primordial flag's magical attacks. Qi Juxiao turned to Anhao, commanding, "Get back inside. Don't come out." Anhao gritted his teeth but didn't move. Qi Bei spoke instead, "The enemy has already reached our doorstep. Hiding won't change anything. Let him watch the battle." He cast a sidelong glance at Anhao. "Anhao, watch closely. Remember the power of an ancient treasure body. Today, many disciples may die because of you, but we don't regret it. We will support you on your path to greatness." Hearing this, Anhao was overcome with guilt. He wanted to repay the Taixuan Sect, but would he even get the chance? At that moment, he thought of his master. If anyone could match Tian Wuchang, it would be him. His master had once swept through the 7-star spirit realm. Even if he couldn't kill Tian Wuchang, he could at least hold him off. But Anhao couldn't call for him. His master hated trouble, and he had already burdened him too many times. Gritting his teeth, Anhao stared at Tian Wuchang, flames igniting across his body. His hair turned to fire, his entire being radiating a divine, sun-like presence. Elsewhere, in another minor world of the Taixuan Sect, a black-clad figure stood at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance. It was Li Ya. The sky was filled with shifting light, changing unpredictably. His brows furrowed as he murmured, "Anhao." The news that Tian Wuchang had come to seize the fiery sun treasure body had already spread. Though Li Ya often lost to Anhao, he didn't want him dead. A talent like Anhao, if he couldn't grow to his full potential, would be a tragic waste. He could lose, but he couldn't lose his reason to chase after greatness. A shadowy figure appeared beside him. It was Xian Tianyi. Seeing Li Ya still present, Xian Tianyi sighed in relief. He warned sternly, "Don't even think about helping Anhao. You can't control the full power of the Divine Anomaly City yet, and the Divine Anomaly Wraiths are watching you too." Li Ya remained silent before asking, "Senior, how do we stop the disaster the Divine Anomaly Wraiths bring? This is worse than the demonic cataclysm we faced on the continent. Just one Wraith King can breach our defenses." Xian Tianyi paused, then said, "A great power will intervene. This isn't something for you or me to worry about." Li Ya's eyes flickered, thoughts unreadable. Then, he asked, "No news of Zhang Bukui?" Xian Tianyi shook his head, gazing into the distance. Worry wouldn't change anything. Because this wasn't the continent. As a Grand Ascension cultivator, he was powerless here. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean surged with massive waves, towering tens of thousands of feet high. Floating islands shattered one after another, while the sky crackled with lightning and roared with flames. From all directions, black holes continuously appeared, pouring forth reinforcements from the Taixuan Sect Grand Master cultivators rushing into aid De Mingtian. De Mingtian stood tall, both hands gripping the Taixuan primordial flag, his body drenched in blood, yet still locked in fierce combat with Tian Wuchang. With a mighty roar, Tian Wuchang threw a punch. De Mingtian crossed his two banners to block, but the sheer force still sent him flying hundreds of miles back. His hands, gripping the flagpoles, trembled violently, his palms torn and dripping with blood. Above, the 10-star primordial flags unleashed a torrent of divine lightning, weaving a net of energy that struck Tian Wuchang from all sides. "Ha ha ha." Glorious? This is glorious. Tian Vucheng burst into wild laughter, his body trembling with excitement. The pain searing through his flesh only made his battle fervor rise, his power swelling with each blow. His eyes gleamed with a savage, almost tangible bloodlust. Then, his gaze shifted back to Hao, filled with mockery. Come on, rage. Despair? But all you can do is watch as I rip them apart. His maniacal laughter drowned out all other noise. Hao was on the brink of losing control. He clenched his fists, prepared to charge but was immediately held back by the surrounding cultivators. You'll only make things worse for the sect master if you interfere, Qi Juxiao said in a low voice, gripping his dragon-slaying spear, pressing the cold metal shaft against Hao's chest. He was stunned. This kid's inner fire is insanely strong. Hao grasped the spear tightly, his eyes locked on Tian Vucheng, his voice trembling with frustration. But, no buts? If anyone dies first, it will be us. An elderly cultivator snapped. Around them, other grandmasters echoed his words, their expressions unyielding. Not one of them blamed Hao. Instead, they stood beside him, ready to fight to the last breath. That made Hao feel even worse. Are we really just waiting to die? He gritted his teeth, his fury surging, the flames on his body blazing even more violently. Waiting to die? Who said that? A voice suddenly echoed in Hao's ears, sending a shudder down his spine. Before he could respond, the surrounding cultivators whipped their heads around in shock. Qi Juxiao's expression shifted, his grip on the dragon-slaying spear tightening before he suddenly let go. He stared at Hao's back in disbelief, then his face lit up with overwhelming relief. Fu Senior, you're here. Hao's body froze. His flames extinguished instantly. Rigidly, he turned his head and a familiar figure stepped past him, moving calmly toward the battlefield. A dark purple aura flickered, causing every cultivator present except for Qi Juxiao and Qi Bei to recoil in silent fear. Who was this? Where did he come from? No one had even sensed his arrival? Hao's heart pounded. His voice trembled. Master, Enough. Guan cut him off without even turning his head. His voice was calm, but it made everyone around him hold their breath. A mere ant. Do you really need to introduce him to me? The air froze. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt his entire body relax. For the first time since Tian Vucheng appeared, he smiled. Master. Across the battlefield, Tian Vucheng narrowed his murderous eyes. An ant? What an arrogant mouth. And who the hell are you? His voice dripped with killing intent. It was obvious he had been infuriated. The sound of Tian Vucheng made the entire world feel like it was plunged into an icy abyss. Every cultivator of the Starseed Sect Alliance felt a chill run down their spine. Guan ignored Tian Vucheng and strode forward. Beneath the 10,000-foot Starseed primordial banner, Da Mingtian, covered in blood, turned his head, his eyes filled with shock. Who is this person? Even Tian Vucheng paused. Guan's utter disregard infuriated him. With a furious roar, he transformed into a crimson gale, surging toward Guan. Within that terrifying bloodstorm, a massive flood dragon's head emerged, as enormous as a mountain. It seemed like it could swallow Guan, Hao, and the entire floating island in a single bite. Everyone on the island held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. Boom! The bloodstorm flood dragon clashed with Guan and instantly disintegrated. Tian Vucheng staggered back, his balance lost, his face filled with absolute disbelief. No. He trembled as he spoke, but before he could finish, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Splat! The giant python coiled around him was crushed into a mist of blood. Tian Vucheng's heart pounded wildly. For the first time in his life, pure terror seized him. He suddenly realized he couldn't move his spiritual power. He had lost all ability to fight. A voice whispered into his ear. No matter where you run, I will find you and crush you. Guan's right hand clenched and Tian Vucheng's body exploded into dust. Boom! A violent storm erupted, sweeping across the world. Countless cultivators in the distance were blown away. Guan wasn't just superior in cultivation, his physical strength was leagues beyond Tian Vucheng's supreme treasure body. At the moment Tian Vucheng's body shattered, Guan sensed a strange power swiftly retreating from Starseed Sect Alliance. That eerie divine anomaly wraith energy, the very power that enabled them to resurrect over and over, was withdrawing beyond the rules of reality. It rapidly recoiled back into the severed sea rift. Guan vanished in the same instant. The world fell silent. Even the wind seemed oppressive. Hovering midair, Da Mingtian was utterly dumbfounded. If he was this shaken, what about everyone else? Tian Vucheng is dead. Qi Juxiao shouted in excitement, his hands trembling as he gripped the dragon-slaying spear. His words triggered an uproar. Impossible? What just happened? Who was that man? He crushed a divine anomaly Wraith King like it was nothing. It looked like he came for Hao. With that kind of strength, how high must his cultivation be? His aura completely disappeared. Even our Starseed Sect's barriers and formations couldn't detect him. More and more cultivators rushed toward Hao, including Da Mingtian himself. Forgetting his own battered state, Da Mingtian locked eyes with Hao and demanded, "Who was that man to you?" Under countless gazes, Hao took a deep breath and said, "To tell the truth, he was my first master. When I was a child, he saved me from demonic beasts and taught me the path of cultivation. He guided me into Taixuan Sect. Within Taixuan Sect, he is revered as the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path." The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. That name. They had all heard of it. The sword sovereign of the righteous path, the one who single-handedly annihilated the 7-star spirit realm lords. If it was him, everything made sense. And yet, and how had such an extraordinary background? After witnessing the sword sovereign's strength today, they finally understood the destruction of the 7-star spirit realm was not unjust. Had the sword sovereign of the righteous path willed it, not just the realm's leaders but millions of their followers could have perished. Back at Taixuan Sect, Guan wandered through the outer sect city, deep in thought. What power lay behind Tianvucheng? Earlier, when he used lifespan perception on Tianvucheng, he could only see his cultivation level celestial ascension stage, 9th layer, but the other 3 values were 0. The divine anomaly wraiths were not truly immortal. Guan had already destroyed 2 of them, and he could sense that they shared the same mysterious energy. If he could trace the source and eliminate it, these creatures would no longer be able to resurrect. He was already preparing to enter the Severed Sea Rift. With his current lifespan, he was confident. The Severed Sea Rift was dangerous but not beyond his reach. Guan's eyes burned with anticipation. What lay beyond the free-soaring immortal stage? Somewhere beneath a blood-red sky, the world was dark. Waves crashed against a desolate shore, their waters filled with a sinister presence, like an unseen demon grasping at the land. A solitary stone tablet stood amidst the wasteland, occasional waves splashing against it only to instantly evaporate into steam. A figure appeared out of nowhere, then collapsed to the ground. Tianvucheng. He gasped for breath, his face pale with terror. What happened to you? A calm, emotionless voice emerged from within the stone tablet, neither male nor female, devoid of discernible emotion. Tianvucheng struggled to steady his breathing. Clenching his teeth, he rasped. I encountered someone. His cultivation is definitely beyond the celestial ascension stage. He said he's coming for me. He's going to kill me. At the mere thought of Guan's words, Tianvucheng shuddered violently. His arrogance came from his power, but more than that, from his immortality. Yet now, he truly feared death. Because this time, it felt real. Beyond celestial ascension. The voice from the stone echoed his words, deep in thought. Tianvucheng forced himself upright, still trembling. What should we do? He'll definitely come for me. For the first time, Tianvucheng was even more terrified than in how. The longer one lived, the more they dreaded death. Calm yourself. I will summon the other Wraith Kings. We shall see if he dares challenge me under my own watchful gaze. Hearing this, Tianvucheng felt a slight relief. But no matter what he did, he couldn't stop trembling. The sensation of Guan's hand pressing down on his shoulder, it was pure despair. He didn't even have the will to feel anger. He just wanted to escape this fate. The name of the sword sovereign of the righteous path resounded across the ocean. The Taixuan Sect Alliance spread the news deliberately. 1. To make others believe they had ties to the sword sovereign. 2. To crush the morale of the divine anomaly wraiths and rekindle hope across the sea. No matter how terrifying the wraiths were, there were still those strong enough to defeat them. By the time Guan arrived at Seeker's Island, only half a month had passed since the battle. And yet, everyone was already discussing the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Even those who didn't understand higher realms still worshipped him. Guan never expected his name to spread so fast. Hearing all the talk, he secretly enjoyed it. That day, he even stayed an extra hour to bask in it. Returning to Xian Valley. By the time Guan returned to Xian Valley, he was in an excellent mood. Over the past 7 days, he had gathered another batch of medicinal herbs, bringing him closer than ever to reaching a lifespan of 30 million years. At this rate, he estimated it would take at most 3 months to reach that milestone, and that was without rushing his harvests. As for Tianvucheng's retaliation, Guan wasn't worried. He would break through first before heading to the Severed Sea Rift. By then, he would deal with Tianvucheng at an even higher realm. With that thought, Guan smiled as he strolled into the valley. Along the way, he casually chatted with disciples, letting them feel his good mood. 2 months passed in a flash. The sword sovereign of the righteous path's exploits had finally spread to Taixuan Sect. The disciples erupted in discussions, some feeling pride, others concern. Why did the sword sovereign go to the sea? Did he leave Taixuan Sect? Even Guan heard similar debates, but he didn't mind. A bit of pressure on Taixuan Sect wasn't a bad thing. If any arrogant fools decided to test their luck, well, he wouldn't mind taking a few extra years of lifespan from them. Noon inside the pavilion. Guan was playing Go with Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, surrounded by dozens of disciples and senior cultivators from Taixuan Sect. Across the board, the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was visibly sweating. Meanwhile, Guan lazily waved the 7-star mirror in his hand as if it were a fan. None of the onlookers recognized it for what it was, a supreme immortal treasure. Its appearance had subtly changed, and with Guan's mastery of the primordial return divine path, he could completely suppress its energy signature. Even someone as powerful as Nine-Fingered Divine Lord couldn't detect its true nature. Standing behind Guan, Yu Yingying couldn't help but scoff. Stop waving that thing. You look like a woman playing with a mirror. Guan smirked and tilted the mirror, using it to adjust his hair. Yu Yingying was so irritated that she wanted to strangle him. While they bickered, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord felt his pressure soar. Despite years of playing, he could never overcome Guan's Go mastery. He had secretly examined Guan's cultivation multiple times, even investigated his background, but nothing added up. The lack of answers only made him doubt himself more. At that moment, a woman approached. She lightly tapped a female disciple on the shoulder. The disciple turned around, saw who it was, and quickly stepped aside with a bow. The newcomer was Ji Xuanyu. Dressed in flowing white robes, with a sword at her waist, she carried herself with the elegance of a sword immortal. She stopped in the middle of the crowd, her lips subtly curling at the sight of Guan's nonsense antics. Guan noticed her arrival, set down the 7-star mirror, and greeted her with a grin. Xuanyu, back already? Xuanyu replied, I just went home to retrieve something. Of course, I came back immediately. Guan nodded and didn't press further. He stood up and stretched. Senior, you can continue your enlightenment at your own pace. He gently pushed Yu Yingying aside and strolled toward the exit. Yu Yingying, furious, kicked at him but Guan effortlessly dodged. A Foundation Establishment cultivator had no chance of landing a hit on a core formation cultivator. Xuanyu followed beside him. As they walked, they casually chatted. Behind them, an elder of Taixuan Sect stroked his beard and chuckled. Senior, no matter how I look at it, you had no chance of winning. He had lost countless times to 9-fingered Divine Lord in Go, so seeing 9-fingered Divine Lord suffer defeat today was pure joy. At the same time, he marveled just how skilled was Guan at Go. No wonder he was said to have invented the game. But 9-fingered Divine Lord said nothing. He simply stared at the Go board, replaying the game in his mind, trying to decode Guan's strategy. A question from Xuanyu. As they walked, Guan glanced at Xuanyu and asked, You needed something. At those words, Xuanyu's faint smile faded. She spoke calmly, I retrieved a supreme treasure from my family. It can peer into a living soul and distinguish demons from humans. Then, she looked at Guan with clear, unwavering eyes. Would you like to see what your soul looks like? Hearing Xuanyu's words, Guan was momentarily stunned before asking, You came back just for this thing? A mirror to reflect my soul? Do you think I'm a demon? Guan found it bizarre and didn't know how to evaluate Xuanyu's thinking. Xuanyu seemed to understand his expression and explained, Of course, it's more than just that. But for a cultivator, if they can glimpse their own soul, they might enhance their comprehension. I don't believe it, so I'm not trying. Guan waved his hand dismissively. Xuanyu leaned in closer and whispered, Just try it. It won't hurt. I'm not afraid of pain, but asking me to reflect my own soul feels intrusive. You don't actually think I'm a demon, do you? How could that be? Even if you were a demon, it wouldn't matter, since the tie. You're still saying you don't think so. Guan feigned anger, flicked his sleeve, and walked away. Although he wasn't sure about the true nature of that treasure, he decided to stay far away from it. What if it revealed that his soul wasn't an ordinary one? Of course, rationally speaking, there shouldn't be a treasure that powerful. Xuanyu stood in place, watching him leave, lost in thought. After returning to his room, Guan shut the door and pulled out a strange book he had recently obtained from the outer sect city, flipping through it. This lifetime's Xuanyu was persistent, but not unreasonable. After Guan rejected her, she simply returned to her room to cultivate. In the days that followed, Guan avoided Xuanyu. As autumn approached, he returned from Horizon Valley, and today, his lifespan finally surpassed 30 million years. Walking through the mountains, his divine sense extended all the way to the ocean, locking onto the severed sea rift. Looking across the entire rift, the number of cultivators and demons gathered around exceeded 10 million, not to mention the unknown number of beings lurking at the bottom. Without hesitation, Guan decided on his point of entry into the depths of the severed sea rift. As his right foot lifted again, his entire presence shifted dramatically. He entered the special state of a free-soaring immortal. He stepped into infinite free step, swiftly leaping off the continent. Within a few strides, he plunged into the depths of the rift. As he descended, it felt like entering an abyss, darkness all around, with the deafening sound of seawater crashing down from both sides. During his fall, he encountered cultivators, demons, and divine anomaly wraiths emerging from below. Some brushed past him, while others passed straight through his body, completely unaware of his presence. The severed sea rift was far deeper than Guan had expected, as if leading to an entirely different world. After falling tens of millions of miles, a dim blue light appeared below, shimmering like waves. He sensed a special force, something akin to the laws of the heavens and earth. Passing through this layer of blue light, he felt a distinct change, as though he had truly entered another realm. This place felt oddly familiar, reminding him of the interior of Divine Anomaly City. Multiple worlds coexisted here. Guan flew toward the one with the densest spiritual energy, the largest of them all, hundreds of times the size of the continent where Taixuan Sect was located. As he traveled, he saw numerous cultivators and demons moving through the space. The weakest among them was at the roving immortal stage. Only those at the roving immortal stage and above could freely traverse these worlds. Weaker beings had to rely on teleportation arrays or spatial rifts to cross between realms. He also spotted divine anomaly wraiths lurking in the void, watching the passing beings, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Guan paid them no mind. His right foot stepped forward, and in an instant, he appeared on a cliff. The sky here was blood red, shrouded in dense clouds, with faint outlines of multiple moons visible. Guan sat cross-legged and immediately activated his lifespan barrier. The spiritual energy in this realm was incredibly rich, even denser than the third medicine valley, which was filled with medicinal herbs. No wonder so many cultivators and demons risked everything to enter. But Guan didn't rush to break through. Instead, he took a moment to appreciate the scenery. The land stretched endlessly, devoid of vegetation. In the distance, tornadoes roamed the mountains, sweeping up countless restless souls, their wails echoing through the air. Bleak. Desolate. That was Guan's impression. It was hard to imagine what had happened to this world for it to end up like this. If life here had once flourished, just how immense would its spiritual energy have been? Retracting his gaze, Guan pulled up his status panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 174/30,004,901. Physique, profound saint body. Cultivation, 9th level of free-soaring immortal stage. Looking at his lifespan, a smile appeared on Guan's face. He rubbed his hands together, as if preparing for something big. First, he decided to enhance his physique, investing 1,000,000 years of lifespan to see the effects. It had taken 520,000 years of lifespan to evolve from an innate Deo body to a profound saint body. Would 1,000,000 be enough for another transformation? Investing lifespan? Line after line of notifications appeared, all indicating improvements to his bone structure. Yet, after consuming 1,000,000 years, there was no breakthrough. Guan felt a little heartbroken, so he adjusted his approach. He started investing lifespan in increments of 10,000 years at a time. The notifications kept popping up, making his expression increasingly unnatural. Finally, you have comprehended the natural laws for 10,000 years. You have received the baptism of the true essence of heaven and earth. Your bone structure has transformed, and your profound saint body has evolved into the primal causal body. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as spiritual energy surged into his body. The ground itself was engulfed in a sea of misty spiritual energy, dazzling and breathtaking. Guan's smile deepened. His physique breakthrough had consumed 1.67 million years of lifespan. Who could afford such a cost? Now, he hesitated. Should he enhance his cultivation technique? If both his physique and technique advanced, would he still have enough lifespan left to break through? As cultivation progressed, breakthroughs only became more difficult. If he managed to advance using the same amount of lifespan as last time, it would already be a miracle. Reducing the cost was nearly impossible. It was more realistic to just limit how much it increased. The ground trembled continuously, and spiritual energy sank downward, alarming countless divine anomaly wraiths. On the other side of the realm, Tian Vucheng, who had been meditating by the sea, suddenly stood up in shock. The beach beneath him quaked, stirring the waves into a frenzy. The entire realm's spiritual energy kept sinking, causing strong winds to rise. Could it be him? Tian Vucheng gritted his teeth. Though 2 months had passed, he had remained on edge, fearing that man's arrival at any moment. The spiritual energy's descent might be due to fluctuations in the realm's laws not necessarily related to him. A cold voice from within a stone monument reassured him. Hearing this, Tian Vucheng breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. He grumbled, Lord of this realm, when will you recover your cultivation and restore order to divine anomaly realm? More and more cultivators are breaking in. It's bound to cause trouble. The monument's voice fell silent. Tian Vucheng waited a while longer but received no reply, so he resumed his cultivation. Cliffside, within the lifespan barrier. Guan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his body's transformation. Since he had already taught heaven and earth primal art to Yangjian and Anhao, as their master, he needed to have something superior. He invested 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Failure. Another 1,000,000 years. Failure. Another 500,000 years. Failure. Another 200,000 years. Your heaven and earth primal art has successfully evolved into chaos primordial saint art. Total cost, 2.7 million years. Guan's heart ached. But there was no turning back now. Next step, cultivation breakthrough. Time to break past the free-soaring immortal stage. Guan took a deep breath as he looked at his remaining 25 million years of lifespan. Ancestors of Huaxia, please bless me. With that, Guan boldly invested 10 million years of his lifespan in one go. He had never been this extravagant before. You cultivated chi absorption for 60,000 years. With your profound mastery of the primordial chaos supreme art, you forcibly attempted to break through to the mystic Deo spirit immortal realm and began your tribulation. However, you failed to endure the 6 profound Deo laws. Tribulation breakthrough failed. You cultivated chi absorption for 120,000 years. With your profound mastery of the primordial chaos supreme art, you forcibly attempted to break through to the mystic Deo spirit immortal realm and began your tribulation. However, you failed to endure the 6 profound Deo laws. Tribulation breakthrough failed. 1 tribulation every 60,000 years. That was still acceptable. After all, when he broke through to the free-soaring immortal realm, tribulations occurred every 50,000 years. A higher realm meant an additional 10,000 years per tribulation attempt. This proved that both the primordial causality physique and primordial chaos supreme art were exerting their power. Would 10 million years of lifespan bring a surprise? Guan let his thoughts wander as system notifications flooded his vision like never before. Failure? Failure? Still failure? Guan resumed his usual habit, checking whether the length of the notification log had changed. If it hadn't, that meant he still hadn't succeeded. In the end, 10 million years of lifespan had gone up in smoke. Upgrading his physique and cultivation methods still granted him deeper insights into spiritual energy and universal laws, even if the breakthrough failed. But when it came to advancing cultivation realms, failure meant pure loss, nothing gained. This 10 million years of lifespan had simply evaporated. Guan now had only 15 million years of lifespan left, and he started to panic. 10 million years of lifespan, he'd have to farm for 20 years to make up for that? But then, he reminded himself of how long cultivators in the celestial ascension realm required, often tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years to break through a single minor realm. Why should he feel bad? Spending big is the only way to achieve enlightenment? This time, instead of another 10 million, he decided on 5 million years. With a silent thought, he focused on his cultivation realm and invested his lifespan. The failure notifications continued. Even after burning through 5 million years of lifespan, he still hadn't broken through. Another 5 million. Now, his remaining lifespan dropped to just over 5 million years, making him feel alarmingly short-lived, as if he might drop dead tomorrow. Sigh, it's hard to go back to frugality after luxury. Guan sighed inwardly. Even closing his eyes didn't help, he could still see the failure notifications flashing. Another 20 million years of lifespan, gone? And this was after improving his physique and cultivation method. If he hadn't, would it have required 30 million years or more just to break through? Gritting his teeth, Guan threw in another 1 million years of lifespan. You cultivated chi absorption for 730,000 years. With your profound mastery of the primordial chaos supreme art, you forcibly attempted to break through to the mystic Deo spirit immortal realm and began your tribulation. This time, you endured the 6 profound Deo laws tribulation breakthrough successful. Your cultivation has advanced to mystic Deo spirit immortal realm, first layer. You cultivated chi absorption for 830,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to mystic Deo spirit immortal realm, second layer. You cultivated chi absorption for 930,000 years. Your cultivation has advanced to mystic Deo spirit immortal realm, third layer. You cultivated chi absorption for 1 million years. Your cultivation has further strengthened. Finally, success. Oddly enough, after each failed tribulation attempt, the cooldown period before retrying had shortened. That was intriguing. Guan exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. After spending 21 million years of lifespan, he had finally broken through. Advancing 1 minor realm per 100,000 years, Guan actually felt that was a bit low. So, without hesitation, he continued investing lifespan, pushing his cultivation all the way to mystic Deo spirit immortal realm, 9th layer, burning another 1.03 million years in the process. At 5th layer, each breakthrough required 200,000 years. From 8th layer to 9th layer, it took 300,000 years. Total cost, 22.03 million years. Now, he was curious, how long did cultivators in the real world take to break through each layer of the mystic Deo spirit immortal realm? If it was less than his method, that was fine after all, simulated lifespan expenditure was inherently inefficient. But if it was significantly less, he wouldn't be able to accept that. Still, he had no intention of dealing with mystic Deo spirit immortals for now. He was not even 200 years old, he didn't want to interact with 100,000-year-old or even million-year-old monsters. Too much of a generation gap. As he thought this, the ground beneath him trembled violently. This commotion far exceeded the one caused by improving his physique and cultivation technique. This time, the entire world was quaking. Countless divine anomaly wraiths burst into the sky, covering the heavens as they fled, their wails and screams echoing across the land. Annoying. But for the sake of his breakthrough, Guan could only endure the noise. This disturbance spread to other realms. After all, every world was interconnected through the laws of the universe. In a small realm, a purple-dressed woman soared into the sky from the mountains, a small ghost perched on her shoulder. She was the second cave master of the 7-star spirit realm. She frowned deeply, her divine sense expanding to envelop the entire realm, but she couldn't find the source of the disturbance. Mother, the spiritual energy on the ocean had been sinking before, and now it's happening within the divine anomaly realm too. Is this caused by someone, or is it an omen? The little ghost asked nervously, scanning the surroundings as if an invisible force was watching him. After a long silence, the second cave master finally spoke. I don't know, but it's happening in every realm, not just ours. That means we're not the target of this phenomenon. The little ghost hesitated. I heard that the divine anomaly Wraith King, Tian Vuchang, was crushed by the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Mother, do you think the Sword Sovereign has infiltrated this place? The second cave master's expression changed, and she instantly disappeared. By the seaside, Tian Vuchang stood before a stone monument, trembling violently. He turned to the monument, gritting his teeth. Realm Master, are you sure this is nothing? As he spoke, 8 more figures appeared beside him, each one as powerful as Tian Vuchang. The 9 divine anomaly Wraith Kings had gathered. They all wore grim expressions. A serpent-bodied woman with a seductive face spoke. Realm Master, the spiritual energy of all realms is sinking, being drained by some unknown force. We can't trace its source. Her golden eyes flickered with murderous intent. The other Wraith Kings voiced their concerns as well. Could this be the work of the Bittersea Buddhist sect's transcendence? What if it's the immortal Deo Holy Court? If they break the rules, what should we do? Everyone fell silent and turned toward the stone monument. Blood began to seep from its surface. A pale hand emerged. The Divine Anomaly Realm Master had awakened. The Divine Anomaly Realm Master emerged. As his head rose from the monument, sparse white hair draped over his face. His skin was deathly pale, covered in writhing black runes that slithered like living parasites, making one's scalp tingle. The moment he landed, black armor materialized over his body, layered like serpent scales, interlocking so densely that it gave off an eerie sense of oppression. A dark red crown appeared atop his head, from which 2 dragon souls twisted and coiled, desperately trying to break free from their bindings. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was pure crimson, no pupils, no whites, only endless blood-red depths. "Sit," the divine anomaly realm master commanded, his voice indifferent. The 9 Wraith Kings let out a collective sigh of relief before obediently taking their seats. The moment they sat down, a terrifying divine sense swept over them, piercing their spectral forms like an unstoppable tide. Was the realm master regaining his cultivation? Each of the 9 Wraith Kings was at the 9th layer of the Celestial Ascension realm, only a step away from the free-soaring immortal realm. Yet, in the face of the realm master's divine sense, they felt utterly insignificant. Inside the lifespan barrier, Guan snapped his eyes open and looked toward the distant sky, his expression wary. Even within the isolation of the lifespan barrier, he could still sense the divine sense of a free-soaring immortal sweeping across the world. And this wasn't just any free-soaring immortal, it was something far beyond ordinary. No wonder so many sects couldn't do anything about the severed sea rift. Cultivators who reached the Celestial Ascension realm would often leave this world to venture into the heavens beyond. As for free-soaring immortals, they never appeared in the mortal world. Until now, this was the first time Guan had encountered a real free-soaring immortal. He took a deep breath, calming his thoughts. There was no need to act rashly. The boundless surge of spiritual energy continued flooding into his body. His primordial chaos supreme art was operating at full force, relentlessly pushing toward a higher realm. Guan could clearly feel his soul undergoing a transformation. What did it mean to be a mystic Deo spirit immortal? He was eager to find out. The cliff beneath him trembled violently, fractures spiderwebbing through the rock. Guan remained unfazed. If the cliff collapsed, he'd just fall. No big deal, the lifespan barrier would follow him. As time passed, countless divine anomaly wraiths flooded the skies, seemingly searching for something. Some of them even swept past the top of Guan's barrier. Guan's nerves tensed. He really didn't want any of them intruding. If a divine anomaly wraith barged in, and the free-soaring immortal detected him, that would be troublesome. In that case, Guan would have no choice but to kill the wraith instantly. But if the free-soaring immortal had any powerful backing, that would be a problem. The severed sea rift had affected countless oceans and sects. Some sects even possessed formations that could block free-soaring immortal detection. And yet, so far, only Celestial Ascension cultivators had stepped forward to fight against the divine anomaly wraiths. Not a single free-soaring immortal had intervened. This alone spoke volumes. Perhaps, some mysterious force was suppressing free-soaring immortals, preventing them from interfering. Guan pondered this possibility as he continued waiting for his breakthrough. Breakthrough? 1 hour later, Guan finally broke through. He ascended from the 9th layer of the free-soaring immortal realm to the 1st layer of the mystic Deo spirit immortal realm. The moment he succeeded, the spiritual energy rushing into his body exploded in intensity. His soul was instantly forcibly ejected from his physical body. A vast ocean of spiritual energy surged, refining his flesh while the universal laws gathered around his soul, immersing him in an unfathomable transformation. Mystic Deo spirit immortal. Spirit referred to the soul. As Guan floated in the boundless tide of spiritual laws, he experienced a flood of knowledge and enlightenment. A true rebirth. Divine creation. His mind became one with the universe. The ocean of universal laws embraced him, and his soul began to metamorphose. His divine sense expanded exponentially, revealing visions beyond comprehension. He saw too much. Guan saw countless visions of life's myriad facets. He witnessed the birth of a baby, a common man taking a wife and starting a family, demons slaughtering to survive, and someone weeping bitterly in front of a hall. There was joy, and there was sorrow. It was as if he were watching the entirety of mortal existence, with an endless stream of images flashing before his eyes, an overwhelming flood of visions that could shatter the consciousness of an ordinary immortal. But Guan was different. He was in the midst of transforming into a mysterious law spirit immortal. At first, he felt some discomfort, but gradually, he adapted. He even began to glimpse the threads of fate from the boundless illusions before him. A mysterious law spirit immortal could perceive fate. Fate shaped destiny. In other words, a mysterious law spirit immortal could witness the destinies of nearly all living beings. Destiny was based on cause and effect, yet it formed its own independent laws. A person's life was intertwined with their environment. Different choices led to different paths. Choice was cause and effect. The path formed was destiny. But unlike cause and effect, destiny also encompassed influences beyond karmic ties such as natural disasters and calamities. Destiny was the culmination of a person's choices within the laws of heaven and earth. The realms of celestial ascension and free-soaring immortal delved into the Deo of karma, but the mysterious law spirit immortal pursued the Deo of fate. Observing the destinies of all beings, comprehending the true essence of fate. Guan's consciousness immersed deeper into this realization, his soul undergoing constant transformation, his cultivation surging ever higher. Mysterious law spirit immortal, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. Beneath him, the cliff crumbled. He fell, vanishing into the billowing dust. Under the blood-colored sky, sinister spectral wraiths flitted about, thunderclouds churning above. Through the stormy mist, faint outlines of colossal ghosts loomed, vast as mountain ranges. 2 full hours passed before the heavens and earth finally settled. Yet, the spiritual energy in the world had thinned noticeably. By the shore, the 9 great divine wraith kings surrounding an ancient stone monument exhaled in relief. At last, the anomaly had ended and they had remained unscathed. Perhaps this was truly just a disturbance in the laws of heaven and earth, not an attack from some formidable foe. Suspended in midair, the Lord of the Divine Anomaly Realm sat cross-legged, eyes closed, brows furrowed. His divine sense swept across the entire Divine Anomaly Realm, scanning every inch of the land. Yet, he found no abnormalities. Even he, the ruler of this realm, had no clue where the spiritual energy had gone after sinking. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him. He was losing control over his own domain. Even if this was merely a shift in the world's laws, there had to be a reason behind it. Yet, he had no knowledge of it. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the 9 great divine wraith kings below, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Could it be that these creatures had angered some unseen force, and this was a warning? In the midst of the swirling dust, Guan sat cross-legged, meditating. Though his lifespan barrier did not block out the dust, it could not touch him. He radiated 7-colored divine light, a golden sigil glowing on his forehead, shimmering like a third eye floating before him. His cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the mysterious law spirit immortal realm. The reason he had yet to open his eyes was simple. He was carefully attuning himself to the wonders of a mysterious law spirit immortal. His soul had already transformed into a mysterious law immortal soul. As long as his soul remained, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could reconstitute himself. This was the terrifying power of a mysterious law spirit immortal. However, even a mysterious law spirit immortal had a heavenly fate, signifying that lifespan had its limits, something he could now perceive with absolute clarity. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The golden sigil on his forehead flickered, and he drew the primordial divine eye back into the sigil. This golden sigil made him seem almost divine. He still couldn't fully retract it into his body unless he used a spell to conceal it. After some thought, he decided to leave it as it was. With the myriad forms chi technique, no one could see through his primordial divine eye anyway. Guan summoned his status panel. Only 2.2 million years of lifespan remained. The lifespan barrier had consumed far too much. Taking a deep breath, Guan rose to his feet and turned his gaze. In the distance, Tian Vucheng had appeared. Without hesitation, Guan activated the 9 extremes yin-yang body, morphing into a dark purple shadow, and dispelled his lifespan barrier. With a single step, he appeared behind Tian Vucheng. At that moment, Tian Vucheng was still deep in discussion with the other divine wraith kings about the earlier anomaly. The wraith kings before him suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Sensing their reaction, Tian Vucheng barely had time to react before. Slap! A hand landed on his shoulder. In that instant, a chilling terror surged through his heart, dragging his soul into an abyss of fear. The remaining 8 divine wraith kings instantly leaped away, putting distance between themselves and Guan. Even the Lord of the Divine Anomaly Realm turned his gaze toward Guan, his brows tightly furrowed. His divine sense could not penetrate the 9 extremes yin-yang body, and this heightened his apprehension of Guan. Guan cast lifespan detection toward the Divine Anomaly Lord but could only see his realm level. Free-soaring immortal, 5th level? That was an immensely powerful cultivation. Before breaking through, Guan might have only had a 90% chance of instantly killing him. Too risky. Fortunately, he had advanced. A flicker of relief crossed Guan's mind as he glanced at the stone monument nearby. All spectral wraiths were linked by karma to this divine fate monument. Their power was stored within it. Who are you? What do you want? One of the divine wraith kings asked, voice tense. Guan had appeared too suddenly, and they couldn't sense his cultivation. How could they not be afraid? More importantly, he was staring at the divine fate monument. Ignoring the question, Guan instead declared, extract Tian Vucheng's power. Otherwise, all of you will be obliterated together. The divine wraith king's expressions drastically changed, their gazes filled with shock and fury. But none dared to retort, let alone act. Instead, all eyes turned to the divine anomaly lord. Tian Vucheng trembled violently, unable to even speak, his eyes pleading as he looked up at the divine anomaly lord. Face dark, the divine anomaly lord locked eyes with Guan, struggling with his decision. Guan was in no rush. Let Tian Vucheng experience despair. This wretch had oppressed Guan's disciples before. Killing him outright would be too merciful. Moreover, after reaching the mysterious law spirit immortal realm, Guan was certain the divine anomaly lord was merely a front. There was a greater power behind him. That stone monument held the aura of several free-soaring immortals, indicating that the divine anomaly realm likely belonged to an overarching faction. For now, Guan had no intention of exposing himself. What mattered was that these spectral wraiths didn't threaten Taixuan Sect's continent, and he had sensed a familiar presence in this land. For that reason alone he couldn't destroy the monument just yet. The divine anomaly lord took a deep breath. Slowly, he raised his right hand and made a grasping motion toward the divine fate monument. A wisp of soul was pulled from within. It was Tian Vucheng's soul, shrunken, lifeless, curled in upon itself like a hollow shell. Despair filled Tian Vucheng's eyes. Then, hatred. He didn't hate Guan. He hated the divine anomaly lord. If he could speak, he would surely curse him to his final breath. The other wraith kings understood the look in Tian Vucheng's eyes, and the feeling in their own hearts was no better. A chilling realization settled over them. Guan had made a demand, and the divine anomaly lord had complied without resistance. It meant that in the end, they were all disposable pawns. Guan didn't hesitate. His right hand clenched. Poof! Tian Vucheng disintegrated into dust. Even his soul essence was erased with a flick of Guan's sleeve. No lifespan absorption notification appeared. because Tianfa Chang no longer existed. His very being had been erased from the world. For a brief moment, silence drowned the realm. Guan turned his gaze toward the Divine Anomaly Lord and transmitted a message directly into his mind. Then, he turned to leave. Wait. The Divine Anomaly Lord's voice rang out. Guan stopped in his tracks, not turning around. Hovering above them all, the Divine Anomaly Lord peered down at Guan, eyes narrowed. Before my Wraith Kings, I let you eliminate one of my own. They will not understand. I ask only this: you take one strike from me. Let them witness your strength. Silence. Even the wind stopped. The ocean stilled. The 8 remaining Divine Wraith Kings held their breath. They cursed in their hearts. They had no desire to witness anything. Guan's power had already been proven. Why provoke him further? They knew what was happening. The Divine Anomaly Lord was bitter. He wasn't satisfied with what had just happened. And now, he was using them as an excuse to challenge Guan. Guan finally spoke, his voice calm and distant. You wish to feel my strength. He turned slowly. In an instant, he grew taller, larger, colossal, sky-high, earth-shaking. He became a towering giant, his form reaching 100,000 zhang. His head touched the blood-colored sky. His feet crushed the land beneath him. Dark purple demonic energy surged around him like a vast ocean, roaring into the heavens. The Divine Wraith Kings stared in shock. Even the Divine Anomaly Lord's expression changed. Guan raised his right hand. A mountain-sized palm radiated streaks of divine light. Primordial sky-seizing hand? As the divine art formed, the Divine Anomaly Lord and the Wraith Kings felt the heavens collapse upon them. Guan's voice rumbled through the world. Once my palm is raised, it must descend. Divine Anomaly Lord, how will you convince me to withdraw my hand? Boom! The Divine Anomaly Lord crashed to the ground. Beneath his weight, countless cracks splintered across the barren land. His body shook violently. He was desperately trying to resist Guan's overwhelming presence. But he could not. The 8 Wraith Kings collapsed, pinned to the earth. They couldn't stand. They could only watch the Divine Anomaly Lord, their faces filled with horror. The Divine Anomaly Lord's teeth clenched. Then, his legs bent, and he knelt. His hands pressed to the ground, his voice trembling. I beg you, spare me. His plea echoed through the realm. All throughout the Divine Anomaly realm, countless spectral wraiths heard it. The Divine Wraith Kings saw their ruler, once proud and mighty, now kneeling in submission. A breath of relief escaped their lips. And yet, a deep sorrow filled their hearts. They were strong. They could roam the seas, command the winds and storms. But before the true rulers of this world, they were still nothing. Taixuan Sect, 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan stepped off the teleportation platform, humming a cheerful tune. Oh, what's got you in such a good mood? A familiar voice teased him. He glanced over. Yu Yingying had appeared beside him. Guan smirked. Not bad, I suppose. Yu Yingying chuckled. If you were born overseas, I doubt you'd be so carefree now. Guan shrugged. No point in ifs. That's just how things are. Cherish the present. Enjoy life, Junior. With that, he turned and walked toward the go-board area. Time to crush 9-fingered Divine Lord in 3 matches. Let him experience the horrifying predictive power of a mysterious law spirit immortal. Yu Yingying watched his back, lips curling in amusement. She sighed inwardly. Sometimes, being at the bottom of the world wasn't so bad. At least, you didn't have to worry about heaven-shaking calamities. As twilight approached, the setting sun dipped below the horizon. Guan sat on a stone bench, idly playing with the 7-star mirror, his face full of impatience. Across from him, the 9-fingered Divine Lord wore a sullen expression. The surrounding spectators also furrowed their brows, their eyes fixed on the chessboard. Haven't figured it out yet? Just admit defeat already. Guan couldn't help but speak. It was almost absurd. He and the 9-fingered Divine Lord had been playing chess all afternoon, and this was still the first game. The latter had only placed 37 pieces so far. This guy couldn't win, so he was just stalling? Guan saw through the 9-fingered Divine Lord's intentions, so every move he made was aimed at the exact spot the latter was considering. This tormented the 9-fingered Divine Lord immensely. The feeling of being completely seen through was excruciating. The 9-fingered Divine Lord couldn't understand it. He had calculated countless possibilities, convinced that his strategies were varied and deep, yet Guan always managed to place his pieces exactly where he wanted to move, constantly interrupting his thoughts. What he didn't know was that Guan was using his ability to peer into fate. Guan could foresee the 9-fingered Divine Lord's next actions. Though the latter's cultivation was high, making it impossible to see too far into his future, seeing half an hour ahead was a simple task. The slower the 9-fingered Divine Lord played, the faster Guan placed his pieces fast, precise, and ruthless, relentlessly hammering at his opponent's psychological defenses. Hearing Guan's words, the 9-fingered Divine Lord cursed inwardly. If they were at sea, who would dare treat him this way? The worst part was, he really was scheming, which only made him feel both furious and embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, the 9-fingered Divine Lord placed another piece. Tap. The sound was loud as thunder, startling the onlookers into shrinking their necks. Even the 9-fingered Divine Lord himself was startled and instinctively reached to touch the piece. Guan smirked, using the 7-star mirror as a fan, pretending to be profound and unfathomable. The 9-fingered Divine Lord looked at him and suddenly had the urge to punch him. Enough! I'm done playing, he roared. The moment Guan heard this, he immediately stood up and left. Watching his departing figure, the nine-fingered divine lord opened his mouth, only to feel a stifling frustration in his chest. Guan decided to take a walk and personally see every inch of the Third Medicine Valley. He wanted to experience his longtime home through the senses of a mystic law immortal. Not long after, Yang Jian approached him, saying that for some reason, he suddenly felt enlightened today, as if a great burden had been lifted. Guan chuckled and reassured him, saying it was the result of his cultivation progress. Encouraged by his master's praise, Yang Jian became excited and happily laughed, eager to spar with Li Lingtian. He knew Li Lingtian had been wanting to fight him. As soon as Yang Jian left, an Xian arrived, saying that the white spirit mouse had gone missing again. Guan comforted her. After sending an Xian off, Tang Yu came by. There were quite a few trivial matters today. Normally, it wasn't like this. But rather than feeling annoyed, Guan found it amusing. What did being a mystic law immortal matter? He still cared about his old friends of lower cultivation realms and wanted to maintain his life as it was. The immortal path was long, and the 9 heavens of immortal Dao lay ahead. Being a mystic law immortal was merely the 6th level. What lay beyond the 9th heaven? He was eager to find out, and his fighting spirit burned strong. An hour later, as night fell, Guan strolled leisurely back to his pavilion. From afar, he saw a slender figure standing beneath it. It was Ji Xuanyu. Guan noticed that she was holding something in her hand, but he didn't pay it any mind. He had already seen through the causality and origin of that treasure. Nearby, the blood prison great saint lay sprawled on the ground. When he saw Guan, his ox-like eyes lit up. Had his master grown even stronger again? If so, that was definitely a good thing. The stronger his master, the more prestige he had and the more benefits he would reap. Guan walked up to Ji Xuanyu and smiled. Isn't this usually your cultivation time? What are you doing here? Ji Xuanyu's gaze lingered on Guan's forehead. Even in the darkness, the golden mark there faintly glowed. She unconsciously raised her hand to touch her own forehead. She had a Dao mark too, though hers was red and much thinner than Guan's. Smiling, she softly said, "Nothing really, just came out to see the moon." The item in her other hand quietly disappeared. Guan turned, standing beside her, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. He smiled faintly. "Xuanyu, what do you think lies beyond the heavens?" Hearing this, Ji Xuanyu also lifted her gaze. "Perhaps many more worlds. I once heard the elders of my clan say that every star in the sky is a world of its own. The great Dao is simple, and all things follow the same fundamental laws. In the grand scheme, human life is as insignificant as dust, just as the heavens are as small as the stars." Guan glanced at her, surprised by her insight. Unknowingly, this girl had grown up. If one cultivates to immortality, they can eventually ascend beyond the heavens, Ji Xuanyu continued, her eyes meeting Guan's. Guan looked into her eyes. They were actually quite beautiful. They began discussing the world beyond the heavens, letting their imaginations run wild. Their conversation was unhurried, flowing like a gentle stream. After half an hour, Guan bid her farewell and went to his room on the 2nd floor. Sitting at his desk, he gazed at the starry sky outside the window. He murmured, "Ascend beyond the heavens through cultivation. Why not go see it for himself tonight?" When he had reached the celestial ascension realm, he had traveled to Seeker's Island. Now that he had attained the level of a mystic law immortal, it was time to witness an even broader world. A smile appeared on Guan's lips. His mystic law immortal soul suddenly leapt out of his body and beyond this realm. In an instant, he arrived in the starry sky, overlooking Tianling Great Realm. Suppressing his aura to the celestial ascension realm, he concealed the 7-colored immortal light of the mystic law immortal within his primordial spirit. From the cosmos, Tianling Great Realm appeared as a vast continent, enveloped in a golden radiance. Beyond the golden light, 7 suns hung in the sky, moving in intricate, ever-changing patterns. Mysterious beings resided within the suns, exuding a vast and unfathomable presence. All of them were free-soaring immortals? It seemed they were the true guardians of Tianling Great Realm. Guan turned and flew deeper into the cosmos. The stars truly were separate realms. Some were planets, some were continents. Not all held life, some were desolate, haunted by wandering spirits. Each of these realms was also shrouded in a golden barrier, preventing beings below the celestial ascension realm from entering. Guan flew swiftly, though he kept within the speed limits of a celestial ascension immortal. The universe was vast. Even at this speed, it was rare to encounter another celestial ascension immortal, let alone someone stronger. Yet, as he traveled, he sensed several unusual auras from afar. Even the beyond held danger. Finally, he locked onto a celestial ascension immortal and flew toward them. A massive asteroid, the size of a continent, drifted aimlessly. Upon its surface, a figure sat in meditation. A human cultivator? The figure meditated before a cliffside, clad in a white daoist robe as pristine as feathers. His features were handsome, appearing no older than a young man in his early 20s, exuding an aura of immortality and wisdom. As Guan drew near, he tossed out a lifespan probe to inspect the man's lifespan. By Xiao, Celestial Ascension Realm, 3rd Layer 124,902/350,000/400,000. Sensing Guan's presence, Bai Xiao opened his eyes. His pupils were a brilliant azure, gleaming like 2 crystalline stones. He stood up, his gaze fixed on Guan as the latter approached. Guan landed, cupped his fists, and greeted him with a polite smile. "I am Meng Lang. This is my first time venturing beyond the heavens. Encountering a fellow Daoist here must be fate." Would you be willing to make an acquaintance? Hearing this, Bai Xiao's lips curled into a smile. So, it's your first time in the beyond? No wonder you're so reckless. Consider yourself lucky to have run into me. My name is Bai Xiao, but you must be careful out here in the cosmos. Running into a fellow cultivator is often more dangerous than encountering demons or monsters. Guan feigned confusion. Is the beyond truly that perilous? Bai Xiao sat back down, rolling up his sleeves and gesturing for Guan to take a seat. Guan complied. Bai Xiao first introduced himself, then began explaining the state of the universe beyond the heavens. Bai Xiao also hailed from Tianling Great Realm, and he was one of the peak lords of Mortal Peak. He had been exploring the beyond for 20,000 years and was currently planning to return to Tianling Great Realm for a visit. According to him, within Tianling Great Realm, the sacred court of the immortal Dao governed the world's great cultivators, imposing order and restrictions. But in the cosmos beyond, there were no rules. If one perished here, even karma would struggle to trace their fate back to Tianling Great Realm. Thus, powerful cultivators acted with complete lawlessness in the beyond. Though there were countless realms scattered throughout the universe, Tianling Great Realm was the center of it all, with the smaller realms orbiting around it like satellites. As for whether there existed realms equal or even greater than Tianling Great Realm, Bai Xiao did not elaborate. However, in this particular region of the cosmos, Tianling Great Realm reigned supreme. Apart from the conflicts between cultivators, the cosmos was also plagued by sky demons. Sky demons had existed since ancient times, their numbers seemingly infinite, even forming their own terrifying factions. They harbored intense hatred toward human cultivators and monsters alike, slaughtering both on sight. Bai Xiao recounted the most terrifying sky demon he had ever encountered, a being that devoured a celestial ascension immortal in a single bite. The only reason Bai Xiao survived was because he had flown faster than the others. Even now, he shuddered at the memory. If you're curious about the beyond, don't venture too far into the cosmos. Once you step into the extinction domain, you'll find yourself in a realm ruled by sky demons, filled with eerie and unfathomable curses. Even celestial ascension immortals face certain death there. Of course, if you feel your path forward is blocked, you could always take the risk. Many cultivators have attempted to defy fate in the extinction domain. There are rumors that the extinction domain was once a glorious great realm, far mightier than Tianling Great Realm. Some even say that Tianling Great Realm is nothing but a fragment of that once prosperous land. Bai Xiao spoke fluently and eloquently, while Guan listened intently. He did not sense any hostility from Bai Xiao, which suggested that this man was sincere and kind-hearted. Of course, even if Bai Xiao harbored ill intentions, Guan wasn't afraid. Bai Xiao suddenly turned to him and asked, "Deist Meng Lang, which sect do you hail from?" Tianling Great Realm was vast, but to Celestial Ascension immortals, it wasn't that vast. Guan replied with a faint smile, "To be honest, I am but a mere rogue cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect. Many years ago, my sect was wiped out due to unforeseen calamities. I survived only by hiding in the depths of the mountains, where I have cultivated in solitude ever since." Bai Xiao's interest was piqued. "You reached the Celestial Ascension realm purely through self-cultivation? Deist Meng, you must possess extraordinary talent. Why not join my mortal peak? I can make you a peak lord. Furthermore, within the sacred court of the immortal Dao, I can secure you a position of fortune, which will grant you insights into the laws of the heavens with greater ease. Fellow Deist, can you tell me more about the holy court?" Guan did not immediately accept Bai Xiao's invitation but instead asked smoothly. "There was an empire within the heavenly spirit great realm composed entirely of celestial beings. Could that be the holy court?" No, that dynasty was powerful, but it was definitely not the strongest. There was still an incomparably vast continent in the mortal realm, so immense that even a free-soaring immortal's divine sense would encounter resistance just approaching its borders. That continent must be where the holy court resides? Bai Xiao gave Guan a suspicious look. How could this person not even know about the holy court? Just how long had he been in seclusion? Though puzzled, Bai Xiao still answered truthfully. The holy court is the absolute ruler of the heavenly spirit great realm and the origin of the immortal Dao. It is located in Dao divine state, the largest continent in the heavenly spirit great realm. The human race also originated from Dao divine state before spreading throughout the realm. The holy court does not interfere with worldly affairs but safeguards the stability of the great realm. If a world-ending catastrophe or an invasion by extraterrestrial demons occurs, they will intervene. Additionally, they oversee all Chi-Lux sects. Should any Chi-Lux sect commit heinous acts that harm the common people, the holy court will send envoys to punish them. In the heavenly spirit great realm, cultivators from the holy court represent the celestial gods. Not all Chi-Lux sects are qualified to obtain the holy court's Chi-Lux seats. These seats not only enhance one's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth but also extend one's lifespan, making them highly sought after by cultivators. Bai Xiao's voice carried a proud undertone as he continued, "Mortal Peak may not be as glorious as it was in ancient times, but its foundation remains deep. Many of our predecessors roam beyond the heavens. If they encounter each other, they can offer mutual aid. The authority of the Peak Lord is immense. Not only does he hold an official position in the Holy Court, but he also governs a peak with millions of disciples." Guan curiously asked, "How does Mortal Peak compare to the Star Sea Sect Alliance, the Seven-Star Spirit Realm, the Deep Sea Spirit Palace, and the Bitter Sea Buddhist Sect?" Bai Xiao's eyes widened. The Starseed Sect Alliance, 7-star Spirit Realm, and Deep Sea Spirit Palace? How can they compare to our Mortal Peak? The founding ancestor of the Starseed Sect Alliance once trained at Mortal Peak, and their descendants must never forget the debt they owe us. As for the 7-star Spirit Realm and the Deep Sea Spirit Palace, they're nothing more than third-rate sects. The Bittersea Buddhist sect is somewhat formidable, but that's only because the Holy Heaven has taken an interest in Buddhism for the past million years. The moment Holy Heaven's favor shifts, their survival will be uncertain. Holy Heaven was the ruler of the Holy Court, a being whose true name could not be spoken. Bai Xiao's disdainful tone stirred Guan's imagination about Mortal Peak. Fixing his gaze on Guan, Bai Xiao asked, "So, fellow deist Meng, why don't you join Mortal Peak?" Even though the outer heavens lack the Holy Court's oversight, background still matters. Mortal Peak holds considerable influence. Guan hesitated. To be honest, I have some reservations about obtaining a Chi-Luk seat in the Holy Court. A Chi-Luk seat sounded promising, but the intricacies of Chi-Luk were too complex. The Holy Court likely controlled all Chi-Luk seats, which crossed his bottom line. What kind of reasoning is that? If you don't want it, I won't force you. There are countless people who would break their heads trying to get one. With a Chi-Luk seat, you would be respected in any sect in the mortal realm. As long as you don't go too far, you'd be an honored guest everywhere. Not every celestial ascension cultivator is eligible for a Chi-Luk seat. Bai Xiao chuckled and shook his head. Guan asked curiously, "If it's so rare, why are you willing to offer it to me? We've only just met, and yet you invite me so readily." Bai Xiao coughed lightly and said, "Isn't it because of your outstanding talent and lack of background? In the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm, celestial ascension cultivators without sect affiliation are incredibly rare. Mortal Peak may be powerful, but it's not invincible. Of course, if you join Mortal Peak and cause trouble, the sect won't go easy on you. Our peak has existences beyond celestial ascension." After reaching the celestial ascension realm, even advancing a minor stage was immensely difficult. He himself had not progressed for 10,000 years. Guan was unsurprised. He had already guessed that free-soaring immortals were hidden within Mortal Peak. He continued, "Why not recruit celestial ascension cultivators from other sects, like the Starseed Sect Alliance?" Bai Xiao shook his head. "It's not that easy. Setting aside karma and personal ties, those celestial ascension cultivators hold great power in their sects and territories, even monopolizing vast cultivation resources. Even if you join Mortal Peak and outrank them, acquiring their level of resources would be difficult. Likewise, joining their sects now wouldn't let you surpass them. They've been entrenched for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years." Guan found the reasoning sound. After some thought, he said, "In that case, I'll join Mortal Peak, but I can't go there right away." "No problem. Mortal Peak won't restrict you. In fact, your disciples would probably prefer you to be away. That way, they can enjoy their freedom. My own disciples and grand disciples have probably forgotten all about me." Bai Xiao laughed at himself. He then took out a piece of green jade, intricately carved with a mountain peak. "This is the Mortal Jade, a symbol of Peak Lord status. If you encounter Mortal Peak disciples or affiliated sects, you can show it. Of course, with your cultivation, you can already dominate the mortal realm." Bai Xiao grinned. Guan took the Mortal Jade and studied it carefully. He asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll abuse it and then run away?" Bai Xiao laughed. "If you cause trouble, the Holy Court will deal with you. As long as they confirm you were never truly part of Mortal Peak, they won't hold the sect accountable. In fact, by displaying the Mortal Jade, you're actually strengthening Mortal Peak's reputation, letting the world know that we've gained another celestial ascension cultivator." Guan grew more wary of the Holy Court. No wonder the 7-star Spirit Realm didn't dare openly harm the continent's people. It was because they feared the Holy Court. Even the Starseed Sect Alliance had dispatched disciples to gather evidence against the 7-star Spirit Realm, likely planning to report them. The Holy Court protected the people but not sects. However, the world was vast, and it couldn't oversee every being. There were always places where suffering went unnoticed. Guan continued asking about Mortal Peak's influence, and Bai Xiao answered openly, detailing their allies and affiliated forces, as well as their enemies. Overall, Mortal Peak had more friends than foes, which was why it remained dominant. As they talked, the conversation drifted to the outer heavens. Guan intentionally hinted at his desire to explore beyond, hoping to dissuade Bai Xiao from investigating his past. After a long discussion, Guan finally bid farewell. Instead of heading toward the Heavenly Spirit Great Realm, he flew deep into space. Bai Xiao watched him leave, deep in thought. He mentioned the Starseed Sect Alliance, the 7-star Spirit Realm, and the Deep Sea Spirit Palace. Those factions are close together. Could he have come from that region? I should take a look. A celestial ascension cultivator without a sect background emerging from such a place? Strange, very strange. After parting ways, Guan only pretended to head toward the silent extinction domain. Once outside the range of celestial ascension divine senses, he used the infinite free step technique to return to the mortal realm. His soul re-entered his body. Stretching lazily, he noticed that dawn had not yet arrived. He sensed Ji Xuanyu downstairs, her breathing steady as she cultivated. The outer heavens may be vast, but the mortal realm brings me peace. Guan smiled at the thought. He had no need for fortuitous encounters. Why risk his life fighting heavenly demons? Time was on his side. With his annual lifespan gains, he couldn't even imagine how powerful he'd be in 10,000 years. For celestial ascension cultivators, 10,000 years wasn't long, let alone for a mystic law spirit immortal like him. Guan picked up a travelogue and began to read. The moon set, and the sun rose. Another day dawned over Medicine Valley. Guan got up, straightened his robes, and went downstairs to lead his disciples in morning exercises. Nearly 1,000 people training together was quite a sight. Ji Xuanyu stepped out from her room. She didn't participate in the exercises, merely standing to the side and watching, as had become her habit. When the training ended, Li Lingtian ran over eagerly, grinning. Xuanyu, I recently mastered a powerful spell. Do you want to see it? Ji Xuanyu didn't even spare him a glance. Her eyes remained fixed on Guan. Li Lingtian noticed her gaze and immediately felt sour. He muttered, Xuanyu, my senior brother Gu is quite the playboy. He has a junior sister who adores him, the Taixuan Sect saintess has feelings for him, and even Elder Lu, who left earlier, wanted him as her Dao companion. Ji Xuanyu frowned slightly and looked at him. Why are you telling me this? Li Lingtian coughed awkwardly. Just in case you didn't know. Ji Xuanyu's voice turned cold. Do you know why you'll never be on the same level as Yangjian? Why? Li Lingtian asked instinctively. Because your mind is impure. A cultivator should focus on the Dao, yet here you are, consumed by trivial romance. You're narrow-minded and lack vision. Yes, I do admire him, but I've never thought of becoming his Dao companion. My goal is to pursue cultivation, as is his. That's why, despite having many admirers, he remains unattached. Ji Xuanyu's tone was calm. After finishing her words, she walked past Li Lingtian and headed toward Guan. Li Lingtian stood there, his expression stiff. He wasn't angry, rather, he was deep in thought. She was right. What kind of cultivator was he, getting distracted by emotions? Now that he thought about it, Yangjian was entirely devoted to his cultivation. Besides training and doing chores, he rarely engaged in anything else. Li Lingtian rubbed his chest, still sore from his spar with Yangjian the night before. Meanwhile, Guan didn't care about Li Lingtian and Ji Xuanyu's conversation. After exchanging a few words with Ji Xuanyu, he mounted Blood Prison Great Saint and left, with Yangjian following close behind. Today was collection day. Just like that, a month passed quickly. One day, Guan arrived at Phoenix Mountain, at Nianchu Cave dwelling. The moment Tian Yaoer saw him, she ran up excitedly. Master? There's something happening in the hidden celestial realm. A divine herb is about to mature. Guan's interest was piqued. He immediately called over Tianqing and Tianbei to accompany him. The moment he called them, Tianqing and Tianbei clung to his arms affectionately, preventing Tian Yaoer from getting close. After arriving at the hidden celestial realm, Guan indeed spotted a fully matured 7th grade spirit flower, but he felt it could still be left to grow. The roots continued to spread, producing more seeds in the surrounding soil. Guan observed it for a while but chose not to harvest it, instead hoping it would propagate further. This way, he could ensure sustainable development. With his cultivation already at the 9th level of the profound celestial realm, he no longer needed to rush to harvest thousands or even tens of thousands of years of lifespan. His goal was 100 million years of lifespan. As long as he could achieve it in the shortest time possible, that was all that mattered. Once the high-grade spirit plants in the hidden celestial realm reached full maturity, he might be able to harvest tens of millions of years of lifespan in one go. Just the thought of it made him a little excited. I plan to expand this realm. In the future, you can move in. If you get bored, you can even raise some demon beasts, but they must follow the rules, no damaging my spirit plants. Guan gazed at the vast spirit garden and chuckled softly. Hearing this, Tian Yaoer and the other two women were thrilled and began to imagine the possibilities. But rather than raising demon beasts, they were more eager to explore the outside world. Guan promised them that once they reached the Grand Ascension stage, they could go out and have fun. This was for their own good. At the mention of the Grand Ascension stage, all three girls immediately pulled long faces. How long would they have to cultivate before reaching that level? The outside world is treacherous. If you get captured, getting bullied would be the least of your worries. You might end up getting your tendons ripped out, your skin peeled off, your flesh refined into pills, or your bones turned into ornaments. Guan shook his head as he spoke, and in just a few sentences, he successfully scared the three girls out of their fantasies. They had all suffered before meeting Guan. Tian Yaoer had been imprisoned by the Phoenix Demon Mother, while Tianqing and Tianbai had lost their parents and wandered the world, never free from injuries. Tianqing sighed. We'd better just focus on cultivation. Forget raising demon beasts, it'll only be a distraction. Tianbai clung to Guan's arm, nodding and swaying her body, prompting Tian Yaoer to push her away and quickly claim Guan's other arm. Right now, the world outside is in chaos. Guan, though feeling amused, maintained a serious expression as he started talking about the calamities across the ocean. The severed sea rift, the divine anomaly realm, the divine anomaly wraiths. The more they listened, the more terrified they became. These immortal, indestructible wraiths, how were they supposed to deal with something like that? Master, will this disaster affect you? Should you hide in this realm? If the forces at sea can't contain it, won't it eventually spread to the continent we're on? How can there be such terrifying wraiths in the world? The three of them started chattering nervously. After staying in the hidden celestial realm for about an hour, Guan returned to the Taixuan Sect. He headed to the third Medicine Valley, habitually making his way toward the spot where Nine-Fingered Divine Lord played Go. On the way, he was stopped by Yu Yingying. Why do you smell so good? And not just 1 cent did you go to a brothel. Yu Yingying eyed him suspiciously. Guan's mouth twitched. Nonsense. Can't you speak a little less crudely? All right then, you went to Yuxiang Pavilion. They're much cleaner than you. Yu Yingying grinned playfully. Guan, exasperated, ignored her and walked past. Wait a second. The Taixuan Sect is giving Taixuan Sect 1,000 cultivation slots for 5 years. If you want in, I can help you get one. She chased after him. With my relationship with the sect master, do I need your help? Guan responded without looking back. Taixuan Sect will definitely choose the most talented 1,000 disciples. Even if you make it, with your cultivation level, you'll just be under pressure. If I pull some strings, you'll have a much easier time and gain more. You might even be able to enter seclusion afterward and break through to the nascent soul stage. Guan stopped and turned to look at her. This girl was only at the foundation establishment stage, yet she spoke so confidently. It was clear that she held a high position in the Taixuan Sect. Now Guan was intrigued. He began peering into the mysterious karmic force within Yu Yingying's body. He had long noticed that her cultivation was being suppressed by some unknown karma, but since he didn't want unnecessary trouble, he hadn't bothered to investigate until now. His higher cultivation meant he could afford to be curious. Due to this karmic force, even Guan couldn't directly foresee her fate. Suddenly, a sinister face lunged out from within Yu Yingying's body, rushing toward him then vanished into thin air. It was merely an illusion, without any real power. Guan saw through it instantly, but the incident still struck him as strange. What's wrong? Why so quiet? Don't tell me you're wondering how to thank me. Easy right, a new journey to the west? I want to see what happens to Sun Wukong after he becomes the Buddha of battle victory. Stop wandering around aimlessly, wasting your time. Yu Yingying folded her arms and huffed. Guan chuckled. That's not happening. Some stories don't need an ending, the mystery makes them more memorable. Yu Yingying glared at him. So are you going or not? Not going, but thanks for the offer. I just want to live peacefully in the Medicine Valley. If I go, what if the holy maiden of the Taixuan Sect falls for me? Pfft. Shameless? Our sect doesn't even have a holy maiden. Getting entangled with a female genius is exhausting. Just like right now. Yu Yingying swung at him, but Guan dodged and slipped away. This guy is insufferable. The peaceful days continued. Guan had visited the outer heavens once but saw no reason to go back. After getting a general understanding of heavenly great realm, he lost interest. As early winter arrived, the third Medicine Valley was gradually blanketed in white. Guan stepped outside, reaching out to catch the falling snow. Feeling the cool touch in his palm, he smiled in satisfaction. His gaze drifted to the valley entrance, where a lone figure was approaching through the snow. A roving immortal and a 9th level one at that. Guan had come downstairs because of him. Why would a roving immortal show up here out of nowhere? The figure was a handsome monk draped in a kazeya, eyes closed, beads in hand, with snow accumulating on his shoulders. Shenzinze, roving immortal, 9th level 45,865/190,000/999,999. 999,999 years and ultimate lifespan? This was the longest maximum lifespan Guan had ever seen above the Nirvana stage. Couldn't Hao and Yangjian reach this limit after their Nirvana? Guan pondered as he watched Shenzinze head toward the Go-playing area, clearly seeking Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. Shenzinze's arrival caught the attention of many disciples, but they were accustomed to great cultivators visiting the valley to challenge Nine-Fingered Divine Lord in Go. Guan didn't stare at him for long. Instead, he mounted the Blood Prison Great Saint and patrolled the valley. By noon, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord had won yet another game. He turned to Shenzinze and said, "Little monk, how about a match?" Shenzinze put his palms together and chanted, "Amitba. Then, I shall seek guidance from the senior." The surrounding disciples, noticing his extraordinary aura, immediately made way. Seated at the board, Shenzinze placed the first stone. Having watched 3 rounds already, he was familiar with the rules. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord smirked and played aggressively, placing stones with increasing speed just as he had done with Guan in the past. Within a single incense stick's time, Shenzinze was defeated. "Well, how do you find the game?" Nine-Fingered Divine Lord asked smugly. Shenzinze pondered before replying, "There is indeed profound wisdom in this game. Within such a small board, all of existence is reflected black and white, consuming each other, mirroring the cycle of competition in all things. Endless changes, sudden reversals, one may be cornered yet still find a path to survival. It is truly fascinating." Nine-Fingered Divine Lord stood up. "Come on, let's chat elsewhere. No need to disturb the others." Shenzinze nodded and rose as well. The gathered disciples breathed a sigh of relief. With Nine-Fingered Divine Lord gone, they could finally enjoy a peaceful game of Go. After all, he wasn't just an expert player, he was also unbearably critical, always pointing out their mistakes, making it a mental torture to play against him. As they strolled along the stone path in the Medicine Valley, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord gazed at the sky and asked, "Little monk, why are you here? Are you just passing by, or were you sent by the Bittersea Buddhist sect?" Shenzinze placed his hands together and replied, "I was ordered to head to the Severed Sea Rift, but upon passing through this place, I sensed the senior's presence and came to pay my respects. I did not expect that within the Taixuan Sect, there would be another disciple of my sect. This sect's fate seems extraordinary, perhaps the senior has taken an interest in supporting it." Nine-fingered Divine Lord laughed. Me? Supporting it? Looks like you haven't heard of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Shen Xinzi was about to ask more when his gaze suddenly locked onto Yu Yingying, who was passing by in the distance. His sword-like brows immediately furrowed. Nine-fingered Divine Lord noticed his expression and asked playfully, "You saw her too. So, what do you plan to do?" His tone was laced with amusement, as though he was waiting for some kind of drama to unfold. Shen Xinzi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with cold determination. Since she is a heretic, she must be eliminated. As Shen Xinzi finished speaking, his gaze grew sharp, and he took a step toward Yu Yingying. The nine-fingered Divine Lord quickly grabbed him, scolding, "Are you seriously trying to cause trouble? That woman belongs to the Taixuan Sect Alliance, and this is the domain of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. You better not act recklessly." Shen Xinzi remained firm. Exorcising demons and slaying evildoers is the duty of a Buddhist disciple. How can I ignore my responsibility out of fear of the strong? He shook off the nine-fingered Divine Lord's grip, determined to proceed. The nine-fingered Divine Lord's voice turned grave. "The world is full of demons. This one hasn't done anything evil yet. How can you act without cause? Don't forget your true mission. There are far greater calamities waiting for you to face." He felt a headache coming on. Why had this brat become even more stubborn after 10,000 years? Although he knew that Yu Yingying had no direct connection to the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, fighting here would undoubtedly disrupt the peace of Medicine Valley, something he wanted to avoid. Shen Xinzi frowned, his gaze locked onto Yu Yingying. Sensing something, Yu Yingying turned her head, and their eyes met through the vast snowfall. For some reason, the moment she saw him, an inexplicable discomfort surged within her, accompanied by a hint of fear. She instinctively looked away and fled. Even after putting some distance between them, the unease in her heart remained. She turned back hesitantly only to find Shen Xinzi still staring at her. Terrified, she snapped her head forward and quickened her pace. Her mind was hazy as she hurried along, only snapping back to reality when she collided with someone. Startled, she looked up. She had bumped into Guan. Snowflakes drifted down around them. Guan stood tall in his flowing blue robe, his long sleeves swaying in the wind. He held a mirror in his hand as if it were a folding fan, and the hairpiece on his crown glinted under the light. The golden mark on his forehead shimmered faintly in the twilight. Yu Yingying was momentarily dazed. For the first time, she felt that Guan truly had an air of elegance. If celestial beings truly existed in this world, perhaps they looked like this. "What's wrong?" Guan asked, feigning ignorance despite already knowing what had transpired. Yu Yingying snapped out of her daze. Strangely, standing before Guan, she no longer felt afraid. "Just now, there was a monk staring at me the whole time," she muttered, feeling wronged. Guan chuckled. "Aren't you fearless? How can a mere monk scare you?" Yu Yingying glared at him. "I don't know why, but he made me feel uneasy." "Uneasy? Could it be that you've done something shady? You didn't steal his Kazaya, did you? Pa? Do I look like the black bear demon to you?" With Guan teasing her, Yu Yingying finally relaxed. Guan made his way toward his pavilion, while the blood prison great saint followed closely behind, throwing a disdainful glance at Yu Yingying. Enraged, Yu Yingying began shouting insults at the ox demon, and the two quickly devolved into a heated argument. Guan was already used to their bickering and couldn't be bothered to interfere. In the following days, Shen Xinzi remained at Taixuan Sect, secretly gathering disciples' opinions on the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Xinzi returned to Medicine Valley, having concluded that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was a noble figure, devoted to protecting the world. He believed that the Sovereign would not stop him from eliminating demons. Upon arrival, he encountered Yang Jian and Li Lingtian. Yang Jian was dragging Li Lingtian out the door, eager to find a sparring partner. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, looked utterly reluctant but still refused to admit defeat verbally. When Shen Xinzi saw them, his eyes lit up, unable to look away. Stepping forward, he blocked Yang Jian's path. Yang Jian frowned slightly. Even with his cultivation suppressed, his innate aura was undeniable, exuding the poise of a true genius. Standing beside him, Li Lingtian looked entirely overshadowed. Li Lingtian scrutinized Shen Xinzi and grumbled, "Monk, what do you want?" Shen Xinzi pressed his palms together and said, "Amitba." This humble monk sees that you two are extraordinary talents with remarkable bone structures. Why not join my Bittersea Buddhist sect and pursue the great Dao? Bittersea Buddhist sect? Before Yang Jian could respond, Li Lingtian exploded. "You want us to become monks? Not happening." He was a prince, how could he possibly shave his head and take up monastic life? Shen Xinzi remained composed. The term monk is but a worldly label. Attaining Buddhahood is to attain the Dao, to achieve eternity. Li Lingtian scratched his head. The monk's words were cryptic. He wasn't sure if the guy was insane or genuinely enlightened. Either way, he suddenly felt hesitant to provoke him. In Medicine Valley, one often encountered powerful cultivators, making it unwise to act recklessly. Yang Jian responded calmly, "I appreciate your offer, but I already have a master. I have no desire to take another. Farewell." He sidestepped Shen Xinzi and headed toward the valley exit. Li Lingtian quickly followed. Shen Xinzi watched them leave, deep in thought, his fingers subtly moving in a calculation of fate. Meanwhile, from a distance, Guan and Ji Xuanyu stood beneath a pavilion, gazing at the snowy landscape. Ji Xuanyu glanced at Shen Xinzi and remarked, "That monk seems unusual. I wonder if he'll cause trouble for Yang Jian." Though she had never sparred with Yangjian, she could tell he was no ordinary cultivator. She had once been curious as to why Yangjian followed Guan with such unwavering loyalty. After learning that Guan had nurtured Yangjian's talent through alchemy, she grew even more impressed. Perhaps Guan wasn't the most gifted in cultivation, but his character was undeniably worthy of admiration. Guan turned to her and chuckled. He's a high monk. Why would he bring trouble to Jianar? If anything, he'll bring him blessings, wouldn't you agree? Ji Xuanyu glanced at him, noting the genuine sincerity in his smile. The two continued chatting idly, their conversation light and effortless. That night, inside her room, Yu Yingying sat in meditation. The candlelight flickered, casting her shadow upon the wall. Suddenly, she sensed something and opened her eyes only to see a dark figure enter her vision. Startled, her face paled, and she instinctively scrambled backward, only to hit the wall behind her. What do you want? She demanded, her voice loud, clearly hoping someone would hear. Standing beside her bed, Shen Xinzi loomed over her, his expression grim. No need to waste your breath, he said coldly. I have already sealed this room. No one can hear you, and you won't be able to escape. His presence was oppressive, and his voice bore no trace of hesitation. Yu Yingying clenched her teeth. Who are you? What grudge do you have against me? Shen Xinzi pressed his palms together. Amitba. We share no enmity, but I shall grant you understanding before your death. You are the reincarnation of a sky demon. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, you will awaken your past life memories and bring calamity to the world. Boom! Yu Yingying's mind went blank. She sat frozen on her bed, stunned, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. So that's how it is. She shut her eyes, resigning herself to fate. Shen Xinzi raised his hand to deliver the final strike. Tap. A hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Tap. A hand landed firmly on Shen Xinzi's shoulder, causing his entire body to tremble. His Buddha heart quivered, and an indescribable sense of dread surged within him. He had faced countless powerful demons before, some he couldn't defeat, but never had he felt like this. To his horror, he found himself completely immobilized. His cultivation was being suppressed, his spiritual energy locked down, rendering him powerless. A terrifying possibility flashed through his mind. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? There was an old record in a certain book that described how the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path would place a hand on his target's shoulder before striking them down. He had always thought it was just a legend. But now, he couldn't move. A deep, calm voice rang in his ears, carrying an undeniable force of authority. Outsiders are forbidden from committing murder in Taixuan Sect. It was Guan's voice. Shen Xinzi's pupils contracted. The moment Guan removed his hand, Shen Xinzi felt an immense weight lift off his body. He let out a shaky breath, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His composure was shattered. In that instant, he had genuinely believed he was about to die. His eyes flickered toward Yu Yingying, his expression now filled with complexity. Amitba. With that single exclamation, he turned and left. The door creaked open, then shut again. Yu Yingying opened her eyes, staring at the empty doorway, her thoughts a chaotic mess. Just now, was he sighing? Yet, she felt no relief. Even after narrowly escaping death, she remained lost in thought, completely dazed. Sky Demon reincarnation. Born into the Starseed Sect Alliance, she had heard of the Sky Demon legends before. No wonder her father had never allowed her to cultivate. No wonder he had been so pleased when she decided to come to Taixuan Sect. He wasn't happy for her, he was getting rid of her. That night, Yu Yingying sat against the wall, her mind adrift in endless thoughts. The next morning, after freshening up, Yu Yingying stepped outside. She gazed at the disciples of Medicine Valley, practicing their daily martial routines. Laughter filled the air. Their faces radiated simple joy, a stark contrast to the weight pressing down on her heart. She felt like a stranger in this world. They had no outstanding talent, nor were they born into great lineages, but at least they could look forward to the future. And her? Born under an ill-fated star. A father who didn't love her. A mother who avoided her. Everyone treated her like a cursed being. Her gaze drifted toward Shen Xinzi. He stood beneath a tree, watching the disciples train. His thoughts were unreadable. Even as she stared at him, he did not turn to meet her gaze. A bitter smile crossed her lips. He couldn't bring himself to kill me? Or was he simply unwilling to dirty his hands? She remained in place, unmoving. A while later, Guan, riding the Blood Prison Great Saint, passed by her courtyard. He called out lazily, Miss Yu, what are you standing around for? If you're free, go help them shovel the snow. You're living in my Medicine Valley, so you ought to pull your weight. Yu Yingying snapped out of her daze. Guan's expression held a hint of dissatisfaction, as if scolding a lazy freeloader. Subconsciously, she nodded. Guan looked pleased and gave her a smug glance, as if saying, good, you know your place. Then, without another word, he urged the Blood Prison Great Saint forward. Only then did Yu Yingying fully return to her senses. She replayed Guan's self-satisfied smirk in her mind. Her cheeks twitched. That bastard actually made me do chores. Though she complained, there was no resentment in her heart. For the first time, she didn't feel so lost. The world rejected her, but at least Medicine Valley accepted her. Maybe, she wasn't so pitiful after all. If she couldn't cultivate, so be it. She could live a few hundred years just like Guan, then grow old and die peacefully. As for the next life, she couldn't be bothered to care. After all, in the next life, she wouldn't be her anymore. Shen Xinzi stood under the tree, lost in thought. Unlike Yu Yingying, who had already let go of her worries, his mind was still clouded with doubt. He was shocked by the strength of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, but at the same time, he questioned his own beliefs. From his investigations over the past few days, he was certain that the sword sovereign was a great cultivator who cared deeply for all beings, capable of reforming sects and even stepping in to save the world. With the sword sovereign's cultivation, he could undoubtedly see through Yu Yingying's karma. Was it that he simply didn't want bloodshed within the Taixuan Sect, or did he truly believe Yu Yingying shouldn't be killed? Shen Zinzi's mind was in turmoil until the arrival of the nine-fingered Divine Lord, who came to Medicine Valley for a game of Go. Only then did he snap out of his daze. Why do you look like that? Don't tell me you ran into the sword sovereign. The nine-fingered Divine Lord stood before him, smiling as he asked. Shen Zinzi closed his eyes and softly murmured, Amitba. The smile disappeared from the nine-fingered Divine Lord's face. He furrowed his brows, his expression growing serious as he said in a low voice, You really dared to make a move? Are you out of your mind? I heard that the Divine Anomaly Wraith King, Tian Vuchang, was directly crushed by the Sword Sovereign, and Tian Vuchang had supposedly reached the peak of the Celestial Ascension realm. Shen Zinzi remained silent, his eyes still closed, seemingly unfazed. The nine-fingered Divine Lord, however, noticed that Shen Zinzi's left hand hidden in his sleeve was trembling. Was this brat scared out of his wits? The nine-fingered Divine Lord found the thought amusing. It was rare to see him this shaken. Come on, let's play a game of Go. The wisdom within black and white stones might help you find clarity. The nine-fingered Divine Lord pulled Shen Zinzi along, chattering as they walked. I have to say, that kid Guan has a certain divine spark. To create such an intricate game like this, either he has a master guiding him, or he's receiving enlightenment from an immortal in his dreams. Shen Zinzi remained dazed, not really listening. However, in the days that followed, through playing Go, his anxiety and confusion gradually dissipated. He also began to understand the nine-fingered Divine Lord's words. This game of Go was no simple thing. Winter eventually passed, and the Taixuan Sect's Spring Festival arrived once more. Notably, thanks to Li Sundeo's promotion, the festival had spread across the world. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Li Lingtian stood next to Yangjian, hands on his hips, frowning as he looked toward Shen Zinzi, who was sitting beneath a tree. Why is that monk still here? Is he planning to freeload forever? Yangjian was making lanterns beside him, responding absent-mindedly, if he wants to stay, let him stay. Why do you care? My master hasn't even kicked you out. Li Lingtian rolled his eyes. That's different. I'm your master's junior brother, and my royal brother has the best relationship with your master. Yangjian suddenly looked at him and asked, Speaking of which, has your royal brother contacted you? He's cultivating in the Taixuan Sect. He should know Anhao, right? We haven't been in touch, but yet, he and Anhao are close. Those two are already considered legendary geniuses of the Taixuan Sect. Come to think of it, I've never even met him. He probably doesn't even know I exist. There was a hint of envy in Li Lingtian's voice when he mentioned Li Ya. You could always follow in your royal brother's footsteps. I heard the Taikang Empire has established friendly relations with the Taixuan Sect. Your father must have a way. Forget it. I'd rather cultivate with you. To be honest, I think you're the strongest genius in the world. My royal brother and Anhao, they don't compare. Li Lingtian looked at Yangjian seriously. This was his heartfelt belief. In his lifetime, the only person he truly admired was Yangjian. Not only was Yangjian peerless in talent, but he also had the patience to focus on cultivation, rather than chasing after empty fame. I'm not the strongest. Besides, I have my own goals to pursue. Yangjian shook his head with a smile. Your own goals? Li Lingtian's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed for details. Unfortunately, Yangjian refused to say more. Elsewhere, Guan approached Shen Zinzi, who was sitting on the ground, engrossed in a copy of Journey to the West. Deist friend, the festival is about to begin. Would you like to join us? Guan asked with a smile. Shen Zinzi snapped out of his trance, hurriedly stood up, and bowed to Guan. Amitba, thank you for your invitation, benefactor. I dare not refuse. Is there anything I can do to help? Guan waved his hand with a chuckle. You're a guest. There's nothing you need to do. Of course, if you're in the mood and have the time to guide my disciples in cultivation, I'd be even more grateful. Shen Zinzi couldn't help but ask, Benefactor, what do you wish to learn? Not me, I meant my disciples. Does Benefactor not seek great Buddhist teachings or the path to immortality? Me? Forget it. My life is fine as it is. I don't want to get involved in all that fighting and killing. I have a senior brother, Li Ye, who wields an immortal treasure. He's incredibly powerful, but only I know how often he gets injured. The hardships behind his glory, who else could understand? I'm a coward by nature. I don't dare kill. Hiding in Medicine Valley suits me just fine. Guan laughed freely. Shen Zinzi gave him a newfound look of respect. After chatting for a while, Guan left. Shen Zinzi watched him go, feeling deeply moved. Medicine Valley was small, yet filled with wonders. It housed grand masters who could shake the heavens, prodigies of unparalleled talent, ill-fated stars of misfortune, and a valley master who had seen through the illusions of life. If he could cultivate Buddhism here, perhaps he would gain even greater enlightenment. Unfortunately, he still had to journey to the Severed Sea Rift. If he survived, he could return and cultivate here for centuries. Shen Zinzi silently pondered. As for eliminating Yu Yingying, he no longer cared. With a powerhouse like the Sword Sovereign watching over her, she wouldn't be able to cause any real trouble. Inside a palace, An Hao stood up and bowed to his master, Floating Dust Genren. Floating Dust Genren looked at An Hao with emotion and sighed, "Hauer, I never expected you to have such a powerful master. I suppose I've benefited from your good fortune." He had already heard about Tianfa Chang's attack on the Star Sea Sect and was utterly shocked by An Hao's hidden background. "Master, you've guided my cultivation and cared for me. I will always remember your kindness." An Hao spoke earnestly. Since the Sword Sovereign's intervention, his status in the Star Sea Sect had completely transformed. Grand Masters frequently visited him, nobles tried to match him with talented female disciples for marriage, but he politely declined them all. An Hao already had someone in his heart. Yet, to him, romance could never compare to the path of cultivation. His master had saved him from the jaws of demons not so he could indulge in love, but so he could reach the pinnacle of immortality. Time flew by. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the midst of summer, in a bustling city, Guan walked through the streets, dressed in a green robe. Beside him was a woman clad in white, wearing a veiled bamboo hat that obscured her features. She was Ji Xuanyu. Just as they entered an inn, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky, "Move aside, move aside." They turned to see a massive flood dragon soaring low through the city, kicking up rubble in its wake. And standing atop its head was a young man. Looking at the flood dragon, Guan felt its aura was somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but sense it more carefully. Isn't this Hao Long's aura? But this creature was clearly not Hao Long. Hao Long was still serving as the sacred beast of the Gu Hao sect. Guan spread out his divine sense, and sure enough, that guy was still napping. Guan began to probe into the flood dragon's karmic origins, quickly understanding the full story. It turned out that this was originally a serpent demon that had absorbed Hao Long's true blood, allowing it to undergo a transformation into a flood dragon, greatly enhancing its potential. His gaze shifted toward the young man standing atop the flood dragon, and he cast a lifespan examination. Su Jin, 9th level of Foundation Establishment 32/350/3080. A maximum lifespan of 3080 years. This would have been considered a rare genius in the past. But in the current world, it could only be regarded as talented, far from the level of a true prodigy. Su Jin was dressed in luxurious white robes, with an exquisitely crafted hair crown atop his head. He exuded an air of confidence and appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. The flood dragon beneath his feet stretched 10 zhang long. As it flew at low altitude, it stirred up fierce winds, sending tiles flying from rooftops, lanterns, and sunshades tumbling from the streets, and causing widespread chaos wherever it passed. Ji Xuanyu frowned at the sight. She raised her wine cup, preparing to take action. Guan placed a hand over hers and smiled. "No rush." Ji Xuanyu looked at him and said, "This is a mortal city. Though there are some cultivators here, they are few and far between. How can they possibly stop that?" Before she could finish speaking, the sharp sound of a sword leaving its sheath echoed throughout the city. The flood dragon let out a blood-curdling screech as its back erupted with fresh blood, plummeting toward the street below. The common folk scattered in terror, while Su Jin, atop the flood dragon's head, was utterly panicked. He hastily leaped onto a nearby rooftop. Just as he landed, a sword was already at his throat. His pupils shrank in shock, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Who are you? What do you want?" Su Jin's voice trembled. Behind him, a voice rang out, "Acting so recklessly, are you planning to disregard the laws of the Taixuan Empire?" Inside the inn, Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Ji Xuanyu with a smile. See, the one who acted was a nascent soul cultivator who had concealed his aura, which was why Ji Xuanyu hadn't noticed him earlier. Ji Xuanyu took a deep look at the sword cultivator before turning to Gu An. "The current emperor is truly competent. I had assumed his laws against rogue cultivators were just for show, but it seems they are actually being enforced. This sword cultivator's aura is no joke." The moment he drew his sword intent was incredibly strong. Guan nodded. "The Taixuan Empire is now full of hidden experts. No place is without a Grandmaster cultivator. But you and I are both at the core formation stage. Why could you sense him, but I couldn't? What kind of question is that? Are you expecting me to say you're inferior to me? Come on, at least give me some credit. I'm a whole 156 years older than you. I heard you were once a golden ranking genius, yet you always claimed your talent wasn't great. Now it seems, were you just pretending to be weak? You got me. Actually, I'm an immortal living in the mortal world, hiding my power." Ji Xuanyu rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling. The two continued drinking and chatting, no longer paying attention to Su Jin and the flood dragon. In the end, Su Jin and his flood dragon were taken away by the nascent soul sword cultivator, and the people cheered in approval. Over the next few days, Guan and Ji Xuanyu wandered through the city. They visited Xiao Chuan's residence, but only stood on the rooftop and observed without disturbing him. Xiao Chuan had settled down, with a large family of wives and children. His life seemed quite fulfilled. After 2 days in the city, they departed to explore other places. Since Guan was focused on seeking herbs, their travels lasted only half a month, which was already quite satisfying for Ji Xuanyu. With Guan by her side, she witnessed the many facets of life, and his experiences provided her with insights that benefited her greatly. Time passed quickly. By the end of summer, Guan and Yangjian arrived at Seeker's Island. Since Guan had visited the Divine Anomaly realm, Seeker's Island was no longer plagued by the Divine Anomaly wraiths. Though many still roamed the sea, their numbers had drastically decreased, and most of them now moved alone. As soon as they entered the city, Guan and Yangjian overheard cultivators discussing the ongoing Severed Sea Rift War. The battle had been raging for over a year now. Even Shen Xinzi, the monk who had once sought to kill Yu Yingying, had joined the fray, representing the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. The Divine Anomaly Wraith Kings are truly hard to kill. Yeah, I heard that in the past few years, over 1,000 scattered immortals have perished in the Severed Sea Rift. Who knows how many lower-level cultivators have died? Death isn't the scariest part. The real horror is that after they die, they turn into Divine Anomaly Wraiths and come back to attack us. I have no idea how this disaster can be stopped. The Bitter Sea Buddhist sect can purify the wraiths, but they have too few members. Their strongest monk, Shen Xinzi, was cursed and is now missing his life or death unknown. Hearing Shen Xinzi's name, Yangjian turned to look at Guan. Guan transmitted his voice. Yes, it's the same monk who visited Medicine Valley. Back then, Yangjian had felt Shen Xinzi was no ordinary monk. He just hadn't expected him to have such a significant background. Soon, Hu Xiaojian arrived and respectfully greeted Guan and Yangjian before taking them to buy herbs. Senior, I heard that Senior Tang Hai and the others went to the Severed Sea Rift and have gone missing. Hu Xiaojian spoke cautiously. Guan remained calm. Everyone has their fate. Different choices lead to different destinies. Cultivators have long accepted this. Hu Xiaojian nodded and sighed, lamenting the power of the Divine Anomaly Wraith Kings. At present, aside from the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, no one human or demon could suppress a Divine Anomaly Wraith King alone. The longer the war dragged on, the more it proved how formidable the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was. Though he hadn't joined the war, many believed that the dwindling numbers of wraiths at sea and the retreat of the Wraith Kings into the Severed Sea Rift were all thanks to him. Guan remained silent, but Yangjian and Hu Xiaojian continued their conversation enthusiastically. By the way, have you two heard about a book called Journey to the West? It's all the rage on the seas, Hu Xiaojian suddenly asked. Yangjian nodded. I've read it. Why? He couldn't help but marvel his master was not only a powerful cultivator but also an unparalleled writer. His book had spread so far? Guan was also surprised. A quick calculation revealed that the Starseed Sect Alliance played a significant role in its spread. Another key figure helping promote it was none other than Shen Xinzi. How interesting. Guan wasn't worried about the book causing trouble. At his current level, he had no fear. Of course, if no one bothered him, that would be even better. Hu Xiaojian excitedly continued discussing Journey to the West. The book had spread across the seas and was highly praised by various sects. Some found its depiction of celestial beings fascinating, while others saw reflections of reality within it. There were even those who believed it to be a historical record. Though Romance of the Gods wasn't as popular as Journey to the West, many who read one ended up reading the other, including Hu Xiaojian. As their conversation shifted toward the powerful sects and Grand Masters of the Sea, Yangjian grew more curious. Just how vast was this world? 2 hours later, the master and disciple returned to Taixuan Sect. As they walked through the forest, Yangjian became noticeably more talkative. Master, between Tianva Cheng and the Divine Anomaly Wraith Kings, who is stronger? Yangjian asked curiously. Hu Xiaojian had mentioned that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had appeared within the Starseed Sect Alliance to fend off a Divine Anomaly Wraith King, which had piqued his interest. However, Hu Xiaojian's knowledge was limited. He didn't even know the name of that Wraith King, nor why the Sword Sovereign had acted. He only knew that the event had happened. Though Yangjian was no longer haunted by Tianva Cheng, he still felt pressured by its existence. He knew he would have to face it one day. Guan casually responded, I'm not sure. But when you meet it one day, you'll know? I hope that day comes later rather than sooner. For someone at his level, soon could mean hundreds or even thousands of years. Don't stress over it. You're right. I won't slack off. Yangjian was full of determination, but he had another question lingering in his mind. What was his master's true cultivation level? His master called himself a scattered immortal, but from what Hu Xiaojian had said, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was clearly far beyond that level. He also wanted to ask about his senior brother's cultivation realm, but he didn't dare. If his master didn't mention it, then there had to be a reason. Inside the palace, and Hao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. A figure suddenly appeared by the pond. It was Qi Juxiao. Qi Juxiao scrutinized and Hao and clicked his tongue in amazement. 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Impressive, kid. You're barely over 100, and you've already reached such a level. That's terrifying. Though my sect has poured immense resources into you, the fact that you could absorb them so quickly proves your talent is unparalleled. And Hao looked at him and replied calmly, beyond Void Transformation are the Integration stage and Profound Mind realm. Reaching Grand Ascension stage within 500 years isn't that fast. Qi Juxiao rolled his eyes. At the rate you're advancing, reaching Grand Ascension in 500 years will be easy. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you entered Nirvana stage before then. Your innate talent is beyond belief. By the end of his sentence, his tone carried an unmistakable trace of envy. And Hao shook his head. My master took in another disciple and claimed his talent is no less than mine. To be honest, I'm afraid he might catch up to me. At the mention of the sword sovereign of the righteous path, Chi Juxiao immediately sat cross-legged and asked with great curiosity, "Who exactly is your master? Which sect is he from? Don't tell me he's from Taixuan Sect. If someone with his cultivation level isn't from the Holy Court, then he must belong to one of the world's top sects with immense fortune. I really don't know," and Hao replied helplessly. Even if he did, he wouldn't say. Chi Juxiao glared at him before taking out a book from his robes and tossing it over. "Here, read Journey to the West. It's also from Taixuan Sect. This book has taken the seas by storm. I'm tempted to visit Taixuan Sect just because of it." Journey to the West? And Hao glanced at the book in Chi Juxiao's hand. He had heard of it before. It was written by Panan of Taixuan Sect. And Hao knew who Panan was. His junior sister was one of Pan An's disciples. He couldn't help but recall his first meeting with Guan. Back then, they had stood together, watching Liu Baidian regain his former strength and display his overwhelming cultivation. But Guan's talent and cultivation had been mediocre at the time. And yet, this mediocre person had managed to make a name for himself that even spread to the seas. That was truly impressive. Enhance returning to the third medicine valley with Yingjian, Guan didn't go upstairs immediately. Instead, he sought out an Xian, checking in on her well-being, primarily concerned about her cultivation progress. An Xian's maximum lifespan was 230 years. She still had a few decades before she needed to lift the restrictions on her cultivation. Over the years, Guan had given her many pills, and she might even surpass Yalan in the future. "Master, have you heard any news about my senior brother, and Hao, lately?" An Xian suddenly asked. Although she hadn't seen Hao for a long time, their relationship hadn't grown distant. After all, they had grown up together and even faced life and death situations side by side. She understood that their paths would diverge in the future, that Hao was bound for a world she could never reach. Still, she couldn't help but care. As long as he was doing well, that was enough for her. Guan lifted his teacup and replied, "He's doing quite well. He's now the #1 genius of the Starcy Sect Alliance, having cultivated the legendary Fiery Sun treasure body." Liu Baidian had mentioned this to him before, so repeating it now wouldn't expose his true cultivation level. An Xian listened intently, her face full of joy. She felt no jealousy toward Hao's achievements, even though they had started cultivating on the same day. The gap in their talent was simply too vast, so vast that she sometimes wondered if she had ever truly known him. Because of this, she never mentioned to others that she knew Hao personally. Her current life was good, carefree in the Medicine Valley, with no hope of pursuing the immortal path, but at least her days were fulfilling and interesting. When Guan finished speaking, an Xian propped her chin up with both hands and grinned. "My senior brother is amazing. I can't even imagine what kind of great figure he'll become in the future." Guan chuckled. "Then work hard on your cultivation so you can witness it yourself." An Xian nodded, then brought up the white spirit mouse, her face full of frustration. As the white spirit mouse grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult for her to control. Now, it only listened to Guan, and in the Medicine Valley, it had become a little tyrant, constantly pranking the disciples. Of course, the white spirit mouse never actually harmed anyone, which was why Guan didn't bother to intervene. There had been one time, however, when it accidentally scratched an Xian. After receiving a brutal beating from Guan, it never dared to hurt anyone again. Guan and an Xian continued chatting about the trivial matters of the Medicine Valley. Earlier that day, he had been focused on world affairs, and now he was discussing the valley's daily life. The contrast amused him. Days passed. Autumn winds swept through the Medicine Valley. Inside his room, Guan leaned back in his chair, holding a book on talismans. Lately, he had been reading various Daoist texts. With his current cultivation level, most Daoist arts in the mortal world seemed simple to him. A genius enjoys reading because they can understand what they read, only then does it become enjoyable. Suddenly, Guan frowned. Li Ya was tapping into the power of Divine Anomaly City. Wasn't Li Ya supposed to be in seclusion at the Starcy Sect Alliance? Closing his eyes, Guan found that Li Ya was in the Severed Sea Rift, currently being suppressed by a Divine Anomaly Wraith King. Li Ya wasn't alone, many cultivators from various sects surrounded him. Even with Divine Anomaly City in his possession, there was no way Li Ya could defeat the Wraith King. The power of an immortal Dao treasure was immense, but it was still tied to its wielder's cultivation. The stronger one's realm, the more power an immortal Dao treasure could unleash. Guan had no intention of interfering. As long as Li Ya didn't die, it was normal for him to suffer setbacks. Cultivating in this world was never smooth sailing. But then, Guan sensed another presence and couldn't help but sigh. Fate truly was a terrifying force. Divine Anomaly Realm, a minor world. Beneath a blood-red sky, dust billowed like swirling dragons and phoenixes. Countless Divine Anomaly wraiths circled above, densely packed like a swarm of moths, sending chills down one's spine. A Divine Anomaly Wraith King stood tall in the sky. His face was twisted and fierce, with symmetrical blood sigils on his cheeks. His long white hair fluttered like flames. He had 6 arms, each holding a different weapon, and stood atop a 1,000-foot-tall ghostly beast. The beast hovered in the air, its body resembling a fusion of lion and tiger, its head like a leopard's, and 3 long tails sweeping through the sky, stirring up clouds and mist. Following the Wraith King's gaze downward, a massive city stood amid the swirling dust. Divine Anomaly City. The city spanned over 100 miles, keeping back the relentless tide of Divine Anomaly wraiths. Inside, thousands of cultivators stared at the sky, some enraged, some terrified, and others filled with hatred. Atop the city's tallest tower stood Li Ya, clad in black. A small, shadowy figure perched on his shoulder. It was the divine anomaly spirit. Li Ya's brow was tightly furrowed, his expression grim. So, Divine Anomaly City has fallen into the hands of a mere transformation stage junior. The Wraith King sneered. Boy, are you starting to feel overwhelmed? Divine Anomaly City is powerful, but with such a weak mortal body, how do you expect to control its divine might? This Wraith King was Zhenlai Yudao, a 9th-level Celestial Ascension cultivator. In his eyes, Li Ya was no different from an ant. Li Ya remained silent. There was no point in arguing. Surviving this ordeal was all that mattered. His hands clenched inside his sleeves, and blood began dripping from his nose. Many cultivators in the city noticed, including Shen Xinzi, who was meditating in the streets. He frowned at the sight. Shen Xinzi shifted his gaze toward Zhenlai Yudao, a conflicted expression flickering in his eyes. Zhenlai Yudao mocked Li Ya for a while longer, but when he received no response, he became irritated. Raising one of his 6 arms, he revealed a black mirror brimming with dark mist. A figure shot out from the mirror, rapidly expanding to match Zhenlai Yudao's size. It was a white-haired man. Seeing him, Li Ya's pupils shrank violently, and his expression darkened. Rage, grief, and disbelief flashed across his face before settling into a look of sheer fury. You dared to turn him into this. Li Ya gritted his teeth, his aura exploding. Wisps of blood energy seeped from his pores. Divine Anomaly Spirit, unleash the city's full power. I want him dead. The Divine Anomaly Spirit shuddered and immediately channeled greater energy. Boom! Divine Anomaly City trembled as countless beams of radiant light erupted from its protective barrier, all converging toward Zhenlai Yudao. The ghostly beast beneath Zhenlai Yudao let out a deafening roar, shaking the heavens and blocking the attack. Pu! Li Ya spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes bleeding. Again, he roared. The Divine Anomaly Spirit hesitated, then raised its tiny hands. The city's light beams surged, pressing harder against the beast's defenses. Zhenlai Yudao was momentarily surprised, then smirked in amusement. Just as Li Ya's body began collapsing under the strain, a deep Buddhist chant echoed through the sky. Amitba. Laymanly, do not force it, it is futile. A golden light ascended from the city, piercing the beast's throat. Zhenlai Yudao's expression changed. A golden staircase extended skyward, and Shen Xinzi ascended, his body glowing with radiant Buddhist light. He looked at Li Ya with a solemn expression. Laymanly, you are still young. Let me be the one to make this sacrifice. Shen Xinzi's voice rang with solemn authority. As Kitagarbha Bodhisattva once said in Journey to the West, if I do not enter hell, who will? Laymanly, do not let grief for a fallen comrade cloud your judgment. Turn that rage into determination. As his words fell, he stepped through the barrier of Divine Anomaly City. A wave of brilliant Buddhist light surged from his body, flooding toward Zhenlai Yudao and the ghostly beast. From the perspective of Li Ya and the cultivators within the city, an enormous golden Buddhist bead appeared in the sky, materializing out of thin air. It descended swiftly, trapping Zhenlai Yudao and his mount within its radiance. Then, in the blink of an eye, the bead vanished, along with Zhenlai Yudao and his ghostly beast. The divine anomaly wraiths that had been swarming the skies suddenly halted. For a brief moment, an eerie silence fell upon the battlefield. Then, as if sensing something, the wraiths scattered like a school of frightened fish, disappearing into the vast expanse of the divine anomaly realm. On the tower's rooftop, Li Ya fell to his knees. His lips trembled, his head slowly lowering as he muttered, Zhang Buletin. Before he could finish his words, his body suddenly collapsed, unconscious. A distant seashore, darkness looms. In the dim twilight at the edge of a vast ocean, Zhenlai Yudao stood with a severed head in hand. His fingers clutched the bloodied scalp of Shen Xinzi, dragging his lifeless body across the damp sand. He stopped before a massive black stone tablet, the Divine Anomaly Life Monument. With a scowl, he tossed Shen Xinzi's body to the ground. Frustration twisted Zhenlai Yudao's face. Why the hell won't you let me devour him? Just because he's from the Bittersea Buddhist sect? Is he really worth this much caution? From within the stone monument, a voice rumbled, a deep, ancient sound that belonged to the Divine Anomaly Realm Master. He carries great karmic weight. You cannot kill him. Furthermore, anyone deeply connected to Zhang Bukui must also be spared. Zhenlai Yudao's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with fury. Why? A moment of silence. Then, the voice answered. Because, the one who governs the eternal chaos has given the order to protect Zhang Bukui. The word struck Zhenlai Yudao like thunder. His mouth opened, then closed. His fists clenched. He took a deep breath, his rage simmering, before finally turning away. As his silhouette faded into the distance, a shadow emerged from the Divine Anomaly Life Monument. The Divine Anomaly Realm Master stepped forward, gazing down at the mutilated but still breathing Shen Xinzi. He muttered to himself, reincarnation of the Sky Demon, just what is the Bittersea Buddhist sect scheming? Raising a hand, he began channeling his own power to heal Shen Xinzi's wounds. Medicine Valley, Guan's perspective. Far away, in the comfort of the Medicine Valley, Guan withdrew his divine sense. He exhaled softly, his fingers tapping against the wooden table. At least the Divine Anomaly Realm Master wasn't reckless. If he had dared to overstep his bounds, Guan would have intervened even if it meant offending the being behind him. But, thinking about Zhang Bukui's fate, Guan couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't always keep his eye on Zhang Bukui. By the time he had realized that Zhang Bukui had entered the divine anomaly realm, it had already been too late. Zhang Bukui had fallen, transformed into a divine anomaly wraith. The only silver lining was that a fragment of Zhang Bukui's will still remained. If the divine anomaly realm master were to perish, all divine anomaly wraiths would be annihilated, including Zhang Bukui. That meant Zhang Bukui's fate was now tied to the divine anomaly realm master's survival. Gu An's gaze darkened. It seemed that no matter what, fate would continue entangling them in its web. In Han's Y 2 years had passed since Li Ya and Zhang Bukui last met. During those 2 years, the seas remained turbulent, with countless cultivators and demons venturing into the severed sea rift. The battles there never ceased. Some found opportunities to break through, while others fell with regret. Meanwhile, the Taixuan Sect was relatively peaceful, with most disciples focused on their cultivation. Medicine Valley was even calmer, its days passing in tranquility. On this particular day, Guan arrived early at Xian Valley, waiting for someone's arrival. Around noon, a black-clad Li Ya descended from the sky, landing beneath the pavilion. This time, he did not climb through the window. Instead, he stood below, gazing at Guan's window for a long time without saying a word or taking a step forward. Lying on the ground nearby, the Blood Prison Great Saint looked at him with a strange expression. The Blood Prison Great Saint could sense Li Ya's deep sorrow. His whole being seemed lost and broken. "Senior Brother Li, what brings you here?" Lu Jujia approached quickly, his voice filled with pleasant surprise. Li Ya snapped out of his daze and looked at him, forcing a smile. "I came to see your senior brother Gu. He's upstairs. He doesn't spend much time in Xian Valley on most days, but he's been here all morning today. Turns out he was waiting for you." Lu Jujia sighed. He could tell something was off about Li Ya, which was why he said what he did. Li Ya nodded and headed upstairs. On the second floor, he pushed the door open. Guan, seated in his chair, set down the secrets of Taixuan and looked up, surprised. "Senior Brother Li, what brings you here?" As Li Ya looked at Guan, his eyes instantly turned red. He closed the door behind him, walked to the table, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Guan's smile faded. He tensed up and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Ya couldn't meet Guan's gaze because Zhang Bukui had once told him that Guan was his only elder. Zhang Bukui, Li Ya struggled to speak. "What about him?" Guan shot up from his seat. Taking a deep breath, Li Ya recounted what had happened to Zhang Bukui. After hearing it, Guan collapsed back into his chair, his entire demeanor drained and lifeless. Seeing him like this only made Li Ya feel worse. "Wait, you said he turned into a divine anomaly wraith? That means, he's still alive, isn't he?" Guan suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Li Ya hesitated before replying. "He is, but after becoming a divine anomaly wraith, he's no longer himself. He'll turn into a monster that devours the living, forever trapped." Guan pressed, "Did you see him do that?" Li Ya froze, looking at him. Guan's expression grew calm. Bukui had a hard life. He was born with demon blood, rejected by both humans and demons, yet he survived all that. Why wouldn't he be able to survive this time? "But, senior brother, this isn't your fault. He chose to enter the severed sea rift himself. Don't burden yourself with guilt. Besides, I truly believe he can make it through. Gu junior brother, look at you. If Bukui saw you like this, he'd definitely laugh at you. You two are brothers who have faced life and death together. Are you planning to die with him? You have to believe in him. He'll find a way out. If you don't cultivate properly, he might surpass you. Throughout history, great misfortunes have always led to great blessings. Don't underestimate him." Guan smiled, his face showing a hint of anticipation. Li Ya knew Guan was trying to comfort him, but he couldn't help wondering what if Zhang Bukui really did survive? Guan had him sit down and asked about his experiences over the past few years. Li Ya started talking about his life, and Guan occasionally interrupted with questions. The more he spoke, the more ashamed Li Ya felt. Zhang Bukui was dead. The pain in Guan's heart was surely no less than his own, perhaps even worse, since he also carried Zhang Chunkai's legacy. And yet, despite his own grief, Guan was still comforting him. At some point, the divine anomaly spirit silently appeared on Li Ya's shoulder. It blinked at Guan, but Li Ya didn't notice. The two of them talked for a long time. By dusk, Li Ya stood up, looking at Guan. "I came back just to tell you this. Thank you, junior brother Gu. I won't give up hope. I'll cultivate even harder, and one day, I'll rescue Zhang Bukui." His expression was resolute, his eyes burning with determination. Guan, of course, encouraged him. With that, Li Ya left. This time, he didn't climb out the window but walked downstairs. Guan didn't see him off. At the bottom of the stairs, Li Ya stopped before the Blood Prison Great Saint. He turned to look at the demon bull and said, "Oxhead, I swear I won't let those I care about fall into danger again. And your master, I'll protect him too." With that, he leaped into the air and disappeared beyond the horizon. The Blood Prison Great Saint rolled his eyes. "This guy's got issues. Who's protecting who here? And why's he telling me? Am I his dad?" A month after Li Ya left, another person returned. It was Shen Xinzi. He walked toward the third Medicine Valley. At the valley's entrance, he stood still for a moment, gazing at the peaceful scene, people sweeping, watering the soil, playing chess, painting, and children chasing each other. Everything looked so harmonious. For some reason, being back here made Shen Xinzi feel an inexplicable sense of relief, and the gloom in his heart faded significantly. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the valley. Soon, he spotted Yu Yingying, and she saw him too. Instinctively, she tried to avoid him, but he transmitted his voice to her, stopping her in her tracks. Shen Xinzi approached with a solemn expression. Yu Yingying asked nervously, "What do you want?" "I didn't do anything wrong." Closing his eyes, Shen Xinzi chanted, "Amitba. Benefactor, I have come to apologize. I was too reckless and stubborn before. Anyone in this world may judge you, but I am the one person who should not. I am sorry. I will not trouble you again." He pressed his palms together and bowed. Yu Yingying froze, utterly confused. Before she could ask anything, Shen Xinzi turned and left. She watched his retreating figure, muttering to herself, "What did he go through these past years? He looks like he's been through hell." She had always feared Shen Xinzi, but after hearing his words, she felt an unexpected pang of sympathy instead of relief. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. Either way, it was best to stay away from that monk who knew when he'd go crazy again. Shen Xinzi walked to the chess-playing area, where dozens of people had gathered. Guan arrived as well. They exchanged nods in silent greeting before standing at the back, watching the game. Suddenly, Shen Xinzi glanced at Guan and took a step closer, speaking in a low voice. "Valley Master, may I have a private word with you?" Guan looked at him before nodding. "Let's talk in my room," Guan said. Shen Xinzi had once sacrificed himself to save Li Ya and an entire city, which had changed Guan's perception of him. This monk was stubborn, but when faced with a crisis, he truly acted. His heart was with the people, not just his words. Nearby, the nine-fingered divine lord noticed them and smirked, turning his attention back to the game. "Your chess is worse than a village kid's. No worse than that demon bull's." Hearing this, the blood prison great saint fumed but held back. After all, Guan had told him that the nine-fingered divine lord was an immortal hiding his true strength. "Keep playing, then. I hope you never train again. One day, I'll unleash my full power and make you my mount," the demon bull muttered to himself, suddenly feeling quite satisfied with the thought. Meanwhile, Guan led Shen Xinzi upstairs. As Shen Xinzi closed the door behind them, Guan brewed tea. Looking around, Shen Xinzi noticed a familiar book among the many in the room. Journey to the West. Seeing that, he immediately felt a greater sense of goodwill toward Guan. Guan placed a cup of hot tea in front of him and smiled. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Shen Xinzi took a deep breath and said, "Benefactor, it is like this. I have a friend who has always despised evil and spent his life subduing demons and protecting the innocent. But one day, he discovered that he himself was a reincarnation of a demon. What do you think he should do?" "Oh, wow. The classic 'I have a friend' move." Guan pondered for a moment before responding, "Does one's past life truly matter that much? Are their sins so great that even reincarnation cannot wash them away? If he just continues to walk the path he believes in, won't that be enough? But he really is a demon. So what? Are demons inherently evil? Are humans inherently good? Do you plan to abandon this friend of yours? If that's the case, I must say, you monks claim to see through worldly illusions, but you sure are getting caught up in them." Guan's tone turned critical. The moment Shen Xinzi brought up this topic, Guan's love for lecturing was instantly activated. Shen Xinzi wasn't offended, on the contrary, he listened carefully. Guan was, after all, someone who had invented Go. His insight was naturally profound. Shen Xinzi had spoken with him before and felt that his views on life were incredibly open-minded. In terms of worldly understanding, Guan was certainly more enlightened than he was. After all, cultivation wasn't just about improving one's strength, it was also about comprehending the world. Guan continued speaking at length, fully indulging in his role as a teacher. By the time he finished, he felt utterly refreshed. Whether Shen Xinzi actually absorbed any of it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had thoroughly enjoyed lecturing. Shen Xinzi fell into deep thought and muttered, "Can one truly become a Buddha just by putting down the blade?" Guan rolled his eyes. "Of course not. That's just nonsense. Sins need to be washed away through merit and good deeds. Besides, your so-called friend hasn't even done anything evil in this life, has he? In fact, he's saved a lot of people, hasn't he?" Shen Xinzi nodded, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxing. He fell silent, digesting Guan's words. Guan didn't interrupt and simply picked up a book to read. The room was quiet for half an hour. Eventually, Shen Xinzi stood up and bowed deeply. "Amitba. Thank you, benefactor, for enlightening me." Guan waved a hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. If you really want to show gratitude, then take some time to guide the disciples here in their cultivation." Shen Xinzi didn't refuse. He couldn't help but feel that Guan was truly a man of wisdom, always considering others before himself. He then asked, "Benefactor, I noticed that you have many books in this room. Could you recommend one for me?" Guan glanced around, contemplating. Shen Xinzi pointed at the book in Guan's hands. "How about the one you're reading now?" Guan's expression immediately changed. He swiftly closed the book, holding it tightly. "Not this one." Out of courtesy when interacting with others, Shen Xinzi had never used his divine sense, so he had no idea what book Guan was holding. Even when Guan refused his request, he did not take offense. He asked for the reason, and Guan replied, "Buddhists shouldn't read secular books." Then, he handed Shen Xinzi a book titled Righteousness and Demons. Righteousness and Demons told the story of how the sword sovereign of the righteous path had carved the words righteous path onto the heavenly mending platform, exposing the past darkness of the Taixuan Sect. However, rather than damaging the sect's reputation, the book actually strengthened people's belief in its pursuit of righteousness and its willingness to correct past mistakes. Although it wasn't as popular as Journey to the West or Romance of the Gods, it still had many devoted readers among the various sects, who studied it repeatedly. Shen Xinzi took the book, glanced at the title on the cover, and immediately became interested. After thanking Guan, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Guan took out the secrets of Taixuan and continued reading. Other people's troubles were difficult for him to interfere with. If they asked for his opinion, he would give an honest answer, but he wouldn't insist on anything. After all, he had his own life to live. Why worry too much? Guan preferred to see himself as a spectator in other people's lives. He acted according to his own will but never clung too tightly to anything, lest it lead to regret. After arriving at the third Medicine Valley, Shen Xinzi decided to stay. Guan did not object to having a roving immortal stage, 9th level Grandmaster in the valley. Nowadays, the third Medicine Valley was undoubtedly the strongest place within the Taixuan Sect, and perhaps even on the entire continent. With Shen Xinzi and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord overseeing it, Guan had no concerns about the valley's safety, and he felt much more at ease when traveling. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. That summer was noticeably cooler than usual. As Guan descended the stairs, he noticed numerous cultivators soaring across the sky. The Taixuan Sect was once again preparing to host the alchemy tournament, making the sect bustling with excitement. Guan was also interested in seeing the event. After stepping outside, he mounted the Blood Prison Great Saint and prepared to leave. However, just as the Blood Prison Great Saint began to rise, Ji Xuanyu caught up with him. Seeing this, Guan could only dismount, pat the Blood Prison Great Saint on the back, and say, "Go wander around on your own today." With Ji Xuanyu here, it wouldn't be appropriate for Guan to ride his mount. The two of them riding together would surely cause a scandal. Guan cared deeply about his reputation and integrity. The Blood Prison Great Saint grinned widely before turning and leaving. Ji Xuanyu asked, "Why didn't you keep riding?" Guan rolled his eyes. "I was already on it, and then you came looking for me. Clearly, you wanted to tag along. Since that's the case, I had no choice but to bring you along instead." This girl was obviously testing him, acting as if she didn't already know the answer. As expected, Ji Xuanyu's lips curled into a smile upon hearing his words, her expression bright and captivating. "Let's go check out the outer sect." "All right." The two of them leaped into the air and flew toward the outer sect city. After a stick of incense's time, Guan and Ji Xuanyu arrived at the foot of the heavenly mending platform. Looking around, they saw a massive crowd filling the platform. It was a spectacular sight. Guan could sense the presence of many cultivators at the immortal Dao realm. Although his days passed uneventfully year after year, the Taixuan sect was different. It grew stronger with each passing year. It was said that most of the elders in the Elder Hall had already been replaced, and the overall cultivation level of the sect had significantly improved. The noble families within the sect actively recruited cultivators from overseas, and their retirement wasn't due to suppression but rather a strategic choice that made them even stronger and granted them greater benefits. As Guan scanned the crowd, he casually activated his lifespan perception ability. He enjoyed observing people's maximum lifespan, something even mystic law immortals couldn't detect. At that moment, Ji Xuanyu suddenly asked, "I heard you know another Ji Xuanyu." Guan casually replied, "Yeah, the third young miss I mentioned before. Could it be that she's me? My past life?" Ji Xuanyu asked abruptly. Guan looked at her in surprise. Had this girl already awakened her past life memories? Ji Xuanyu continued, "I was born with this name, and I've always felt deeply connected to it. It doesn't feel like something I simply grew accustomed to. Moreover, the previous Ji Xuanyu died only a few years before I was born. When I first met you, I immediately felt a sense of familiarity. And you, coincidentally, were close to the previous Ji Xuanyu. I don't think this is just a coincidence." She stared at Guan, waiting for his answer. Guan reached out, placed a hand on her forehead, then withdrew it and muttered, "No fever." Ji Xuanyu glared at him. "I'm being serious." Guan shrugged. "Why ask me? I'm just a core formation stage cultivator. Do you think I can see through reincarnation? But from the moment we met, you never seemed curious about my name. That's because I was already shocked before you even arrived. You can ask the Vice Sect Master." "Really? What else would it be, young miss? Even if it's true, I'd rather not dig too deep. If you really are the same person as her, that would be terrifying. Just think about the level of conspiracy behind something like this. With my core formation cultivation, I'd be reduced to ashes if I got involved." Guan put on a terrified expression and even took a step back. Ji Xuanyu found his reasoning somewhat convincing. Watching his exaggerated reaction, she didn't know whether to laugh or be annoyed. "Brother Gu, you're here." A voice called from the heavenly mending platform, and a figure descended. It was Wuju. Now at the second level of the transformation stage, Wuju was one of the Taixuan sect's most renowned geniuses, receiving vast resources from the sect. He carried himself with confidence, a stark contrast to his once timid demeanor. Guan greeted him with a smile. Wuju glanced at Ji Xuanyu, looking somewhat puzzled. Why does Brother Gu have another woman by his side? This was, too. Guan immediately introduced Ji Xuanyu, and realization dawned on Wuju. "So, you're Ji Xuanyu, the most talented member of the Ji family in recent years." Ji Xuanyu nodded slightly. After Guan introduced Wuju, she didn't seem particularly surprised. Wuju was famous, but the Third Medicine Valley housed many powerful cultivators. Even the sect master occasionally visited, so she had grown accustomed to interacting with experts. After exchanging some pleasantries, Wuju left, and they planned to meet for drinks later. But Guan knew this appointment would likely be missed again. He had the time, but Wuju didn't either. He was busy cultivating or on missions. Geniuses like Wuju often trained for years at a time. As Guan watched Wuju's departing figure, he sighed. Being too comfortable wasn't necessarily a good thing. Wuju's maximum lifespan had remained unchanged for decades. Of course, with a lifespan of 7,600 years, surpassing the Grand Ascension stage wouldn't be difficult for him. But Guan still felt a little regretful. He had initially thought Wuju could compete with Hao. Ji Xuanyu noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Guan smiled. "I just think he could achieve even more. Isn't he already accomplished? Without Hao, he's the #1 genius in the Taixuan Sect." Ji Xuanyu was puzzled. "Haha, that's true." Guan said no more and led Ji Xuanyu up the heavenly mending platform. Back then, the third young miss also attempted to lift the heaven-splitting axe. "You can try it too once your cultivation improves," Guan casually remarked. Hearing this, Ji Xuanyu became intrigued by the heaven-splitting axe. The two of them wove through the crowd, making their way toward the heaven-splitting axe. At that moment, Zhou Yujian was angrily scolding people. With the massive crowd gathered here, there were always those who accidentally stepped into the ritual boundary around the heaven-splitting axe. This so-called ritual boundary was something Zhou Yujian had personally marked. He insisted that aside from challengers, no one should step within a certain distance of the heaven-splitting axe, as doing so would be disrespectful to the sword sovereign of the righteous path. His proposal had even been officially recognized by the Taixuan Sect. When it came to the sword sovereign, they had to be cautious and respectful. Guan's gaze swept over the crowd, and suddenly, his eyes landed on one particular person. Qiuxing, Celestial Ascension Stage, 9th level 0/0/0. The Divine Anomaly Wraith King? This guy. Now this was interesting. His technique for concealing his aura was incredibly profound. When Guan arrived at the heavenly mending platform, he hadn't even noticed him at first. He had to actively sweep the outer sect city with his divine sense to pick up on his presence. Qiuxing had disguised himself as a scholar, wearing a scholar's cap and holding a folding fan. He blended in with the crowd, watching others attempt to lift the heaven-splitting axe with an expression of idle curiosity, but he never stepped forward himself. Guan only spared him a glance before shifting his gaze away. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention. Back in the Divine Anomaly realm, he had encountered Qiuxing before, and back then, his aura was far more imposing. Yet now, he was deliberately suppressing himself. What was this guy doing here? Could he be investigating him? Guan decided to observe him quietly and see what he was up to. Not long after, the alchemy tournament in the city was about to begin. Many people left the heavenly mending platform, heading off to watch the competition. The alchemy tournament was held in various cities, functioning as a regional competition. The final round would be held elsewhere, with formations broadcasting the matches to disciples and cultivators in different cities. Zhou Yujian noticed Guan and greeted him warmly. His son, Zhou Lin, was a close friend of Guan's, and Guan had always been tactful and well-mannered in dealing with others, leaving a good impression. "Want to give it a try? Test your recent progress," Zhou Yujian said with a chuckle. Guan turned to Ji Xuanyu and said, "There's no better time than now. It's not like you only get one chance. Go ahead." Ji Xuanyu nodded and stepped forward to stand before the heaven-splitting axe. Meanwhile, Qiuxing's gaze locked onto Ji Xuanyu. His eyes flickered with a strange glint, and for a brief moment, he seemed visibly agitated, though he quickly masked his emotions. But his reaction did not escape Guan's notice. Guan pretended not to see anything. In the end, Ji Xuanyu was unable to lift the heaven-splitting axe, but no one laughed at her. After all, the axe had been there for countless years, and no one had ever succeeded. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Yujian, Guan and Ji Xuanyu turned to leave. Just as they stepped out of the crowd and into an open space, Qiuxing suddenly quickened his pace and called out to them, "Wait, please." Guan and Ji Xuanyu stopped and turned to look at him, their expressions curious. He halted in front of them, clasped his hands together in greeting, and said, "My name is Wu Xing. I come from the sea and have traveled far and wide. Just now, I noticed that this young lady possesses extraordinary fortune. She is likely a reincarnation of a great destiny. I wonder if the two of you would be interested in discussing this further." At the mention of reincarnation, Ji Xuanyu's brow immediately furrowed. She instinctively glanced at Guan. She was curious about what Qiuxing had to say, but at the same time, she was worried it might upset Guan. Faced with Ji Xuanyu's questioning gaze, Guan naturally agreed. The three of them then found an inn and sat down. Guan chose a seat by the window on the second floor. He liked chatting in that spot while watching the bustling streets below. Qiuxing glanced at Guan and Ji Xuanyu, then picked up his teacup, staring into the tea's surface. He spoke, "Though this is our first meeting, this young lady should have an innate Dao sigil within her. That said, you and I could be considered old acquaintances. In one of your past lives, we were once friends." After saying this, he first looked at Guan, then at Ji Xuanyu. He wasn't sure about their relationship, so he chose his words carefully. Guan saw through his concerns and said, "Fellow Daoist, feel free to speak. She's also quite curious about her past life." Ji Xuanyu nodded and asked, "How long ago was that?" Ki Wuxing smiled wistfully and said, almost 20,000 years. 20,000 years? Both Guan and Ji Xuanyu's expressions changed. Guan was only pretending to be surprised, but Ji Xuanyu was genuinely shocked. After all, even the Ji family's recorded history didn't stretch back 20,000 years. Who exactly were you 20,000 years ago? And why have you come to Taixuan Sect? Ji Xuanyu asked warily. Guan could sense that Ki Wuxing had already placed a restriction around them, preventing others in the inn from overhearing their conversation. Ki Wuxing replied, to be frank, I came to Taixuan Sect specifically because of you. I could sense your reincarnation. In terms of seniority, I should call you senior. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't even exist today. As he spoke of the past, his expression was full of emotion, his gaze drifting as if lost in distant memories. Ji Xuanyu frowned. Why was I reincarnated? Ki Wuxing said, I only know that you underwent a great tribulation. You weren't forced to reincarnate due to hatred or enmity, so you don't need to worry about that. In this world, no one could truly harm you. In fact, I believe you were the strongest being I've ever encountered. This revelation genuinely surprised Guan. After all, he had visited Divine Anomaly City, and Ki Wuxing had seen him fight. Yet, despite this, Ki Wuxing still thought Ji Xuanyu's past self was stronger. It seemed that back in the 7-star spirit realm, the innate Dao sigil hadn't yet revealed its true power. Even so, it had already been enough for Ji Xuanyu to exact her revenge. Ki Wuxing continued describing the strength of Ji Xuanyu's past life. That past self called herself the Reincarnation Dao Emperor. The two had only met once, but because of the Reincarnation Dao Emperor's kindness, Ki Wuxing had always wanted to repay the favor. Only in recent years had he finally regained his freedom. He did not reveal his true identity after all. The title Divine Anomaly Wraith King was infamous across the world, and he was well aware of his own bad reputation. From Ki Wuxing's words, Ji Xuanyu only learned how powerful she had been in the past, but the mystery of her reincarnation remained unsolved. She looked at Ki Wuxing and asked, so why are you looking for me? I'm afraid I can't help you with anything right now. She was extremely cautious. Precisely because she was powerless to help Ki Wuxing in her current state, she feared he might try to kill her to force her past self to awaken. Guan remained silent, merely listening. He mentally noted the name Reincarnation Dao Emperor, planning to investigate it next time he visited Seeker's Island. 20,000 years was an unfathomable time for mortals, but for Grandmasters, it wasn't that long. At the very least, the roving immortals and celestial ascension realm cultivators of the world had all lived through the era before the Reincarnation Dao Emperor's fall. Ki Wuxing hesitated for a moment before speaking. A catastrophe that will affect all living beings is about to erupt. When it comes, many oceans and continents including this one will be destroyed. I will also be caught up in it, unable to escape. The Reincarnation Dao Emperor had a divine ability that could set me free. Even if it means being reincarnated, I would willingly accept it. Guan was surprised by this. If what Ki Wuxing said was true, then the Lord of the Divine Anomaly realm was likely to die. But why would those who opposed him seek to annihilate all living beings? He had always felt that the emergence of the Divine Anomaly realm was no coincidence. The Lord of the Divine Anomaly realm clearly feared something otherwise. With his strength, he could have crushed any invaders with ease. But I'm not the Reincarnation Dao Emperor. Ji Xuanyu hesitated. Ki Wuxing waved a hand dismissively. You don't need to worry. I'm not here to force you to help me right now. When the catastrophe arrives, no one will be able to protect themselves. At that time, you will surely awaken your true essence. As long as you remember me, that will be enough. Ji Xuanyu furrowed her brows even deeper. Ki Wuxing turned to Guan and said, it's best not to spread word of this. Even Taixuan Sect, let alone the great oceanic powers, wouldn't be able to prepare in advance. It's better to let cultivators enjoy their lives while they can, rather than stirring up panic and hastening the catastrophe's arrival. Guan nodded. I understand. I just want to know how long until the catastrophe begins? If it's still a few hundred years away, then I won't worry about it. Ki Wuxing chuckled. He suddenly found this core formation junior to be quite amusing. Ji Xuanyu rolled her eyes at Guan, but she had to admit that his casual attitude eased some of the pressure weighing on her heart. The shortest estimate is a few decades, at most, a few hundred years. There are forces beyond imagination playing a game behind the scenes. All I can say is, when the sea level begins to rise, that will be the sign of the catastrophe's arrival. Ji Xuanyu frowned again. With that, Ki Wuxing stood up and said, that's all I have to say. I won't disturb you two any longer. He raised his hand in a respectful salute before departing. As soon as he left the floor, the invisible restriction vanished. Guan turned to Ji Xuanyu with a grin. You have quite the background. From now on, I won't even dare joke around with you. Ji Xuanyu scoffed. Aren't you joking right now? What do you think after hearing all that? I'm not happy. I already suspected that I was the third young miss you mentioned, but I never really wanted my suspicions to be true. And now, learning about even more past identities just makes me feel worse. Ji Xuanyu spoke calmly, her voice devoid of emotion. Guan studied her, his expression subtle. He had always unconsciously regarded Ji Xuanyu's current and past selves as the same person. Even though their personalities were different, he still thought of them as one. But different memories and experiences shape different people, even if the soul remains the same. A person is more than just a soul. Guan reassured her, if you're unhappy about it, then just cultivate well, make this life last longer, or achieve enlightenment. Ji Xuanyu shook her head. I won't achieve enlightenment. Eventually, I'll still die. I cultivate only to extend this life and experience more. I cling to you simply because I want my life to be more interesting. She paused, then smiled. Besides, you'll only live for a few hundred years. Why are you even trying to comfort me? It's fine. Even if I'm not happy, I'll accept this reality. Accept it? Guan didn't press further. Instead, he called for a waiter and ordered a table full of fine food and wine. He and Ji Xuanyu then shifted the topic to the upcoming alchemy tournament. And just like that, their conversation with Qi Wuxing seemed to have never happened. The alchemy tournament eventually came to an end. The champion was a cultivator from overseas, a disciple of Purple Pill Palace. This was the first time the disciples of Taixuan Sect had even heard of Purple Pill Palace. Through this tournament, the ancient alchemy sect introduced many new alchemical techniques. Purple Pill Palace even extended an invitation, offering to take a group of Taixuan Sect disciples to their sect to study alchemy, which sparked great excitement throughout Taixuan Sect. Guan, however, remained most concerned about Qi Wuxing. This man had not left Taixuan Sect. Instead, he had officially become an inner sect disciple. Apart from Guan, no one knew his true cultivation level. Even Shen Xinzi and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord couldn't see through him, which frustrated them to no end. By late summer, Qi Wuxing had become a regular in the 3rd Medicine Valley's chess district. One day, Guan had just returned from the Northern Sea mountain range. After arriving at Xian Valley, he discussed valley affairs with Lu Jujia. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming battle aura surging from a great distance. It was coming from within the severed sea rift. The pressure emanating from it had already surpassed the celestial ascension realm. This meant that the Lord of the Divine Anomaly realm had likely made a move. It seemed that Qi Wuxing's warning was not baseless. I agree. I'll bring it up with the sect and arrange for Xian Valley's expansion. Guan nodded. Lu Jujia's face immediately lit up with joy. Every year, Guan shared a portion of Xian Valley's revenue with him, and the larger the valley grew, the more he would earn. Ever since he started cultivating the Daoyan technique, Lu Jujia had regained his fighting spirit. However, this technique required a vast amount of medicinal herbs for cultivation. A thought crossed Guan's mind, and he suddenly said, at the end of this year, release your suppressed cultivation. Take all the pills you have and break through. Lu Jujia frowned. Why? Can't I wait a little longer? Why? Because you only have a lifespan of 190 years. Guan didn't expose the truth. Instead, he simply said, I've obtained a higher level cultivation technique. Once you break through, I'll pass it to you. With it, you can suppress and release your cultivation multiple times. Hearing this, Lu Jujia was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Guan patted him on the shoulder before leaving. Watching him go, Lu Jujia began to imagine what kind of transformation he would undergo after breaking his cultivation restrictions. Guan made his way to 3rd Medicine Valley, heading straight for the chess district. At that moment, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was facing off against a formidable opponent, Qi Wuxing. Qi Wuxing had mastered the rules of Go and quickly rose to dominate the Taixuan Sect chess scene. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, unable to see through Qi Wuxing's hidden cultivation, was increasingly frustrated. Of course, in his heart, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was convinced that Qi Wuxing was no ordinary person. Guan's origins were easy to trace. He had entered Taixuan Sect at the age of 15, and before that, he was merely a household servant in the Ji family. His history was clear and verifiable. But Qi Wuxing? Qi Wuxing came from overseas. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord looked at him, feeling a growing sense of unease. Who exactly is this guy? Meanwhile, Qi Wuxing simply smiled, leisurely shaking his fan. He wasn't afraid of Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's suspicions. Given his hidden cultivation, there was no way Nine-Fingered Divine Lord could see through him. In all of Taixuan Sect, there was only one person he feared, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. But as long as he didn't cause trouble, it seemed even the Sword Sovereign was willing to tolerate his presence. I lost. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord exhaled deeply, speaking in a low voice. He had now lost to Qi Wuxing 6 times in a row. It was humiliating. The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, which only made his mood worse. Qi Wuxing stood up, smiling. To celebrate my victory, how about I teach everyone a self-defense technique? The disciples cheered even louder, and their excitement quickly drew the attention of others from across the sect. Seeing that Qi Wuxing was willing to teach the disciples magic arts, Guan felt satisfied. This guy knew how to conduct himself. He was much more sensible than the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord. As the number of disciples in Medicine Valley grew, Guan found himself becoming more distant from them. Though they bore the titles of master and disciple, there was little real master-disciple connection between them. Even so, he still hoped they would thrive and gain greater opportunities in their cultivation journey. Qi Wuxing got to work immediately, and as he passed by Guan, he even greeted him. Once they were out of sight, Guan made his way to the chess table and looked at the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord with a smile. How about a game? The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord snorted. Not interested. Go find him to play with. Then forget it. He seems strong. I'm not confident I can win, so I won't start the game lightly. What's that supposed to mean? You are confident against me. Have I ever lost to you? You. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord was so furious that he nearly slammed the table. But when he saw Guan's smirking face, he realized this brat was deliberately provoking him. Guan followed up with another question. By the way, you've been back for a while now. Where's Chu Jingfang? Have you just abandoned him? The nine-fingered divine lord replied, relax. He's doing fine. He's in seclusion right now, and when he returns, you'll have to look up to him. The mere thought of Guan being surpassed by his own disciple, perhaps even becoming someone from an entirely different world, delighted him. Guan sighed, if that's true, then that's wonderful. I have no hope of becoming an immortal myself, but if he can achieve it, at least I'll have known an immortal. I could die without regrets. The nine-fingered divine lord had the urge to reveal his true identity as an immortal, but looking at Guan's sincere expression, he suddenly felt guilty. What was wrong with him? Why was he being so petty? Noticing the shift in his expression, Guan smirked inwardly. Humph, old man, you thought you could mess with me? Watch me turn the tables on you? The nine-fingered divine lord then began talking about the sect where Chu Jingfang was training. He had sent him to an overseas sect, one that, while not as strong as the Starsea Sect alliance, was still far superior to Taixuan Sect. Guan listened intently, eager to hear more about the affairs of the sea. As dusk approached, he finally returned to his pavilion. Lately, he had noticed that more and more celestial ascendants were returning, most of them from the severed sea rift. It was clear that a great battle was brewing. Seated in his chair, Guan focused his mind. His primordial spirit left his body. The free-soaring immortal realm allowed one's existence to become untouchable and undetectable by others, while the mystic celestial arts could even conceal one's presence from free-soaring immortals. Guan swiftly infiltrated the severed sea rift. Along the way, he saw even more battles than before. Every celestial realm seemed to be locked in combat. In a single step, he arrived at the largest celestial battlefield, the place where the Lord of Divine Anomalies resided. At the moment, the Lord of Divine Anomalies was not fighting, but the remnants of another free-soaring immortal's aura lingered in the space, indicating that a confrontation had already taken place. Guan landed before a cave entrance. The cave was dim, with a faint breeze echoing inside. He stepped in, completely silent. The wind passed through his mystic celestial soul without the slightest obstruction. After traversing the winding tunnels, he entered a stone chamber. There, sitting cross-legged on the ground, was Zhang Bukui, now transformed into a divine anomaly wraith. A battle axe rested upon his legs, though it was not a magical weapon but rather a construct of divine anomaly power. Zhang Bukui's eyes were shut tight, his brows furrowed, as if he were enduring great suffering. Though he still retained his soul's awareness, he was constantly resisting the erosion of divine anomaly power. This power instinctively devoured souls, an irreversible process even for the Lord of Divine Anomalies himself. Seeing Zhang Bukui in such agony, Guan sighed. If senior brother Zhang saw him like this, how heartbroken would he be? Guan shook his head and transformed into a sparrow, perching atop a nearby rock. He let out a soft chirp. Zhang Bukui instinctively opened his eyes. The moment he saw the sparrow, he froze in shock. His face lit up with joy, but just as he spoke, the sparrow flapped its wings in a distinctly human-like manner, signaling him to stay silent. Zhang Bukui immediately understood but couldn't suppress his excitement. He didn't know where this sparrow had come from, but he was deeply grateful to it. Back when he was on the brink of death, this sparrow had guided him to a hidden cave, where he had consumed a demon core and learned an unparalleled battle axe technique. He had always harbored a sense of mystery toward this sparrow, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect to see it again here. At that moment, Zhang Bukui felt truly fortunate. No matter what this sparrow is, someone in this world still cares about me. How could I not be happy? The sparrow suddenly darted toward him. Zhang Bukui didn't dodge. A sharp peck landed on his forehead, followed by an immense flood of memories pouring into his mind. He was momentarily dazed. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Bukui regained consciousness, his mind now filled with the knowledge of a powerful divine ability. Infinite Free Step. He muttered the name, merely recalling its principles, and he could already sense the profound depth of the technique. Just in time, he needed to cultivate something to distract himself from the pain. According to the Lord of Divine Anomalies, he had to adapt to the erosion of divine anomaly power. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb and fully transform into a divine anomaly wraith. Perhaps, that was exactly what the sparrow wanted to help him with. A warmth filled Zhang Bukui's heart. Suddenly, the pain in his body no longer felt unbearable. Countless others had perished in the divine anomaly realm, becoming wraiths instantly. Yet, he still had a chance. How could he not be grateful? I have to train diligently and get out of here as soon as possible. If I stay here for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, won't I never see Uncle Master Gu again? Zhang Bukui had always believed that Uncle Master Gu was not as simple as he seemed. Perhaps he was hiding his true cultivation. But no matter how much he concealed, he was still younger than Li Ya. There was no way his strength could surpass Li Ya by much. And besides, Li Ya had the great fortune of acquiring Divine Anomaly City. Resolving himself, Zhang Bukui stood up and began practicing Infinite Free Step. In the dimly lit cave chamber, he shifted his stance, refining his movements. As time passed, he gradually lost all sense of pain and even time itself. Just like that, 2 years flew by. Zhang Bukui continued his relentless training, never once stopping. For him, cultivating divine abilities did not feel exhausting. If anything, he was beginning to grasp a method to resist the corruption of divine anomaly power. Then, one day, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. Zhang Bukui snapped out of his trance and turned his head. The Lord of Divine Anomalies entered the chamber. Zhang Bukui had met him before, so he wasn't afraid, just wary. The Lord of Divine Anomalies gazed at him and said, "The divine ability you're practicing is extraordinary. It holds great fortune. Keep training, and your future will be remarkable." Zhang Bukui was stunned. The Lord of Divine Anomalies had clearly seen through his technique, yet he didn't question it. Could he know the sparrow? Before he could ask, the Lord of Divine Anomalies spoke again. "Your friend may have obtained Divine Anomaly City, but he has yet to truly master its power. The city has another rightful owner. If you wish, become my disciple, and one day, Divine Anomaly City will be yours." A master? Zhang Bukui hesitated. Zhang Bukui's mind was spinning. He could clearly sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Lord of Divine Anomalies. Right now, he had no power to resist, let alone the ability to lie. If the Lord of Divine Anomalies truly intended to scheme against him, why would he bother with all these formalities? Seeing through his hesitation, the Lord of Divine Anomalies explained, "It's not you that I value, but the existence backing you. You and I are now bound by fate. If I perish, you'll die as well. At this point, we are already on the same side. If I can establish good relations with your benefactor, it would be nothing but advantageous for me." My benefactor? Zhang Bukui was puzzled. The Lord of Divine Anomalies was unsurprised. He had already examined Zhang Bukui's memories, but certain parts remained obscured. An unknown force was preventing him from prying further. He dared not probe too deeply because he had already witnessed the power of the entity backing Zhang Bukui. Since you don't know, then there's no need to ask. The more you learn, the more dangerous it becomes. Just remember this: neither your benefactor nor I have any reason to harm you. You are not valuable enough for that? The Lord of Divine Anomalies spoke slowly. Zhang Bukui fell silent. He wasn't offended by the remark. If anything, it only deepened his gratitude toward the sparrow. Even if I'm being used, so what? I'll repay this debt one day. As for the Lord of Divine Anomalies, he bore no direct enmity toward him. Zhang Bukui's fate in this place was his own doing. No one had forced him into the severed sea rift. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Bukui made his decision. All right. He knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a formal bow. "Master, please accept this disciple's respects." With that, he lowered his head. The Lord of Divine Anomalies smiled. "How many years has it been?" he murmured. "It's been so long since someone called me master. My last disciple now stands at the peak of the holy court, terrified to even be associated with me." His tone carried a hint of self-mockery. Zhang Bukui lifted his head. "Who was your last disciple?" The Lord of Divine Anomalies' smile faded. "Him," he sneered. "Nothing but the holy court's lapdog. Lifespan, 195/12,708,862. Physique, primal causal body. Cultivation, 9th level of Mystic Celestial Arts Realm." Beneath the tree, Guan lay on his back, resting. He summoned his attribute panel and checked his stats. Seeing his lifespan, the corners of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. It had been 21 years since his last breakthrough, and he had already accumulated over 12 million years of lifespan. This proved he hadn't slacked off. As long as he maintained this pace, 100 million years of lifespan wouldn't be too far off. After closing his panel, he extended his divine sense toward the severed sea rift. Not long ago, Zhang Bukui had taken the Divine Anomaly Realm Lord as his master. Guan could sense the goodwill released by the Realm Lord. And it wasn't just talk. The Realm Lord had genuinely started instructing Zhang Bukui and had yet to leave the cave where Zhang was cultivating. From this, it was clear that the Realm Lord felt a sense of urgency. It seemed the calamity Kiwuxing had mentioned was drawing closer. Guan, however, was in no rush. The Realm Lord must have other means of power, otherwise, how could he dare create such a massive rift in the ocean? Let them fight for now. If things eventually involved Zhang Bukui, then he would consider stepping in. Guan had no intention of throwing himself into the conflict unless he was certain he could eliminate the root of the problem. Zhang Bukui seemed to be in a good situation, which put Guan at ease. Everyone's doing well, and staying busy. Being busy is good, he murmured to himself. Sweeping his divine sense across his acquaintances, he saw that they were all safe, which brought a smile to his face. He sat up, stretched lazily, then stood and left the area. Along the way, disciples greeted him with respect. He responded with warm smiles and nods, carrying himself with a natural ease that was devoid of arrogance. Eventually, he arrived at a pavilion and spotted Yangjian conversing with the Blood Prison Great Saint. Their discussion revolved around body cultivation, which made sense after all. The Great Saint was also a body cultivator and had even obtained Divine Beast True Blood. Upon seeing Guan approach, Yangjian immediately stood up and saluted. Guan thought for a moment before saying, "Rest well. In a while, I'll take you to spar with someone and test your true strength." Yangjian's eyes immediately lit up. Normally, his only sparring partner was Li Lingtian, which had long since become dull. The thought of a real battle thrilled him. Before Yangjian could respond, Guan had already stepped inside the pavilion. From a distance, Kiwuxing, engrossed in a game of Go, cast a thoughtful glance at Yangjian. He could tell that Yangjian possessed a rare ancient treasure body, which only deepened his curiosity about Guan. No wonder this man had such a close relationship with the reincarnation of the Dao Emperor of Samsara. His background was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Kiwuxing had no intention of investigating Guan. Instead, he decided to establish goodwill with Yangjian. After all, if Yangjian lived for 10,000 years, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure. Forming ties with such an individual was always a wise move. Qi Wuxing began contemplating which techniques or divine abilities he could impart to Yang Jian. Guan didn't mind him training other disciples, so he certainly wouldn't object to him teaching Yang Jian. That evening, Qi Wuxing sought out Yang Jian. Young man, I've been observing you for some time now. Your talent and comprehension are exceptional. I have a palm technique, would you be interested in learning it? He asked with a smile. Yang Jian knew Qi Wuxing was a grand cultivator. After all, the man had beaten the nine-fingered divine lord in Go. Thank you for your generosity, senior, but I must decline, Yang Jian responded politely, clasping his hands in a salute. Qi Wuxing was briefly stunned. Do you doubt my skill? Yang Jian shook his head. To be honest, I have no interest in palm techniques. No martial technique or divine ability can compare to enhancing the raw strength of my physical body. Qi Wuxing's curiosity was piqued. Then what do you wish to learn? Seeing how persistent Qi Wuxing was, Yang Jian asked, Senior, have you ever read Romance of the Gods or Journey to the West? Qi Wuxing nodded. Of course. You call yourself Yang Jian, are you trying to become like the one from those stories? But those are just fictional books. The techniques and divine abilities in them don't actually exist. Yang Jian simply shook his head and walked away. Wait, how about I teach you a spear technique? It's the most powerful polearm art I've mastered. If you perfect it, you can dominate an era, facing few worthy opponents. It's an excellent match for your physique. Yang Jian paused, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Qi Wuxing smirked. This spear technique is called 36 strikes to annihilate heaven and banish Dao. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. To this day, no one has successfully inherited it. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened. Is that so? Then I must try. Thank you in advance, senior. Find a secluded place to train. Understood. The two of them headed deep into Medicine Valley, with the Blood Prison Great Saint following behind, intrigued. Qi Wuxing didn't mind the additional observer. He was convinced that the Great Saint wouldn't be able to master the technique. After all, Yang Jian possessed an ancient treasure body, a physique so rare that even in ancient times, it was considered supreme. Inside the pavilion, Guan had also taken notice of the situation. He didn't intervene. Qi Wuxing wouldn't dare pull any tricks. And truth be told, he was quite interested in the 36 strikes to annihilate heaven and banish Dao himself. Was it truly as formidable as claimed? The next morning, at dawn, the disciples gathered for their morning drills. Guan watched as Yang Jian strode over, followed closely by Qi Wuxing. However, Qi Wuxing no longer had his usual composed demeanor. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Guan chuckled. He already knew why. Qi Wuxing had been utterly shocked by Yang Jian's comprehension and physique. In just one night, Yang Jian had grasped the basics of the 36 strikes to annihilate heaven and banish Dao. Although he hadn't fully unleashed the technique's true power, his progress was enough to leave Qi Wuxing dumbfounded. It made Qi Wuxing suspect that even among ancient treasure bodies, Yang Jian's physique was one of the absolute best. If only Tian Vucheng were still around, he would have known for sure. That guy had been the most knowledgeable about ancient treasure bodies. Later, Li Lingtian approached Yang Jian, frowning. Where were you last night? Yang Jian's aura was unsettled. Clearly, he hadn't rested. Yang Jian waved a hand dismissively. Just training. Don't ask too many questions. Li Lingtian's gaze flickered toward Qi Wuxing in the distance. He immediately understood. After morning drills, he found Qi Wuxing and asked if he could learn a technique as well. Qi Wuxing studied him briefly before shaking his head. Your talent is decent, but not enough to impress me. Improve your cultivation first. If one day you catch my eye, I'll consider it. Li Lingtian was speechless. For the first time in his life, he had been rejected. Even in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan had never turned him down. Grinding his teeth, he stormed away. Qi Wuxing simply smirked. He wasn't worried. Li Lingtian's background wasn't a threat to him. If anything, he almost wished Li Lingtian's faction would come after him. A bit of trouble might actually make life more interesting. Just as Qi Wuxing was about to sit down for a game of Go, Shen Xinzi intercepted him. Amitba, benefactor, shall we have a chat? Shen Xinzi asked with a solemn expression. Qi Wuxing grinned and nodded before the two of them left Third Medicine Valley together. As autumn arrived, Third Medicine Valley took on a golden hue. Fallen leaves were scattered everywhere, and disciples could be seen diligently sweeping them away. Inside the pavilion, Shen Zhen was passionately recounting her latest literary work to Guan, her excitement evident. Guan, however, wasn't particularly interested in her journey to the south. Instead, his divine sense was focused on the severed sea rift. Above the rift, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding. One cultivator was fighting against 3 divine anomaly wraith kings, and remarkably, that lone figure was holding the upper hand. Celestial Ascension? The divine anomaly wraith kings had each reached the 9th level of the Celestial Ascension stage, yet there was still another cultivator who could suppress all 3 of them single-handedly. How could Guan not be intrigued? Are you even listening? Shen Zhen asked, frowning in dissatisfaction. Guan chuckled. Of course I am. But more than your book, I'm curious about your cultivation. Shen Zhen, Nascent Soul Stage, 7th level 231/880/4400. Her maximum lifespan had increased. Guan was quite surprised. Her previous limit had only been around 2,500 years. His junior brother and junior sister had been painstakingly training in search of a breakthrough, yet Shenzhen had been doing nothing but writing, painting, and playing music in her secluded cave residence, and her lifespan had still increased. Where was the logic in that? Could writing and painting be a path to cultivation as well? Shenzhen cleared her throat, her expression slightly uneasy. Not bad. I've been working hard. Guan held back a laugh. He had checked on her often over the years, and each time, she had been either reading, writing, painting, or playing the zither, and always alone. She never seemed to tire of it. And now, it was clear that her efforts had not been in vain. Judging from her expression, she herself had no idea that her talent and comprehension were increasing. Guan decided not to tell her. There was no rush, she was still young. If he pointed it out, she might lose the natural state that had allowed her to grow. You, on the other hand, why doesn't it seem like you've made any progress? Shenzhen arched an eyebrow at him. Guan sighed dramatically, his expression darkening. Shenzhen frowned. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Nothing. It's just that I can feel the weight of fate pressing down on me, Guan lamented. Even with all the herbs and pills I've gathered, I find it increasingly difficult to break through. You wouldn't understand this feeling. I can't see a future for my cultivation. Perhaps, this is my fate. Shenzhen opened her mouth to offer words of comfort but found herself at a loss. Talent was a cruel reality. His friend, Wu Ju, had soared to new heights. Li Ya had become the face of Taixuan Sect. And now, Guan, who had always been ahead, was feeling lost. For the first time, Shenzhen felt speechless. Guan forced a smile. Miss Shen, my life may be short, but you? Before he could continue his act, a boundless, overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, silencing him instantly. A voice, brimming with dominance and unmatched arrogance, echoed across the land. I am the life-seizing immortal of the great cold demon sect. Today, I establish my tower upon the severed sea rift. Within 100 years, if none can defeat me, I shall eradicate all who have heard my words. To quell the wrath of the ocean, the great cold demon sect. Guan had heard of them before. They were a demonic sect on par with the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. According to Bai Ziao, the great cold demon sect was one of the few demonic sects recognized by the Holy Court. Though they belonged to the demonic path, the regions they chose to slaughter were always places abandoned by the Holy Court. Did that mean their continent and the surrounding seas had already been forsaken by the Holy Court? The Grand Cold Demon Sect? The life-taking immortal? Where did they come from? Shenzhen furrowed his brows and muttered, unease flickering in his eyes. Guan responded, not sure, but from the sound of it, they're probably some colossal force from the sea. Sigh, it's only been a few decades of peace, and now another major event is unfolding. Shenzhen reassured him, no need to worry too much. The severed sea rift is incredibly far from us. The world is full of capable people, and evil never triumphs over good. We'll get through this somehow. Guan nodded, but inwardly, he held the opposite opinion. The forces behind the Grand Cold Demon Sect had already reached an unfathomable level. As Bai Ziao once said, throughout history, the Grand Cold Demon Sect and other major demonic sects had always served as the Holy Court's blade. There were things the Holy Court could not take action on directly. Of course, the Holy Court wasn't inherently evil, they simply operated from the perspective of the entire world. At times, they had to sacrifice certain beings or even exterminate entire regions. But if the Holy Court had truly abandoned this place, what was the reason? It couldn't be because of the Divine Anomaly Realm, could it? The Divine Anomaly Realm had nothing to do with them, it could have been eradicated separately. Guan suspected there was a deeper reason he wasn't aware of. His divine sense swept out. The life-taking immortal was not the celestial ascension cultivator who had single-handedly fought against the 3 divine anomaly wraith kings but instead a free-soaring immortal. His arrival had interrupted the battle. Guan watched as the life-taking immortal placed a towering pagoda at the edge of the severed sea rift. The pagoda continued to rise, piercing through the clouds, at least 10,000 jong tall, an awe-inspiring sight. Then, the life-taking immortal flew into the pagoda, while the 3 divine anomaly wraith kings fled into the severed sea rift. The celestial ascension cultivator who had been battling them followed the life-taking immortal into the pagoda, making it clear they were on the same side. Guan wanted to see if any other free-soaring immortals would take action within the next century. He continued chatting with Shenzhen about worldly affairs. They were just small cultivators in the vast cultivation world, so when discussing major events, it was mostly with a sense of admiration. Before long, Shenzhen took his leave. Guan also got up and went downstairs, intending to speak with the disciples and cultivators about the Grand Cold Demon Sect. The life-taking immortal's proclamation had already sent shockwaves throughout the world. Everywhere people gathered, this was the topic of discussion. When Guan arrived at the chess-playing area, the 9-fingered Divine Lord and Qi Wuxing were discussing the Grand Cold Demon Sect with Taixuan Sect's great cultivators, while other disciples listened in, tense and apprehensive. Shen Xinzi was also among the crowd, listening intently despite rarely speaking. Ever since Shen Xinzi had spoken privately with Qi Wuxing, the two had not clashed. It seemed they had reached some kind of agreement. At the time, Guan hadn't eavesdropped, he didn't see either of them as capable of stirring up any real trouble. The Grand Cold Demon Sect was founded 1,000,000 years ago. That life-taking immortal is a figure from myth and legend. Who would have thought he was still alive? This is serious trouble, the 9-fingered Divine Lord said with a sigh. He deliberately avoided mentioning the Holy Court, clearly wary of it. 1,000,000 years? The disciples' eyelids twitched upon hearing this. They couldn't even begin to fathom such a span of time. The younger disciples, however, were filled with ambition. They hadn't resigned themselves to fate just yet. To them, the Third Medicine Valley was merely the first step in their cultivation journey. The cultivation world was filled with stories of ordinary cultivators obtaining great fortunes and defying destiny. Guan listened attentively, as if he were hearing a grand tale, occasionally exclaiming in surprise or showing disbelief alongside the other disciples. Meanwhile, in the sect main city, within a certain mansion, Lu Lingjun sat across from the Western Spirit Mother in a courtyard, discussing the situation. The Grand Cold Demon Sect is a sect rivaling even the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. In terms of foundation, they may even be stronger. If the forces behind the Severed Sea Rift include the Grand Cold Demon Sect, then this is a major problem. The Western Spirit Mother sighed and mentioned the existence of the Holy Court. This was the first time Lu Lingjun had heard of the Holy Court, and she was shocked. Just how vast was this world? The Western Spirit Mother also suspected that the Holy Court had abandoned the sea region. Otherwise, the Grand Cold Demon Sect wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. The fact that they had given a century's warning made it clear they wanted the major sects to retreat. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but ask, 100 years. Only the cultivation sects will have time to escape. What about the countless ordinary people left behind? Will they really all die? The Western Spirit Mother replied in a somber tone, the number of beings slaughtered by the Grand Cold Demon Sect is beyond measure. The land masses and seas affected by the Severed Sea Rift are just a small fraction of this vast world. To the Grand Cold Demon Sect, they are insignificant. And the Holy Court certainly won't care. The death of these people won't even cause a ripple in the grand scheme of things. Lu Lingjun frowned deeply. The Western Spirit Mother continued, I need to return and get to the bottom of why the Grand Cold Demon Sect is making its move. Lu Lingjun nodded and began considering the worst-case scenario. As an Ascended One, she had no issue fleeing. But after spending so much time in Taixuan Sect, she had made too many connections to just walk away. She needed to figure out how to help those she cared about. The Western Spirit Mother sighed at the complexity of worldly affairs. At first, she had assumed that the Divine Anomaly Realm was the main threat. But now, it was clear that its emergence was part of a larger scheme, one that involved unfathomable powers clashing behind the scenes. Dark clouds loomed, and a light drizzle fell over Seeker's Island. In a courtyard, Guan, Yangjian, and Hu Xiaojian sat together as Hu Xiaojian explained the Grand Cold Demon Sect. 3 days had passed since the life-taking Immortal's proclamation. In that time, various factions at sea had openly shared intelligence on the Grand Cold Demon Sect, and countless rumors had reached Seeker's Island. Yangjian listened intently, his expression shifting frequently. Hu Xiaojian's words painted the Grand Cold Demon Sect as an unstoppable force, seemingly the most terrifying demonic sect in existence, with countless demon immortals under its command. It sounded utterly invincible. A true catastrophe was upon them. After a long while, once Hu Xiaojian had finished speaking and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, Guan asked, have you found any information on the Reincarnation Dao Emperor? The Reincarnation Dao Emperor, one of Ji Xuanyu's past lives. Guan had never forgotten about him. Hu Xiaojian shook his head. No trace of him. I don't think such a figure exists. But since you brought it up, he must be real. It's just that my level is too low. At least, there's not a single clue about him on Seeker's Island. Guan wasn't upset and let the matter drop. Hu Xiaojian hesitated, then got up, walked to the side, and knelt down, kowtowing to Guan. What are you doing? Guan frowned. Hu Xiaojian lifted his head, his face full of desperation. Senior, please take me with you? The Grand Cold Demon Sect is too powerful. Even the higher UPS of Seeker's Island are preparing to flee. I'm just a nascent soul stage cultivator. There's no way I'll escape their destruction in 100 years. Even if I do, who knows if I can survive elsewhere. Senior, you're a scattered immortal. You can move freely. Please, take me with you? I'll serve you however you wish. Yangjian sat beside him, feeling conflicted. This was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Yet in the vast ocean, even he had no confidence in surviving. Guan pondered for a moment before responding, no need to be hasty. Stay on Seeker's Island for now. If the forces at sea truly fail to stop the Grand Cold Demon Sect, I'll take you with me. Until then, keep an eye on the Sea Protectorate. If they plan to abandon Seeker's Island, I'll step in and take over. Hu Xiaojian was stunned. He hadn't expected that. Even in this crisis, Guan was still thinking about seizing control of Seeker's Island. Yangjian glanced at his master. Why did it feel like his master wasn't the least bit afraid of the Grand Cold Demon Sect? Guan called himself a scattered immortal, but was that just a title rather than his actual cultivation realm? Hu Xiaojian wanted to dissuade him, but he was also afraid of offending Guan, so he could only nod in agreement. Guan noticed his concerns and reassured him, don't underestimate this world. If the divine anomaly wraiths within the Severed Sea Rift were truly unstoppable, they would have already swept across the oceans by now, wouldn't they? Hu Xiaojian thought for a moment and found that the logic made sense. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. Guan waved his hand, lifting Hu Xiaojian to his feet. No need for formalities. Just speak while sitting. Hu Xiaojian continued recounting the Grand Cold Demon Sect's history. He had gathered extensive information about them, yet when it came to the life-taking immortal, there was next to nothing, only vague legends. Guan, however, had already shifted his focus elsewhere. He was now considering how to take control of Seeker's Island. First, he needed a puppet ruler to act as a figurehead while he controlled things from behind the scenes. Using Seeker's Island's vast network of connections, he could gather more rare herbs for cultivation. Besides, he found the idea of managing a place somewhat interesting. It felt like playing a strategic game. To truly dominate Seeker's Island, he needed someone powerful enough to hold authority. At the very least, it had to be a roving immortal. He needed to think carefully about who to appoint. Time passed quickly, and the rain grew heavier. 2 hours later, Guan left with Yangjian, returning to Taixuan Sect's mountain forests. Yangjian was no stranger to his master's infinite free step, but as his own cultivation deepened, he only grew more awed by the technique. Master, is there really anyone who can stand against the Grand Cold Demon Sect? Yangjian asked, his voice tinged with subtle curiosity. He didn't dare directly ask about his master's strength, so he approached it from another angle. Guan continued walking as he replied, who knows? I certainly don't have the confidence. No confidence? Yangjian's heart pounded. Just what kind of existence was his master? Guan had intentionally downplayed himself, yet instead of reassurance, it only left Yangjian more astonished. After hearing Hu Zijian's account, the Grand Cold Demon Sect had become an insurmountable nightmare in Yangjian's mind, an evil force akin to the ultimate villain in a legendary tale. But now, his master had hinted that he might be capable of opposing them? Jianer, focus on your cultivation. Even if we survive this crisis, there will be many more challenges ahead. Every great cultivator in history has endured countless trials. The more dangerous the world becomes, the harder you must train. Guan advised solemnly. Yangjian nodded firmly. I will remember your teachings, master. I will train diligently, just like you did. He couldn't even begin to guess how many years his master had cultivated to reach such a level. Had it taken tens of thousands of years? No, perhaps even longer. Maybe his master had existed longer than the Grand Cold Demon Sect itself, merely hiding among mortals and observing the world. Yangjian firmly believed that his master wasn't deceiving him. Guan must have endured countless hardships and trained endlessly to reach his current height. Guan continued lecturing Yangjian, enjoying the process of mentoring a disciple. Taking on a student wasn't just about teaching, it was also entertaining. Yangjian didn't know what his master was truly thinking, but he could feel his sincerity. End of the year, snowflakes dancing in the wind. Inside the attic, Guan was pouring tea for Yalan while she recounted her experiences at the branch sect. After years apart, Yalan now exuded the aura of a grand cultivator. As a transformation stage cultivator, she could hold positions of power anywhere on the continent, and her presence had only grown more imposing. This made Guan find her even more captivating. The little girl who used to trail behind him, clinging to him all the time, had now become a figure standing above countless others. While he felt sentimental about it, his heart was also filled with pride. Her experiences at the branch sect were nothing more than the usual power struggles. With Liu Baitian having spoken on her behalf, she had managed to secure victory in every battle. Overall, her journey had been smooth sailing. After finishing her story, she asked Guan how he had been these years. Tending to flowers, playing chess, and teasing my disciples when I have nothing better to do. Life has been quite carefree, Guan said with a smile as he looked at Yalan. Yalan raised an eyebrow. Who's that girl downstairs? I knew you wanted to ask that? Guan thought to himself but said aloud, her identity is not simple. I'll tell only you, but you mustn't spread it around. The attic was protected by restrictive formations, shielding their conversation from anyone below the transformation stage. He wasn't worried about Ji Xuanyu overhearing. Yalan gave an expressionless nod. Taking a deep breath, Guan said, her name is Ji Xuanyu. You understand now, right? Yalan frowned. But Ji Xuanyu is supposed to be dead. Ji Xuanyu had once been a world-renowned genius, and with her peerless beauty, her death had caused much discussion within Taixuan Sect. Yalan had heard of it, too. She did die, but she was also reborn. Guan explained, recounting the information he had learned from Kiwuxing, a look of amazement on his face. Yalan was equally stunned. Such a phenomenon was unheard of, and Ji Xuanyu's background was far beyond anything she had imagined. It even shattered her previous understanding of the world. Guan carefully added, Junior sister, this must not get out. If word spreads, we could bring unimaginable trouble upon ourselves. Anything related to reincarnation would provoke enemies beyond measure. Before such beings, even Taixuan Sect would either submit or be wiped out. Yalan nodded, then sighed. To be honest, I was feeling jealous of her just now, but now, I don't dare. The difference between us is too vast. Even if she does take an interest in you, senior brother, I think that's a good thing. You always say your talent is mediocre, and your ties with that old senior are severed. If you get close to her, maybe she could change your fate. Her expression was incredibly serious as she spoke. Guan was moved by her words. Perhaps due to his past experiences, Guan never believed that anyone would think purely for his sake. Even love, in the end, was always rooted in personal desires. He had rejected Yalan countless times, yet she had remained the same. He didn't want her to suffer, so he had always helped her. Of course, he was also touched by her persistence. She had already become irreplaceable in his heart, but he never expected that she would, for the sake of his future, hope he would pursue another woman. This foolish girl. Guan shot Yalan a glare and said irritably, cherish what? There's nothing between me and her beyond being fellow cultivators. Besides, she has no interest in romance, only the Deo. That was the truth. He could sense Ji Xuanyu's unwavering pursuit of immortality. In both her past life and this one, she had never been a woman who indulged in matters of the heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen death to resist her family's arranged marriage in her previous life. Yelan rolled her eyes at Gu An, senior brother, a woman staying in your place, and someone with such an immense background at that. Do you really think she has no feelings for you? Even if you can't truly win her heart, forming a stronger bond with her would only benefit you. Though Yelan had reached the transformation stage, she felt her path to immortality had already reached its limits. At the very least, she no longer dared to dream of eternal life. But she hoped Gu An had the chance. Why? She couldn't quite explain. She just wanted him to live better, to seize the best opportunities. Since childhood, she had always believed that her senior brother deserved all the fortune the world could offer. Even though he had rejected her, she had never resented him. She liked him. Why should he be forced to reciprocate just because of that? Forget it. Gu An shook his head. I only seek a peaceful life. If she wishes to stay in Third Medicine Valley, I won't treat her unfairly. If she chooses to leave, I won't stop her either. In the end, we are not from the same world. We should not hinder each other's path. That was his honest thought. His goal was immortality, not marriage. Yelan blinked, uncertain whether to be happy or to sigh. Senior brother, if you never attain immortality, would you accept me? She asked. Gu An thought for a moment before answering, if neither of us reach immortality, then let's spend our final 100 years living as mortals together. A mortal life is only a century long, after all. Until then, we will keep striving for the Deo. Who knows, there might still be hope. I may seek stability, but I have not given up cultivation. Yelan smiled. Gazing at Gu An, she murmured, Senior brother, hearing you say that makes the fear of lifespan limits seem insignificant. Gu An reached out and ruffled her hair, messing it up until she pouted in protest. Then, they talked about the Great Cold Demon Sect. Yelan had gathered significant intelligence, and it worried her deeply. She feared the continent would not survive the catastrophe, so she had returned early to see Gu An just in case. Of course, she also held on to hope. That hope was the sword sovereign of the righteous path. It was the same belief that kept most Taixuan Sect disciples from panicking. For years, the Sword Sovereign's protection had given them confidence in facing any tribulation. As long as he did not abandon them or suffer defeat, they believed they could weather the storm. By the end of their talk, Gu An invited Yelan to stay. She naturally agreed. As night fell, he took her for a stroll around the valley, even bringing her to watch a chess match. He also summoned Yang Jian and had him pay respects to Yelan. Yang Jian showed great reverence. He sensed that his master treated Yelan differently. Since his master had personally introduced them, surely there was a deeper meaning. Could she be, not just martial uncle, but also martial mother? At this thought, Yang Jian grinned. His master suddenly felt more human and less like an untouchable figure. That night, Yelan stayed in Third Medicine Valley, in Gu An's residence. Gu An read while Yelan cultivated. When it grew late, she opened her eyes, watching him under the flickering candlelight. A blissful smile spread across her face. This is enough. She watched him for a while longer before closing her eyes. But as dawn neared, the situation changed. Senior brother, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. Tired? You're the one who's been cultivating all night. It's fine. I'm strong, I don't get tired. Wait, what are you? Just checking your condition. I need to make sure you're not developing any bad habits. Hey, wait. That's enough. Stop right there. At sunrise, Gu An walked downstairs, looking somewhat dazed. Yelan followed, beaming. Ji Xuanyu emerged from her room, glancing at them with a slight frown. Gu An introduced the two women but kept the conversation brief. Then, he and Yelan left for morning exercises. Ji Xuanyu stood there watching. After a moment, her frown disappeared. Yelan decided to stay until after the spring festival. Gu An took her along whenever he went to the Outer Sect City or Xian Valley, but not when he traveled to Horizon Valley or elsewhere. She didn't ask questions. She was glad her senior brother still had secrets because it meant he was far more than he appeared to be. That year's spring festival felt warmer to Gu An than usual, all thanks to Yian's company. However, on the second day after the celebrations ended, Yelan left. She didn't want to get too attached to staying by her senior brother's side. Cultivation was the true priority in her life. At this stage, putting in the effort to cultivate was her most important task. Although the threatening proclamation from the Grand Cold Demon Sect's life-reaping immortal had cast a shadow over the continent, it had not disrupted the world's balance. By the start of the new year, the cultivation world had returned to normal, with sects sending more disciples to explore the overseas regions. Year after year passed. The sun rose and set, and the Third Medicine Valley continued to train new disciples while welcoming fresh recruits, causing its overall numbers to grow. As the Taixuan Sect became stronger, the number of errand disciples increased as well, and they needed positions to earn spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Gu An stood by the window, using his divine sense to observe a fierce battle unfolding in the distance. A Grand Master cultivator had come forward to challenge the life-reaping immortal, and not just any cultivator, this was someone who had reached the celestial ascension realm. Unfortunately, he didn't even get to meet the life-reaping immortal in person. He was completely overpowered by the life-reaping immortal's disciple. Countless cultivators and demonic beasts watched the battle unfold. Not all living beings were willing to flee this mortal realm, especially those sects that upheld the righteous path. They had a duty to protect the common people. Over the past 10 years, there had been multiple challenges from Celestial Ascension Realm cultivators, but without exception, they had all been defeated by the Life-Reaping Immortal's disciple. Entering the tower had become an unattainable dream. The Tower of the Life-Reaping Immortal had gained a reputation. It was called the Soul-Suppressing Tower, an immortal Deo treasure. Guan shook his head. The Celestial Ascension Realm cultivator was already showing signs of defeat, proving he was not the savior of this mortal realm. Turning away, Guan headed downstairs. He had sensed an unfamiliar presence entering the valley. It was Western Spirit Mother from the Bittersea Buddhist sect. Western Spirit Mother had already found Shenzhenzi, pulling him aside to speak privately. To ensure their conversation remained secret, Shenzhenzi even set up a restrictive barrier. Within the Taixuan Sect, aside from Guan, no one's divine sense could penetrate Shenzhenzi's barriers. Did you find out everything? Shenzhenzi asked, referring to the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Western Spirit Mother took a deep breath and replied, this matter involves a holy king from the Holy Court. While he doesn't represent the entire Holy Court, this Holy King's influence is far-reaching. Even the Buddhist sects do not wish to offend him, especially since Saint Heaven has yet to emerge from seclusion. Holy King? Shenzhenzi frowned. He continued, what in this mortal realm could possibly interest an existence of that level? Western Spirit Mother answered, I haven't uncovered all the details, but it seems related to the reincarnation of a great cultivator from the Holy Court. That great cultivator was likely an enemy of the Holy King and has been reborn somewhere in this mortal realm. Shenzhenzi's frown deepened. Western Spirit Mother continued, there's no stopping this now. The Buddhist sects don't want to get involved. We should return. Shenzhenzi scoffed. The Buddhist sects don't want to get involved? What a joke. So much for saving all sentient beings. Western Spirit Mother was taken aback by his sarcasm. Something felt off. Shenzhenzi had always taken pride in the Bittersea Buddhist sect. He had never spoken like this before. You go back. I'm staying in the Taixuan Sect, Shenzhenzi said firmly. Western Spirit Mother wanted to persuade him, but Shenzhenzi turned and left before she could say anything. What's going on? Western Spirit Mother watched his departing figure, full of confusion. Her cultivation and status were both beneath his, so she couldn't force him to return. The only thing she could do was report this back to the Bittersea Buddhist sect. Meanwhile, Guan, who was heading toward a garden area, was also deep in thought about the information Western Spirit Mother had brought. A holy king. A great cultivator's reincarnation. At the mention of reincarnation, the first person who came to his mind was Ji Xuanyu. But then, he reconsidered. It probably wasn't Ji Xuanyu. Ji Xuanyu had reincarnated countless times already. If he truly were that holy king's nemesis, why hadn't the holy king acted sooner? More importantly, Guan was curious about the Lord of Divine Anomalies and his role in this conflict. He needed to find an opportunity to speak with him. In a dimly lit underground chamber, Zhang Bukui set down his battle axe, the energy surrounding him gradually dispersing. His long white hair, which had been floating around, finally settled. Letting out a deep breath, he glanced at the axe in his hand, his brows furrowed. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the chamber. Zhang Bukui tightened his grip on his battle axe, only to release it when he saw the Lord of Divine Anomalies approaching. The battle axe dissolved into nothingness. For some reason, Zhang Bukui felt that his master looked even weaker than before. Master. Zhang Bukui raised his hand in greeting. Over the years, the Lord of Divine Anomalies had guided him earnestly, treating him as a true personal disciple. Not only had he trained Zhang Bukui in cultivation, but he had also gifted him natural treasures to strengthen his ghost body, helping him resist the backlash of divine anomaly energy. The Lord of Divine Anomalies examined him and nodded slightly. Not bad. You're beginning to grasp the power of divine anomalies. Zhang Bukui hesitated before asking, Master, are you alright? The Lord of Divine Anomalies smiled a smile that sent chills down Zhang Bukui's spine. Of course, I'm fine, he replied. But I do have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to help me? What is it? Zhang Bukui didn't immediately agree, feeling a bit wary. He feared that the Lord of Divine Anomalies was scheming against the mysterious figure who had been secretly assisting him. The Lord of Divine Anomalies raised his right hand, summoning a golden flame in his palm. Its radiance illuminated the chamber. Zhang Bukui's expression changed upon seeing it. He couldn't tear his eyes away. This is the 9 profound true flame, the Lord of Divine Anomalies explained. It belongs to a being far beyond our reach. If you inherit it, you will gain a powerful divine ability that will aid in your survival. More importantly, when you encounter that being's reincarnation, the 9 profound true flame will react, revealing their identity to you. Who is this person? Zhang Bukui couldn't help but ask. The Lord of Divine Anomalies sighed. He is a cultivator whose strength far surpasses my own. In this mortal realm, his status is beyond your imagination. I am giving you this flame because one day, you must protect him. He will be the key to our survival. Zhang Bukui froze. Meanwhile, within the soul-suppressing tower, a black-robed elder sat in meditation upon a black lotus throne, surrounded by dark red flames. His hair was disheveled, his presence oppressive. This was the life-reaping immortal of the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Without opening his eyes, he spoke. Disciple, apply some pressure on them. His voice echoed, as if countless voices spoke in unison. Yes, master, came the response from outside the hall. At twilight, Guan rode into the third medicine valley atop the blood prison Great Saint, with Yang Jian and Li Lingtian following behind. Li Lingtian looked battered and bruised, like a defeated rooster. Master, is this kid going to break? Blood prison Great Saint sneered. Li Lingtian shot him a glare. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes widened. Guan, Yang Jian, and the disciples in the valley all looked up, each of their faces filled with shock. At dusk, the sky burned crimson as meteors, wreathed in flames, streaked across the heavens in a spectacular display. As these celestial stones plummeted, an overwhelming sea of fire descended from the sky, giving the world a sense that the heavens themselves were collapsing. What is that? Why is there such a massive fire in the sky? Will it affect us? Don't worry, we're inside Taixuan Sect. The sect protecting formation will shield us. Could this be the work of demonic cultivators from the Grand Cold Demon Sect? Within the Third Medicine Valley, disciples murmured anxiously. The high-ranking cultivators who had been playing chess abruptly stood up and disappeared on the spot. The nine-fingered Divine Lord lifted his gaze, his brows knitting together. Seated across from him, Kiwiuxing sighed. This divine ability is no trivial matter. The nine-fingered Divine Lord glanced at him and asked, all these years, you've been traveling extensively. What exactly are you searching for? Kiwiuxing did not respond. Instead, he simply raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. At the valley entrance, Guan sat atop the blood prison Great Saint's back, gazing at the sky. He could sense that the falling meteors and the sea of fire were all manifestations of immense magical power. This was the work of a celestial ascension cultivator unleashing a grand divine ability, covering an incomprehensibly vast area. It seemed that the so-called century-long deadline was merely a final ultimatum. During this time, the Grand Cold Demon Sect would continue to make its presence known, forcing the world's inhabitants to flee. Of course, there was another possibility. They were trying to draw out a specific individual, sacrificing countless lives over a personal vendetta. This gave Guan a new perspective on the Holy Court. On the whole, the Holy Court upheld order, but corruption lurked within its ranks. Perhaps their ideology differed from Guan's own. They could protect all beings, but they chose to remain indifferent to them. Yang Jian couldn't help but glance at Guan. Seeing his master's calm demeanor, he instantly felt reassured. As long as master is here, even if the sky collapses, there's nothing to fear. Nearby, Li Lingtian approached Yang Jian, discussing the strange phenomenon unfolding in the sky. Guan patted the blood prison Great Saint's neck, signaling it to move forward. Just as the beast took its first step, a glowing barrier surged up from the horizon. Looking around, Guan saw similar lights rising in all directions, the sect protecting grand formation of Taixuan Sect. Not bad. They reacted quickly. Guan was pleased. Taixuan Sect had been free of catastrophe for many years, yet the upper ranks had not grown complacent or overly reliant on the sword sovereign of the righteous path. Soon, the entirety of Taixuan Sect was shielded beneath a protective dome of light, bringing a collective sigh of relief from its cultivators. Across the land, sects and cities alike activated their own defensive formations. But, of course, not all places had such protections. Countless living beings remained vulnerable. Northern Sea Mountains, Mountain God Temple. Within the Mountain God Temple, Xianmiao Zhenren sat on the ground, staring at the sky with furrowed brows. He was not concerned for his own safety. Instead, he worried for the countless mortals beneath the raging inferno. How could ordinary beings possibly withstand such a catastrophe? He turned his head toward a stone statue in the courtyard, the mountain god's likeness, carved by his own hands. Though he could meet the mountain god in person once a month, he had always felt an unbridgeable distance between them. Silently, Xianmiao Zhenren turned toward the statue and began kowtowing. Meteors crashed toward the horizon, and the skywide blaze pressed closer and closer, deepening the firelight across the land. Then, something miraculous happened. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree across the continent emitted a faint green light. The lights surged skyward, like tiny sparks rapidly gathering into a great inferno of their own. In the mountains, farmers wielding hoes found themselves surrounded by radiant green light, their faces stricken with awe and panic. In cities, as terrified citizens fled, they noticed the trees in their courtyards trembling, releasing orbs of emerald light that floated into the sky. Imperial Palace. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Study, Li Sundao observed the mysterious glow rising from the flowers and plants in the courtyard. His expression was unreadable. At this moment, across the land, all living beings, humans and demons alike, were left in utter shock. Third Medicine Valley. Guan dismounted. The trees and plants within Taixuan Sect had not emitted the green light, so the disciples remained preoccupied with the celestial spectacle, unaware that an even grander phenomenon was occurring outside. However, as the green glow from across the land ascended high enough, even Taixuan Sect's cultivators could see it. The sect was soon filled with a cacophony of speculation and chatter. Guan stood beneath a pavilion, gazing at the sight before him. Ji Xuanyu emerged from the building and approached his side. It seems someone is watching over this continent, Ji Xuanyu remarked. In her eyes, the green light was rising to meet the descending firestorm, as if two opposing worlds were about to collide. The scene was breathtaking beyond compare. Guan's face was half lit by the fire above and half drenched in green light from below. He blinked in surprise. You mean to say this is the work of a cultivator? Just how powerful must they be? Ji Xuanyu rolled her eyes at him. She didn't believe Guan was hiding immense cultivation, but he couldn't possibly be this ignorant either. After all, he frequently took Yangjian on excursions, and Yangjian's rapid growth was proof that Guan was no ordinary cultivator. Regardless of what Guan was hiding, his knowledge and insight far exceeded that of a typical sect disciple. Perhaps the sword sovereign of the righteous path has made his move, Ji Xuanyu speculated softly, returning her gaze to the horizon. Bingo? Guan inwardly gave her a thumbs up but kept his eyes locked on the sky. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings, the vast green light clashed with the fiery sea from above. In the next instant, the heavens erupted into a dazzling explosion of radiance, like an endless shower of fireworks. A brief silence followed before the entire world trembled. A powerful gust of wind swept downward, though it wasn't strong enough to harm the land. All across the realm, people exhaled in relief. By now, it was clear that the mysterious green light had risen to protect them, to shield them from the heavenly flames. But what they didn't realize was that not every continent or island had such a guardian. Guan had only shielded this particular land. While its people rejoiced, countless others perished in despair. Soul-suppressing pagoda, pagoda summit. A white-robed deist suddenly opened his eyes and let out a puzzled sound. He tried to divine the cause, but nothing came to him. His expression grew even more peculiar. Intrigued, he vanished into thin air. Back in Taixuan Sect, Guan was still chatting with Ji Xuanyu when he suddenly sensed a powerful presence speeding toward him. He sighed. Why do people keep rushing toward their deaths? I'm heading to Xian Valley. We'll continue our conversation later, Guan said before making his way toward the teleportation platform. Ji Xuanyu wasn't surprised and simply continued admiring the sword sovereign's divine prowess. Meanwhile, seated at a chessboard beneath a tree, Qi Wuxing and the nine-fingered divine lord watched the sky in silence. The real trouble has arrived, Qi Wuxing remarked. That guy is here. The nine-fingered divine lord turned to him. Who? Life-taking immortal's disciple White Hong Genren, a renowned genius of the Grand Cold Demon Sect. His cultivation is unfathomable. The nine-fingered divine lord's expression darkened clearly. He had heard of White Hong Genren before. Qi Wuxing smirked. Geniuses always have one fatal flaw: overconfidence. Under the crimson twilight sky, White Hong Genren soared across the sky, his speed unmatched. Even the raging inferno filling the heavens could not impede his advance. Below him, vast seas passed in a blur, but he did not spare them a glance. His gaze was locked onto a distant continent. Within his vast divine perception, countless great cultivators were unleashing their power, shielding the land from the divine ability sweeping through the heavens. Yet, among all the resisting forces, one stood out. There was something peculiar about the method used on that continent. More importantly, whoever had intervened had completely concealed their karmic traces, making it impossible for White Hong Genren to divine their identity. Perhaps this person is connected to the one my master seeks. At this thought, anticipation gleamed in White Hong Genren's eyes. He was not only carrying out his master's mission, he was also seeking an opportunity for himself. Just as his thoughts surged with excitement, slap, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. In an instant, his entire body came to an abrupt halt, despite the immense momentum he had built up. His chi and blood churned chaotically, his internal energy thrown into complete disarray. A sensation of extreme discomfort overtook him, as though his very soul was about to be forcibly ejected from his flesh. He instinctively tried to break free, but then, horror struck him. He realized, to his utter disbelief, that he had lost control over both his physical body and his soul. Even his primordial spirit was unable to escape its vessel. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Who is this? A flurry of thoughts raced through White Hong Genren's mind. White Hong Genren, Celestial Ascension Stage, 9th Layer 150,908/500,000/800,000. 15,000 years old, at the 9th layer of the Celestial Ascension Stage. What a shame. He has to die here. Guan examined the lifespan displayed before him and reached his verdict. He did not bother using soul search. There was no need. Some people deserved death no more, no less. He deliberately allowed White Hong Genren to stew in his despair for several heartbeats, letting him fully grasp the inevitability of his end. Just as White Hong Genren was about to speak, the hand on his shoulder suddenly clenched. With a simple squeeze, White Hong Genren was reduced to nothingness. His body and soul disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. There was not even the sound of a whisper. Guan then disappeared from the spot as if nothing had happened. At the edge of Xian Valley, Guan reappeared within the forests surrounding Xian Valley, crouching down to inspect some medicinal herbs as if he had been there all along. A translucent notification flashed before his eyes. You have successfully obtained 38,000 years of lifespan. Not bad. Guan was satisfied. He wasn't concerned about the life-taking immortal seeking vengeance. If the life-taking immortal dared to come, Guan would simply kill him too. Would a free-soaring immortal truly pose a threat to a mystic celestial immortal? And if an even stronger entity appeared, he would simply retreat if necessary. For now, it seemed unlikely that the Saint King himself would act directly. It would damage his reputation. If he could intervene personally, why bother enlisting the Grand Cold Demon Sect in the first place? The fact that the Holy Court had called upon the Grand Cold Demon Sect suggested that even the Saint King harbored concerns about something. Across the land, the inferno in the sky persisted for an entire incense stick's worth of time before it finally dissipated. The emerald radiance protecting the continent faded into mist, dispersing with the wind. Night descended. Though the world was now shrouded in darkness, the hearts of its people remained restless, their emotions still stirred by the events of the day. Back at the Third Medicine Valley, by the time Guan returned, Ji Xuanyu had already gone back inside. With no one else to chat with, he made his way to the chess-playing area. The gathering place was abuzz with disciples eagerly discussing the celestial phenomenon that had just taken place. With Qi Wuxing and the nine-fingered Divine Lord present, the disciples had a rare opportunity to expand their knowledge. They listened intently, eager to learn about the legendary powers of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. Inside the soul-suppressing pagoda, life-taking immortal opened his eyes, his brows furrowing deeply. His gaze was filled with shock and suspicion. Why has his presence suddenly vanished? He immediately began performing a divination spell, but the thought of White Hong Genren's death never crossed his mind. He knew his disciple's cultivation level all too well. Within the same realm, White Hong Genren could suppress 3 divine anomaly Wraith Kings single-handedly. His strength was terrifying. Even if he encountered a free-soaring immortal, he wouldn't have died so silently. However, no matter how much he tried to divine, he couldn't locate White Hong Genren. White Hong Genren's karmic threads were continuously disappearing. This meant that White Hong Genren had most likely perished, utterly erased from existence. Heaven and Earth's laws were wiping away all traces of him. Life-taking immortal's expression darkened, his heart filled with both shock and fury. A free-soaring immortal had made a move? To achieve such a complete erasure, it couldn't have been a lower-level free-soaring immortal? His first thought was of the powerful figures within the Holy Court. How could such an existence be hiding in this mortal realm? In his understanding, the strongest figures in this region were merely at the celestial ascension stage. The sects here barely touched the threshold of powers beyond this world. Even the Lord of Divine Anomalies had been able to suppress this mortal domain for so many years. How could a free-soaring immortal possibly be hiding here? Wait. Life-taking immortal suddenly thought of the 7-star spirit realm. Though he hadn't paid much attention to it before, he had a vague impression of it. The 7-star spirit realm had always tried to curry favor with the Saint King he supported, though the Saint King never deemed it worthy of his attention. However, some of the Saint King's subordinates had accepted their offerings, making them somewhat affiliated with his faction. He recalled a fellow cultivator mentioning that the 7-star spirit realm had sought help previously, but that cultivator dismissed their request, considering them unworthy of intervention. Instead, he assigned them a task helping the divine anomaly realm manifest in the world. However, the 7-star spirit realm was immediately dismantled thereafter. At the time, that cultivator had assumed it was merely a local power struggle and hadn't given it much thought. But now, thinking back on it, could this mortal realm be hiding something? Could it be related to that reincarnated existence? Life-taking immortal's eyes flickered. He wasn't afraid, rather, he was excited. Massacring mortals was never his true goal, it was all to force out that reincarnated existence. Now, he finally saw signs of success. How could he not be thrilled? Without hesitation, he took out an ancient bronze oil lamp and cast a spell upon its wick. It was time to summon the old ones. A catastrophe born from White Hong Genren. The calamity caused by White Hong Genren spread across an unimaginable expanse. The continent where Taixuan Sect resided was spared. Many sects speculated that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had intervened, leading to his name once again spreading wildly across the land. As the people of the continent rejoiced and marveled, the ocean remained deathly silent. Many islands and even some continents had turned into seas of fire. How could ordinary cultivation sects withstand the divine abilities unleashed by White Hong Genren? Even when they formed defensive arrays in time, they couldn't hold back the overwhelming inferno. This was also one of the reasons why Guan had intervened. This great inferno wiped out 30% of all living beings in this mortal realm, an astronomical figure. The 7th day after the catastrophe, Guan arrived alone at Seeker's Island. The atmosphere on the island was tense. The number of cultivators coming and going had visibly decreased, and a stifling air of unease filled the streets. Although the island's buildings showed no signs of fire damage, the surrounding sea was littered with the corpses of dead fish and demonic beasts, indicating that Seeker's Island had not escaped the fire's reach. The divine abilities of a celestial ascension cultivator could annihilate all living beings? Guan summoned Hu Xiaojian. The moment Hu Xiaojian saw him, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Senior, you've finally come." His tone carried a trace of grievance. 7 days ago, he had truly believed he would die on Seeker's Island. Though he had survived, he had been living in constant fear, dreading that another calamity might descend at any moment. Guan teased, "Scared, are you?" Hu Xiaojian nodded earnestly. "How could I not be? Did you see that fire? It was terrifying, it covered the entire sky. I can't even fathom how powerful the one behind it must be." He wanted to say that the culprit was likely far beyond the level of a scattered immortal. After all, Seeker's Island was home to many scattered immortals, and he had occasionally witnessed their battles. He had a sense of comparison. But then he remembered that Guan himself was a scattered immortal, so he quickly swallowed his words. "Don't worry," Guan reassured him. "Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. Whoever is behind this will surely face their reckoning." In truth, the architect of this calamity, White Hong Genren, was already dead. The reason Guan had waited until now to come was to guard against a potential ambush by life-taking immortal on Taixuan Sect. But life-taking immortal never appeared. With his capabilities, he must have already learned of White Hong Genren's demise. If he wasn't making a move yet, it meant he was scheming something. Guan strongly suspected he was calling reinforcements. After all, the Grand Cold Demon Sect was an unfathomable force, with cultivators numbering in the countless millions. Afterward, Guan followed Hu Xiaojian around to assess the situation on Seeker's Island. According to Hu Xiaojian, after the catastrophe, the island's lord was planning to abandon Seeker's Island. He had already arranged for the evacuation of some of his wealth and disciples. The Sea Protectorate was in chaos, and rogue cultivators like Hu Xiaojian had no idea where to go. In the past, Seeker's Island had been their home, their greatest refuge. But now, the Sea Protectorate wasn't going to take them in. Guan remained silent upon hearing this. Instead, he simply asked Hu Xiaojian to take him to buy medicinal herbs. This made Hu Xiaojian even more anxious. He feared this might be Guan's last visit to Seeker's Island. Half an hour later, inside Hu Xiaojian's courtyard, he poured wine for Guan. Guan didn't refuse, which put Hu Xiaojian slightly at ease. As he finished pouring, Guan finally spoke. "Relax. I truly do want Seeker's Island," Guan said. "Soon, I'll send a free-soaring immortal to take over the island. When that happens, your standing in the Sea Protectorate will rise as well. You need to cultivate diligently if you want to be worthy of your position in the future." A free-soaring immortal. Hu Xiaojian trembled. He hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Senior, who exactly are you?" Guan was merely a scattered immortal, yet he could summon a free-soaring immortal. This meant that a great force stood behind him. For Hu Xiaojian, this was thrilling news. No matter how powerful an individual was, they could never compare to a mighty faction. Guan replied, "Don't ask about my identity. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Even if we can't stop life-taking immortals' assault, I'll take you with me. I have a place where you'll be safe. But before that, I want to take a gamble. What if a true powerhouse emerges from the sea and slays life-taking immortal?" Hu Xiaojian nodded hastily. No matter what, he had to cling tightly to Guan's support. Of course, deep down, he still felt that life-taking immortal was invincible. The memory of that inferno was too horrifying, it haunted him even now. "Senior, what do you need me to do?" Hu Xiaojian asked respectfully. Guan stayed at Hu Xiaojian's residence for an hour. After he left, Hu Xiaojian was overjoyed, his face beaming with excitement. The senior had given him so many instructions, there was no way he would abandon Seeker's Island so easily. He hadn't been deceived. Besides, what reason would the senior have to lie to him? He was just a small cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If the senior didn't want to take him along, one glare would be enough to silence him. Meanwhile, Guan returned to Taixuan Sect, walking into the third medicine valley while pondering which roving immortal he could enlist as a helper. Roving immortals weren't like ordinary cultivators, they weren't so easy to control. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord wouldn't do. Guan was afraid of exposing himself, especially since Nine-Fingered Divine Lord had been to Seeker's Island. Shen Xinzi and Qi Wuxing weren't reliable either. But Guan wasn't in a hurry. He still had time. If he really couldn't find anyone suitable, he could always use the Mortal Jade to summon someone from Mortal Peak to send a roving immortal to Seeker's Island as his assistant. After all, he was now the Peak Master of Mortal Peak, and Mortal Peak was no weaker than the Grand Cold Demon Sect. In terms of foundation, it was even stronger. The Grand Cold Demon Sect had to do the Holy Court's dirty work to survive. Mortal Peak, on the other hand, could hold official positions within the Holy Court. Over the long years, Mortal Peak had supplied countless immortals to the Holy Court. Guan was certain that Mortal Peak wouldn't fear the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Of course, Mortal Peak wouldn't go against the Grand Cold Demon Sect either unless there were enough benefits to make it worth offending them and the Saint King behind them. Thinking about this, Guan sighed. No matter how high one's cultivation realm was, one could never escape the web of relationships and obligations. Only those powerful enough to disregard the entire immortal Dao could act with absolute freedom. The web of karma in this world was too intricate. The fates of all beings were intertwined. Even the weakest existence, when traced along the lines of karma, would be connected to immensely powerful figures. Guan glanced around the Medicine Valley but didn't see Nine-Fingered Divine Lord or Qi Wuxing. However, Shen Xinzi was there, deeply engrossed in Journey to the West. Guan couldn't understand why Shen Xinzi was so obsessed with that book. He had a feeling that Shen Xinzi was becoming more distant from the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. He hadn't even heard him mention Buddhism in a long time. Guan didn't disturb him and instead walked toward his own pavilion. Rather than worrying about worldly affairs, he was more interested in deciding what book to read next. After all, history was full of strange and fascinating stories. Lately, Guan had taken a liking to reading historical records. 5 years later, now 210 years old, Guan was in Xian Valley, training while checking his status panel. He was only 600,000 years away from reaching 20 million years of lifespan. Unlike others who focused on their cultivation realm, Guan found greater satisfaction in watching his lifespan increase. To him, lifespan wasn't just longevity, it was his cultivation. After finishing his morning exercise, Lu Jujia approached him with questions about cultivating the innate reincarnation technique. Since removing his cultivation restriction, Lu Jujia's maximum lifespan had increased to 410 years. In response, Guan had taught him a more advanced version of the innate reincarnation technique. Lu Jujia was diligent in his training, but even after all these years, he still had many doubts about the technique. Guan patiently explained, and within a few words, Lu Jujia had an epiphany, his face lighting up with excitement. From the innate reincarnation technique, he was certain his senior brother was no ordinary cultivator. It was clear that Guan was also cultivating this technique, and with his access to far more medicinal resources, his mastery must have been far beyond his own. After the explanation, Guan turned to leave. Lu Jujia didn't follow but stood there, savoring his words. Guan entered the forest and made his way into the Eight-View Celestial Realm. At this point, Eight-View Celestial Realm was no longer a secret that needed to be kept. Lu Jujia already knew about the hidden cave dwelling beneath Xian Valley. In fact, he always paid extra attention to any disciples entering the mountains, wary of anyone who might try to sneak into his senior brother's cave. Xian Valley had never lacked spies. Upon entering the Eight-View Celestial Realm, Guan first harvested some mature medicinal herbs before instructing his Gu Corpse to sow new seeds. Zhang Kaiying's 10,000 Gu mystical art had already borne fruit. While the Gu Corpse couldn't drain herbs of their lifespan, it could certainly plant them without issue. Guan lay down beneath the spirit tree. 2 vines quickly wrapped around his shoulders, massaging them gently. The spirit tree had gained sentience, though it wasn't much of a talker. Guan didn't mind. In fact, he enjoyed the quiet life in Eight-View Celestial Realm. After spending so much time in the Medicine Valley, the occasional solitude here was a welcome change. He planned to stay the night because someone would be coming. Adjusting himself into a comfortable position, he pulled out a history book he had bought from Seeker's Island and began reading. It chronicled the rise and fall of a great power. Time passed quickly. Late into the night, footsteps echoed down the cave passage. Guan didn't move. He didn't even glance in that direction. Soon, a figure appeared before him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Hands on her hips, she wore an exquisite purple robe adorned with jade beads on her belt. Her long hair was casually tied back with 2 wooden hairpins, partially covering her ears. Her breathtaking face bore a faint, mischievous smile, and her bright eyes gleamed playfully. Guan looked up at her, giving her a once-over before smiling. It's been years. Why do you look younger? Practicing some forbidden technique. The woman before him was none other than Zhang Kaiying, the one who had created the Eight-View Celestial Realm. Her sect, Gathering Flower Sect, was now one of the top-ranked sects in the continent's cultivation world, even collaborating with Taixuan Sect. Of course, its overall strength was still far from Taixuan Sect's level. Zhang Kaiying rolled her eyes. What nonsense. Your master's master was always young. She kicked off her shoes, standing barefoot on the grass. Stretching lazily, she sighed. It's still comfortable here. Even after so many years, it still feels like home. Guan stood up, grinning. I still have that coffin you used before. Want to take a nap in it? Looking for a beating. Zhang Kaiying raised her hand, ready to smack him, but Guan quickly dodged. She huffed, then asked, Brat, are you feeling nervous lately? Guan raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that? That life-taking immortal from the Grand Cold Demon Sect is threatening to wipe out all living beings. How could you not be nervous? You're the most afraid of death. Ah, that. Sure, I'm nervous. But what's the use? If the sky falls, it's you big shots who'll hold it up. Guan spread his hands. Zhang Kaiying chuckled. This brat was still as carefree as ever. She took a step closer and whispered, Want to join the Grand Cold Demon Sect? Guan's expression turned odd. He rarely checked on Zhang Kaiying, only using his divine sense occasionally to ensure she was safe. He hadn't expected her to have dealings with the Grand Cold Demon Sect. How had she managed that? Curious, Guan began tracing her karmic ties. At the same time, he asked, You know people from the Grand Cold Demon Sect? As he peered into her past, countless karmic images flooded his mind. And suddenly, he understood. Hearing Guan's words, Zhang Kaiying fell into silence. She felt a bit lost. All this time, she had been making choices escaping from Thousand Autumn Pavilion to Taixuan Sect, then from Taixuan Sect to Nine Nether Path. Later, she founded Gathering Flower Sect, yet now she had to flee to Grand Cold Demon Sect. Had all her choices been wrong? It seemed that no matter when she returned, Guan remained unchanged. Guan could see her emotions. He also worried that he might have said too much. After all, she didn't have the same confidence he did. How could he generalize things and judge her by his own experience? My temperament means I can't just roam freely. You're much stronger than me, you can venture out, but you must never fully trust anyone, especially the demonic sects, Guan said. Zhang Kaiying snapped out of her thoughts instantly. What was she even thinking? If she hadn't escaped, she would have been dead by now? Even compared to Guan, her cultivation had been growing rapidly. This path may seem difficult and bitter, but her cultivation was proof of her achievements. Right now, she was already at nascent soul stage, 7th level. Thinking of this, Zhang Kaiying smiled, glared at Guan, and said, You keep rejecting me every time. Be careful, one day, I might not care about you anymore. When you run into trouble and think of me, it'll be useless. Guan said seriously, as long as you live well, it doesn't matter if you forget me. In this life, to meet and know each other is already a fate forged over 100 lifetimes. Zhang Kaiying was deeply moved by his words. This brat really knows how to talk? If his cultivation were a little higher, how many talented young women would fall for him? Of course, she felt that Guan truly meant what he said, not just trying to please her. After knowing him for so many years, she had never once heard Guan ask her for anything. Zhang Kaiying looked at Guan, wanting to tease him, but the words got stuck in her throat. Because this time, things were really different. She felt that Guan underestimated the power of Grand Cold Demon Sect. And why wouldn't he? Years ago, the Skyfire cataclysm that blotted out the sky was stopped by the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path, and the people on the continent never knew the horrors of what happened over the ocean, how many lives perished in agony. And the one who caused it was merely a single cultivator from Grand Cold Demon Sect. Now, a large force of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators was coming. Just thinking about it filled her with despair. There was no hope of victory. Against a colossus like Grand Cold Demon Sect, who in this world could resist? Zhang Qiang looked at Guan's gentle smile and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. You fool, just because it's written in books doesn't mean it's true. It's true that, since ancient times, good has always triumphed over evil. But when evil wins, it can simply call itself justice. After returning, Zhang Qiang didn't leave immediately but stayed in 8-View Celestial Realm. Guan visited her every other day, and each time, she would try different ways to persuade him, either by enticing him with stories of Grand Cold Demon Sect or by teaching him spells. Guan refused every time, but since he didn't want to reveal his true thoughts, the two remained in a stalemate. Half a month passed. The weather remained hot. Guan descended from the attic, and just as he reached the lower floor, Ji Xuanyu blocked his way. Who is that woman? Ji Xuanyu stared at Guan, her face calm, but her gaze sharp. Guan was puzzled. What woman? You have another woman's scent on you. So what if I do? What's the big deal? Guan replied indifferently. Come on, explaining only makes things suspicious. The less he cared, the less important it seemed. In reality, nothing had happened between him and Zhang Qiang, but he couldn't exactly expose her. After all, she was about to defect to Grand Cold Demon Sect. The reason he didn't try to stop Zhang Qiang was that he wasn't sure of Grand Cold Demon Sect's true strength either. If Grand Cold Demon Sect turned out to be so powerful that even he couldn't handle them, then he'd have to run for it himself. Ji Xuanyu looked at Guan and said, Have you noticed? The atmosphere in the mortal world has changed. Guan looked around and said, What's changed? The ones sweeping the streets are still sweeping, the ones playing chess are still playing. Look, there's even a mouse walking a cow. Ji Xuanyu followed his gaze and couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Forget it. I suppose you're right. Life is about cherishing the present. She sighed softly before turning to leave, heading back to her room to continue cultivating. Guan didn't stop her. Instead, he continued looking toward Medicine Valley. What he saw was far more than what Ji Xuanyu could perceive. Since Genren Baihong unleashed Skyfire, the entire ocean had been thrown into chaos, with countless people fleeing. This turmoil was now spreading to the continent. Many noble families had started fleeing overseas or seeking refuge in Nine Nether Path. At the same time, rumors of Grand Cold Demon Sect's imminent invasion were being spread everywhere. Guan could tell at a glance those rumors were deliberately spread by Grand Cold Demon Sect's recruited henchmen, aiming to instill fear into the mortal world. At soul-suppressing pagoda near Severed Sea Rift, tens of thousands of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators had already gathered. The weakest among them was at Nirvana stage, and there were already over 100 Celestial Ascension stage cultivators. Most importantly, there were 4 free-soaring immortals. Such power was overwhelming in this part of the mortal world, absolutely unstoppable. And yet, Grand Cold Demon Sect was still sending more reinforcements. Guan didn't act recklessly. He still didn't know the full depth of Grand Cold Demon Sect's power. But he wasn't just waiting around either. He had already scanned Heavenly Great Realm with his divine sense, locating a safe place far from the mortal world. If things truly became unbearable, he would take those he cared about and leave. Starting over wasn't a big deal. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. It all depended on whether Grand Cold Demon Sect had a mystic celestial immortal. So far, the strongest free-soaring immortal that had appeared was only at the 5th level. Until a mystic celestial immortal showed up, Guan at 9th level mystic celestial immortal realm wouldn't panic. An hour later, he rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Horizon Valley, with Yangjian and Li Lingtian following behind. Li Lingtian looked impatient. He clearly didn't want to come. Li Sundeo was already waiting in the valley. By now, Li Lingtian had reached core formation stage, 8th level, which made Li Sundeo nod in satisfaction and praise him for not neglecting his cultivation. I'll say this now, I'm not going back. Father, you're still energetic, so there's no need for me to return and be the crown prince, Li Lingtian said. Li Sundeo chuckled and shook his head, but Guan could tell his laughter was genuine. Li Sundeo wanted to rule as emperor for eternity. For him, the crown prince was merely a threat. The only reason he had named Li Lingtian as the heir was to appease Empress Yang and the Yang family. But hearing Li Lingtian's words, Guan was a little surprised. This kid actually has a bit of hidden wisdom. Li Sundeo's expression turned serious as he said, You're not returning to the palace. You're going back to your mother's family and leaving with them by sea. This is not up for discussion. Your mother has given a strict order. Li Lingtian froze. He instinctively wanted to ask why, but he quickly figured it out himself. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard became heavy. Li Sundeo turned to look at Guan and asked, Taixuan Sect has yet to make a decision. Do you want to leave with Lingtian? Guan had already heard from Liu Badian about Taixuan Sect's internal debate. The Elder Hall had been discussing whether to evacuate, but they hesitated, afraid of offending the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. After all, the Sword Sovereign had already intervened once to protect them. If Taixuan Sect abandoned everything and ran, what would that make them? The Sword Sovereign had definitely not made his move for personal gain. He had done it to save them, the ordinary cultivators. Liu Baitian had even come to Guan for advice, asking whether he thought they should retreat. But this time, Guan didn't give an opinion. He wanted Taixuan Sect to decide for itself. If Taixuan Sect chose to flee, he wouldn't go with them. He would find his own place to hide, and from that moment on, his ties to Taixuan Sect would be severed. He owed Taixuan Sect nothing. In fact, it was Taixuan Sect that owed him. Guan answered, "I'll stay and wait for Taixuan Sect's decision. I can't leave just yet." Hearing this, Li Lingtian immediately spoke up, "Father, then I can." "Shut up." Li Sundao's voice turned cold, his gaze becoming sharp. For a brief moment, Li Lingtian actually felt fear. Even Yangjian and Blood Prison Great Saint were surprised, glancing at Li Sundao with curiosity. "Why does this emperor seem far from ordinary? This time is different from before," Li Sundao said in a heavy tone. "If you leave with Taixuan Sect, you may never see your mother again. You must return to her." He took a deep breath, his voice growing colder. He had been suppressing his emotions all this time, but in reality, his mood had been terrible. After all his years of struggle, after finally securing his empire, he now had to watch it crumble because of this catastrophe. How could he not feel resentful? But the reality was clear: the Taixuan Empire was nowhere near strong enough to resist Grand Cold Demon Sect. There was no point in fighting back. Guan looked at Li Sundao and asked, "Uncle, what about you?" Li Lingtian also turned his gaze toward Li Sundao, his eyes filled with anger. Li Sundao looked at the tea bowl in front of him, his voice soft but firm. "All of you can leave, but I cannot. Even if I die, I will die with my people." There were too many citizens in the Taixuan Empire, and it was impossible to evacuate them all. If he left, the empire would fall into chaos. Li Lingtian was stunned. His gaze toward Li Sundao changed. Even Yangjian felt a newfound respect for this emperor who had once gifted him a divine weapon. Blood Prison Great Saint, lying lazily on the ground, couldn't help but stand up. He hadn't expected Li Sundao to have such a commanding presence. Guan looked at Li Sundao and asked, "Uncle, have you forgotten what you once pursued?" Li Sundao replied, "Without my people, what is a throne worth? A ruler who cannot protect his kingdom is already a failure. Even if I rebuild another empire, it would be meaningless." His words made everyone in the courtyard feel a deep sense of respect. Luo Hun immediately knelt down and declared, "Your Majesty, I will follow you in life and death without regret." Li Sundao merely waved a hand, saying nothing more. What he had said was the truth. But that didn't mean he had given up. He was gambling. He was betting that the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path would be able to overturn Grand Cold Demon Sect. He would never forget the past disasters when the Sword Sovereign made his move. He would never forget that day when the sky was ablaze, threatening all life, yet countless green lights soared into the heavens, bringing hope. He believed that the Sword Sovereign was different. A difference that went beyond cultivation. Even though the world was filled with powerful cultivators, he still felt that the Sword Sovereign stood apart from them all. From the Sword Sovereign, he sensed an aura that said, "With me here, none shall stand against me." As long as the Sword Sovereign stands, the world will know peace. After spending an hour in Horizon Valley, Guan departed with Blood Prison Great Saint and Yangjian, while Li Lingtian remained behind. He was preparing to journey south and set sail. If nothing unexpected happened, at least from Li Lingtian's perspective, he likely wouldn't see Guan or Yangjian again in this lifetime. Before parting, Li Lingtian asked Guan to deliver a message to Ji Xuanyu, offering only words of blessing. "Master, is there truly no force in this world willing to stand against the Grand Cold Demon Sect?" Blood Prison Great Saint spoke, his tone filled with emotion. In his previous world, there was no such overwhelmingly powerful force. Yangjian also looked at Guan. As long as his master remained composed, he had nothing to fear. Guan replied, "Of course, there are many who keep charging toward the soul-suppressing pagoda, wave after wave. It's just that they aren't strong enough." He spoke the truth. Every so often, groups of cultivators and demons attacked the soul-suppressing pagoda. Even if they perished, others would continue their cause. The line between righteousness and evil in this world was often blurred, but one thing was certain: justice did exist. There were always cultivators who valued justice more than immortality. Guan gazed into the distance. "Grand Cold Demon Sect, you had better have enough strength to make me wary. Otherwise, even the Saint King won't be able to protect you. And the Holy Court? If they dared to provoke him, he would kill without hesitation. At worst, he could escape beyond the heavens? If trouble didn't come knocking, he was content to lie low in Taixuan Sect. But if trouble sought him out, he wouldn't sit back and swallow his pride." Over the years, countless arrogant fools had perished at his hands. Guan had always known how terrifying his ability to seize lifespans was. If someone else possessed this power, the world would have already plunged into chaos. The only reason he had exercised restraint was because that was simply the kind of person he was. Everyone had their own path to walk, and he just wanted to walk his with a clear conscience. But now, the more chaotic the world became, the more he wanted to slaughter. And the ones he wanted to kill were the people of the Grand Cold Demon Sect. The soul-suppressing pagoda. Vast ocean waves surged, and the severed sea rift stretched across the waters like a gaping wound, splitting the sea in two. Beside it, the towering soul-suppressing pagoda loomed high, its peak seemingly touching the heavens. Above, heavy thunderclouds pressed down, and distant rumbling echoed through the sky. Inside the grand hall on the first floor of the pagoda, Life-taking immortal sat atop a lotus throne, with 3 others seated beside him. Their auras were no weaker than his. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators filled the hall. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and conversation. They didn't look like typical demonic cultivators. Dressed in opulent robes, their bearing was dignified, some even exuded the aura of celestial immortals. A red-robed woman seated to life-taking immortal's right suddenly opened her eyes and turned to him. "Senior brother, how much longer must we wait? Is there truly a force in this mortal realm that even the 4 of us cannot handle?" The other 2 free-soaring immortals also opened their eyes, their expressions indifferent as they gazed at life-taking immortal. Life-taking immortal slowly opened his eyes. "Better to be cautious than regretful for 10,000 years, he said. White Hong's death was far too strange. We cannot afford to be careless. Do not forget what lies hidden in this land." The 3 free-soaring immortals fell silent. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had experienced countless tribulations. Hearing life-taking immortals' words, even their arrogance faded slightly. Indeed, the more uncertain the situation, the more careful they had to be. Just then, a cultivator stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Esteemed forebears, why not unleash another catastrophe to test the limits of this mysterious being? And while we're at it, we can drive more people away, fewer obstacles in our path." As soon as he spoke, the other cultivators in the hall eagerly voiced their agreement. Some even shouted for vengeance for White Hong Genren. Life-taking immortal's gaze fell upon the speaker, a blue-robed deist with a sword at his waist and a folding fan in hand. Sword intent radiated from him, and just standing there, he exuded overwhelming strength. "King Xin, what do you propose?" Life-taking immortal asked. The hall fell silent. King Xin Genren smirked. "I have a sword that can cleave the sea and cut the moon. Why don't I use one slash to sever that continent?" As he spoke, he raised his arms and turned to the crowd, prompting an uproar of cheers. Most of the cultivators felt no pressure. Instead, they were entertained, curious to see who was foolish enough to challenge the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Had it been another region, they might have been more cautious. But here, a tiger in a chicken coop, what was there to fear? Seeing King Xin Genren's confidence, the other 3 free-soaring immortals smiled. They had watched him grow and master his Dao techniques. Now, he was strong enough to stand on his own naturally. They were pleased. Life-taking immortal hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Seeing this, King Xin Genren's grin widened. "In that case, I'll set out now. Fellow disciples, come witness the spectacle." Life-taking immortal added, "Do not go too far. Rest assured, forebear." King Xin Genren cupped his hands in salute before turning to leave, followed by a grand procession of cultivators. The red-robed woman looked at life-taking immortal. "Perfect timing. You should speak as well, accelerate the plan before unforeseen changes arise." Life-taking immortal hesitated briefly, then nodded. Taixuan Sect's Grand Hall. Inside a brightly lit hall, all the elders of Taixuan Sect had gathered. Lu Lingjun and Nine-Fingered Divine Lord were present, along with most of the sect's leadership. Many wore deep frowns. Lu Badian sat in the sect master's seat, with 5 supreme elders beside him, all equally troubled. Vice-sect master Ji Hantian stepped forward. "Sect master, what are you thinking? Just say it outright so we can prepare. We can't just sit and wait for disaster to strike." The other elders spoke up in agreement, urging Lu Badian to make a decision. Lu Badian took a deep breath. "I fear that if we retreat now, our fate with the sword sovereign of the righteous path will be severed forever." A few elders agreed, but most frowned. One elder stepped forward. "Survival is the most important thing. To this day, we've never even seen the sword sovereign. We have no idea what he thinks of all this. And let's be honest, we are not on the same level as him. If he wants to run, he can. But our cultivation? We aren't even close." Many nodded in agreement. They weren't just thinking of themselves. They had disciples, clans, and countless ties to consider. Right now, Taixuan Sect had millions of disciples, and their numbers spread across countless regions. Even Guzong sighed. For once, he didn't support Lu Badian. Lu Lingjun also wanted the sect to retreat. She had stayed behind for the Third Medicine Valley's people. She didn't want them to perish. Lu Badian's expression turned grim. He took a deep breath and declared, "Those who wish to leave may do so, but Taixuan Sect itself will remain. Even if no one is left, our sect must stand. Without the Sword Sovereign, Taixuan Sect would not exist today." At last, he smiled. Having made his decision, he felt no more pressure. If it came down to it, he would simply die. Just as the hall erupted into chaos, a voice boomed across the heavens. "From this day forth, my disciple grandson King Xin Genren will destroy 1 continent per day. Mortals of the world, your time is running out. Today, we shall see which land is unfortunate enough to be the first to perish." Life-taking immortal's voice. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming sword intent locked onto the entire continent. And all sentient beings felt their very souls tremble. Inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guan and an Xian stood in a plantation zone. Guan was giving instructions on what to plant next, while an Xian listened attentively. Just then, the life-taking immortal's voice suddenly echoed. He was actually going to destroy an entire realm each day. An Xian hadn't even processed it yet when a terrifying sword intent descended from the sky, her face instantly paling. The once lively Medicine Valley fell silent in an instant. An Xian felt like a mountain had dropped onto her body, she could barely breathe. Her complexion grew even paler. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, making her heart tremble. Before she could react, the crushing pressure vanished. She instinctively turned her head. When she saw it was her master's hand, she finally let out a breath of relief. Master, don't tell me, the realm they picked is our own. An Xian asked carefully. No matter how carefree she usually was, death still scared her. The life-taking immortal's declaration, combined with the sudden descent of that sword intent, it was obvious. Their realm was the first target. Guan took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. No idea. Let's head back first. We're in the Taixuan Sect. Something this cataclysmic isn't for you and me to worry about. Live or die, let heaven decide. An Xian still wanted to say something, but Guan pulled her away. A voice rang out in the Medicine Valley. Amitba. As Shenzin's voice fell, a wave of relief swept through the valley. Disciples started running toward the pavilion area. Rumble. The ground shook. The Taixuan Sect activated its sect-protecting grand formation, and golden light surged upward from all directions. When Guan and an Xian reached the pavilion front, Ji Xuanyu had already stepped out of her quarters. She looked toward the sky, the red Dao mark on her brow beginning to emit tiny flames. Seeing this, Guan quickly approached and asked, "You didn't get scared, did you?" Once her view was blocked by Guan, Ji Xuanyu's Dao mark returned to normal. Her gaze calmed, and she nodded. "No. Looks like the life-taking immortal is indeed targeting our realm, probably because the sword sovereign of the righteous path made a move a few years back." Guan reassured her, "Don't overthink it. If they're striking this recklessly, that means the sword sovereign is still around. Keep an eye on the Medicine Valley for me. I need to head to Xian Valley." With that, Guan quickly made his way to the teleportation platform. Ji Xuanyu stared at Guan's back. She wanted to say something, but no words came. For some reason, this scene felt oddly familiar to her, like she had seen it before. Guan soon arrived in Xian Valley. He saw Lu Jujia already instructing the disciples to hide. Guan nodded to himself. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped into the forest, pretending to inspect medicinal herbs. "Are you out of your mind? You're worried about plants at a time like this? Seriously, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Kaiying's voice rang out from behind. Guan turned and saw her walking over, looking grim. She stared at Guan, speaking bitterly. "Well, great. Now I can't even run. I guess we'll just sit here and wait to die together." She could feel the sword intent approaching fast. Even if she fled now, there wasn't time to reach the Nine Nether Path. Still crouched, Guan slammed his fist into the ground, then grabbed a handful of fallen leaves and stood up, face full of frustration. Zhang Kaiying saw the look on his face and chuckled. "What? Getting scared?" Guan tossed the leaves forward as if venting his anger, then turned to her. "Scared? Not exactly. I just think this contempt for life is disgusting." Zhang Kaiying went quiet, then said, "Come with me to the Eight-View Celestial Realm." Guan nodded and followed her up the mountain. What Zhang Kaiying didn't notice was that the leaves Guan had tossed were rising back up on their own, each one trembling. Only after they entered the cave entrance to the Eight-View Celestial Realm did the leaves finally vanish from the forest. Before the soul-suppressing pagoda, more than 10,000 cultivators from the Grand Cold Demon Sect floated in the sky, all staring at King Xinzhenren, who held his sword. What exquisite sword intent! Senior brother King Xin's upper profound sword Dao has reached perfection. Yeah, it's terrifying. Feels like he could sweep through the entire celestial ascension stage. They say even senior brother Bai Hong lost to him 1,000 years ago. The founder of the upper profound sword Dao has long ascended to the sacred domain. In the past 100,000 years, only Uncle King Xin has cultivated it to this level. This sword strike, make sure you watch closely. It's a rare sight. The Grand Cold Demon Sect's Grand Masters chatted and laughed, unbothered. Even knowing Bai Hong Zhenren had perished, they weren't nervous. They had the numbers, and 4 free-soaring immortals as backup. What was there to fear? King Xinzhenren raised his sword vertically in front of him, the blade perfectly splitting his gaze. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Both irises were green. The moment his eyes opened, his sword intent exploded, silencing the crowd in an instant. All eyes locked on King Xinzhenren. With a sharp glint in his gaze, he slashed forward. The sword light burst forth, freezing heaven and sea alike. Even the rolling thunderclouds above lit up. The moment he swung his sword intent transformed into a lethal wave of energy that shot forward. His pupils shrank. Reflected in his eyes were countless green dots of light, rapidly growing larger. From the onlooker's view, King Xinzhenren had unleashed a sword strike that stretched thousands of miles, a crescent moon sweeping the sky. Then blazing green beams shot in from the heavens even faster. No one could react in time. Boom! The sword energy shattered. King Xinzhenren's eyes went wide. A green light was suddenly right in front of him. Time seemed to freeze. Within that green light was a leaf. A leaf carrying deadly sword chi pierced through, shattering King Xinzhenren's body and soul in an instant. It wasn't just one leaf, dozens more shot forth, killing one Grand Master after another from the Grand Cold Demon Sect. The soul-suppressing pagoda trembled violently. The life-taking immortal and the 4 free-soaring immortals appeared instantly, casting a massive barrier to shield the surrounding disciples. Silence. Heaven and earth fell quiet. All the disciples of the Grand Cold Demon Sect trembled, their faces full of fear. Gone was their earlier arrogance. The life-taking immortal turned to look on every surface of the soul-suppressing pagoda. Leaves were embedded. His pupils contracted. Leaves. The attack had been too fast. Before they even realized what was happening, over 10 celestial ascension cultivators were dead. Even the red-robed woman who had been urging the life-taking immortal to move faster was speechless now. As powerful as the free-soaring immortals were, they felt genuine fear. The enemy had killed under their noses. It was like someone had slapped them all in the face hard. Guan followed Zhang Kaiying into the 8-view celestial realm. Lifespan alerts kept flashing before his eyes. This strike had earned him 430,000 years of lifespan. He hadn't even gone all out. But it was enough to terrify the life-taking immortal and the others. If they had more powerful reinforcements, they better bring them out now, otherwise, even if they gave up their plan to exterminate this region, Guan wouldn't let them off. The 100-year deadline set by the life-taking immortal had become his countdown to death. Zhang Kaiying let out a suspicious sound. She had sensed that terrifying sword intent vanish. Guan asked, could it be, we survived this one? Zhang Kaiying didn't even look back. Hard to say. They arrived beneath the spirit tree. Zhang Kaiying started setting up an array. Guan asked what she was doing. The smaller the range, the stronger the protection. I want to test if we can ride this out. Just a gamble. If it fails, we're dead anyway, no point worrying when we're gone. Zhang Kaiying's casual tone made Guan laugh helplessly. Meanwhile, the entire realm was on edge. Even with the sword intent gone, the people couldn't relax. Masses began to flee. Guan could sense many auras leaving the Taixuan Sect group after group, noble families evacuating. Back in the Third Medicine Valley, Ji Hantian landed quickly and found Ji Xuanyu. The two spoke inside her residence. I'm not leaving, Ji Xuanyu said flatly. Ji Hantian was furious. But oddly, looking at her reminded him of a future descendant with the same name. Their appearances were different, yet something in her expression felt like déjà vu. His anger faded. He sighed, whether or not the life-taking immortal chose this realm, danger's only going to increase from here. The Ji family needs to survive. Why stay? Ji Xuanyu looked at him. Someone has to stay. I'll give up my spot so others can go. Besides, where exactly would we run to? Ji Hantian's chest tightened with frustration. Years ago, he'd tried to keep another Ji Xuanyu failed. Now he wanted this one to leave and still failed. He couldn't figure it out. Why did his descendants always oppose him? He only ever wanted what was best for them. We don't have time. Go talk to the others, Ji Xuanyu reminded him. Ji Hantian glared at her and left. Ji Xuanyu wasn't his direct bloodline. He couldn't force her. After he left, she stepped outside. She looked up at the sky. Many cultivators were flying over the Medicine Valley, fleeing or preparing for battle. It was unclear. Grand Cold Demon Sect. Ji Xuanyu murmured. The flames of her Deo mark shimmered again. Time passed in a haze of fear and tension. The people suffered under anxiety and dread. Finally, an hour later, the tension began to ease. Elder Lu looked at Shen Xinzi and asked, Senior, does this mean we weren't chosen? The other disciples also turned to him. Though Shen Xinzi's origins were mysterious, the upper echelons of the Taixuan Sect held him in great respect. He surely saw further than they did. Shen Xinzi furrowed his brows, gazing into the distance. Indeed, we weren't chosen. Cheers erupted. Relief spread among the disciples. When Shen Xinzi spoke, all the disciples of Medicine Valley around them broke into cheers, though Shen Xinzi hesitated, wanting to say more. He still wanted to mention one thing, that perhaps no continent had actually been chosen. To annihilate an entire continent would take unimaginable power, and at the 9th layer of the free-soaring immortal stage, he would certainly be able to sense it. But he couldn't reveal this, lest he cause unnecessary panic among these mortals. Even if they knew what was coming, what could they do about it? Might as well enjoy the moment of surprise and live out the remaining days in peace. Time went on. As the moon set and the sun rose again the next day, all living beings on the continent finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the life-taking immortal had said a continent would be chosen each day, and at least, they'd survived the first. Taixuan Sect also regained some composure. Though many noble families began withdrawing, the core foundation remained stable. When Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, order had already been restored. After Xiaochuan left, an Xian had taken over the valley's management. With her gentle nature, most disciples liked her, so everything had been running smoothly under her watch. Not long after he returned, Shen Zhen found him. Wanna hide out somewhere? Shen Zhen asked with a smug smile. She wore a veil, and the eyes beneath it curved like crescent moons. Guan strolled toward a distant garden area and casually asked, hide how? Shen Zhen caught up to him and said, I can stash you inside a painting or a scroll. Then we hide that away. Wouldn't that be hiding? They're talking about destroying an entire continent. Where could you possibly hide? Underground, obviously. When they say destroy a continent, they must mean annihilate all life and leave the land in ruins, not literally erase the land itself. Huh, that makes sense. Wait, are you a genius? Guan said with mock shock, staring at her in disbelief. Shen Zhen's lips twitched beneath the veil. How could she not hear the sarcasm in his voice? Guan went on, don't think too much about it. I actually suspect our continent was chosen yesterday. That mysterious pressure wasn't lying. And haven't you noticed how eerily quiet today is? Shen Zhen narrowed her eyes. You mean the Grand Cold Demon Sect's assault got blocked? Very likely, Guan replied firmly. I believe the heavens have eyes. There must be grand masters in this world who care for the people. Demonic cults like the Grand Cold Demon Sect can't be allowed to thrive forever. Shen Zhen found herself unable to judge him. If he were truly foolish, how had he come this far? But if he were truly naive, how could he write a masterpiece like Journey to the West? You say the heavens have eyes. Then tell me, do you think true immortals exist? Not just people with great cultivation, I mean real immortals, Shen Zhen suddenly asked, curiosity lighting her tone. She'd always felt that Romance of the Gods and Journey to the West couldn't be pure fiction. Guan must have seen something, added a bit of flair and fantasy to bring it to life. Maybe, just as Guan had said, an immortal had really guided him in a dream. The two of them chatted idly. They were but a small part of the world, just one story amid many. All over the realm, people were talking about the life-taking immortal. So long as the life-taking immortal lived, the catastrophe wouldn't end. 2 days later, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Qi Wuxing returned to the Third Medicine Valley almost as if they'd planned it. When they sat down at the go board, their gazes met, both filled with heaviness. You felt it too? Qi Wuxing asked. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord placed a stone. A net across heaven and earth, nowhere to run. Qi Wuxing picked up a piece. You? Nowhere to run? I'm the one being controlled. As he said this, his gaze drifted toward the distant pavilions. Ji Xuanyu was his hope. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord fell silent and sighed softly. Qi Wuxing glanced at him curiously. You know, I've always wondered what exactly are you looking for? There was no answer. Qi Wuxing looked thoughtful, as if something clicked, and his expression grew complicated. Divine Anomaly Realm. By the sea, the Lord of Divine Anomalies stood before the Divine Anomaly Life Monument, surrounded by 7 Divine Anomaly Wraith Kings, all gazing toward the heavens. Beneath the blood-colored sky floated a whisk, slowly rotating in midair. Unlike the calm of the Lord of Divine Anomalies, the Wraith Kings were visibly uneasy. They knew exactly who they were facing. Lord of Divine Anomalies, prepare to go to war with us. A cold voice echoed across the heavens. Even Zhang Bukui, deep within a cave chamber, heard it. His eyes flew open, brows tightly furrowed, a look of concern surfacing for the Lord of Divine Anomalies. Expressionless, the Lord asked, where to? To avenge Tian Vuchang under your command. The cold voice answered again, and all the faces around changed. The Grand Cold Demon Sect was about to go to war with that existence? This battle could very well decide the fate of the human world? Starsea Sect Alliance, a minor world. And Hao stood before a palace gate, watching disciples come and go from the floating islands. His brows were furrowed tightly. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was his master, Floating Dust Genren. Master? Just in time. I have something to save it for the road. We're retreating today. Floating Dust Genren's voice was grim. And Hao asked urgently, why? The Grand Cold Demon Sect is launching a massive invasion. Their target is the continent where the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path resides. Looks like they're trying to take your master out. And Hao's heart dropped. Floating Dust Genren didn't wait for a reply. Your current cultivation can't help him. It's better to leave now. Your master is strong, but he can't hold off an entire demonic sect alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on the defensive. And Hao gritted his teeth. I'm not worried about my master. I can't leave, I need to go back. An Xian was still inside Taixuan Sect. How could he abandon her? He suddenly leapt into the air, trying to force his way out of the Starsea Sect's world, but a wave of long, soft hairs wrapped around him. It was Floating Dust Genren's whisk. Master! And Hao screamed, his voice piercing as it echoed through the realm. Floating Dust Genren clenched the whisk, chanting under his breath. The hairs expanded, sealing in Hao's mouth shut. Forgive me, my disciple. His eyes turned resolute. The other disciples watched in silence, no one uttering a word. They all understood they, too, had people they couldn't bear to leave behind. The Starsea Sect was fleeing. Elsewhere, Li Ya, empowered by Divine Anomaly City, burst out of the Starsea Sect's territory. No one could stop him. He flew quickly over the ocean. My disciple, if you take this step, there's no turning back. A weathered voice rang out. Li Ya looked up from atop the tower, but saw no trace of his master. He gave no reply, just whispered instructions to the Divine Anomaly Spirit on his shoulder. It gave a howl, and Divine Anomaly City sped across the sea like a shooting star. When no one chased after a while, Li Ya finally exhaled and stared into the distance, his gaze steely. Senior Brother Gu, wait for me. And old ancestor, who knows if that old guy still remembers me. His heart was heavy. He hadn't felt it before, only anger, especially after Zhang Bukui became a Divine Anomaly Wraith. But once Starsea Sect announced their retreat, he truly panicked. The Starsea Sect was the great sect of the sea. If even they were running, there truly was no hope. Hearing the Grand Cold Demon Sect was targeting the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path had made it impossible for him to sit still. That sovereign was his ancestor. He wasn't worried about him, he could escape if needed. But others might not. He had to move fast. Li Ya clenched his jaw, terrified the continent had already fallen. The Divine Anomaly Spirit beside him, however, was totally carefree, leaping and bounding joyfully through the air. Li Ya felt both irritated and envious. That thing feared nothing, but why? Time passed swiftly. 2 hours later. As Li Ya meditated atop the tower, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes snapped open. Divine Anomaly City had gone dark. He instinctively looked up, and froze, eyes wide in disbelief. This can't be. His voice trembled. His eyes were filled with despair. Third Medicine Valley. By the wooden fence in the gardens, Guan was stretching. Yu Yingying passed by and asked curiously, what are you doing? Didn't we already do morning exercises? Guan replied, just wanted to move a bit. Is that a crime? A great battle was coming. The Grand Cold Demon Sect really was terrifying. Their oppressive auras were closing in from all directions. If the people saw them arrive, they'd probably collapse from fear. Yu Yingying looked at him and couldn't help but ask, "Everyone's scared of this catastrophe, why aren't you?" "Because I'm not scared, that's why," Guan said casually. Yu Yingying stared at him, tempted to smack him. She really couldn't figure him out. He was afraid of death during normal training missions, but now that the end of the world was looming, he wasn't. What a weirdo. Yet, for some reason, the more nervous she got, the more she wanted to talk to Guan. Maybe it was his fearlessness. Guan saw right through her and smiled. "Doesn't matter if you're worried or scared, it won't change anything, right?" Yu Yingying opened her mouth, but had nothing to say. Then Guan drew the Tiangzu sword. The gleam from the blade lit up her face, snapping her out of it. As she looked at him with sword in hand, she got that strange feeling again. With the golden mark on his forehead, Guan looked far too extraordinary, like an immortal walking the earth. She had to admit, though his cultivation wasn't much, his looks and aura were anything but ordinary. He didn't seem like a mortal at all. Guan pointed his sword at her, the tip reflecting in her pupils, making her shudder. "If this sword of mine could cut away your fear," Guan said longingly, "wouldn't that be great?" Yu Yingying stared, momentarily stunned. Sunlight shone down on Guan, and to Yu Yingying, it looked like he was cloaked in a layer of radiant clouds, his entire being glowing with brilliance. She actually believed he was being sincere. Guan's eyes landed on her, and he raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Overwhelmed by my righteous aura." Yu Yingying snapped back to reality and glared at him. "Anyone can say that kind of crap. If your sword was really that amazing, would you still be hiding out here? Heh, what do you know? Move along, don't mess with my wellness regimen." Guan chuckled and smoothly sheathed his sword. He thought he looked super cool doing it, but sadly, Yu Yingying was totally blind to it. She huffed and turned to leave. As she turned away, a smile quietly crept onto her face. Chatting with this fool really did help. Her heart felt a little lighter now. Meanwhile, under the tree, Shen Xinzi opened his eyes. They were deep and unreadable. His fingers, still gripping the prayer beads, began moving faster, clearly tense. Nearby, Qi Wuxing and the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who had been playing Go, stood up. "Let's call this match a draw," the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord said firmly. Qi Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. "I completely wiped the floor with you, and you still dare call it a draw?" Unfazed, the Nine-Fingered Divine Lord replied, "It's not over till it's over." Qi Wuxing shook his head and laughed, choosing not to argue. He vanished into thin air. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's gaze swept over Medicine Valley, eventually settling on Guan in the distance. "Too bad. I still haven't beaten you," he muttered under his breath, then disappeared too. While Guan was stretching his limbs, he sensed many cultivators and demons soaring up from the continent, heading for the edge of the land. On the eve of catastrophe, some chose to flee, others to fight. Those who chose to fight did so either out of courage, a sense of justice, or simply because they had no other choice. But in this moment, they had all made up their minds. The question was, once they truly saw what the Grand Cold Demon Sect had brought, would they still have the guts to fight? Guan turned and walked toward the teleportation platform. Along the way, fewer and fewer disciples greeted him. Everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Arriving at Xian Valley, Guan headed beyond Medicine Valley. Once he entered the forest, he pulled out the Tiangzu sword and held it in one hand, then drew the Qinghong sword from his waist with the other. The Qinghong sword quivered slightly. Guan used his own spiritual power to block its connection to the Bailing sword. He could feel that his junior sister was unsettled. "Don't be afraid, junior sister. It'll all be over soon," Guan murmured. As he spoke, dark purple demonic energy surged from his body, rapidly enveloping him in a blaze. Then, his figure vanished into the depths of the forest, gone without a trace. At the edge of the continent, waves crashed against the cliffs. Above the mountains, powerful grandmasters floated in midair. Behind them were the vast lands, and ahead an endless ocean. They hailed from different sects: Taixuan Sect, Three Pure Mountains, King Heaven Sect, Dao Tian Sect, Sword Sect, Candle Sky Peak, Flame Sect, Gathering Flower Sect, and many more. Sects from across the world had been dispatching cultivators toward the edge of the continent. This group was just one of many, and their numbers had quickly surpassed 100, with more still arriving. As the crowd grew, their confidence started to rise. Xiao Dai, a Grand Ascension Stage, 9th-level cultivator from Taixuan Sect, took the lead. He was calming the others and giving battle instructions. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Everyone instinctively turned to look, and in the next second, their expressions changed drastically. Even the usually confident Xiao Dai's mouth fell open in despair. At the horizon, from the edge of the sea, surged an overwhelming black fog like a tidal wave, unstoppable and devouring all. Before the black fog, islands and demonic beasts were like dust, insignificant. Some flying demon birds were swallowed from behind mid-flight, their fate unknown. Looking higher, countless figures hovered above the fog. Each had different attire and magical artifacts. Some glowing treasures floated behind them, some rode ferocious beasts, others stood arrogantly on streams of sword energy, hands clasped behind their backs. Behind each of them loomed a towering, 1,000-foot shadow identical to themselves, like demonic gods. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of colossal demonic shadows, too many to count, suffocating in their presence. In that moment, every cultivator fell silent. No matter their cultivation, they all stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Xiao Dai spotted an even more terrifying existence beyond the demon shadows, a pair of feet stepping forward. The demon shadows didn't even reach the ankles of this mysterious being. No one could fathom how massive its true form was. Some tried to look to the sides. The more vast the ocean, the more densely packed the shadows. Even without considering cultivation level, the sheer numerical gap crushed all hope. How do we win against this? Someone laughed bitterly. No one answered. The will to fight had drained from them. Up in the clouds, the nine-fingered Divine Lord and Kiwuxing stood side by side. They saw the entire continent surrounded, with grand cold demon sect disciples coming from all directions. How many are there? Even the divine anomaly realm has shown up, Kiwuxing muttered in awe. He felt that the number of demon cultivators was on par with the divine anomaly wraiths, and their combined momentum was terrifying. Many among them radiated an aura that even he would fear alone. The nine-fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath and scanned the continent, as if searching for something. If the Saint King of the Burning Era really reincarnated here, this is a bit excessive. No? Is a reincarnated body really worth this much fanfare? Kiwuxing asked, unable to hold back. The nine-fingered Divine Lord replied, if the Sacred Heart awakens, the Saint King will rise again in no time. What the Grand Cold Demon Sect fears most, is that the Holy Court might sense his presence. That explanation made sense. Kiwuxing nodded and stepped forward. What are you doing? The nine-fingered Divine Lord asked quickly. Without looking back, Kiwuxing strode into the air and waved casually. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I am the Divine Anomaly Wraith King Kiwuxing. Wu Xing was just an alias. The nine-fingered Divine Lord frowned, but wasn't angry. He simply watched him go. Kiwuxing, return to your post at once, boomed the Lord of Divine Anomalies. Kiwuxing immediately accelerated, but then his expression darkened. He looked up and saw an enormous hand reaching out from behind the demon army, blotting out the sky, grabbing for him. It was so massive, words couldn't describe it. Kiwuxing was horrified to find he couldn't move. Crap! Despair filled his eyes. Just then, a flash of sword light pierced into his field of vision and the monstrous hand vanished like smoke. He turned instinctively and his eyes went wide. He saw a figure one he would never forget for the rest of his life. Back in the Divine Anomaly realm, this very figure had once scared him half to death. It was Guan, wielding the nine extremes yin-yang body. Guan walked past him, dual swords in hand, both covered in dark purple demonic energy. Why you, Senior? Kiwuxing stammered. But before he could finish, Guan blurred into motion, vanishing into a streak of sword light that tore through the black mist ahead. Before Kiwuxing could even react, a devastating shockwave swept through. His jaw dropped, disbelief written all over his face. A beam of sword energy erupted from within the demon army, cleaving through the 1,000-foot demon shadows. The sword's light drained all color from the heavens and earth. The cultivators closed their eyes against the glare. Ordinary beings couldn't even look directly at it. Up in the clouds, the nine-fingered Divine Lord's expression changed dramatically, his mind reeling. In his eyes, the demon shadows disintegrated, the black mist churned, and a single sword light stretched endlessly like it could split the entire world in two. At that moment, in all his 170,000 years, the nine-fingered Divine Lord had witnessed the strongest sword strike of his life. Who, the H*LL are you? A furious, terrified voice echoed across the heavens. The sword light across heaven and earth gradually faded, but the voice of the Grand Cold Demon Sect's mysterious Grand Master still echoed across the ocean, snapping the continent's cultivators out of their daze. They hadn't seen Guan just now, only the nine-fingered Divine Lord and Kiwuxing had caught a glimpse. Yet that vast, overwhelming sword intent made them think of one person. The Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path? It's the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. No doubt about it. It has to be him. A profound mind realm cultivator from the Taixuan Sect exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He had once been to the heavenly mending platform and felt the sword intent embedded in the characters for Righteous Path. Xiao Dai was just as stirred, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In that moment, he recalled the time the Sword Sovereign descended upon the seven-star spirit realm. Kiwuxing, having narrowly escaped death, let out a sigh of relief and backed away immediately, no longer daring to approach the demonic shadow army. Guan stood above the demonic mist, both hands gripping his sword. All around him, colossal shadowy figures over 1,000 feet tall were dissipating, yet even more shadows advanced, closing in on him. He could already see some tens of thousands foot tall shadows, and even colossal demon beasts whose true size couldn't be measured. You have successfully seized 10,298 years of lifespan from Meng Chenglang, 7th level of the roving immortal stage. You have successfully seized 1,459 years of lifespan from Su Lingxin, 2nd level of the scattered immortal stage. You have successfully seized 12,080 years of lifespan from Weiyun Zhenren, 6th level of the roving immortal stage. One notification after another popped up in front of Guan, but he didn't strike again right away. Instead, he looked around. He had to admit the Grand Cold Demon Sect's response was impressively quick. The moment he made a move, the remaining cultivators didn't panic. Instead, they immediately formed a formation. And it was a highly advanced one capable of being established within seconds, imbued with powerful, profound energy. Once the sword light faded, less than 3 breaths passed before the entire environment shifted. Guan suddenly found himself in the starry void of the universe. Beneath his feet, the rolling black mist remained, surrounded on all sides by demonic shadows. At the base of the shadows stood grand cold demon sect cultivators holding magical artifacts. As Guan entered the starry void, those towering figures 10,000 feet tall and even more massive revealed their true forms. There were savage beasts the size of creation mountains, ethereal female cultivators scattering strange petals, and gigantic birds with wingspans of tens of miles circling high above. Beneath Guan's feet, the demonic mist surged like crashing waves. Who exactly are you? If you refuse to identify yourself, don't blame us for showing no mercy. That voice rang out again, colder than ever. With the formation now in place, its speaker seemed to have regained confidence. Guan looked up. Above the countless layers of encirclement, within absolute darkness, a pair of enormous eyes stared down at him. It felt as though some incomprehensible being outside the cosmos was watching, exuding suffocating pressure. Jizun, 8th level of the free-soaring immortal stage 780,450/830/000/880,000. A monstrous elder who had lived for 780,000 years. But killing this one would only yield just over 5,000 years of lifespan. How disappointing. As Jizun opened his eyes, the life-taking immortal and the other 4 free-soaring immortals materialized one after another. Thankfully, their remaining lifespan was substantial. Guan's mood improved. This is the Luotian star-suppressing immortal-slaying array of the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Once formed, no matter how powerful your techniques, there's no escape. Jizun's voice boomed, full of supreme authority. The 4 other free-soaring immortals took out their respective treasures and spread to the 4 corners. As they took position, the starry void rippled, and countless rainbow lights appeared, not illusions, but mysterious energy gathering into form. Guan looked up at Jizun and asked, "Does the Grand Cold Demon Sect have anyone stronger?" That single question made Jizun's expression shift. All of the sect's cultivators turned toward Guan in alarm, their faces filled with dread. Stronger? How could anyone be this arrogant? Yet because of Guan's previous sword strike, not a soul dared to speak against him. All of them now treated him as a deadly threat. The life-taking immortal's expression darkened. His gut told him this man wasn't bluffing. In that moment, dread filled his heart. Thank goodness he hadn't acted recklessly. If he'd gone in alone, he might have ended up like his disciple, Bai Hongzhenren, utterly annihilated. The Luotian star-suppressing immortal-slaying array fell into complete silence. So, no one stronger? What a letdown. You act so brazenly, I figured you had something real to back it up. Guan spoke again, and without warning, hurled the Tiangzu sword forward. Boom! The sword swept across the black mist, slaying wave after wave of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators. Just as the blade reached them, their protective light flashed, but it shattered instantly, offering no defense. With a single sword strike spanning tens of thousands of miles, he pierced through the Luotian array and returned to the real world. Back on the continent, cultivators hovering in the sky watched a beam of sword light burst out from the all-encompassing black mist. Their nerves tightened. They had no idea what was happening within that dark haze. As soon as Guan unleashed his sword, Jizun barked an order, "Attack." From all directions, Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators launched their spells. Countless divine arts and techniques formed a multicolored torrent aimed at Guan. Guan raised a hand and grasped at the air, then pulled back. Suddenly, a person appeared in his palm. Primordial Yuan Heaven Grasping Hand. A divine ability from the Chaos Primordial Saint art? This was the first time Guan had ever used it. The person caught in his grip was none other than Jizun, a white-robed elder whose face now showed nothing but horror and despair. Guan crushed him to dust. Then, wielding the Qinghong sword, he began the slaughter. Within the continent, more and more cultivators rushed to the borders. But when they saw the ocean, their faces changed drastically. That terrifying black mist seemed capable of devouring everything between heaven and earth. It carried the overwhelming sense of impending doom. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. The mist roiled violently, as if countless demons within were surging with bloodlust. The morale of the continent's defenders collapsed. No one had the will to fight. What they didn't know was that inside the mist, massive numbers of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators were heading in the same direction. All participating disciples had been ordered to reinforce the Luotian star-suppressing immortal slaying array. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, enveloping the entire continent in oppressive rumbling. In the demonic domain, within a branch sect of the Taixuan Sect, Yelan stood atop a pavilion, gazing at the heavens. Her hand clutched the Bailing sword tightly. Though she felt no anomalies from the sword, her heart refused to calm. "I hope we can survive this tribulation," Yelan whispered, silently praying. Even if she couldn't see a future of eternal life, she didn't want her story to end here. There were still so many things she hadn't done, so many places she hadn't seen. She still hadn't fulfilled her promise with her senior brother. How could she accept death? Beneath the thunderclouds, the nine-fingered Divine Lord and Qi Wuxing stood side by side. Both were slack-jawed, unable to remain calm, their faces full of shock. They weren't alone. The continent's cultivators and even the newly arriving ones all slowed their flight, stunned by what they saw. Amid the endless black mist, massive shadowy figures collapsed and leapt into view. Countless cultivators circled overhead, charging toward a single location where sword light blazed. Even though they were far away and couldn't see the battle clearly, they could all feel the crushing force of that sword intent. This wasn't a balanced battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The Grand Cold Demon Sect had massive numbers enough to form a sea of bodies. And yet, Surrounded by them, Guan held dual swords, his stance relaxed, each strike slaying swaths of cultivators and demons alike. His strength struck deep fear into the Grand Cold Demon Sect. No way, we can't beat him. D***MN it. He's doing it on purpose, he's not even using divine techniques. Just sword chi, and it's wiping us out. Even the Luotian star-suppressing array couldn't hold. How are we supposed to win? Watch out. His sword's coming this way. Retreat. Retreat now. The world fell into chaos. Every sword strike from Guan didn't just claim lives, it shattered the entire sect's morale. The life-taking immortal didn't dare get close. He could only attack from afar, casting giant palms down from the sky, but each one disintegrated upon contact with Guan, useless. Guan walked leisurely through the black mist, one step and one swing at a time. His motions were casual, with no particular sword form. Each time the Grand Cold Demon Sect tried to reform the Luotian array, it was dispersed by his sword chi. Guan looked at the notifications before him, forcing himself to remain calm. He wasn't killing for the sake of it. He was delivering justice on behalf of heaven. Suddenly, Guan stopped. The instant he halted, all the Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators retreated. 100-mile radius opened up around him, no one dared to step in. The cultivators stood frozen, staring at Guan. The life-taking immortal gritted his teeth. The sect master will arrive soon? Hold steady. His voice reached every disciple, but it failed to boost morale. Hold steady. Guan's voice rang out raspy, full of mockery, like he'd heard the world's biggest joke. Before the life-taking immortal could respond, Guan vanished from sight. Panic swept through the Grand Cold Demon Sect, everyone grew even tenser. He's above us. A despair-filled voice cried out. Countless cultivators and demons looked up and were left speechless. A massive figure stood high in the clouds, so tall it was impossible to gauge with the naked eye. Only its upper body was visible, like an illusion. The towering shadow demons below were insignificant before it was Guan. In that moment, every Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivator felt an irresistible pressure they couldn't move. Those with deeper cultivation instinctively looked down and saw the black mist surging. Then, from the mist, emerged a colossal hand, burning with deep violet flames, crashing upward. The life-taking immortal looked down, his face changed drastically. That wasn't land. It was a hand. A hand large enough to grab all of them. From afar, the nine-fingered divine lord, Kiwuxing, and all the continent's cultivators stared in shock. At the ocean's edge, a city surged forward at high speed. It was Divine Anomaly City. On the tower's summit, Li Ya stood, eyes wide and body trembling. Within his sight, from the endless black mist, a hand of unimaginable size rose. Even with his vision, he couldn't see the entire hand at once. He had never imagined such a hand could exist in this world. If heaven and earth had a hand, this would be it. I'm not dreaming, right? Li Ya muttered to himself, but it was really directed at the divine anomaly spirit on his shoulder. The little spirit had its eyes wide and mouth agape, equally stunned. From their perspective, the massive hand at the end of the sea horizon looked as big as the entire ocean. If not for the curved fingers, they wouldn't even have realized it was a hand. It looked like it could grasp an entire continent with ease. Li Ya felt that the demonic aura on the giant hand looked oddly familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't that the ancestor's hand? As soon as the thought hit him, hot blood surged up from deep within his body. It was uncontrollable, filling him with a wild rush of exhilaration. At the same time, everyone on the continent could now see Guan's figure so vast that not even mountain ranges or cloud seas could obscure him. The sight was overwhelming. It shattered their understanding of the world and upended everything they thought possible. Inside the third medicine valley, over 1,000 disciples stood slack-jawed in shock. Ji Xuanyu also stepped out of his quarters, and the moment he laid eyes on Guan's towering silhouette, he froze. To all living beings, it felt like witnessing the descent of a god. What is that? That's the sword sovereign of the righteous path. It's him. No way, that can't be real, it's gotta be an illusion, right? There are books that say the sword sovereign appears using the demonic shadow divine art. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Across the continent, waves of cheers erupted. The demonic shadow divine art had always been terrifying, but knowing the one casting it was the sword sovereign, the fear vanished. Instead, it filled everyone with hope. Since the sword sovereign made his name known across the world, hadn't everything he'd done been for the greater good? The ones he killed, weren't they all evil? If it were just normal sect competition, he'd never interfere. Otherwise, the Taixuan Sect would have long since been crowned #1. That's exactly why other sects respected him, even feared him, but they didn't think he'd harm them. As long as they didn't commit atrocities, the sword sovereign wouldn't act. Even as Taixuan Sect grew, and disciples died in the process, the sword sovereign never went on any revenge crusades. Now, those sects and noble families who'd chosen to stay behind burst into celebration. It felt like spring festival had arrived early. But while the continent rejoiced, the cultivators of the Grand Cold Demon Sect were plunged into despair. They watched as Guan's finger slowly lifted 5 ancient mountain-like peaks rising from the earth. The sheer visual impact made even cultivators at the immortal Dao level feel like their eyes were about to explode. The life-taking immortal desperately tried to mobilize his power but couldn't move an inch. The helplessness made him feel like a mere ant. How many years had it been? Ever since he stepped into the Nirvana stage, forget the free-soaring immortal stage, he had never been this humiliated. The other 3 cultivators at the same level were just as trapped. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move. The crushing despair was beyond imagination. If even they were like this, the lower-tier cultivators didn't stand a chance. Despair flooded every heart. That one hand had captured millions of Grand Cold Demon Sect cultivators and their accompanying demons. The reinforcements arriving from the sect took one look at the giant hand and immediately scattered in panic. Sect rules? Consequences? All tossed aside. Guan looked down at the captives in his palm. He hesitated. Slaughtering this many, it weighed on his heart. He also feared it might bring about even greater troubles. But then he thought of all the lives White Hong Genren had slaughtered and his heart hardened. A sect this evil deserved to be wiped out. If even that would incur divine punishment, then Guan would have to start questioning what exactly heaven was. Once his thoughts cleared, he clenched his massive hand. The act triggered a terrifying hurricane, waves surging outward across the sea. The raging wind slammed into Divine Anomaly City, forcing its protective grand formation to activate. Li Ya watched the city's barrier warp and ripple violently. He no longer cared about the city, his gaze was fixed on the distance, his whole body trembling. That clenched hand was just too majestic. He couldn't help but wonder, could cultivation really reach such heights? Was the ancestor perhaps born an immortal? A real immortal, not one forged through cultivation? As Guan's fingers closed, the world fell silent. The oppressive force that had covered the continent and its surrounding seas vanished completely. Thunderclouds still rolled above, but the people felt like the skies had finally cleared. You have successfully seized 1,228 years of lifespan from Bai Lai, Scattered Immortal Stage, Layer 7. You have successfully seized 493 years of lifespan from Qin Suxin, Nirvana Stage, Layer 9. You have successfully seized 58 years of lifespan from Old Immortal Duohai, Nirvana Stage, Layer 8. You have successfully seized 2,780 years of lifespan from Cloud Sea Heaven Lord, Free Soaring Immortal Stage, Layer 5. One notification after another appeared before Guan's eyes, and then he vanished. But his afterimage remained in the sky, lingering in the heavens, etching awe into every soul. The black fog over the sea was quickly dispersing, signaling that the catastrophe was ending. Li Ya snapped back to his senses and urged the Divine Anomaly Spirit to hurry toward the mainland. Far away, atop thunderclouds, stood the Lord of Divine Anomalies. Behind him surged a vast sea of Divine Anomaly wraiths. Every one of them wore a look of pure fear. Some were even trembling. Even as wraiths, they had felt that terrifying presence and it terrified them. How could anyone hope to fight against that? They silently prayed their master wouldn't order an attack. Fortunately, once the presence vanished, the Lord of Divine Anomalies didn't give any orders. He simply turned around. We're going back to the Divine Anomaly realm. Guan's overwhelming power thrilled him to no end, though he did his best to keep it under wraps. Recruiting Zhang Bukui had been the right move. As he turned, a feeling of unprecedented hope filled his heart. Guan returned to Xian Valley. He sensed Zhang Qiang pacing inside the Eight Views celestial realm. Her footsteps were quick, so he immediately made his way there. Just as he stepped into the cave path, Zhang Qiang stopped walking. Meanwhile, lifespan notifications were still popping up in front of Guan. He hadn't even reached the cave entrance when two alerts caught his eye, forcing him to a halt. Your lifespan has surpassed 100 million years for the first time. Lifespan reincarnation function unlocked. Lifespan reincarnation, consume lifespan to simulate reincarnations. Each simulation costs 10 million years. All memories gained from each life will be transferred to your mind, as if you personally lived through them. Reincarnation duration is unlimited. Outcome depends on karmic choices made within the cycle. Memory integration takes 1 hour. You have successfully seized 487 years of lifespan from Zhu Changming, Grand Ascension Stage, Layer 9. Lifespan reincarnation? When Guan saw the 10 million years requirement, he immediately felt scammed. But after reading the full explanation, he changed his mind. If he lived long enough in a reincarnated life and gained countless insights into Dao, divine techniques, and the essence of the universe, it might be more than worth it. Of course, he could also die at age 90 and lose 10 million years for nothing. It was a gamble. A huge one. As Guan pondered, Zhang Qiang's voice floated over. Why are you just standing there? Get in here already. He stepped forward without hesitation. The lifespan messages kept coming. It was a jackpot haul. Originally, he'd planned to break through to 100 million using high-grade herbs in the hidden realm, but life always had a way of forcing his hand. If heaven won't punish the arrogant, then he would. When Guan reached the spirit tree, he nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Qiang had dug a hole and placed a coffin inside. What was this? Planning to bury him? She pointed at the coffin. Get in. Maybe we can ride this out by playing dead. Guan made a show of resisting. Is this really necessary? She glared, then lunged at him and started shoving. If he hadn't been suppressing his Dao Gang energy, she probably would have disintegrated from the contact. Left with no choice, Guan climbed into the coffin. Zhang Qiang jumped in after him and shoved him down. Then she lay down too and waved her hand. The coffin lid shut tight. Darkness swallowed them. From the outside, the coffin slowly sank into the soil, disappearing without a trace. Inside, space was tight. Guan and Zhang Qiang were crammed together. But strangely, Guan's mind began to calm. He'd just killed so many. Even if they were all villains, it was hard to stay emotionally neutral. Kill enough, and one risked growing addicted to bloodshed, even breaking free of moral restraint. He needed time to rebalance. Now, lying here in the dark, he felt unexpectedly at peace. Even now, lifespan notifications still floated in front of him. Zhang Kaiying's body shifted beside him. Her arms were soft. She kept squirming, clearly trying to find space, and ended up pressing against Guan. Say, Guan asked, if the catastrophe never comes, how long are we supposed to stay in here? Cramped as it was, he actually found the experience kinda fun. He'd never done anything like this before. A few decades at least. We have to outlast the life-taking immortal's 100-year deadline. That long? No way. I need to go back. There are disciples in the valley, I can't abandon them. No chance. You're in here now, you're not getting out. As she finished speaking, Guan felt her grab his left hand. Her hand was ice-cold like a corpse. He tried to pull away, but she had an iron grip. Only after the final notifications disappeared did Guan return to his senses. He didn't check his lifespan right away. He wanted to savor that reveal later. He said, isn't this a little too cramped? We're gonna be stuck like this for decades, I might not survive. Zhang Kaiying didn't respond. Instead, she started to shift again. Guan stiffened. She was on top of him, face to face. In the pitch-dark coffin, Guan could sense her breathing shaky, uneven, but not escaping his enhanced perception. Then she pressed her face against his chest. He could feel one of her legs brushing up against his. Crap. This was getting out of hand. Guan gave a fake cough. Why are you so heavy? Zhang Kaiying's breath hitched. Then he felt a hand on his waist. 2 fingers were pinching his side. You little brat, are you really that bad with words, or are you just trying to piss me off? In the darkness, Zhang Kaiying's voice rang out, teeth gritted, but she didn't actually tighten her grip on Guan's neck. It was more of a warning. Of course Guan was deliberately killing the mood. He let out a fake cough, then started asking Zhang Kaiying what she planned to do if they survived the cataclysm. Zhang Kaiying went silent, her limbs no longer moving. She began seriously thinking about it. Truth was, she had never really figured out what she wanted in life. She'd done all kinds of things in pursuit of power, but now, with the end of the world looming, all of it suddenly felt meaningless. Guan didn't interrupt her, letting her think it through. But the moment things went quiet, his thoughts wandered. With Zhang Kaiying lying on top of him, he could feel every part of her body pressing down. How could he possibly stay calm? Scenes from Adventures of the Green Hero, Secrets of Taixuan, Adventures of the Black Hero and so on flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he felt Zhang Kaiying tremble slightly, and he quickly tried to shift his thoughts, turning his mind to lifespan reincarnation and how it actually worked. As his thoughts changed, Zhang Kaiying calmed down again. She finally spoke. If we really get through this, I'll just focus on developing the Gathering Flower Sect. I won't be running around anymore. These past years of drifting everywhere haven't amounted to much anyway. Guan followed up, that's good. Less chance of running into danger. Zhang Kaiying suddenly reached out and hugged him, clinging to him tightly as she whispered, after the disaster at the Nightshade Sect, I lost all my family. You're the only one I care about now. I still remember when you first entered the 8-View Celestial Realm, I was debating whether or not to kill you. Never thought after all these years, you'd become this important to me. Hearing that, Guan stiffened up. No way. I haven't done anything special for you. If anything, you've taught me way more spells than I've ever helped you with. Setting aside the Sword Sovereign's support of Zhang Kaiying, Guan honestly felt that his surface-level identity hadn't contributed nearly as much to her as she had to him. She'd taught him countless spells he still used to this day, and she'd gifted him magical tools and rare natural treasures too. What do you mean you haven't done anything for me? You managed the 8-View Celestial Realm so well. You never betrayed me. Every time I came back, you treated me with care. Sincerity isn't measured just by actions. If you were stronger, I know you'd treat me even better. I understand that. Besides, I knew from the start you had the power to kill me back then, but you didn't. You even followed my lead. Listening to her, Guan suddenly didn't know what to say. Of course, you flirt with everyone, Zhang Kaiying suddenly huffed. Every disciple in the valley praises you to the skies. Hearing that, Guan immediately said, that's exactly what makes me dangerous, being nice to everyone. No one can figure me out. Exactly. But you never ask for anything in return. That just proves your sincerity. You're not after anything. Don't go tearing yourself down, I can feel whether you're being genuine. Fake kindness never lasts. Zhang Kaiying spoke softly. Guan jumped a little, don't tell me, you're planning to throw yourself at me? That won't do. I made a pact with my junior sister, we're getting married in the last 100 years of our lives. Zhang Kaiying burst into laughter. The last 100 years of your lives? What if one of you lives longer? Doesn't matter. Sooner or later, everyone has to go. Cultivation isn't about love stories, it's about immortality. You're really chill about it. Yup. So stop having wild ideas about me. Why not? In the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, it's common for someone to have multiple Deo companions. Even women can have several, as long as they're strong enough. Right now, I'm stronger than you, don't think you can escape my grasp. Unless you one day surpass me in cultivation. Zhang Kaiying grinned proudly. As she spoke, she grabbed Guan's face. And just like that, she launched her offensive. You demonic cultivator? Luring me into hiding was fake, you just wanted to take advantage of me. Even if you scream your lungs out now, no one will hear you. Careful, or I won't be polite. Go on then. With your cultivation, I can't even be bothered to paralyze you. I love watching you struggle. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Zhang Kaiying was smug as hell. She pinned Guan's hands and held him down. Next thing he knew, something soft landed on his face, feeling its way around. Oh no, she's lost it? Guan activated his divine sense, and suddenly, the ground shook. Zhang Qiang froze instantly, not daring to move. Guan let out a sigh of relief, then she sneak attacked him anyway, catching him completely off guard. Wait, I think the cataclysm's over. Guan suddenly blurted. Zhang Qiang asked, how can you be so sure? Before I came to find you, I saw the sword sovereign of the righteous path make a move. Oh, then why did you still come? Don't tell me you wanted something to happen between us. I just figured you were prepared anyway. Didn't want to waste it. Let's head out and take a look. Is that so? Really, let's go. I'll think about it. Rumble. Under the spirit tree, the earth cracked open and the coffin rose up. Its lid burst off, and Guan leaped out, hastily fixing his robes. That was close. He almost lost his V-card. He let out a long breath. Mouth can run wild, but the essence must remain pure. Zhang Qiang slowly climbed out of the coffin. Her hair was messy, her robes disheveled. She looked at Guan and smiled seductively. He quickly turned away. Maybe stop calling me Master Ancestor from now on. I only took in Cheng Sun Dan by force, and Cheng Sun Dan took you in with ulterior motives hardly counts as a proper lineage. Actually, you never called me Master Ancestor to begin with. Typical man, half-hearted and always on guard. She glared at Guan. Guan tossed out, I'm gonna go check things out, and darted away. Zhang Qiang walked to the edge of the pit and licked her lips as she watched him leave like she was savoring the taste. When Guan returned to the third medicine valley, the place was still buzzing with excitement. Qi Wuxing and the nine-fingered divine lord were back too, standing with Shen Xinzi under a soundproof barrier, talking about how terrifying the sword sovereign of the righteous path was. None of them could keep calm. Wiping out the entire Grand Cold Demon Sect with a single move, it was absurd. It shattered everything they thought they knew. Over the past few decades, the power of the Grand Cold Demon Sect had been deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. Only now did they realize just how ridiculous the sword sovereign's strength was. Guan looked up and saw a figure floating above the heavenly great realm beyond the skies, staring right at their continent. Free-soaring immortal stage, 9th layer, only one minor realm above Severance Venerables, but the pressure was worlds apart. That had to be the sect master of the Grand Cold Demon Sect. Yet now, that sect master didn't even dare come down, just watched from afar. Guan also saw the remaining Grand Cold Demon cultivators fleeing like scattered monkeys. They had no fight left in them. He didn't give chase. First, because the ones left were weaker than those he'd already slain. Second, because he sensed several powerful auras approaching, including one that was unmistakably a mystic celestial immortal. No doubt about it. But the aura wasn't hostile, and it came from the Holy Domain, home of the Holy Court. Since the Holy Court had shown up, he couldn't just keep hunting. Now it was time to see where the Holy Court stood. Guan pulled up his status screen. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 210/790,407,832. Physique, primal causal body. Cultivation, mystic celestial immortal stage, 9th layer. 790 million years of lifespan? Guan nearly swore out loud. Holy sh*T, this felt amazing. The guilt from all that killing vanished instantly. Besides, he hadn't killed innocents, he was executing justice and saving the world. Finally, he could level up across the board. Grinning from ear to ear, Guan thought, so close to 1 billion, should I wait? Nah, screw it. Even 100 million takes forever. How long would 200 million take? Time to find a chance to break through. A full-on breakthrough? Guan's heart was racing. He even considered using 10 million years of lifespan to test out lifespan reincarnation and see what it really did. He headed toward the Pavilion District and used his spiritual power to broadcast a message, to thank the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path for ending the catastrophe. We'll have a celebration tonight. Consider it a festival. All deacons, get moving. His voice spread across Medicine Valley. With core formation stage power, this was easy. Cheers erupted throughout the valley. When Guan reached his own pavilion, Ji Xuanyu approached and gave him a meaningful look. The two of them went upstairs and shut the door. I feel like the Sword Sovereign's back looked familiar, Ji Xuanyu said seriously, making Guan's heart skip a beat. What did she mean? Had she connected it to him? The legendary powerhouse who crushed the Grand Cold Demon Sect was now nervous by a core formation cultivator. He frowned. Wait, you think the Sword Sovereign is from the Ji family? Ji Xuanyu shook her head. No, I saw him in a dream once. Must be a memory from a past life. Guan relaxed but frowned even more. That battle today was eye-opening, Ji Xuanyu went on, her face full of longing. I suddenly feel like I can't afford to die young. I want to chase after the Sword Sovereign's footsteps. Chase after the Sword Sovereign? He was a mystic celestial immortal, 9th layer? Guan didn't try to discourage her. What if she actually made it? He began encouraging her instead. They talked for a while. When Ji Xuanyu finally left, she paused at the door, turned back to look at him, and said, You've got more of a feminine aura on you now, and I've sensed that aura before. You two must have tangled for a while. Though I don't see any signs of essence loss. With that, she walked out, this time leaving the door open. Guan looked confused. How'd she figure that out? Was it a divine ability? A natural gift? He didn't dwell on it too long. Living another life was about being carefree. No need to overthink it, just go with the flow. Now, he just had to wait for that mystic celestial immortal to leave. as long as they didn't cause trouble, once they were gone. Time to find a place and break through. That mysterious mystic celestial immortal wandered around the mortal region, never once stepping onto the continent where Guan resided. After a full day and night, he departed. The very next day, news that the Grand Cold Demon Sect had been single-handedly wiped out by the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path swept across the ocean like a hurricane. Countless fleeing beings were shaken to their core upon hearing it. Their first reaction? Disbelief because it sounded way too far-fetched. The whole world was in an uproar. Within the Taixuan Sect, the place was decked out with lanterns and decorations, and everywhere people praised the immense might and heroic deeds of the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path. This time, the range of people he saved was even greater. How could they not feel proud? They didn't know if there truly existed immortals or gods who cared about the common people. But at the very least, in their hearts, the Sword Sovereign of the Righteous Path was exactly that, an immortal who offered salvation to all. On the second day after the mystic celestial immortal left, Guan quietly departed the continent. He traveled south, distancing himself from the mortal region where the Taixuan Sect was located. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate part of the ocean. Very few living beings were found here, whether beneath the waves or on the surface. Countless wandering spirits and ghosts drifted about. The skies above were blanketed with gloomy clouds, oppressive to the extreme, yet the spiritual energy here was incredibly rich. Using his divine sense, Guan discovered a secluded island deep in the ocean, hidden behind powerful seals. If he forcefully broke through, he'd definitely alert the entity within. He guessed there was a free-soaring immortal inside. Although the seal was strong, he didn't think it'd be too difficult to break through. No wonder the spiritual energy here was so dense while living beings were so scarce. There was a monstrous powerhouse hiding here. Guan landed on an uninhabited island and immediately activated his lifespan barrier. 790 million years of lifespan. Just looking at it made him feel amazing. He had never been so loaded before. Guan sat cross-legged in front of a withered tree, gazing at his attribute panel with a silly grin on his face. Let me enjoy this for a bit first. After a good while, Guan finally calmed down. He was ready to test out reincarnation cycle. He decided to try it with 10 million years. If this function didn't pan out, he'd toss it aside permanently, just like the lifespan simulation he'd tried earlier. You have consumed 10 million years of lifespan to activate one reincarnation evolution. Connecting to the Deo rules. Searching for reincarnation realms. You have the following realm choices. Choose 1. 1. Heavenly Great Realm. 2. Dark Great Realm. 3. Grand Multiverse. Heavenly Great Realm? Guan remembered that reincarnation evolution would bleed into reality. Could it affect more than just memory fusion? Could it influence the real world as well? Not sure. Just in case, he decided not to choose the Heavenly Great Realm, to avoid any unintended consequences. His eyes were drawn to the Dark Great Realm. The name itself seemed to perfectly match his lifespan seizure ability. Since it was an evolution simulation, maybe he'd still retain his cheat power in that world. Alright, let's go with that. Dark Great Realm, here we go. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Dark Great Realm. Due to the Deo rules of this realm being unable to conceal your innate talent, you will retain the ability to seize lifespan, but phase-based functions will be disabled. Reincarnation evolution begins. Year 1, you are born in a village within the Eastern Profound region. Your parents name you Chulu. Age 7, while in the mountains, you accidentally pluck a spirit herb and seize 8 years of lifespan. Your fate shifts. Age 8, you become the disciple of a cultivator and begin traveling the world with him. Age 15, you're ambushed by robbers. Your master dies protecting you. Fueled by hatred, you retreat into the mountains to hoard lifespan. Age 18, through lifespan evolution, you reach the nascent soul stage and begin your path of vengeance. Age 19, you infiltrate your enemy's estate, killing all but one. The survivor is a young girl. Seeing her timid gaze, you're torn. Do you choose to kill her? The prompt ended there. Guan was stunned. He chose not to kill. Please, he had the lifespan seizure ability. There was no way this little girl could hunt him down later. You spared the girl, Cheng Jialan, and returned to the path of cultivation. Reading this made Guan chuckle. This girl even had the character Lan in her name, just like his junior sister. None of the earlier prompts had names. Apparently only survivors got names. Wait, his parents and master were alive at first too, but they didn't get names. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Did that mean Cheng Jialan would live a long time? Age 20, you joined the Taixuan Sect, becoming a personal disciple thanks to your talent and cultivation. Your name spreads throughout the sect. Age 21, using lifespan simulation, you master the 7 heart technique. Age 22, the sect leader's son grows jealous. During a mission, he ambushes you with a group. You kill all but the son. He kneels and begs for mercy. You hesitate. Do you kill him? Kill? Guan didn't hesitate at all. The prompts kept going. Men kill. Women spare. This standard seems kinda messed up, doesn't it? He chuckled at himself. From then on, his reincarnated self in the Taixuan Sect kept getting into fights. But he always killed in retaliation. It was others who provoked him first. And the killing piled up until one day, everything unraveled. He became wanted by the sect, even labeled a fugitive. From then on, it was endless killing, sometimes multiple times a year. Once, he saved an injured stranger he encountered. That guy turned around and summoned a horde of cultivators to ambush him and snatch his magical artifact. Guan was furious. His urge to kill only grew. Backstabbing, jealousy, betrayal, it never stopped. D*MN, no wonder it's called the Dark Great Realm. This world's twisted as hell. In the first 50 years, Guan never met a single kind cultivator. He was fighting completely alone. What pissed him off the most was that his enemies, to get back at him, captured his relatives in the village and turned them into spirit wraiths by ripping out their souls and bones to forge ghost tools. That drove Guan even further into madness. From then on, he chose to kill without hesitation. His lifespan accumulation skyrocketed. By age 50, he'd reached the scattered immortal stage and became a slaughter god in the eastern profound region. Age 65, you meet the girl you once spared, Cheng Jialan. She's now a disciple of the Blue Sky Holy Sect, a famous prodigy. She recognizes you and sincerely thanks you for sparing her life. Moved by her attitude. Age 66, at her persistent pursuit, you become cultivation partners. Age 67, Cheng Jialan bears you a son and daughter. Your affection for her deepens. Age 68, while cultivating, a free-soaring immortal from the Blue Sky Holy Sect descends. He calls himself Black Profound Emperor. He crushes you to death instantly. Reincarnation ends. What? That's it? Guan nearly spat blood. 10 million years of lifespan for a life of 68 years? Black Profound Emperor. Good. Very good. Before he could think further, a torrent of memories flooded into Guan's mind, Chu Lu's entire life, as if he had personally lived it. But since it was just an evolution, it didn't feel long more like remembering past experiences. The sensation was strange, yet vivid. Though he only lived 68 years in that life, Chu Lu developed a single cultivation technique to perfection, eventually transforming it into a divine ability that shocked the world, stirring heaven and earth. The Seven Heart technique, after over a dozen upgrades, became the Seven God Golden Body. The Seven God Golden Body came with its own technique. Once mastered, it formed 7 souls, each soul granted a divine ability. Even if killed, the remaining souls could resurrect the body. According to his memories, the Black Profound Emperor didn't kill him in one shot. He resurrected 6 times only to die each time. The cultivation gap was simply too huge. His divine techniques couldn't even let him escape. After fully integrating the 7 God Golden Body, Guan felt a bit more at peace. Was the divine ability worth 10 million years of lifespan? Hard to say, but it definitely wasn't something you could buy for a measly 1 or 2 million. The technique was powerful. Chu Lu, even at the scattered immortal stage, could seriously injure an opponent in the second layer of the roving immortal stage. That said it all. Sigh. Still not cautious enough. Guan realized that within reincarnation evolution, he could only make decisions at key moments. He couldn't control his reincarnated self otherwise. Thinking deeper, didn't that mean each reincarnated life had its own consciousness? Wasn't that just like real-life reincarnation? Look at Ji Xuanyu, this life and her past life were totally different. He snapped back to the present and noticed the ground was full of spiritual energy. That meant reincarnation evolution consumed real-world spiritual energy too. Good thing he changed locations. Otherwise, he might have affected the Taixuan Sect and the continent. Time to get serious? Today, let's break through a major realm. Guan opened his attribute panel and poured 20 million years of lifespan into his physique. The primal causal body advanced to the primal primordial body, and then again into the primal supreme Deo body. He awakened a powerful divine ability, Supreme Deo Primordial Disc. This divine ability combined offense, defense, and sealing into one. It was even vaster than most worlds and could crush the very laws of heaven and earth. Guan directly cultivated it to the mastery level. A flood of spiritual energy surged into his mind, and he entered a state of enlightenment. The primal supreme Deo body and the primal causal body may share the primal name, but the difference was night and day. With the supreme Deo body, he could easily see through the laws and karma of heaven and earth and completely suppress others with primal type physiques. Though he hadn't met another primal body yet, he figured it had to exist. After all, his body was upgraded from one, meaning that mortals in the heavenly great realm, if their bloodline was traced back far enough, might be linked to the primal source. He just didn't know where the primal source actually was. As Guan devoured spiritual energy like crazy, the once silent and gloomy ocean erupted into a wild tempest. A powerful divine sense swept across the waters. Too bad no matter how hard it searched, it couldn't find Guan. An hour later, Guan finally opened his eyes. His body had fully transformed into the primal supreme Deo body. His strength had now reached terrifying levels. It felt incredible. He even had the urge to find someone to test his power on. Good thing he held himself back. Can't get cocky. Chu Lu got way too cocky, kept killing non-stop, and ended up crushed to death by a cultivator several major realms above him. Guan's gaze turned toward his technique panel. Chaos Primordial Saint Art and Myriad Forms Chi technique both cost 20 million years of lifespan. The only reason he didn't spend more was because he had his eye on the function that unlocked at 1 billion years of lifespan.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.